Get yourself to okjersey.com where you can buy the best football shirts around, including this one I'm wearing now, and of course, the absolutely magnificent Black Spurs away shirt. And as if that wasn't enough, if you go onto their website and like the look of one of the shirts there, choose your size, pick the Champions League badge for the sleeve as well if you're that way inclined, then go to checkout and type the code BARN into the coupon section. That's BARN as in short for Barnaby. And when you do, you'll get a whopping 8% off your purchase. Now, I'm no mathematician, but 8% means if you've spent, say, and let's face it, I'm being optimistic here, 100 quid, then you get £8 off, not to be sniffed at. Get yourself to okjersey.com to pick one up, or if you're too lazy to type in the website, just scan the QR code that's on the left of me throughout this video. Enjoy. Hello, Spurs fans. How are you? It's let me just play around with my screen a little bit here to try and work out exactly what we want screen wise. Yes, welcome to this live stream. It's things have got difficult, haven't they? Let's face it, things have got difficult. For those of you who watch my videos regularly, I was in Brazil and I was like, what is going on where we have this manager who's still in charge when literally the entire fan base, both at the stadium and at home, watching at home, content creators and not content creators, all are aligned, to use a Vinay Venkatesham term, absolutely aligned in wanting to get rid of this manager. And yet somehow, even when I got back from Brazil yesterday afternoon, I flew in and was totally expecting to see all the Twitter notifications saying that he'd been sacked, and he hadn't. And I could not believe it. I honestly could not believe it. And therefore I was like, right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to live stream. I'm Truman Show style. I'm going to live stream until Thomas Frank leaves Tottenham Hotspur. Now, somebody asked me, when are you expecting it to happen? And I said, look, it could happen tomorrow, but it could happen at the end of the season, which could cause a problem. But another mate messaged me just then and said, how committed are you? I'm committed. I have holding screens ready for when I need the toilet, or if I need to eat, or more importantly, when I need to walk my dog Lulu, who will wander in and out of the back of screen every so often. So keep an eye on it. But also, most importantly, I will be trying to speak to as many Spurs fans as I can, which is why on the pinned tweet and in the description box below, the pinned comment and the description box below, I put the link. So if you just click on that link, you should be entered into the studio. And if you look like you're a reputable person who's not going to be racist, then I will speak to you. Please do not be racist or swear. That would be appalling. But also, as I go along, I'll be talking to some of my favorite Tottenham content creators and getting their opinions on things. And I'm going to get started with the man, the legend that is Sonny Snelling from Sonny Talk Spurs. How are you, mate?
I'm good. And I'll tell you what, Barnaby, I really have to applaud you on that video that's doing the rounds on Instagram. I've been sent it by friends, family. You have hit the proverbial nail on the head. I mean, you know what it is whenever you think of one thing Spurs have done in their history, you can think of 50 more. And the prison one is my favourite one, playing Dynamo Zagreb when their manager was in jail. But yeah, mate, apart from Tottenham, I'm all good.
Yeah, so for any of you guys who don't know what Sonny's talking about, very kind of you to say that. Basically, I've started a series on mainly on TikTok and Instagram. It kind of suits that better, called A Day in the Life of. And I started with Chelsea, which went really well. And then I did Man United, I did Jamie Carragher. And then I thought this week was the perfect week to do the Tottenham one. So it's basically just over a minute of all the things very quick fire that have happened to Spurs and Spurs fans down the years. And it's actually done, it's done really well. And I saw that so Sonny does a show called, what's your show on TalkSport called, Sonny?
Inside Spurs.
So Sonny does Inside Spurs with a Spurs content creator called Abby Summers, and she liked the video, which I really appreciated as well. Always good to see that some people are watching. Sonny, so you said you're all right apart from Spurs. I was obviously watching the West Ham game from Brazil. I will say this, throughout my videos during the week before, I was saying, listen, I'm listening to all the Tottenham podcasts, and they were all saying, oh, we'll beat West Ham. We'll beat West Ham. And I was thinking, and I was saying in my videos, I don't think we will. And lo and behold, the game kind of went exactly how I thought it would. So where were you watching that game? What did you make of it? And I guess more importantly, where are you on the Frank Choo-Choo train?
So I was watching it at home. I've been the last couple of weeks. I went to Villa in the Cup and Sunderland the week before. I mean, I'm not people might not know, I'm not a season ticket holder. I'm a member, so I just go to games when my friend can offer me a ticket. But he sent me a message going, "I'm going to take my dad this week," and I thought, "Yep, I'm fine with that," because I don't really fancy going and watch it. I predicted a draw. I just thought, West Ham would be a bit up for it, and we'd hopefully be slightly up for it. But I just didn't envision us, putting them to the sword like some fans did. And that first half was just absolutely woeful. Going through the motions, just no ambition. And then as soon as it went like 1-0, you're like, here we go again. And then the second half, it got a bit better. We made it 1-1, obviously. And you think the thing that does me in is when I went a couple of weeks ago, there's a fan who sits behind us who we get on quite well with. His name's Yat. And he goes, I was talking to him saying, "Oh, this does feel a bit Conte-esque." You remember, like under Conte, where we'd have 45 minutes of dross, and in the second half we'd flip a switch and end up like, I think the Leicester game is a perfect example where we ended up winning that at the death. With us, we go 1-1, and then they just go. They have 10 minutes, and then they go, "No, okay, we'll just sit off again." And then West Ham. I mean, Callum Wilson of all people staying now at West Ham. He was off to Celtic last week, but. And in regard to the last part of your question, Thomas Frank, I mean, the problem is I've got so many people in my comment section saying, "I told you, Sonny, we shouldn't have sacked Frank. Shouldn't have sacked Ange rather." And I just think if Ange was still in situ, I feel like the same thing would happen. And to quote, after this mini rant I've just had here, to quote Alice Talks Football, I think she made a really good point. She said a really good quote, which was, "Thomas Frank isn't the problem at Spurs, but he's not the solution."
No,
I think that just speaks volumes.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's not, for me, it's a little one-dimensional to be like it's Ange or Frank. I think it's very possible that we've made two kind of, and I know this is hard to say because Ange won us that trophy, but two incorrect managerial appointments in a row. It's almost like you need to find someone in between the two of them, not as gung-ho as Ange and not as pragmatic as Thomas Frank. And to go back to what you said about the West Ham game, I mean, what I was saying before the game is I know what will happen is we'll give it for 10 minutes. And if we don't score in that first 10 minutes, or if we only score one in that first 10 minutes, then, West Ham will eventually start to sense that the crowd are uneasy. The crowd are on the backs of the manager a bit, and they'll come into the game and they'll start getting confidence that they haven't had for 11 games. And we saw exactly the same happen against Bournemouth. I went to Brazil. I watched Bournemouth at the airport on the way there. I watched us lose to Villa in front of my partner's dad, who's a Palmeiras fan, and they've been winning everything for the last few years in Brazil. And I was saying to him before the game, like, "Trust me, we're terrible. We'll lose." And he was like, "No, you can't be that bad." And then at the end, he was like, "You need to support Palmeiras." And then I watched the West Ham game, and it's like, if we can see it, Sonny, if we can see what's going to happen, why is Thomas Frank not seeing, or is he seeing it and he's just like, "I'm going to get sacked. I'm waiting for my compensation"?
But then that's why I feel like part of me feels some sympathy for Frank, because I feel like they've let him out to dry, doing what they've done, in the lead up to tonight's match. We're all sitting there on Sunday waiting for an Ornstein tweet or a corner flag image or the side of the stadium image. I don't know what they use now, but it never came. And we're now sitting here just knowing that Dortmund could batter us tonight. I mean, they've only lost one game in the Bundesliga, really, which is, you think about how strong that league is and how Bayern are just running away with it. They've only lost one game and they sit second and 15 points behind. The thought process from top to bottom at Spurs, from, you just have to look at our summer. The whole summer was dictated by Daniel Levy. It was his appointment. His, negotiations around like Eze and Morgan Gibbs-White. He then gets binned, a month after the window closes. You've got Johan Lang, who's about as useful as a chocolate teapot when it comes to transfers. Even the Conor Gallagher signing. Just look at the Conor Gallagher signing. Like, good player. I think he's a good player. But one, this should have happened 2 years ago. Yeah. And two, it doesn't really... I mean, I don't know what you made of his debut, but it just was a bit more chaos in that midfield. It was a bit like, again, chucking the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons to go, right, go into this and make something happen. And it's like, I just think... everything, even yesterday, Frank walking out in front of the journalists and he goes, "Oh, lovely sunny day, cloudy skies." Can't even get that right. So I just think there are so many issues at Spurs. I mean, and that's why your video is so perfect, because we sit there and we always want to be optimistic. I think you and me, I think you'd admit as well, we're both quite optimistic Spurs fans usually. But when we see what we've gone through, and we always think, there's, how many false dawns have we had? You say the last 2 managerial appointments have been bad. Well, why don't we go back a few more? We're having conversations now with my mates at Talksport being like, oh, I miss Martin Yole. Like, we're going back that far. We're thinking about like managerial.
He was great.
But I don't know. I just feel like there's a big summer ahead for Spurs because, again, like, I think we could sink even lower. If the next appointment's even bigger. And I mean, for your sanity, Barnaby, great if this live stream carries on till the end of the season. I'm thinking of your bank balance, but for your sanity, I'm a bit concerned.
Yeah, interestingly, here in the comments, Too Darn Soulful has said, I watch both your channels and have never seen you both so negative. So it's good to see that it's coming across as well. But we don't want to be negative. And I should say, actually, I don't want to be doing a live stream where I'm like, this comes across, I'm aware, and I'll be surprised if people don't say it. It comes across quite rude. I don't think Thomas Frank is a bad person. I don't think he's a bad bloke. But is he the right manager for Tottenham? No. And how, like you said, the next one is all important because we've got so many wrong in a row. I mean, actually, I was just thinking when you said that, how many in a row have we got wrong? At the time, I thought Jose and Conte were the right appointments, but it went sour pretty quickly. And when Frank got appointed, I said, because he's so good with the press and he seems like a good bloke and not an ego, I thought he would get longer from the fans and the media as a result. Now, I think the media kind of have given him longer than they would give a Conte or a Jose, but the fans, it's just been proven that if you play the wrong style of football, as soon as the results go awry, we're not going to let it happen. And to go back to what you said earlier, I could not believe he didn't get sacked yesterday. Why do you think he was not sacked yesterday? Is it as simple as there's nobody else?
But then, because I hear Alex Crook on Talksport always. He uses Brighton as an example of they know who their next manager is, the next manager after that. Maybe it comes down to that they don't know. They really don't know what to do. Because you go to any Spurs fan now and say, "Who do you want to come in?" Even as an interim, you're sitting there going, Ryan Mason. It's like you don't know. Like, there's no one out there. I mean, I've jokingly said on TikTok and Shorts that I said Jermaine Defoe, but I don't know if that's a bit hyperbolic. But I just think, he's an inspiring character at Spurs. He's doing his badges or done a lot of his badges. Even like Yaya Toure had a spell at us, didn't he? Doing some of his, like someone like that to at least like lift the mood. I think that's what we got to do. We got to take considering their situation, take a leaf out of Manchester United's book, bring someone in like Michael Carrick, who's got a bit of coaching experience, but has also, can get the fans up and really just improve the mood. I think that's the barest minimum we need to, not the form, just the mood. Because, when your own fans are singing Sacked in the Morning, and I've even had, what game was it? I think it was Sunderland. I had a subscriber come up to me and he was like, "Love your channel. But you're being quite negative lately." And I just think I'm like sitting there going, like, at the end of the day, if I drop a video, and I dropped a video saying like about Sousa, saying this is why he could be a good signing, and all the replies to that were, "Oh, come on now, like, you're being too optimistic." There's no like winning, like you're either like one extreme or the next. I just, going back to your original point, I just don't know what the club think. That board now is, the thing is, with Daniel Levy, I would say, even though like his negatives and positives, and even people did say he wasn't that front facing, but he was always at the games and he would, take a lot of the flack. Now this, I don't even want to call it, it's not even a new ownership. I don't know why people refer to it as a new ownership, but this new board or whatever you want to call it, and the Lewis kids, or not even kids, they're just
60-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly. Vinay Venkatesan, they're more like in the shadows more than ever. And I just feel like it's that fine line at the moment. It gets debated all the time about like business people don't know football people don't know business. And it just, you get to that stage where you sit there and you go, like, what has to happen? Because it happened with Arsenal. I think I hate to always draw comparisons, but one day the Cronkies woke up, and it's probably when they got rid of Vinay Venkatesan and went, we need to spend money. We need to close that gap. And they went out, they got rid of Kolasinac, they got rid of Mustafi, and they really went like, right, we need to put
Aubameyang as well. They bummed him out pretty quickly after Arteta came in.
That was pretty bold. And that's a bit of a sliding doors moment. That when we beat them 3-0 and beat them to top four and they finished fifth, we were like all jubilant. But they're the ones who are coming out smiling at the end of the day, and we're the ones in the mire because it just it. And the thing is, I don't even think we're being arrogant or being like think we have some divine right. I just think it comes down to we pay a lot of money to go. We want to see better. If you went for dinner at the Ritz and you paid a whole lot of money and the chicken comes out half cooked, you're not going to sit there and just put up with it. You're going to complain and you're going to say like, what's going on here? Like, we expect better.
Yeah, completely agree. Is one thing you said that I really picked up on, which is, or alluded to, which is the Levy versus what we have now. And I'm not one to forget, and I feel like a lot of people are quite quick to forget these things, but one of the things that was thrown at Levy all the time was how quickly he would sack managers and how many managers he's gone through. He would have sacked
Frank by now. Surely,
exactly.
Don't you think?
But don't you think everybody right now would wish that we'd sacked Frank now? So almost like you got to give Levy some credit where you give him abuse, which is like, at least he wouldn't have had this utter dross, because this is Nuno ball, but for 3 times as long.
Yeah, I think with Nuno, because he had Kane and Son.
Yeah, true.
You maybe give him like a bit more stick because you're like, well, you did have that, and obviously he got Manager of the Month, which is like so funny when you think about it. Even though
they won the first 3, didn't they?
But it weren't good results. Like they weren't like the good results. They weren't good performances. I just think now with Frank, there is, because even I had because obviously I work for TalkSport, so I was listening in this morning while I was working, and a caller rung up and said, a Spurs fan, "Oh, we need to give him more time." But I'm like, but what is there that you're seeing? Like, is it just because you've got no answers? I mean, I'm not bringing many answers to the table here of who I think should come in next, but I just find it like, why should we settle for this? Because of the money we play, and it is like, even the fans are going through the motions. Like at the end of the day, like pundits and all rival fans will go, oh, why aren't you bringing the atmosphere? Because there's nothing to bring an atmosphere. Like when you go 1-0 down and in the first half, what's going to make you like, you're not expecting anything to change? And I think it's come full circle where the fans who do banter us, West Ham, Arsenal, Chelsea, they can't even be bothered anymore. No, I didn't even even a lot of my West Ham mates, because I'm originally from Essex, you can probably tell. So I've lots of West Ham mates. None of them messaged me any slander. They were like they were just a bit shocked that they had come to us and won. And I was like, "What? You watched it? You saw what you saw? It is literally." And I think that comment there, Rome wasn't built in a day, but I feel like Rome had some good foundations. We have none.
It did. I'm actually putting up any messages I see that are kind of like pro Thomas Frank, because I feel like, like I've written in the strap at the bottom, it's like I feel like we're all on the same page pretty much. But when I see people who actually think we've got to stick with him, I'm going to put it up because I want to talk about that, because it's important to kind of try and find some balance. In terms of what you've been mentioning about, not really knowing who comes next, I said in my video this morning, for me, it's either got to be, and I mentioned this a couple of days ago as well, actually, when Man City got Pep Guardiola in, they announced it, and Pellegrini was still in a job. So for me, and everyone at the time was like, that's well out of order, that's bang out of order. But they were planning, because for the 2 years before that, they'd taken, I don't know how to pronounce his name, it's like Bergestein or whatever his name is, the guy from Barcelona who's like the sporting director. They had planned by getting all the guys in that worked well with Guardiola at Barcelona in advance. So if Tottenham really want, what I'm getting to here is, if Tottenham really want Pochettino back, and I think actually, other than the time between now and the end of the World Cup, I think other than that, it is probably the idea that would give a manager the most time from the fans and make the fans happy. If they want that, then I think, like, make the deal happen. Maybe bring back Paul Mitchell, even though from everything I heard, Paul Mitchell maybe did some slightly underhand dealings with those like George, Kevin and Kudu, Clinton and G deals. But anyway, he was also clearly a good judge of footballers. Bring him back. They have a good rapport. And then realistically with Pochettino, yes, he's managing America, but when you're doing international management, you're doing nothing most of the time anyway. So he can basically he can be moonlighting, getting everything ready for next season. Now, the fact for me that Tottenham haven't sacked Thomas Frank, I can't tell whether that means that kind of is their plan and they're just going to try and keep him in situ for as long as possible, or whether they're kind of ruling that out and maybe trying to find a manager who will come in now, in which case, as ridiculous as this sounds, are they speaking to representatives of Xabi Alonso and hoping to give him enough money? Are they speaking to Xavi and hoping to give him enough money? I said in my video this morning, I said I would go for, if they're ruling out Pochettino and let's say any of the other international managers, I guess Tuchel, Nagelsmann, who might be free in the summer, then if they're ruling that out, then why not go for Kieran McKenna from Ipswich now? Because at least he plays decent football. He's got a link to the club. He's been wanted by other teams. He's going to play a lot less pragmatically. And what I said on my video this morning is, he did as well in the Premier League with Ipswich as Vincent Kompany did with Burnley. And Company's gone to show that he scales up well with a big, with better players. So maybe they're going to sack him tomorrow and we'll get a full-time manager in. But it's actually hard to know. And my instinct probably is, as annoying as it'll be for 6 months, just get Pochettino and somehow make it clear that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I said it on Inside Spurs on TalkSport the other week. Abby and Majestic were really for Poch, and I was just like, but is that just scratching that proverbial itch of like, we want to just, he keeps obviously saying he'd love to come back, he'd love to win more, not more, but win trophies with us.
But sorry to interrupt, Sonny, but what's a bigger risk? Going for that or going for Thomas Frank?
So it's worth because at least with Poch, I will say at PSG have only really turned a corner since hiring Luis Enrique. So I think with that time you can't really, and when they brought him in and they lost the league to Lille, I don't think you can judge him on that. Chelsea, I thought he was quite good, but obviously they were I feel like they're never going to be a stable club. We've seen what's happened with Maresca and Rosinia recently. I think all the names we're saying, like Xabi Alonso will wait for Liverpool. Xavi Hernandez.
But on that one, do you think Liverpool might look at Real Madrid and think, oh, he's had a chance at a big club and it went awry pretty quickly. That's a risk now.
I think if you look at his stats, I think he had a 71% win percentage. Which is I think, and the record up to that point was the same as Hansi Flick's at Barcelona after the same amount of games. I just think Real Madrid are like, the fans are demanding. I mean, they're literally booing Courtois, they're booing everyone apart from I think Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. They're booing everyone else, which they weren't willing to change because we saw how they worked under Carlo Ancelotti, and they are like a man management team. Whereas I think Xabi Alonso went in there and went, I'm going to be a bit different. And obviously Mbappe's not going to track back. It's just not. Whereas I think at Liverpool, that works a lot better, and he's got those links that works really well. And even Xabi Alonso's like him, Xavi Hernandez, they don't want to put a blot on their CV. Like they can wait. They can wait for anyone. The Manchester United job, I think, is more attractive than us. I think we'll either go for. I think there's 3 candidates we'll go for. I think we'll go for 3 choices. The Poch choice, which you've laid out perfectly, makes sense. Former manager, World Cup, does that. Big payday. Makes Donald Trump happy, moves on. Either you go for a Premier League manager who's, one of the ones whose contract's running out. Not Iriola, Glasner, because at least he's got some portfolio of, he's won the FA Cup, he's improved players. We'll take this year as a blip because the board, but that is maybe a worry with our board as well. Good record at Frankfurt.
The Spurs tacticos hate that idea, don't they? And when I talk about the Spurs tacticos, it's no shade. Basically, what I mean, the people in the Spurs podcast or the Spurs content community who know more about tactics than me. I'm more of an eye test kind of person.
Yeah, same.
But they look at Oliver Glasner and they're like, this does not scan with what we want in terms of forward-thinking possession football. But when I watched us play Crystal Palace the other week, I was like, oh, they're playing a lot better football than we are.
Exactly. And my final choice would be, you said Kieran McKenna, but a younger manager who has a vision, who you're more likely to be patient with. You've said McKenna. I'd go for Sebastian Hoeneß at Stuttgart, and also, has punched above his weight. I know people say Brentford, but won the Pokal, which is a really big achievement. Angelo's still in their midfield. We could do with him. He's been linked with Real Madrid. Has got a proven track record, and you're more likely to be. Patient with that, because at least you can sit there and go like, I feel like we could see more from that than we have from Thomas Frank. And I never like to admit when I'm wrong, but I have got Thomas Frank wrong because I thought he'd come in and be flexible. I thought he would improve our attacking talent. You can see, obviously, we've had injury issues. You can, hit him with that, but so did Ange. We've just got, our medical department can't deal with it at the moment. So it is. I think it will be. Obviously, you can put the names in the slots there, but those are the three choices. Poch, because you know it. A sort of proven manager in the middle who you can get in the summer with ease, or that sort of a proper project manager. I just think Nagelsmann. I mean, I saw two times Sofal say there, like, we can dream, but Nagelsmann could go to any club. Xavi could go to any club. Xabi could go to any club as well. Like
Tuchel as well, probably. Tuchel could be Man United.
Yeah. So like what? And also they will wait. They will wait for the jobs because they can afford to. Look at Pep waited. They all like their sabbaticals now. Even Enzo Maresca. I mean, I look at him and think maybe, but again, I just think this modern managerial market, because of what we've seen at Chelsea, Palace, United, of managers blowing up and boards being like, right, we're not having that. It's not like it used to be back in the day. Like with Fergie, had the autonomy.
No, I was saying this morning. Back in the day, there were no interim managers. You sacked a manager and you just bought out a new manager. It was as simple as that. It's all. I blame the sporting directors. In terms of Hoeneß, you mentioned the Stuttgart guy. Why has he not been bid for before then? That's the thing, because I know he's been talked about for the last 18 months or so. And also Italiano, who's now the Genoa manager, was previously the Fiorentina manager. He won the Italian Cup, I think, with Genoa. And I watched a few games of theirs and they play lovely football. But for me, if we were going to go for him, wouldn't that have been under Paratici when he loves an Italian manager? And of course, all the reports are that Paratici is leaving because he didn't want Frank in the first place. I did wonder, actually, when I heard that comment, I don't know if you remember, about 3 months ago, where Paratici said, he was asked what his style of football is. He said, my style is whatever the manager's is. So right now, my style is wedded to Thomas Frank's. And I thought, I didn't hear him say it, but it sounded a little bit like I'm not really keen on the up and under bollocks that Thomas Frank is coming out with at the moment. But going back to Hoeneß, everyone, the tacticos, just to call them that, they love him. So why? It feels to me like it should be easy for a club of Spurs' size to get a manager out of Stuttgart if he was interested. Why is no one else really looking at him, or why are we not seriously looking at him, I guess?
I don't know. I feel like the current managerial market is just confusing. And I feel like people, it's like players, isn't it? It's like this whole model of a club like Chelsea would rather Brighton sign an unknown entity and then pay 100 million for him, because then they know maybe
doing the work for them.
Exactly. Instead of going, right, we're going to plop down 20 million or whatever Caicedo cost and see how he develops. No, we'll wait till he becomes a £100 million player, and we'd rather do that because there's somehow less risk attached to that, maybe. But yeah, with Hoeneß, I mean, he's managed Hoffenheim. He came through a Bayern, which, they've produced some good coaching talents. I just feel like maybe they just see it as a risk. Maybe they just think, I don't. That's the thing. Like, even people would mention Robbie Keane. Robbie Keane has like 2 clubs under his belt, played European football, and everyone's like, maybe he. But then again, it's like Ange at Celtic was a risk, because it's like, what is the gap between the Premier League and the Scottish League? We don't know. But we've seen it this year, maybe even bigger because of how Hearts have usurped Rangers and Celtic. It just really is one of those things where Poch is the easiest one, because at least he's probably the easiest manager to get out, and also the most realistic compared to. Because I'd love Nagelsmann. I'd love if Slot left Liverpool, wouldn't mind him. Maresca, wouldn't mind him. But I'm just having to have a bit of realism, because I just know that I think this board as well, like, at least Levy went, right, we chucked 8 million a year at Frank. Like, I think they're just really scared to, and if we sack him, it's going to be a 20 million payout again. I think there was a stage where we had 5 or 6 managers all on gardening leave at the same time, because we all gave them such big contracts.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I don't know. But the thing is, even with Poch, towards the end of his tenure, the results weren't there. He wasn't getting any backing, and it just, that petered out.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting what Ericsson said about that time, though, where he said
Mm.
basically the Champions League final was like all the air being let out of a balloon that was just getting more and more inflated. And I know that the away form had stopped before then, but don't forget we'd sold Moussa Dembele and we had a midfield of Harry Winks and Moussa Sissoko. Realistically, the moment that Poch said about the painful rebuild and he wasn't getting any of that done, I personally think that's what was responsible. But also playing devil's advocate, you can also say, if Poch walks in the summer, which of those players does he have down the spine of the team who are as good as Lloris, Alderweireld, Vertonghen,
Mm,
Dembele, Ericsson, Kane? Now, I would
yeah.
argue none.
I mean, at the moment, you'd be sitting there
Van der
going,
Ven,
yeah,
and
yeah,
Romero to push.
you'd be going like, oh, maybe they could leave. Like we're at that stage of it where you're worried who will be there next year of a good caliber. It's going to be a bigger rebuild than we ever thought. I think you'd have to build around. I think the thing is, Poch would improve. Like I could imagine Xavi Simmons would be a good player under Poch. I could imagine
I do.
Kudus would be a good. We have got. The thing is, what gave me some hope was I like to criticize everything in equal measure, like a 33% split of manager, players, and the board. But after the game against Sunderland, Villa in the cup, I sat there and I turned to my mate and went, I'm gonna actually let the players off. I think the players have got that capability.
Yeah.
They're just raw. Like Tell is raw. Odebear is raw. Xavi Simmons needs a bit more coaching. Kudus is being misprofiled. Lucas Bergwijn is the biggest misprofiling I've ever seen. He is being, Saar had an amazing preseason.
Yeah.
He started, he then went missing, mysterious injury, gone off to AFCON and won it. And I just sit there thinking, how can Thomas Frank let this happen? How can he sit there and go, yeah, look, like this is the squad I want to sat with. Keep going with. I mean, even the whole drop in Tell from the Champions League squad is balmy to me. I think Tell hasn't necessarily scored too many goals, but I think he's been our player that you'd walk away from games going, at least he showed something today.
Yeah. I think I read somewhere though is a bit of confusion. Did he have to do it? I think he had to do it because Solanke has proven his fitness. I think you have to then change the player back. Have you read anything about that?
I see. That's the thing. It is about maybe UEFA ruling, but then I don't think Solanke has proven his match fitness. I don't know if we're going into the granular there.
Yeah.
I think in the two cameos we've seen him, he's looking a bit off the pace and rusty. Whereas I think Tell still offers you a little bit in these games, especially Dortmund. Nico Schlotterbeck at the back? I think they can be strong defensively. And Eintracht Frankfurt, I know Solanke proved himself there last year, but again, I can't imagine Solanke being able to keep the minutes up at the moment. So maybe it is a UEFA rule thing where they have to. It has to be.
I think if they've played, I think if they've come on, I could be wrong here, and let us know in the comments. But I think if they've played a game in their own national league, then the swap has to go back over. Okay. I read something about that, but it could be untrue. I'm not sure. One thing, just mentioning because you brought up Dortmund, I saw an interesting tweet from a Dortmund English account yesterday that was basically like. It might as well have just said Dr. Tottenham, Dr. Dortmund, because they were just like Tottenham unbeaten, haven't won in 14 or whatever it is, and about to sack their manager, and they did 4 things, and they were like, of course, Dortmund will find a way to lose this game. So maybe it's Dr. Dortmund against Dr. Tottenham, aka definite 0-0 draw.
Yeah, I mean, Dortmund are like the German European version of us, aren't they? Sometimes, I mean, they've got a bit of success, but
yeah,
even that Champions League final against Real Madrid, they were okay. Like they were unlucky, I think, in stages to go, I think 1 or 2-0 down, and even losing on the last day of the season to Tuchel's Bayern. So they have got it.
That was devastating, wasn't it?
So they have got it in them to maybe cause an upset of their own. But I just think at the moment, there's just I keep saying the term green shoots. There's nothing really to all hang your hat on because Spurs are so infuriating and disappointing that, even that's the thing. I don't want to slate Conor Gallagher on his debut, but you're sitting there going
He looked rusty. I mean, he hadn't played a lot of games, to be fair.
Maybe that's the thing as well. But then why chuck him in? Like maybe we are that. I mean, I even like
because I think we might have rioted if they hadn't. Do you know what I mean? I think Frank's now basically second and treble guessing himself. I think he's lost all instinct at this point.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the team he goes with tonight because I could imagine he's not got a lot of players to pick from either. Sorry, so it makes you think he probably will start Solanke or De Beer. And then
you think he'll start Solanke over Kolo Muani tonight?
Maybe Kolo Muani on the left, potentially. Yeah. I know he likes to put him out there, even though I'm not the biggest fan of that. No. And then maybe I think Bergwijn might be fit. So I just even when the team lineups come up now, I just go, oh yeah.
So Palhinha's definitely out. Archie Gray had a knock at the weekend. I have to say, no one really mentioned this, and I think it's mainly because Basuma came on and actually did really well. But I thought Archie Gray was one of the few in the first half who was really trying to make things happen. He was driving through the midfield, but it sounds like he got a knock. No Palhinha. Sarr obviously only won yesterday, so he won't be back, will he? I mean, listen, let's ask you at least for a prediction. They're just showing on my Sky Sports News here. Thomas Frank's win percentage is 18.2%, the lowest of any manager since 2008. Stellini, 50%, Ange, 50%, and everyone else above them. Obviously topped by Tim Sherwood, who I'm sure would come back.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quite vocal, isn't he? Prediction on tonight. It could be anything, could it? It could be an absolute drubbing.
How will you feel? Let me ask this. How will you feel if we somehow win tonight? Will there be a big part of you that's like, oh, that kind of means Thomas Frank's gonna stay?
Delaying the inevitable. The thing is, I want us to get through in the Champions League. And I think
Of course, me too.
To get through convincingly, we need to win against Dortmund and Frankfurt. I think we're comfortably in the playoff round, but I can't imagine in a one-off like that would be that good. But then my worry is I can't imagine us making too many more signings in this window. So that money from the Champions League just back pocket. So I can see maybe a 2-1. I think we'll get back. I think it'll play out like the West Ham game, maybe. Yeah. I can imagine us getting back into it and then, fall into the wayside.
I fear it'll be 2-0, a 2-0 loss. And Dortmund apparently are pretty tight and narrow. They don't concede many chances, but they don't make that many chances either. But there's no real goals in this Spurs team, is there? All our goals are from set pieces when we do get them. We haven't talked much about signings, obviously, apart from Conor Gallagher. You're making regular videos and, of course, seeing all the links. Like, are there any links that you're seeing where you're like, this actually sounds realistic?
The thing is, I'm not seeing much. So there's not much to really report about. There's some.
There's Omar Mamouche and Oscar Bob, obviously from Man City, because they need to sell now that they brought Semenyo in.
Oscar Bob looks like he's on his way to Fulham, which I've had a massive debate in one of my group chats with a few people, Joe Tomlinson and from Sky, and another Spurs fan mate of mine. And they were saying, why would you go for Oscar Bob? Like what? And I'm like, but that's probably the level we are shopping at the moment. I mean, Mamouche would be incredible. And considering he's probably not going to get a lot of game time, but I could imagine City not going not being up for it, not going in for that. And then I feel like, I forget his surname, the guy who was linked with Chelsea at Porto, Samu Agahawa, Agahawa, sorry. He looks good. And I think we could do with another out-and-out striker this year. I wouldn't mind him. Yan Diamandi, I think, would be good, but Leipzig don't really want to get rid of him at this point of year. There's not really much to go from.
I think he's going to go to a bigger club, isn't he? I think the Marmouche one is the one where you're like, maybe that could happen because it sounds like he doesn't want to go. He only wants to go on loan. Simon Cohen here in the chat said Harry Wilson from Fulham. His contract runs out in the summer. He does strike me as a Spurs player, Harry Wilson.
Yeah, it's very purple patch, isn't it? Like maybe him and signing him. I mean, even his goal against us this year, he had a lot to do, didn't he? Like that. I mean, I know Vicario maybe was part of that, but it was a really good effort. He really, I think from that angle as well, it's incredible. It is really, I can see us holding out until the summer. And really, I did on my channel, I did a keep, sell, loan using your typical tier list. And when you're hovering over some of the sales as well, you're sitting there going like, even like Romero, I was umming and ahhing. I was like, if we get an offer for him,
Yeah.
maybe. Madison, I had one category was called on the fence, and I sort of explained that these are players that, one more season sort of. And I put Madison and Solanke in there. I feel like if their injuries carry on and we can't rely on them, I feel like we have to cut our losses on them, sadly. And even like, do you know what some Tottenham fans are? Basuma at the weekend, coming on, looking like one of our best players, and everyone like, we have to keep him. It's like, no, this is our issue. We've done it with Richarlison. We've done it with Bentancur. Bentancur, I wanted him gone in the summer. What did Spurs do? Gave him a new contract.
Do you know why? Do you know why Basuma looked so good though? Is because he actually wanted the ball. In fact, he was. For me, it's like he's mentally so far out of Tottenham that he didn't give a shit. So he was just like, he didn't feel any of the pressure, and he went towards his centre back, said, "Give me the ball." Took it on the half turn, linked up, got it back, got to the edge of the area, had a couple of shots, and suddenly we're like, hold on, we haven't got any players like that. We haven't got any players who will take it on the half turn like that. And as a result, yeah, you're absolutely right. He'll probably, I mean, wait, let's not kid. I'm not going to kid myself. I was going to say he'll probably have a good 6 months. He might have a good couple of games and then he'll do something absolutely bananas. Get himself sent off stupidly or something.
Even someone in the chat there has just said Lookman, but I think like he's on his way to Turkey. Like, what do we have to do? Like, even like Turkish Super League teams are beating us to signings. I feel like he would be great on the left hand side. Even just look at it. Even when you go back now to the Eze deal, he hasn't featured for Arsenal. They obviously did that just to have. He did
feature in one game.
Apart from that, Eze who, but. Yeah, I just feel like at the moment, our talent ID and scouting. I mean, Johan Lang, I mentioned him earlier. I just don't know. I don't know what sort of profile we're going for. Like, I think we do need a bit more of. I think Adeyemi was a good shout. Yeah, and at Kliush,
I like the look of Kliush. But if that was going to happen, why would it not have been done by now? That's the thing I don't understand.
I feel like they're either it's a hard sell, or they just don't know like what players to go for, because at the moment you started off the window going, we need a left winger like we did in the summer, and we're still at the end of it going, well, we centre mid, left back. I mean, I think we need a new goalkeeper eventually. Like, you could rip the whole squad up and start again. It's that harrowing at the moment.
Yeah, and I did wonder when we were linked with this kid Souza from Santos. I was like, now, I haven't played, Championship Manager properly for a number of years. Obviously, it's now called Football Manager. But back in the day, you certainly couldn't get some 19-year-old kid from Brazil on a work permit, because for a work permit, you had to have them playing a percentage of their national team's games. Now, I know things have changed, but I wonder whether this deal is struggling over work permits at the moment, because he was seen in the mix zone at the weekend. He's obviously at the club, not allowed to train. You just wait. We talked about my video at the beginning of the day in the life of Tottenham. You wait till one of our two signings in this transfer window gets kiboshed because they haven't looked into the work permit situation sufficiently.
Or he'll turn out to be like Emerson Royale, who you mentioned. Was it twice in that video?
Or worse still, the work permit situations gets kiboshes the deal. He then stays at Santos. In the summer, Arsenal or someone else find a way to get him, and he's the best left back in the Premier League history.
It's just the thing is, even like you look at even West Ham have put money 60 odd million down on two unknown players. Like, I mean, even that Tati, I don't think he's great, but he looked a lot better than our forward line at the weekend. He looked
he got in some decent positions at least.
I just think, like, even like Kolo Muani, you'd send him back because he's just not really showing anything. I mean, his finishes were great against PSG in the Champions League. I even saw someone tweet the other day being like, I swear he scored 5 Premier League goals. I'm like, who have you watched? Like, what are you talking about?
Let me bring something up though, because you mentioned earlier, and I'll get onto this thing that Mariah said here. I think it's a good comment about outside the box stuff. But before that, you mentioned earlier about Michael Carrick going in as caretaker at Man United. And I don't think that for me is going to work long term. And I think Man United always get, strangely good results against City in some of those big games. But it's usually against the teams where they play mid or low blocks at home where they really struggle. But what was clear from watching that game is that Carrick has gone in and made those players more confident straight away. You can see that. And I think Kolo Muani, seeing as you were talking about him, is a perfect example of this. I saw in his first few games, and I think everyone kind of agreed, he is a class player. He has a good touch. He's looking to play little round the corner balls. He's looking to play triangles. If anything, I'd say I don't think the players around him were on like up to his kind of bandwidth. And what I've seen happen with Colin Wani is the same with most of our players. I think his confidence has been eroded to the point where now he's just like, oh, don't fancy this. I'm only here for another 5 months, and then I can try and get back to, I think he desperately wanted to go to Juventus again, and PSG and Juventus fell out. And he's just like, he's probably just like, oh, it's fucking cold here as well. Like, and he's a perfect example of, I think, most of these players who don't want to play for this manager. And I think that's been clear for 3 months. And it was wild. One of the reports, I can't remember which journal it was, but one of the reports in the last 24 hours being like, Vinay Venkatesham and the board are taking soundings from the players as to what they think about the manager. Like, you just have to watch the games. You just have to watch the games to know how they feel about the manager. Literally, apparently, my mate Joey was at the game on the weekend, and Romero was having an argument with Frank for 5 minutes about bringing Danso on towards the end of the game. They're having an argument in front of 50,000 people. So we know how they feel about the players. The players have no confidence. They don't like him. Like I said earlier, at least Levy, and I'm not a Levy fan by any means, but at least he would have sacked this fucker by now.
That's well said. I can't, like, it. The sort of the beginning of the end was when and I can't remember what game it was. Maybe Chelsea. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Was when Spence and Van der Ven snubbed him. I think that spoke volumes. That spoke. That was
and it's happened twice, hasn't it?
I feel like it has. But the thing is, as well, the bit that gets me is fans who go, these players would run through a brick wall for Ange Postecoglou. Lost 22 games last year.
Yeah.
You can be wrong. Like, both things can be wrong. It doesn't have to be like the angel and the devil. And because Ange won us a trophy, which I am grateful for, but like, even when you look, it's just easy revisionism. You can sit there and go, we should have kept Ange. I feel like we would be in exactly the same position. Because
I think we would. But let me give you an option though. I don't think Ange is the right manager either. But would I at this point quite like to see those inverted fullbacks knocking the ball around a little bit? Yeah, I wouldn't like to see, one pass just cutting us open down the middle and conceding that goal every time. But also, that's still happening. That is kind of still happening.
Yeah, it is just a mess, like, of systems, and because even people would be like, it's like, I saw someone on We Are Tottenham TV, I think his name's Danny, ranting about the players, and like he was bringing up like players, some of the players from Poch days and Conte Marina. I'm like, there's not many players left from them. Like, it's not like we can't just still blame, like, who's left? Probably Ben Davis and Romero. Like, you can't really blame that on it. So,
poor old Ben Davis, Bentancur, I guess, as well. I mean, you mentioned earlier about Gallagher. I thought basically what Gallagher did, and like I said, I'll preface by saying I think he's raw. He's not played a lot of games, but I think he basically came in and did the job that Bentancur would do, which is what all the tacticos have been saying. Which is like we don't really need another Bentancur. I mean, other than the fact that Bentancur is injured. Let me go back to that comment that I put up a while ago about Vicario and the conceding of the long shots. Apparently, I didn't know this. Obviously, I don't follow Brentford closely, but apparently when David Raya was in goal at Brentford fans used to say he's a brilliant goalkeeper, amazing distributor, but he concedes loads of goals from long shots. He's not a brilliant shot stopper. We've since seen him go to Arsenal. He's an incredible shot stopper. And what's clear is Thomas Frank just plays this bizarre sit on your own 6-yard line, don't close down these long shots. And now Vicario's looking like a terrible shot stopper as well, when shot stopping was all he could do. And again, I mean, talk about coming up with numerous reasons why this manager isn't right for this club. I've never seen a team concede as many goals from 18 to 25 yards as Tottenham do.
I remember watching Brentford play Fulham in the playoff final, the one that Brentford lost and then they got promoted the year after. And David Raya conceded 2 like horrendous goals to Joe Bryan, I think his name was. And yeah, like even when we were being linked to him, I thought, David Raya has got a ricket in him. But yeah, again, that sums up a manager who's gone and improved him and worked out what he's good at. And obviously, Arsenal got a good defensive
incredible centre backs, yeah.
So that helps as well. But even Vicario, we signed him to be a ball-playing goalkeeper. And on the ball now, he is like so timid. He divvies on it. He holds on for it too long. He makes the wrong pass selection. I just think
I feel for him. Sorry to interrupt. I feel for him a little bit when it comes to the dithering on it, because I know, or at least I'm pretty sure, Thomas Frank is saying to him, draw the man. But the problem we have is the toxicity in the stadium is so high now that he can't do that without the fans thinking, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can see them, all the fans going, just give it to Van der Ven, just give it to Romero. And eventually he kind of does. But it's like, I think I heard Marcus Buckland talk about it on the Tottenham Way podcast earlier, and he was like, he's taking too much time on it. And it's like, I actually think he's being asked to do that, because if you remember under De Zerbi at Brighton, their keeper was so brave that he would literally let the man come straight to him, and then you're bypassing him with that pass. But the other problem with that and Vicario is his passing isn't crisp enough. So he may draw the man a little bit, but by the time the kind of slow and bobbly pass has got to the centre back, the player's been able to run back round and press, and that's why it comes back to Vicario straight away, and that's why it's like sideways and backwards everywhere we go.
Much like there was stats the other day that we've played less through balls than like 9 players in the Premier League, including like Yeremy Pino. It's because that's what we do. We try and do that. We pump it to Poro or whoever's the left back on the day, and they just pump up the line to no one. There's no one in any areas or space. So you think like, is Frank going to set up with a box midfield? And the perfect example was, and he thinks like he's doing like being tactically smart, was against Villa for their first goal. He's got the box midfield, or the box of, I think it was Richarlison and someone else, and then the 2 midfielders. They're in the box like that. Konsa's there and Tielemans is there, and the pass goes bum in, and like they're there trying to close the passing lanes. It's like, but you're not closing the main middle of the pitch. Like, the thing is, I ask fans, obviously, I'm not saying I'm a managerial genius at all. I'm just a match-going fan who expects better for my money. But if we can see it, why can't he? Like, why is he not going like, that's a massive issue, I need to sort that?
Well, him and Justin Cochrane, who is a highly rated, also England coach. And now I guess we probably should, because we haven't mentioned him, talk about the appointment of Johnny Heitinger, who came in as Thomas Frank's assistant the day before the West Ham debacle. He was recently manager of Ajax. I've got a mate from Holland who supports Ajax. I texted him and said, how did Johnny Heitinger do? Tell me at least the football was good. And he said, no, the football was bad and got worse as he got under more pressure, which sounds familiar.
15 points in 20 games, I think it was.
Yeah, 15 from 20 or something like that. And also, but I guess Heitinger was Arne Slot's assistant manager last season. So that's probably what Thomas Frank is jumping on. But are we now suggesting that if Thomas Frank does lose his job, say, as LK says here in the comments, only a heavy loss tonight will get Frank sacked. Let's say we suffer a heavy loss tonight and he does get sacked. Are they seriously going to put Heitinger in as interim manager when he's only been at the club for a week? Bonkers. Is there a chance you could see that happening?
It's an easy one, isn't it? I mean, ideally, I would have gone for like Matt Wells, because at least he had a link with Spurs. But obviously, he's now gone to, is it Colorado Rapids?
Yeah.
So I just think, even like that, like losing a coach during the season, Paratici leaving after you bring him back and promote him, it's just even those decisions. I mean, ideally, I think what we always do wrong when we sack a manager is keep people who related to that manager, the previous.
That's weird. That's why I kind of think when everyone says about Matt Wells, I'm like, but hold on, hasn't all he's done is kind of learned under a couple of managers who haven't really done that well?
Yeah,
I know. Like his grandfather is Cliff Jones, isn't it? And he does have a long link to the club. So I get that side of it. But frankly, that's where I come back to your very original point almost an hour ago about Jermaine Defoe. I wouldn't mind Jermaine Defoe. I mean, I'd be slightly worried about the amount of time he'd be spending in his Range Rover with women in the back seat, because that's the latest story that's done the rounds a couple of times now is Jermaine loves picking up women in the back seat of his Range Rover, and the Sun and the Mirror, they love to get at Jermaine Defoe. So if he was our manager, I imagine that would come out even more. But actually, here's an interesting one from Sligo. Put Ben Davies on crutches and on the touchline as manager. Actually, do you know what? In terms of him being a sensible bloke, could I see us making a worse? As an example, would Ben Davies being our our coach or interim manager going forward be a worse decision than Christian Stellini? No,
Yeah.
it wouldn't. There's no way it would.
I just think you've got to like. I'd rather. I mean, obviously, I don't know what his credentials are like. I'd rather that than
He's got all his badges. He's done all his badges.
You've got to gut that team out. You've got to gut that. Like, get rid of them all. Don't keep anyone. Like, it is. You've got to start afresh as an interim. And I think an interim would be fun because at least you know like where you stand. And Defoe always said, if you miss your first goal, you're more likely to score your next. You know, those are sort of the big statements we need. I think it's tricky because at least these massive clubs, they have loads of like club legends who could come in, but all our club legends like Ozzy, Glenn, they struggled. Like it comes down to like it is really not much choice to go from. Like it is like Ryan Mason saying that it's just boring, but at least he
just got sacked at West Brom. We can't do that. We can't.
Yeah, but like he'd be the perfect PR man, wouldn't he? He'd be the perfect like he'd be able to just like steady the ship in a way.
Someone said in the comments again, and I've been seeing a lot of this about Harry Redknapp. Now, my argument to that is always he's literally been on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here since then. How much abuse would we get from opposition fans if the king of the jungle was our manager who had been seen watching Kangaroo Dick? Like, honestly, like I get if it was 15 years ago, I'm like, yeah, but he's also like, he's a fucking OAP now as well. It cannot be Harry Redknapp.
No, I think I'd bring in Big Sam. What's he up to? We need to stay up, don't we?
Him and Pards and Tony Poulis are doing adverts for Uber Eats.
And Talksport, don't forget that. Pards is... But my question to you, Barnaby, because I'll probably leave you alone and you can enjoy the next 48 days doing this on with other people.
Only 48.
I can imagine I'll be on it another 15 times. But do you actually think we could get relegated?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I do. Yeah. And I'm not even going to say, I'm not even saying this in a rage baited way. I said it about, I think I did one of my titles, my videos about 6 games ago. I said, this could spiral. And the reason I think that is because you can see the lack of confidence in the players. You can see it. And confidence and wanting the ball is the kind of 5 to 10% that makes these top level players different to one another. And when there's no confidence, and if you stick with a manager where the players don't believe in him, and he inspires confidence to get worse and worse, then you could get sucked in. I mean, I have to say, I was shocked when I saw that West Ham are still 10 points behind us after beating us. So that we do have in our favour. But if you look at our February fixtures, if they stick with Thomas Frank in February, we're not going to win any of those games. And so that's what, 4 or 5 games. Listen, do I think we'll get relegated? I don't, because I just think, you know, at least one good decision has to be made before that would be allowed. But honestly, you know, we got relegated in 78 and we'd won the double, you know, we'd won the trophy in 61, the double in 61, and we'd won the first division, sorry, in 51. What is it now? You know, it's 6 years, nearly 7 years since we got in the Champions League final. It's about 15, nearly 20 years since we first started doing well under Martin Jol. You know, clubs, if they continue to make bad decisions time after time after time after time, weird shit can happen. And no one would have thought when I was a kid that Everton would ever, they won the league in 85 or 86. No one would have thought that Everton would become a relegation team most years. And it happened pretty quickly. And it came from, you know, bad decision-making, bad management at the top of the club. Now, I listened to, I think it was the Tottenham Way this morning, and the journo on that, whose name I can't remember, apologies, but make sure you subscribe to it. It's a great podcast. But he was saying, I do think Vinay Venkatesham is a good kind of person at the top of this club, and given time, I think he'll be fine. I'm going to say as much, I kind of agree. I think he comes across well. I think he's saying the right things. I think he wants the right stuff, but it's whether some good decisions are going to be made before he realizes what it's going to take. Because at this point, when you watch, you know it. We're playing Dortmund tonight in a Champions League game, and you and I'm sure there's a big part of this is like we'd rather do something else. And it's that apathy amongst fans, and I'm sorry, but amongst players as well, that is the worst. It's worse than anger. I used to get really angry when Spurs lost when we had Pochettino because I knew how good we were. But now I laughed when that second goal went in for West Ham because it's so inevitable. And that's why I kind of think we could find ourselves down there. Yeah.
To wrap up, because I did this yesterday in the TalkSport offices with 2 Spurs fans. I want you to give me whether you think I'm going to read out the fixtures.
Yeah.
And I want you to say win, loss, draw, and then keep an eye on which ones you say win and draw, and add up the points.
All right.
We'll see how many points we finish with and add that to our total. So we'll start with, forget Dortmund and Frankfurt, obviously. So Burnley this Saturday.
Draw, 1 point.
City.
Loss, 1 point.
I'll say Burnley away, City at home.
Yeah.
Man United away.
Loss, 1 point.
Newcastle at home.
Loss, 1 point.
Arsenal at...
Loss, 1 point.
Yeah, didn't even say. Fulham away.
Loss, 1 point.
Palace at home.
Draw, 2 points.
Liverpool away.
Loss, 2 points.
Tottenham, Forest at home.
Draw, 3 points.
Sunderland away.
I mean, this is all assuming Thomas Frank's still in charge, yeah?
Yeah.
Sunderland away, lost 3 points.
Brighton at home.
Draw, 4 points.
Wolves away.
Draw, 5 points.
Villa away.
Loss, 5 points.
Leeds at home.
Win, 8 points.
Oh, there you are. See, that's one I predicted as a win.
Is that in April, that game?
That's in May. We're in May. We literally got two. We got 2 fixtures left after this. I feel like I don't need your answer here, but Chelsea away.
Loss, 8 points.
And Everton at home, final day of the season.
11 points.
11. Okay,
and what are we
11.
on, 26?
We're on 27.
So 38 points. I think actually most teams go down on a lot less than 38 now. So it looks like we're staying up, lads.
I think that's what we had last year.
No, I thought someone went down on like 32 points last year. I thought
it was Southampton on 12, Ipswich on 22, Leicester on 25, and we were on 38.
Right, so 25 points went down last year. Yeah. What was the next? Yeah, so I think we're going to stay up. But seriously, and I wasn't doing this for effect, I predicted 2 wins in the rest of the season, and the second one was on the last day.
That's party mode, isn't it? So
So it's like and that's not me rage baiting. Listen, Sonny, thanks so much for coming on. I really appreciate it, and it will be a joy to have you on 15 times throughout throughout as they continue to stick with Thomas Frank. Let the audience know where they can find your stuff.
Yeah, so Sonny Talk Spurs on YouTube. I had a video go live today, myself and Rory Jennings, talking about the situation at Spurs. So go check that out when Barnaby has a toilet break.
I bet Rory was loving that, wasn't he?
Do you know what he was?
He feels sorry for us. That's why he feels sorry for us.
Yesterday, you know what? Earlier I said there's Chelsea fans and Arsenal fans who literally have nothing to banter us about. He literally laughed that how many wins we won last year in the calendar year, and then he thinks we're a big club. That's the thing. He thinks we're a big club, which is yeah. So you can go and watch that, and then Sonny Snelling on my socials or Sonny Talk Spurs on that as well. So yeah, go and check that out. And support Barnaby and subscribe to him as well. He's been massive help for me.
Thank you, mate. And Sonny, if you could give this a little share or let your TalkSport mates know about it. Like I said, I'm looking to have all comers on as I get more and more tired.
Yes, I will give him a little tout of it now.
Top man. Brilliant. Thanks, Sonny. Really appreciate it. See you later.
Bye.
All right, guys. Sonny Talk Spurs. Go and give him a subscribe on YouTube. Just to say, guys, keep your comments coming in. I'll be going through all the comments when I've got plenty of time on my hands. But while we have guests available, let's keep talking Spurs fans. Oh, and just one more thing, guys. In the pinned comments, right at the top of the pinned comments, is the link to where you can come on and talk to me. Where possible, I'll have multiple guests on at the same time. So all you have to do is go on that StreamYard link and you'll be entered into the studio, and we can actually talk on video. And I will be keeping going, like I said, until Thomas Frank is removed as Tottenham manager. And like I said, I did say it during Sunday, but for any new guests, he's not a bad bloke, Thomas Frank. I feel sorry for him, but he's not the right manager for Tottenham Hotspur. But next up, Harry Scarf, one of my regulars on the channel, brilliant young content creator, knows his football. Harry, how are you, mate?
I'm very good, thank you. Thanks for having me. I love this idea, and again, grateful for you to have me on. So lots to talk about, but doom and gloom at the moment. But always trying to look at the positives, which is always difficult. But no, great to
loving your new setup as well, Harry. Is this?
Thank you.
Are you in your bedroom like I am mine?
Yes, absolutely. A bit of money spent over Christmas, and got a few new equipment. I've got stuff behind me, a microphone here. So yeah, fresh new setup. But I'm loving yours as always.
Top man. Well, whenever anybody who is not kind of into football or following my channel comes into my bedroom, they describe it as a dentist surgery because it's so white and there's kind of like nothing there apart from this big picture of Diego Maradona. So it's all a bit embarrassing, but there we go. So Harry, obviously huge Spurs fan. Were you at the game against West Ham at the weekend?
No, I wasn't. I was meant to be, but I was called into work last minute. So I wouldn't say unfortunately I wasn't there. Maybe fortunately in the end. But no, my dad still went just without me, and still got him, taking pictures, taking videos, and he's like, "Oh, you maybe got the better deal in the end." It didn't feel like that at times on Saturday, but in the end, of course, the result disappointing. But by the way, I'm one of those fans that, regardless of the result, I still wish I was there against West Ham, to support the team. And there's been not a situation already in my short lifetime where I've been, I don't want to be there. I'd want to be there if possible with Dortmund tonight if it wasn't a midweek game. Again, if I wasn't working in the evening, I'd be desperate to be there as a season ticket holder. So, it's one of those that however we're playing, whatever the score, I just want to be there to the end. That's just me, the way I view it, and support the club. And again, I'm sure we'll get onto it, but I agree with you on Thomas Frank, but I still want Tottenham desperately, to win against Dortmund because, for me, Tottenham is bigger and far more important than any individual, be it individual at the club, manager, player. Tottenham as a club are more important. Therefore, I absolutely want them to win this game. Even if, the manager's not right for Tottenham, which I do agree with, I still want Tottenham to go over the line.
Totally true. Now, let me ask you this then. Is there any way in the world that you can foresee us beating Dortmund tonight?
I can't see us beating Dortmund. I can see us somehow clinging on to a draw. Will that be enough to save Thomas Frank? But Frank should only be in the job for this game if the board either A, give him a chance of winning this game, or B, after this, have a plan to stick with him, even if it's for the short term. There's no point if the reports are true, which some say they've already made their mind up. That just doesn't make sense to me. You shouldn't keep someone that where your decision's already made on. I just don't believe in that at all. I think it's just a waste of time. So deep down, I think they would believe somehow that Spurs can get a result in this game. If we had a full strength 11 with 15, 16 players back that we've got out for this game, that's that many, believe it or not, then it may be you look at it and go, it's still going to be tough. Maybe you have a little bit more of a chance, of course, that'd be obvious to say. But Dortmund are second in the Bundesliga, right? And they've only lost one game this year. They're strong in Europe. They're strong in the league. They look very good, and quite the contrary at Tottenham at the moment. So everything about it is a tough game. Nothing ever fails to surprise me at Tottenham. I'm sure you can relate to me and agree with me on that. However, I think this might be a little bit too far out of our reach. But make no mistake about it. If we play pretty, attractive football and somehow get a result in this game, Thomas Frank's in the job, going into Burnley.
Yeah, and I'm getting very, very tired. But there's no way in the world that we're going to start out of nowhere with 11 first-team players available to start playing football that we haven't seen at any point during his tenure, is there?
It's very unlikely. I'd personally refer to the academy. I think you've got to the point where some players that are playing too many minutes and making mistakes, if I'm honest with you. Porro, Vicario, I think it's a case of playing week in, week out, and there's a little bit of complacency there. I think Porro's massively thrown off the bus. I've been vocal about this on my own social media. I think Porro isn't perfect, especially defensively, but I still think he is a top fullback if you look at most fullbacks in the league. But I don't put it on him. He's playing every single week, working hard as a player that we, begging on our knees to sign. I just think we need to ease off him a little bit and maybe put that back on the manager and go, look, come on, the doggy's back now. Spence can play it right back. Let's give him a rest. I know, of course, not the, right game necessarily to rest him. But having said that, we don't want players that are running at 20, 30% battery. We need people full on it tonight. And I just think the academy kids might run a risk in terms of discipline, might run a risk in terms of lack of experience, but they will show a lot more energy and fight, I think, that we have. And I don't think necessarily it's commitment that's missing with this Spurs team. I think we try and do everything we can on the pitch. I just think they're maybe misled from a tactical point of view. And that's the thing. I think you've got problems upstairs. And the thing is with Frank, isn't it? The way I now view it, especially after the West Ham game, is for me, Enoch are the wider problem. So it's very easy to fixate and go, it's not the manager, it's just Enoch. Where you can also go, Frank is part of this problem, not the biggest part of the problem. The biggest problem is above. But also, I think a lot of people just go and give these owners another chance after Frank. And it's easy to fixate. Frank's the head coach. He gets 100% of the blame. Again, I also, don't think that's right. I think that's the wrong way to go about it, because I think it is upstairs it's the problem, because treated as, for me, new owners, because it's a slightly new look board, a few new faces, a few names chucked under the bus, one being Levy, who had to go. But as we know now, just for me, it was a mouthpiece, it's a puppet, a part of a failing Enoch regime. So that for me is the issue. So both people are the problem. And when I say, play attacking football, win the game, as people rightly say in the chat, That's very unlikely to happen. I think we've been more defensive as well because, no Maddison, for example, that's like taking Damsgaard away at prime Thomas Frank at Brentford. They just would struggle always without him. That's how I feel right now. So it's difficult, isn't it, going into this game to feel positive.
Listen, you brought up one thing there that I wanted to talk to you about a bit. I saw that you got some pushback from some other Spurs fans for your opinions on Pedro Porro. I saw one of them was Marcus Buckland, who obviously is the host of the Tottenham Way podcast, who I actually really like his opinions a lot of the time. But as a bigger picture thing, I saw that as a real example of how divided this fan base are, where we're not even able to have kind of what I would describe as, cultured debate about it anymore. I think it's absolutely fine for you to protect, to stick up for Pedro Porro when he's clearly been overplayed. And at the same time, I think it's fine for Marcus to be like, oh, I think you're seeing this wrong. But it seemed to get a little bit more angsty on his side than it needed to do. I mean, maybe that's just because of the nature of the platform. But as a bigger question, is that an example of just how low Tottenham have got to now, where we're actually fighting amongst ourselves, not just online, but also in the stadium as well? I keep hearing reports and stories of people, of fans, all Tottenham fans, kind of going at each other in the stadium, which is, for me, if you're Vinay Venkatesham and the unknown invisible suits from the Lewis family, you got to be like, well, we have to do something so that this kind of toxicity gets removed from the club, right?
I strongly disagree with Marcus, and a lot of people disagree with me on Porro, Paul O'Keefe, Lily White Labs, as well as Marcus Buckland. So big names coming, to have a conversation. We have a debate, which is fine. And the one with Paul O'Keefe was really respectful, and follow each other, get on well, and I think he's fantastic what he does. But unfortunately, both of the other two, I strongly disagree with, but B, I don't like the way it's ended, where like we had a little bit of a connection and mutual respect, which feels like it is gone a little bit. So no, I do agree with you, and I respect them both. I like both the content, I like what they do, but whether it be literally unfollowing and haven't spoke since, it's not what I like to see. Because again, Marcus, for example, built something very special with Lily White Labs as well. I mean, absolutely blown up in the last 18 months, done a fantastic job, and I've always felt like I've been there to support. So anyway, that's the way it is. But I will not change my mind. You're losing a few big names and what I'm trying to do, because listen, I'm not a sheep. I say it so many times, right? I can just say what people want me to say. It took me a long while to come around with Thomas Frank. That's because deep down I wanted to give him time. That's for me the belief, and I think sometimes morals and honesty, and that's just my opinion, are more important. I want to give a manager time when I believe the problem is upstairs. But now I have come to, after West Ham, I've gone, right, this is one step too far. There's toxicity at the club. Removing Thomas Frank definitely eases, if not completely eradicates, that toxicity. As much as I don't like the owners, Frank being here is not healthy for anybody. But on Pedro Porro, I make no apologies for it, because if we use Marcus, I don't want to single him out as an example. He was one of those literally on hands and knees, begging for Porro to join Tottenham, which is fine. And there's nothing wrong in changing your mind. But his opinion that he's not fit enough to wear the shirt, I just don't buy that. No. And Pep comes out now and says Porro is a fantastic fullback. And he even said, I regret the decision to let him go. So, he's clearly valued at Man City. And of course, the trophies that City won under Pep. The point is, Porro makes mistakes. He's not perfect. He's not one of the best in the world. But I just think because he's playing every week, those mistakes creep in. And as fans, we focus on those mistakes. We don't look at it and go, what a cross to Porro that led to Romero's goal. People focus on that mistake for Somerville's goal, though. Whereas I look at it and go, yeah, okay, he should have more to stop Somerville coming inside. But Somerville's a pacey attacking winger. Where's the centre-backs? Where's the midfield to help him out? It just feels all on him. So Porro would prefer in a more forward position. More of a wing than the fullback, but I don't, apologise for the.
Well, he was a wing back at Sporting Lisbon under Amorim. Under Amorim, he played his best games as a wing back. One thing I'd say about Porro, I think, is a good example of a player, again, where we've bought players who aren't going to fit what the manager is looking for. I mean, it's clear that under Thomas Frank, he doesn't want his fullbacks getting outside the wingers very much. He always wants at least three defenders defending at any point, and therefore Pedro Porro is being asked to defend a lot more than you probably want Pedro Porro to defend. And then on top of that, it's been clear for 18 months, maybe even longer, that every opposition team is pinpointing Porro, trying to put balls over his head, trying to put him under pressure. And I was surprised at the weekend that he didn't, he started with Ben Davis on the left. I was surprised that he didn't then bring Jed Spence in to give Pedro Porro a rest. I think that was the real issue. And when Jed Spence had to come on for Ben Davis, he looked, and Marcus actually said this on his podcast, he looked like he had a face of thunder. And he did. He doesn't want to be dropped. He thinks he's playing as well as anyone. I mean, it's a low bar, maybe. I think he's a better right back than he is a left back, Jed Spence. So I think he should have started there. I think Porro, like you said, was thrown under the bus.
I agree with that. And do you know what the funny thing is with Marcus? I actually think we're very similar in the point of view of how we see this, that Porro's not performing and needs to come out of the team for now. That's why I'm trying to raise it. Again, with online, it can get taken out of context. But my post about Pedro Porro, right, was I thought it seemed sensible to me, saying that I think, give him time out of the team because he's playing every game, but also he's not quite as bad as we think out. Because some people right now as Spurs fans think he shouldn't be in the Premier League, for example. He's not that level. He's not up to scratch, not fit for the shirt. I just don't quite buy that. He's a player that we wanted to sign. We're not getting the best out of him. Very similar to the situation with Malik Diouf of West Ham, who comes in actually a midfielder or can play as a winger, but played a fullback. And then people are like, actually, he's not very good. It's not true. He's a class footballer. I think we've seen that, but he just needs to improve defensively. And the thing is with Porro, it seems to be the same mistake every week. He doesn't seem to be learning defensively, but he just might not be great at that side of things. But Porro offers a lot going forward. Again, sometimes we're frustrated with his delivery or his crosses, but for me, that's because most of the time it's good. And again, it's very easy to sit here and go, Porro's the problem. I don't think he's the reason we concede all these goals, because again, he's having to step forward and cover, because right now we've only got one winger who's fit, for example, because Tell's actually naturally a striker. It's only Odebear. Literally tonight is only Odebear because we haven't even got Tell. Different talking points. So then Porro's like having to step in and do another person's job. That's the way I view it, and get caught under position. And he's criticised a lot under Ange, but it's the way we play, fullback stepping into midfield. So again, I think it was right, to defend Porro, and I just don't buy the whole narrative. But it's a shame that because over 100 people, for example, unfollowed me after that Pedro Porro opinion, and we got to the point as Spurs fans that literally, I know some come the other way, but it was about 100 in the end. That, you'd assume anyway. I didn't say anything else toxic. I hope about Pedro Porro. You assume it's from that. I just think it's funny because I don't think that should be happening over opinion. Again, people are allowed to do what they want, but that for me is an example of the toxicity we're seeing. How I'm going to completely forget and eradicate you because I don't agree with one opinion. I might agree with 55 of the others, but again, I'm just someone that. How easy is it to make a living out sitting here ranting and raving about things that are popular? I hate Levy, I hate this, I hate that. But that's just not the way I view it. I prefer being sensible, and I think Pedro Porro isn't doing good enough. But the bigger picture is important. He's a good fullback.
No, it's wild that people unfollowed you for that. But also, Harry, just on a mental health level, I think probably best. I try not to look at my comments too much where I don't have to, and people who are following or unfollowing. So just try and stick to the positive stuff if you can. Let's get back onto the old Frank Choo Choo train then. I think obviously most of us are in agreement that he's not the right manager for Spurs. Where are you at then with the assuming at some point he will lose his job, the interim versus full time, and what, or do you think there's a chance that Vinay is as patient as a patient man can be and sticks with Thomas Frank for the rest of the season?
I thought we could say Vinay steps in and does a job then. I was going to go, goodness me, we're scraping the barrel low there. But you never know. Don't put it past Tottenham. But with Thomas Frank, right, I think I was along with others, very loyal and very patient with him. And I was with him until that West Ham game. But for me, the way I view it now is he's not a Tottenham Hotspur manager. But also, I think he's done a fantastic job at Brentford, right? But for me, the step up either A, isn't right, he can't do it at all, or it's in the wrong moment. As simple as that. And for me, the substitutions, the performance, and the result against West Ham, for me, was like, no, we can't do this anymore. I do not agree with Thomas Frank. I do not think we're going forward. I look at games. The reason I was patient, Barnaby, just briefly, is I look at that Bournemouth game and go, we lose in stoppage time, and I think we should and could have got at least a draw out of that. Villa, I think we do well against a competitive side. But, the more games we go on, you just can't continue, right? Because the way I view it is we're 14th and the game's got coming up. We're going to go down because not go down to the championship. We're going to go down in the table, I should say, because of the game's coming up. We need to be looking up. And that's the problem. And I just go like Burnley next week. I don't back Tottenham to go and get the win. That's the issue that I have. So again, players and the owners will hide behind the manager. And I know that the problem's a lot deeper. Thomas Frank goes out. I mean, we were speaking about this earlier today. Another manager comes in. I don't think we're, going to finish in the top 4, top 6 all of a sudden. I think there are so many problems. The Europa League was paper over cracks, really thick paper, but it was paper over cracks. That's the way I view it. But in terms of interim and full time, I don't want the club to rush into a decision. I don't want, again, the full 5th.
They're not. That's the good news. They're not rushing into it, Harry.
They're not. And that is a positive. That's good. Make no mistake about it. Daniel Levy's in charge. Frank wouldn't have seen him at the end of the year last year. He would have been gone before, just after Christmas, at the very, latest. That's how I feel. So I like that we're being more patient, but just because, you've got a failing kind of, authority up here doesn't mean also that you can forget about someone else not doing their job. And, you can criticize both Enoch and Frank. I think it's right to do so. It's not one or the other for me. Same with Ange and Frank. It's often like, which way are you going to go? Well, no, I appreciate what Ange's done. Probably right for him to go. I wanted him to have the third season. I look back and go, was it sustainable? We'd never know. I don't agree with the decision necessarily. But the point is the comparison's unfair. I'd want an interim to the end of the year. That's the difficult thing. Do you have the new assistant coach in charge? It looks very good, and Ajax, etc., very good record.
No, he had a sorry to interrupt, but he had a bad record this season for sure.
Yeah, that's true. In the past, it was better, but you're right. This season, again, we talk about cracks. You're absolutely right. There was which is a concern. So either way for Tottenham, it's a case of damned if you do, damned if you don't. There's no obvious option. A lot of people go, like Harry Redknapp here, Jurgen Klinsmann here. As much as we like them as fans, I do not think that's the right path to be going down. We want to play pretty football. We want people that love the club, but also we don't want to go down to the Championship. That's the reality. We want people that know what they're doing at the end of the day. So it's really tough. Again, the sensible thing, ideally before the West Ham game, in my view, would have been give Frank the season. You back him. If it doesn't work, then you go again in the summer and bring someone else in. But it's the point we're looking now. And 10 points from safety. And the games we've got coming up, Newcastle, Arsenal, both Manchester clubs, it could get really nasty. It could get really nasty when Bournemouth and Leeds overtake, for example. And I don't know about you, Barnaby, but if I'm hand on heart, if I say in 4 weeks' time, pretend Frank was still in charge, would we be above 14th or below? I'd probably have to say, unfortunately, I think we'd be lower. And that's the real concern, because that is going backwards mathematically. That's the way I
did you hear me? Did you hear Sonny ask, go through all the fixtures with me and how many points I came
horrifying.
11 points for the rest of the season under Thomas Frank for me, which would be 38 points total. I mean, did you hear us going through those fixtures and think we'd get many more than 11?
No, I didn't. I looked at that and I thought you'd been on the kinder side. If I was
yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not sure we're going to beat Everton on the last day, but I didn't want to come across like an absolute neg.
No, and I like to always be positive as well. That's the problem. So, no, again, it's really difficult at the club, but I've tried to be glass half full. Whether Frank's here or not, let's pretend he's not. And then also at the same time, we win 3 games in a row. We're in the top 10. Win, 4 games in a row. All of a sudden, we're likely in the top 6, top 7. So very quickly, hopefully, we can get back up in the right direction. But make no mistake about it, gaps are getting bigger.
I agree with you, but I have to say, and this is something that has been really intriguing me over the last month or two. I've been listening all the podcasts that I love, right? So View from the Lane, the Tottenham Way, the Extra Inch, Fighting Cock. I listen to them, and to be fair, I wouldn't add the Fighting Cock in this because I don't think they've been saying this, but pretty much the others, especially the journos from the Tottenham Way and from View from the Lane, they've been saying, oh, but Spurs are only 5 points behind 5th, and if they put a run of wins together, and I've been thinking, what makes you think that this Tottenham team under this manager are going to put some run together? Because it comes across a bit like Thomas Frank has been saying in his press conferences, he said, I refer you to the last 7 games. It's been really close. When? What has he been watching? I'm sorry, I don't agree. And maybe it's because maybe just to finish before you come in, maybe it's because he doesn't have the depth of experience of watching Spurs. He doesn't know it as well when he sees it. But I feel like because we've watched it for years and years and years, we know when the players have stopped playing for their manager. We know when the fans know that the players have stopped playing for their manager. So we know the relationship between those groups of people. And I think he might look at those 7 games, Thomas Frank, and be like, like if we'd scored first there, maybe it would have been this. But no, I don't think so.
I agree with you. Firstly, I think Frank's a good manager who's had a good career, and I think it's very difficult to look at it and go, oh, Frank's washed up, he's this, that, and the other. Yeah. Just because the manager's not right for a club doesn't mean they haven't had a good career. It doesn't mean they go on, because I think Frank will go on and get a job fairly quickly within 6 months, and I think he'll do really well there. I just don't think it's right for Tottenham in terms of the style to dare us to do. Just doesn't represent that. But for me, I mean, I also like these players. I love to get behind them. I look at it with all seriousness and go, even when everyone's fit, I just don't think it's their top 4 squad at all. I don't think it's anywhere near that. And right now, with the players we've got available, I think mid-table is where we should be. But the point is the performances aren't good enough, and you cannot win games if you don't attack. But also, I look at it, right, and go, it's pure negligence from the club, because with everyone fit, we've got, whether you're fussy or not, about 2 to 3 wingers. Max that we've got at the club, Kudus, Odebear, if you count Kulusevski as a winger, that isn't enough depth. And there certainly isn't enough quality there either. So for me, we've been neglected in attacking positions. I think we haven't done enough in transfer windows. You can look at players who brought in last summer. It's great. we could and should have done a lot more. In January, again, we knew what we should have known anyway, what we wanted going into it. It's just the fact that whether fans like it or not, 4 wingers have left the club in the last 2 windows, from last summer and also in January. We've signed 1 in Kudus to replace them, right? And of course, we want quality over quantity. We haven't got either. We haven't got the quality or the quantity at the club. We didn't replace Son, right? And we haven't replaced, I'd argue, any of our 3 players that we sold in. When I say 3 players we sold, top 3 scorers from the last 3 years that we've sold directly. It took ages to replace Kane. Solanke would be a replacement.
Kane, Son, Johnson.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's really frustrating. That forward line that we had at one point in Kulusevski, Kane and Son. Of course, Kane and Son moved on, Kulusevski unavailable. We've just gone from that to players that I think, sit on most team in the top 10's bench. In reality, whether we like them or not, Tell's shown real promise. I think the mistreatment of him is shocking. But someone like Odebear, I really like promising signs. But at the same time, any top 6 club, he only gets on the bench. If we're being honest and being realistic, say with the majority, if not all, of our strikers, Kolo Muani, as an example, I just don't think is good enough. So I think Frank, in my eyes, hasn't been given the tools. I think any Tottenham manager is being set up to fail because, I think there's utter incompetence. Vinay is saying the right things and he'll get a lot of criticism again, rightly or wrongly, but make no mistake about it, it's a PR stunt. Again, he's an Enoch and Lewis family voice piece. He'll take the criticism for it, but he's just saying, the right things, and it won't happen. The wage bill will not, be improved to what we want it to. We'll not be able to attract to attain the top players, and that's the thing. And Frank's problem is he says it how it is. I like the honesty personally. I'm someone that likes to be told. I said it with my content. I'd rather be honest when people like to hear it or not. Frank's been that, but you can't be talking about Arsenal all the time. You can't be talking about how bad we are, even though he's right that Arsenal are great and that we're really struggling right now. And he's right to kind of focus on that, to go, look, that's where we want to be. But it just upsets fans on top of the way we're playing. And we've been a lot worse than I thought. I thought Frank would be a bad appointment. I was sad to lose Ange. I really didn't want him. I was Anjin rather, till the very end. But I was happy with the appointment, but it really hasn't worked out in Thomas Frank. So it's one of those that Enoch are the problem, but Frank is also. That's the thing. There's a lot more problems than just one.
I want to talk more deeply about Enoch in a second, but just because you brought up Ange, do you think if Ange was still our manager, we'd be higher in the league now and still in any domestic cups?
It's difficult, isn't it? Emotion and my heart says Ange deserved that 3rd season, right? And I think it was cruel. I believe the carpet was pulled, the rug was pulled from under his feet unfairly, that nobody really drastically expected. I think whoever, and a lot of us wanted Ange out. I think after that European trophy, we would have understood if he was a manager next season. So personally, I don't see any reason when the club hasn't won a European trophy in 41 years, a major trophy in 17 years. Before that, that's the first trophy of my lifetime, by the way. We hadn't won one before that. I don't see any reason to go, boom, gone. Because that's the thing. Pochettino gets to Champions League final, boom, gone. Instantly a few months after. Ange, thank you. Get us where we win Europa League, boom, gone. Mourinho, you get us to a final, boom, gone. We only let you have the final. And that's the thing. All the things that we haven't been able to do as a club, we've done, and then punish the manager as a result. And that just, for me, is just crazy. It's It's greed. Enoch think, we like the taste of that, but they don't know how to get it. I just think it's the deaf and the blind upstairs trying to lead the team, and we're not getting very far. With Ange, it's very difficult because the football is not sustainable. It was very predictable, but he had a winning mentality. So it probably would have been similar in the league, 15th, 16th, maybe in the league, but we probably would have won the FA Cup or got quite far. I don't know how far we would have got to the Champions League quarter final. Maybe it's difficult. I don't think it would be too dissimilar. That's the problem. I just think, again, with upstairs, he wouldn't have got the players that he wanted to, and a lot of players left Ange, and it was a big rebuild, and that's the thing. I partly thought injuries is a huge issue. I thought Frank would be the right manager to go from Ange because Frank's typically viewed as a sensible kind of in the middle manager, but we've been far more defensive than he has been, for example, at Brentford. And all I can think, and this sounds crazy, but we haven't got the attacking players Brentford have. And that's the problem with this club. The fact that we're looking at Brentford and going, we don't have a Mbeumo, Tony or Vissa at all. We don't have a Mikhail Damsgaard. Well, certainly not a fit one anyway, closest to be James Maddison when he's available. That's the problem. We've arguably got, in some ways, a worse squad than Brentford. And that's the real issue, that we're having to say that as a club. And that, for me, is a real failure upstairs, that we're having to, by the way, speedy recovery to Ben Davies, but it's the fact that we're having to play him in 2026, even though he's done a good job and I do like him and in a way glad he's here. The fact that we're having to play him and rely on him, and the fact he gets our first goal of 2026, that's a failure of the owners to say that, look, if he said to Ben Davies himself, Ben, it's 2017, you say to him, you've been scoring the first goal at 2026, you go, give over, I'll be in the deck chair by then. The Bahamas will join Joe Lewis. So he would have laughed at you. But no, again, you're right to raise it. And it's really difficult at the moment to say, but I don't like to look back, and I don't think we'll ever go back to Ange. It's one of those, you're grateful for what you had. You didn't want it to happen in the moment, but you think, actually, how sustainable would it have been? We just never know.
Yeah, and Suit Measured in the comments agrees, saying Ange sacrificed the league. He knew we didn't have the squad. He went for a trophy. I'm ex-South Stand season ticket holder in Oz. Ange is done though. Let's move on. I mean, I have to say though, I've similarly, I think, I certainly after the parade, I was like, you've got to give him the third season. Of course you do. And then after the 2 weeks that Daniel Levy let it kind of flounder, I was like, oh, actually, I think he's not the right guy. But now I'm back to a point, and this is how mad it is. I'm back to a point now where things are so bad with Thomas Frank that a little part of me is just like, do you know what? If they just gave it to Ange to the rest of the season, at least I'd have something back to grab onto. Would I think it was right? No. Do I think it will happen? No, of course not. And actually, I'd say probably what happened with Forest has actually ruined that for Ange. I think more than anything else, because maybe.
But that's a crazy idea to bring him in though after Nuno mid-season and crazy.
No, of course it was. He was absolutely set up for failure there. But that to me though just shows how far down the toilet I am with Thomas Frank and the style of play that I'm seeing and the lack of confidence from the players that I'm seeing, that I'm like, maybe just bring in Ange and say to him, yeah, just get him playing attacking. We probably, even if Barnaby's right and they only get 11 points, we'll still stay up on 38 points. So at least we'll have some fun. But that's not going to happen. I want to talk to you a bit more about ENIC, because you've alluded to ENIC and your issues with them a lot. Now, Harry, I might be wrong, but I think during one of my last interviews with you a few months ago, I said, because I said it to a few people, it was one of my kind of stock questions. I think I will have said to you, and even if I didn't, let's just imagine I did, that, obviously the mouthpiece for the noise has left under Daniel Levy. We're still owned by the same people. And I was asking people, I was saying, how quick do you think it'll be that the protests will start again if Tottenham do not put their money where their mouth is in January and straight away show that they're acting in a different way? Now, what I would say is they have shown a little bit they're willing to act in a different way by selling Brennan Johnson at the first opportunity. Whether that's the right thing or not long term, I'd say it might be. Right now, it looks like a bad decision. And they bought Conor Gallagher, but that's basically like for like money-wise. What I felt Tottenham needed to do, having come out with the statements they did, we want more of the parades, we want more trophies, we want to we want to spend more money on wages, blah, blah, blah. They needed to come out and be like, well, we want, and I'm going to say as an example, as ridiculous as it sounds, we think Adam Wharton is the future of this football club in the number 6 role. Now, we also know, because we all do, that Manchester City are looking at him, that Arsenal are looking at him, that Liverpool, that Real Madrid are looking at him, that Chelsea are looking at him. But because we want to show the Tottenham fans that we're going to behave in a different way, and because we know realistically this is possibly the only chance opportunistically we might be able to get him in a period where a lot of those clubs aren't spending this January, other than maybe Man City, then you go to Crystal Palace and you go, we'll give you £20 million more than you're asking for, or than you think his value is. You go £20 million more and you say, we want to talk to Adam Wharton. So what is that? We go 90 million for Adam Wharton, right? This for me is the only possibility that the Lewis family had of proving that they're putting their money where their mouth is. Because what they are doing, presumably, obviously, like you said, Vinay has come out and said all the right things in that statement before the West Ham game. But what they're presumably doing is exactly what Levy was doing before, which is talking to a lot of representatives via the sporting directors, talking to a lot of intermediaries. Is he interested? Maybe. How much would the club want? This, blah, blah, blah. Rather than just being like, okay, we're going to act like a big club now and do the only thing that's possible to do to stop a player going to one of those other clubs other than us, by going, we want you more than them. We want you right now, and we think you're the future of this club, and we're going to offer this amount of money, and we're going to pay you, Adam Wharton, 250 grand a week. Now, I know this all sounds like pie in the sky, but I'm using it as an example of what would it actually take for Tottenham Hotspur to get that kind of player right now, that, by the way, if they did, would unite this fan base straight away. It would be like, wow, they mean business. They're doing something they've never ever done. They're doing things that Chelsea did as soon as Abramovich came in, that Man City did as soon as their oligarch came in, or the oil state. And the reason I think Spurs fans are so angry, and by the way, going back to what I initially said, the protests have started before the end of January. I was asking that question, how quick do you think the protests would start after the transfer window? They've started before the end of the transfer window, because the fans, and you, I think, feel the same, are like, there's no difference here. It's exactly the same. It's just the kids pretending that they're different and trying to blame their dad and Daniel Levy for the way they've done. ENIC are an investment company who are looking to make profits when they sell the club. And I don't think as a result, they're going to act in the best interests of the first team. Now, Have I said anything that you disagree with?
No, no, you haven't. I think you're spot on. I enjoyed listening to that. But all I would just say is same owners, same broken promises, and same lack of ambition. Nothing has changed. That's the reality. I was one of those that, again, I like to be positive. I didn't like to focus on the owners in, out, shake it all about. All the same with the managers. Want to support the football club, but we cannot ignore it anymore. It's something that people should be using their platforms for and should be using as much airtime as possible for, because these owners, for me, I'd say it, they poisoned the club. Yeah, they've let the club rot to the core, and things I spoke about there about letting 4 wingers go, whatever quality they are. 2 of them, Brennan Johnson and Son, I'd argue great quality. Son, need I say anymore? And Johnson was our top scorer last year, and you of course got that goal at the end, which meant that Tottenham won in the Europa League final. But the point is, we just have failed so badly on recruitment. Like, we're technically, yes, top 4 club, top 6 club, but what Frank's saying when we're not, what he's meaning is the way that we're acting in the market and the way we're going in terms of direction of the football club, we're going away from that. I think right now, I've said it for about a year now, that we're at risk of coming a mid-table club without an identity. We have now come a mid-table club without an identity. And I'm thinking like an Everton, right? And Everton have a great history, by the way, a great club. But in terms of right now, I'd argue, go as far as saying like, washed up, out of ideas, run really poorly and going absolutely nowhere as a club. And that's the thing, the club will be looking at it, and Levy done the same. Why are we not closing the gap to the top 6 teams? You've got to A, spend like it, B, recruit like it, and C, act like it. We do none of those things. That's the problem. So when I say that, and I used to laugh at people when they said that Pep Guardiola or whoever could be manager, Alex Ferguson could be manager of Tottenham, and it wouldn't work out. I'm not laughing anymore, let me tell you that, because they have the element of what they're saying is correct, because they wouldn't be given the time in the past. They might get the time now, but they certainly will not get the backing. Nothing's changed. You've got a few new names on the board, and it frustrates me. Like, we can focus on Frank all we like, but we know that when he goes out, another manager comes in, we're not going to all of a sudden skyrocket up the table as much as I'm sitting there going, if we get a few wins, we will. We won't. In reality, that's the problem.
That did happen under Pochettino, though. That did happen under Pochettino. I mean, after 6 months.
It did, but again, let's go back to Pochettino. What a shocking decision, and that is greed and entitlement. And I would argue, I'd make this point really, every time I put it across, it gets clipped out of context and goes across badly. But after reaching the 2019 Champions League final and winning in Bilbao, great things in the moment. I and everyone else wouldn't change that. But it's created a problem. It's created what I call an entitlement issue. That A, with fans, and B, with the club themselves. Like Levy said it, we want to taste more of this in Bilbao. Yeah, thank you, Ange. Thank you, Ange. I knew when watching that, right, he wants more of it. He's going to get rid of Ange because he gets, trigger happy and, wants to experience this feeling more often. They like the feeling of success or getting close success. They like the feeling of achievement. They get greedy and think, they get caught up in the moment. They believe that bringing in a serial winner will win for Tottenham. And when you get a Jose Mourinho and Antonio Conte that win everywhere else but Tottenham, that tells you the story. It's not a coincidence that both failed to win at Tottenham, the only club that's happened to. That's not a coincidence. It tells you that we're run really poorly and we're impossible to manage. And everything that Conte said in that famous rant after that 3-3 draw with Southampton remains to be true to this day. The players haven't got the mentality. The owners haven't got the balls upstairs. And I hate the way we're run. I think it's absolute poison. Again, I think it's been rotten to the core. I'd go now as far as saying that nothing has changed. And I just don't see us going anywhere as a football club. I don't see us being in Europe. And I think we're only going to go in a negative direction because we've just been set up to fail. Gallagher, okay, I'm happy we've signed him, right? That's great. But again, we can do better. And that's the problem. Where you don't buy from the right clubs. Typically, we don't, go out there and spend a huge amount. I think, people look at it and go, Gallagher, great money. But if we don't sell Johnson, it doesn't happen. And we've got the money with FFP to spend. And the new stadium's great. It's like having this lovely mansion, but you've got rotting furniture in it. And it's run by someone that hasn't got a Scooby-Doo what to do. They're great with business, but they're absolutely awful with how to run a mansion. In other words, how to run Tottenham Hotspur. That's the way I view it. I think they've got a lot to answer for. They've got blood on their hands.
Yeah, listen, it's incredible that you feel so strongly about it. I'm very impressed because usually I feel like you talk very eloquently in a way that is almost like you've been around for the entire 25 years of ENIC's tenure. It might be worth just here talking about and reading what Vinay Venkatesham actually said in his pre-West Ham program notes. Yeah. He said, "We believe in our current squad, but must add more quality, experience, and leadership to compete consistently at the highest level. Doing so requires a more proactive approach to recruitment alongside a wage structure that supports our ambition." Now, I mentioned, my example with Adam Wharton. What do you think would denote in Vinay's words, proactive approach to recruitment alongside a wage structure that supports our ambition. So he said it out loud. He's literally said it. Now, what would it take in the rest of this January window, 10, 11 days, for Vinay Venkatesham to prove to you, Harry Scarf, that he means what he says there?
By improving in the January transfer window. January's an opportunity to go forward. I'd argue we've gone backwards. I'm happy we brought in Gallagher, but when everyone's fit, it's kind of the same, sideways, backwards, sideways, backwards. He's got more quality than people give him credit for. I'm happy we brought him in, but he's not a game-changing midfielder. He's not something they haven't got necessarily. And Johnson was something we didn't. We didn't have someone that clinical at the back post. We didn't have someone that prolific inside winger almost that wasn't right for a Frank system. That's fine. I admire the club, cashing in while we can. I do admire that. But also, again, selling our top scorer for me just shows that we can't retain our top assets. That's the way I view it. Johnson, yes, his all-round performance wasn't good enough, but at the same time, he gets that goals. And this season, we're now at a point, that's what I'd say to Vinay and people, whoever on the board and the owners, I'd say to them, look, the fact that Romero and Van der Ven are most likely goal scorers, they score the most goals, they look the most likely, that's a failure in our attack. So I'd ask, please not go backwards in January. Let's strengthen. So it will be, of course, a big name would be fantastic, but we need more than just one. Right now, realistically, if I'm being honest with you, 2 wingers, a minimum are needed, but they're not going to happen. So the point we sit here and fans and go, if we can get an attacking player, would be great. And then the club will look at it and go, oh, Gallagher can play, it may be inside forward. It just doesn't work. That's the way they try and look at it. They try and fill holes, and we know they sign a player that can play multiple positions. So yeah, you're right. To show the fact that they have changed, they need to show it in the January window, and it's just the time's ticking. And the way I look at it, right, even if they acted now, is great. But still, the games previously, like I look at West Ham, we had more strength there because West Ham's strength won them the game. They had brought in 2 strikers, so they could bench Callum Wilson. He comes on, he's fitter and scores the goal. That's an example of a proactive January window. And West Ham have been given a lifeline in that game and a chance of staying up. They're an awful side. But the point is, they've been proactive. They backed Nuno, 2 strikers in 2 days that they signed. And we took us ages to sign Conor Gallagher. And Sousa's great, sounds good profile. And I've looked at him going forward, and there's real strengths and allies, looked at videos and done my own analysis. All looks really positive. Yeah, but 5 years' time. We need someone for now. I mean, listen, it's all good worrying about 2030. We could be in the Championship League One by then if we're not careful in the direction we're taking seriously. As a club, that's the problem. If you go down, like my prediction, West Ham go down to the Championship, they're stuck there. If not worse, they could do a Sunderland, back to back, or kind of going down a relegation. So yeah, you're right. Vinay has to show it in January. It's hard to pinpoint a name. Adam Wharton is a great example. It would have been someone like a Semenya, for example. Some would say someone like an Ivan Toney. I just think like striker position, we got the quantity, not the quality, but we're also starting to lose the quantity. Right now as a squad, we've got a paper thin squad that's got no quality, and it's just it's not top 6 level. That's the problem. We're going back. I'd argue in the January window we haven't gone forward, and that's the problem. We're saying that after every window. Are we really going forward? Are we doing enough to close the gap? Absolutely not. I'm not asking us to spend 300 million, Barney, but Barnaby, I'm asking us to be ambitious and try and improve as a football club, and not sideways signings.
Yeah. Let me just read out this super chat. Thank you so much, Apa. Apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong there, for this super chat. It says, squad needs harmony and unity more than tactics right now. Don't mind Robbie Keane till the end of the season and get the permanent manager in the summer. I mean, Robbie Keane is manager of Ferencváros in Hungary at the moment. I think he won the league there last year. I don't see, even though he, as he did with every club he joined, claimed that he supported Spurs when he was a kid. I don't think that is going to be a strong enough pull for him to leave a permanent job to come as an interim manager. But a lot of people have been mentioning Robbie Keane. I just don't think anything is going to change really with a recruitment decision like that if we were to recruit Robbie Keane. But I agree with Apo where he says squad needs harmony and unity. And this links to something that you were just saying, Harry, where one thing I will say is when I look at Tottenham's squad, I don't think we're a championship, a Premier League challenging squad. That would be a lie. But what I do look at is I look at squads like those of Bournemouth, Palace, Brighton. Maybe Bournemouth and Brighton, because they're definitely above us at the moment, right? But also I think Palace have just been on a downward spiral because they've had the European games and they haven't got a deep enough squad. So I'd probably include them as well. But I look at those squads and I don't think they are better squads than Tottenham's squads. I think Tottenham's squad is downbeaten, devoid of confidence, and those words that Apo used there, like a lack of spirit, a lack of unity. And I actually think one good managerial decision could really just push this squad to get some really important results and get some surprise results. and do some things individually where we see that actually these players are good. And I think specifically, let's use Lucas Bergvall as an example. Like this season, you know, he's not had a great season. He's been in and out of the team, a few little injuries, and lacking some confidence. And misprofiled. Was it you said misprofiled, or you said misprofiled? Brilliant term to use. I think Thomas Frank sees him as a bit of a 10, and he's not a 10. I think he's very much more of an 8, and somebody who should be crashing the box, and like he did in that Liverpool semi-final of the Carabao last year. But I think he goes to training each day, probably like a lot of them do, and just like, oh God, I'm watching the ball go over my head. I mean, imagine being Xavi Simons right now. He's what, 5'3". You know, he's a maestro on the ball, but he only gets the ball when it's a second ball that's come off, you know, one of their centre halves, and he's fighting for it with, like, let's say he's playing Chelsea with likes of Enzo Fernandez, with Moise Caicedo, with defensive midfielders, and everyone's complaining that he's not strong enough for the Premier League. He's getting bumped off the ball by massive number 6s. And he needs to be picking up the ball, you know, a bit deeper where Luka Modric would come and pick up the ball and then glide or give a 1-2 or triangle. And he wants players around him. And one of the reasons why Yves Bissouma looked good when he came on the other day is because he took the ball off the centre-backs and he ran with it a little bit, and he'd get near some of the other players. So he'd knock it off, he'd run and get it back again, and little triangles and 1-2s. But Frank doesn't train them to do that, Harry. He doesn't. He can't be, because all we watch when we're watching Tottenham is the fullbacks whack it down the channel. The keeper, whack it as high as you can up to players who cannot hold the ball up. And then players, like I said, like Bergvall and Simons, they can't fight for those balls with big number 6s and big centre halves. Of course, it's not going to work. So I think they're much better than Frank is making them seem.
As a Frank backer until last Saturday lunchtime before we played West Ham, I hold my hands up and say that there's some things that concern me about Frank in particular, though, is, again, I'll make it clear, he's not the main problem, just part of the problem. That's really important to stress. Yeah. But I agree, there's been, for me, misprofiling and mistreatment of players. Xavi Simons and Matis Tel, the first 2 names that come to mind to me, in particular, Matis Tel. But also, you know, for me, what was a big concern is 2 things. Frank doesn't view shots from outside the box as big XG or big percentage chances. So we allow so many chances and shots outside the box. You, as a Spurs fan, Barnaby, will know the amount of goals we concede outside the box in recent years under different managers. It's horrific. Every time the player drives forward, you think, oh God, here we go again, because he's either been a weak goalkeeper in goal. I like Vicario, but he's not world class. To be clear about that. And the backline has struggled, of course, even if it's got good names in there. So that's a big issue that Frank has been like it at Brentford. That was his criticism. And David Raya was under relentless pressure. That's why he's thriving at Arsenal. Do you remember as Spurs fans were like, Vicario is better than David Raya, because Raya struggled at times at Brentford because constant pressure. Because Frank would go, as long as it's outside the box, back off. He believes in holding your position in a tactical point of view. I don't want to be too tactical here, but Frank believes in holding position, you know, standing back, getting the block in, rather than going out to go and press, or also you could go and say put the block in. But Frank believes in holding the position, allowing the shot, trust the goalkeeper. That's a risky tactic. And number 2, from a goal kick, is a huge issue, because we don't have the numbers up pitch. If you look at every time Tottenham have a goal kick, look at tonight, unless something drastically changes, I'd be surprised. There'd be like 5-6 Borussia Dortmund players. There'd be 2 at most Tottenham players. So we don't win the first ball, then we don't win the second ball. So instantly, when we've got that pressure reliever, we don't take advantage of that. So Frank's little tactics like that are really poor. And then not being able to read the room, right? Making that mistake to bring Tel off for Solanke, you get booed. Okay, and top of a load of things that aren't reading the room, the Arsenal Cup incident, things like that really don't help his case. But then to replace Tel with Solanke. I mean, listen, I like Frank, but you must be really not with it as he's human, as a manager, to not hear the response inside the stadium, right? And if it works out, fair play to him. But I don't think Solanke's 100%. I don't even think he'd probably start. And that's the issue. Tel would start. Frank's like, oh, yeah, it's a shame. Tel would start. If Solanke doesn't start, that decision makes absolutely no sense. So although the problem's upstairs, that's the thing for me. The reason I've been so behind Frank is I believe in giving every manager time under these owners. And I'm looking at it going, I know Frank's not the only problem. That's been my frustration. I'm like, listen, I know the problems go deeper, but also I've got to sit here and go, there's more problem than one. Like, Frank is really not helping himself. I really liked him at Brentford. I wanted him to come to Tottenham when we sacked Ange, but it just hasn't worked out. Hands up, it hasn't worked. And it's a huge issue. Simmons, you're right. I don't know if he saw his face at times in press conferences. I'm not a lip reader. I'm not a body language expert, but I can tell you that's someone that, it's like when you have a boss that you don't want to work for, or it's a new boss you don't like, or an old one you're hoping to see the back of. That's very much how it felt. And Tell as well, I think, has been treated really badly. He's shown real promise right now. And let me tell you, he's one of our best forwards right now. Probably our better forward or best
At
forward.
least he's trying stuff. He's trying to make stuff happen. Yeah.
He is. He's showing heart, and Gray as well, the only one looking to play through balls against West Ham, and that's the thing. And Frank just hasn't helped himself, right? It's so many times I felt for him in the past. So many times I'm thinking, oh, so close. Villa, Bournemouth, so many games so close to getting a result. But then he does silly things like silly comments, lazy comments, and just poor mismanaging and misprofiling and poor in-game management. I just think, mate, how can I defend you? Some of the comments you're making. He was in cuckoo land yesterday saying we should have beat West Ham 2-1. We gave them the highest XG of the season inside 45 minutes, right? He's different if he sits there and goes, literally, that's
but you've got to laugh, haven't you? Because this happens every game. Every game, the opposition are just like, oh, we've had our best game of the season.
Michael Keane last season hadn't scored for years for Everton and scored. This year, Semenya scored right at the death, to say goodbye. Sangare, I've never seen him score for Forest ever before that I've watched them play and scores against us. So many moments like that. And Callum Wilson, literally his contract was going to be ripped up yesterday morning when West Ham reversed their decision because he scored against us. Literally, he was on the pitch for 112 seconds. He scored and his contract's no longer ripped up. We are sometimes a bit of a laughing stock, and we've got a manager that is making it worse because he's saying the wrong things. I like the honesty, but because it gets lost in translation, because his English is spectacular, he's the worst communicator, I think, of any Spurs manager, if I'm honest with you. And all of that is an awful look. And let me tell you that, not noticing the Arsenal Cup, along with his coaching staff, that for me is a prime example of the attention to detail isn't there on the football pitch. I mean, I think he was stitched up, absolutely. I didn't think too much at the time, but you look at that and just go, that, again, it just does increases pressure on him. And the fact that Arsenal are up here, and he's liking to talk about Arsenal a lot, it makes it so much difficult as well. Arsenal are up here, we're down here. But what I would briefly say is you're right with our squad about your original point. It shouldn't be where it is now, 14th, 15th, if not lower. I also don't think it's 4th, and I don't think it's 5th, and I don't even think it's 6th, if I'm honest with you. I think it's a case of, in my eyes, it's between 7th to 9th, maybe being kind 7th to 8th with everyone fit. And that's a difficult thing. You've got to, I wanted to look past his injuries. That's, again, big reason to give Frank time. Big reason I gave Ange time. I like, look at these injuries. But at the same time, every club experiences injuries. But that's a shame on these owners because we know about these injuries. The club should be literally begging for players. We should be spending money. And we should have gone big this window. But we're acting like a club, Barnaby, that's in Brentford's position, that they're punching above their weight, or Aston Villa's position, where they, sitting third, pretty, they've lost the game and the manager's not happy, but still there's a big gap behind them, and they're comfortable, top 5, top 4, either way. We're acting like a club like that. I just look at the games coming up and I'm thinking we need desperate help in the window. With Colin Wani, I'd rather you, Barnaby, on the wing than Colin Wani, and we're playing him there. I'd just be like, really? And then Dane Scarlett, right? With all our problems in attack, we can't create chances. We can't score goals. Half of them are injured. Half of them are awful. And Scarlett can't get a chance. When is he ever going to get a chance? When are our academy ever going to get a chance? Tell you what, the academy has shown more fight, more heart, and absolutely more quality than some of this first team. So I would start Luca Williams-Barnett, Callum Elise, players like that. If you're not going to start them, you bring them off the bench. Dane Scarlett too. And I just think
tonight. You mean tonight?
Tonight, yeah. I'll give him tonight against Dortmund, starting from this game.
Be interesting. You did mention the Arsenal Cup, and actually I realised I hadn't spoken about this. And actually, Soup Measured, who's giving some great comments today, says Arsenal Cup and Conor Gallagher in a Chelsea shirt. There's a mole. And Soup Measured is one of the great profile names, by the way. Well done. But so talk me through, because I was actually at the airport about to get on a flight when the Arsenal Cup thing happened. Talk me through where you first saw that and what your kind of thinking was at the time, et cetera, et cetera. Because I would put that as one of the most Tottenham things that has ever happened. And I was flabbergasted.
Firstly, it's humiliating. And there is this account, Tottenham Tears, it's quite big, that I follow along with loads of others because I like to give my support, and I think they do some good stuff. And there is a fake account that had been growing in the weeks before, Tottenham Tier, I think with a C on the end, Tottenham Tier on the end. That was a fake account version of Tottenham Tears, and they'd come up with a lot of things like about how Vinay had been in bed with some, so a load of some things that are really believable and some things that are really random, like that example there that are just totally not true. But they come up with that, and I thought, oh yeah, whatever. I said to someone, look, it's an AI image, or they've made it up. And then I went back on X 20 minutes later to see it was everywhere. I'm thinking, hang on a minute. And then quite quickly, I was like, no, surely it's AI. But it took me about an hour to realize it wasn't, especially when Frank addressed it in the media. You knew it was absolutely real. And Frank was offended by the question. But listen, he was stitched up because Arsenal were Bournemouth's last opponent. Make no mistake about it. And
when you say stitched up, what do you mean? Do you think somebody actually gave him that on purpose or just an accident?
I think it's on purpose, but I think it's from Bournemouth's point of view because look, I happen to remember when Bournemouth and Brentford played each other in the playoffs. Bournemouth don't like Thomas Frank. There's a bad feeling there because they were playing each other in the playoffs, I remember correctly. And Frank used to check his watch a lot, and he'd done it in both the playoff games, and he was booed a lot and he was taunted. If you notice, there were a lot of chants and taunting at the vitality of Thomas Frank. They're a small crowd, they don't make a lot of noise, but if you're getting sacked in the morning, it's constant, or you're useless, you're an Arsenal fan in disguise, all of this. It's all directed at Thomas Frank rather than Tottenham. So I think he was set up by whoever it is in charge of the cups, or it just purely is one of those as an accident. But either way, it's just like, really? And you think someone's got to notice it. See, I mean, I'd notice it. Like if you hold an Arsenal Cup right now, I'd ask, I'd be messaging the private chat, or I'd notice it. So I believe people noticed it but didn't say. Is that because he didn't like Frank and wanted to get in trouble? It's the little things that really haven't helped him. That Arsenal Cup incident, his comments about Arsenal, his comments about, I get no criticism to my face. Well, you have got criticism to your face. So it means the right things and it works. Like he's doing this Ange big talk, but Ange delivered the results that won us trophies. That's the thing. Ange was a good speaker, but I think a lot of bluff there. And Frank, that's the thing. Andrew's loose to pick us up. Oh, Tottenham are great. We're going to be winning trophies. But Frank's like, no, we're useless. We're not a top four club. But he's right. Frank is the one that's telling the truth. But that's what frustrates me, that he's punished for telling the truth because he puts it across in a poor way. He's not a good of a communicator. But either way, that's just humiliating. And Frank's 7 months at Tottenham has just gone. You started off really good. And that's the thing, lastly, Barnaby, that we started off on a real high, which is bad because it is an expectation. As good as it is to see us start good.
We do with every manager, though. We do with every single manager. We do.
But going toe-to-toe with PSG at the time, in my opinion, the best team in the world. Well, I think they actually were, weren't they? And then beating Man City, which you often do, at the Etihad. And then, of course, beating Burnley, routine. Those kind of 3 games, you thought, oh, hang on a minute. Here we go. Just the way we scored goals, how effective it was. Johnson involved. Everything looked really good. How good was Sarr in the first few games of the season? How good was Johnson? How involved was him? Kudus. Everything looked really good. So things are just falling off a cliff. Injuries, suspensions, performances, results, comments, incidents. It's just all gone to pot. So I don't think Frank's as bad as we think as Spurs fans, but he's not a Tottenham manager. I'm not one of those that asked to play pretty football. As much as I want to see us play well, the result is more important to me than the way we play. Spurs fans are different. So therefore, I don't have a problem with Frank being here. I do have a problem with constantly losing every week and then in cuckoo land that we should be winning these games when we've been second best and just turned up for the last 20 minutes. Second half, we've been playing well. But lastly as well, I keep saying lastly, but like under Conte, under Mourinho, even under Nuno, although it wasn't for long, how many times have we said that we can only play for 45 minutes? This issue goes more than Frank. I know they're a different set of players in a sense, in a degree. They've only been able to get a performance for 45 minutes. That, for me, rings a lack of depth. It rings a lack of quality, and that goes back to upstairs again.
Yeah, I don't know if I can fully disagree with you, to be honest. It certainly isn't a great look for ENIC, and that's what brings me back to, what I said, really, which is I used to talk about Daniel Levy about this, like kind of be careful what you wish for. And I think it's kind of the same with ENIC. But in reality, I guess if you did get, hate to say it, but if you did get, Qatar buying the club or something, then that they're going to try and make it, on a level with Manchester City. But it's difficult, isn't it? Listen, Harry, thanks so much for coming on. Let the audience know where they can find your stuff.
Firstly, thank you very much for having me. I love that comment there. Someone said he could talk for England. I do apologise if I did ramble. But no, Barnaby, thank you very much for having me. Make sure to subscribe to this channel. I have my own YouTube channel, Harry Scarf, and deliver 2 podcasts, a Premier League podcast, and most importantly, a Tottenham podcast. And now I do daily Spurs content, Spurs women content, Premier League content covering news and analysis of every club, and it goes England and England women as well. So proud to do a lot. But the reason I do it, and for me, it's all about, as someone who's autistic myself, is about giving people with learning disabilities an opportunity. I get a lot of people email me and go, I don't have the confidence, I don't have the platform, I don't know how to. So last year, to get on over 150 people with either learning or physical disabilities was great, because I think they're people that, if we go away from football, they're excluded, that are forgotten about, are kind of painted as work shy, painted as, a burden on society, and that is anything but the case. So, proud to give in particular those with learning disabilities a real platform. It's been a big push for me this year and getting people on as well from all around the world. So that's all about me. You can follow me as well at Harry Scar 22, daily Spurs and football content. But proud to always come on here and really do appreciate you having me. And hopefully next time we're speaking to you, we'll be in a lot better place. Fingers crossed.
Top man. Listen, great work and great messaging as well. Do go to subscribe to Harry's YouTube channel, Harry Scarf 2022. Is that right?
That's right. And just left a comment as well in the chat there. Big up. So no, big up to the chat. They're excellent. Good support. Make sure you get
brilliant, Harry. And before I let you go, your prediction for tonight's game then?
God, Mr. Positive's not going to deliver here. Let me tell you that. I'm not looking forward to it. 4-1 Dortmund, hand on heart. If I had to be honest with you, I pride myself in honesty. I think it gets nasty. That's the thing. But lastly, I cannot stress enough, right? We've got to support the team tonight as much as you don't want Frank here. I mean, you don't want Frank here. I mean, you're doing the stream ultimately, but I mean, I believe in you and I believe everyone else.
I'll still be supporting the team, of course.
Absolutely. Right.
It's in our blood, Harry.
But there will be some people that drafts will be ready or opinions will be ready, wanting Tottenham to lose this game. I've already seen people say, "I'm not sure what I want. I just can't get my head around that. Support the team, regardless."
Yeah, absolutely. And Harry, if you could give your little, I don't know why I said little, your Twitter followers a heads up that this stream is happening. A little share, that would be fantastic because looking to speak to as many people as possible. Cheers, mate.
I'll share that now. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Up the Spurs.
Up the Spurs. So it's just you and me now, lads. I had a little idea of what I want to do. Obviously, I've spoken to Sonny and I've spoken to Harry. I want to talk to as many Tottenham fans as possible. Why don't you guys in the comments let me know of any Spurs content creators or people in the Spurs community that you would like me to try and get on this channel, and I will message them via Twitter or WhatsApp if I've got their details. Or Instagram, and say my audience during this live stream is asking for you, and see if they want to come on. So do in the comments let me know of any people within the Spurs supporting community to contact, and I will contact them whilst we're on this stream. Guys, just for a minute or so, we're going to have a little word from my sponsor, and then I'll come back and we'll go through some of your brilliant comments. Get yourself to okjersey.com, where you can buy the best football shirts around, including this one I'm wearing now, and of course, the absolutely magnificent Black Spurs away shirt. And as if that wasn't enough, if you go onto their website and like the look of one of the shirts there, choose your size, pick the Champions League badge for the sleeve as well if you're that way inclined, then go to checkout and type the code BARN into the coupon section. That's BARN as in short for Barnaby. And when you do, you'll get a whopping 8% off your purchase. Now, I'm no mathematician, but 8% means if you've spent, say, and let's face it, I'm being optimistic here, 100 quid, then you get £8 off, not to be sniffed at. Get yourself to okjersey.com to pick one up, or if you're too lazy to type in the website, just scan the QR code that's on the left of me throughout this video. Enjoy. Cheers, guys, for sticking around. Okay, so we've got some comments in about who we want on. Great. Okay, so... oh, sorry about that. My partner's speaker was going off weirdly. Okay, Dave from the canteen is left back in the change room versus Dortmund from Suit Measured. Very good. Sorry, I thought you were saying a name to contact. Okay, Sean Butler. No, so Sean from the Spurs. What's his channel called? Anyway, Sean. I've already contacted Sean and seen if he'd like to come on. Try Sean. So Stelios. Stelios is Stelios from Tottenham away. Is Sava from Tottenham away? I will go on Twitter now and try and find them. And I will ask them. What is his Twitter handle? Let me have a look. Just going in. Can't find Stelios, guys. Can you give me their Twitter? Oh, is he from Spurs Corner, are you saying? Jack from Rule the Roost. Okay, I will ask Jack. I've got a feeling he blocked me many years ago, but we'll definitely ask. Sava. Let me try and find Sava. If you could add in what their handles are. Yeah, because I'm not able to find them that easily. Savis Football Heritage TV, Spurs Corner, Stelios. Okay, hold on. I don't think it's at Spurs Corner because That is 27 followers. Sava doesn't use Twitter like that. Oh, expressions. Yeah, I don't think expressions will come on. Gary Riddell. Okay, Gary. If you go to the the description box below, you'll see the link. And if you just come onto the link, I'll get you on, Gary. So yeah, get on there. How can Stell is Spurs 5 these days? Let's have a look at that. The Spurs 5. Oh yeah. Let me try and find. They're on YouTube, aren't they? The Spurs 5, as is Football Heritage TV. I'll try and get a email address for them. Stelios. Okay, I found his YouTube. Should be able to get a contact from this. SpursCornerTV@gmail.com. Okay, let me just send the email. Apologies for this, but I've got to send the email. Just written, I'm doing a live stream until Thomas Frank gets sacked. We're going now. The audience have said in the comments that they'd love you to come on as a guest. Fancy coming on? So let's see if he answers. Okay, sent that. Okie doke. Who else? Ricky Sachs. Okay, I've got Ricky's WhatsApp, so I can email him. Let me contact Ricky Sachs. It'd be great if we could get some of these people on for sure. Oh, Ali Gold. Yeah, I'll message Ali Gold as well. I've got his email. So let me just send it to Ricky Sachs. Ricky's a good lad, really good lad. Okay, I've messaged Ricky. Donna Cullen, lol. That's pretty good. Fatboy Ricky, as he's known from Last Word on Spurs. Jim from Oso Spurs. Okay, let me try and find Jim from Oso Spurs. Yeah, there he is. Top man. Okay, I'll send him a little... Let me just send this to Jim. I wonder if I'm allowed to message him through Twitter. Okay, yeah, send it to Jim. Top work, top work. Echo of Glory, Johnny Blaine. All right, let me try and find John Echo of Glory. Can't find. Where's Echo of Glory on Twitter? If you could, is it an echo of glory? Yeah, here we go. Studio-based Tottenham podcast. Okay, I've messaged Echo of Glory. Let's go into some of your... Gary Riddell is here, actually. Let's speak to Gary. Gary, thanks for waiting, mate. How are you?
Hey, how are you? How was your holiday?
It was lovely, Gary. It's hard to remember my holiday now that I'm back in very boring England. How's California?
It is, yeah, it's sunny. It's all right. Early,
All right.
yes. Only 8 o'clock.
You sound like your mood is down. Is that because of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club?
Oh, really rubbish, aren't we? I mean, it's just, I'm like you. I'm so apathetic watching them now. It's hard to care. It's hard to get excited, isn't it?
I think I was saying just before to Harry there that I think when it bleeds into apathy, that's when the club have a proper problem.
Well, we look like our
turning up and
players.
fans not caring.
We feel like our players are playing, don't we?
It's absolutely shocking. What did you make of that West Ham game then? Were you able to watch it all?
Yeah. I watch every game. It's just hard. It's just hard to watch. It's hard to understand what it is he's doing. I mean, it seems like all they want to do is get the ball to Porro and have him whomp it into the middle. I just don't understand anything. I don't understand. I don't understand what they. He had a whole week to practice, and I don't see anything different every week. I see the same nonsense every week. I don't really understand what the theory of his football is anymore.
It's the theory is to kick it as high in the air as possible, isn't it? And then hope that our players who are all under 5'6" somehow magically bring it down on their chests.
Honestly, I'm a fan of Leighton Orient as well, and I'd sooner watch Orient play than Tottenham at the moment. It's just honestly, I just don't understand it. I don't see one player getting better in 7 months. Not one player has. In fact, everybody has regressed. We look how fabulous Papa Sarr was when he first took over, and he doesn't even recognise he's even in the team. I mean, I just don't understand any of it. I don't understand what he's doing, why he's doing any of it. I don't understand why we let I don't understand why we let Wells go. He would have been a perfect replacement. Did they not see this 3 weeks ago? And then bringing in a failed coach from Ajax. I mean, even though he was the assistant coach at Liverpool last year, I still don't see his credentials. Did they not see the possibility that he would be fired and this is who they're going to bring in? I don't understand it. I don't understand anything about how the club's run. None of it seems to make any sense.
No, there does seem to be a complete lack of joined up thinking. I guess the only thing, if we're trying to look for some desperate positives somehow, is Vinay and the Lewis family seem to be bringing in more kind of, I guess you'd describe them as like modern day football suits in the roles above the sporting directors, people from the City group, although obviously we experienced that already with Scott Munn and that clearly didn't work. Is there any chance that maybe we're going to stumble upon some kind of joined up thinking in the boardroom and therefore make some positive managerial decision making soon?
It's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? I mean, you look at the same stuff as I look at, and I mean, do you see any green shoots of anything at all?
Not for the last 3 months.
No, not on the pitch, not upstairs. It's, if anything, it's all an embarrassment. Letting the Italian guy, bringing him back, protecting him with all that stuff, and then letting him go. I mean, even he knows we're a joke. He doesn't want to stick around. I just don't understand any of it. To me, we are the joke of the league. And we're only lucky that there are once again 3 worse teams than us. That's the only lucky thing, and that is if they are going to be worse than us.
I have a feeling West Ham might claw their way out of it.
It is the scary thought, isn't it, that Nuno is going to do us in, and if he wins 2 games and a couple of draws out of the next by the end of the season, we're going to be in trouble. They're going to be right up us. It's going to be. I listen to you picking out, where we're going to get points and where we're not going to get points. I don't know. 11 points seems quite strong.
Yeah, I did say to Harry, I'm not sure, actually. I fully believe we'll beat Everton on the last day. But I was thinking maybe, if we really need to, we might be able to.
Even the selling of Johnson, I mean, the bit that we bought in Jed Spence, right? So we bought in Jed Spence, who played right back for Notts Forest, and we bought in Johnson, who played right wing for Notts Forest, and yet part of the reason we bought them both is because they played so well together on that right side, and yet I don't remember them ever playing together for Tottenham on the right side. We never even bothered trying that. That's true. I literally don't understand anything that we do. And the best players out there, and let's face it, there's a couple of players at Bournemouth we should be looking at. We should definitely be getting Scott. I mean, the fact that he's a Tottenham supporter, it's just an obvious thing. He's got all the flair of a Tottenham player. Okay, so he's been injured in the past, but most players have been. And Harry Wilson looks to me like an absolute superstar in the making at Fulham. And yet we've sold all our superstars and replaced them with nothing.
Yeah, some people said in the comments when we talked about Harry Wilson earlier that he's actually quite lazy. I have to admit, I don't watch enough of Fulham to see how his work rate is on a kind of match-to-match basis. I know
is lazier than Kudus.
Well, Kudus is an interesting player, isn't he? I do kind of think with Mohamed Kudus, if we had a manager kind of worth his salt, then there's no way they'd allow him to slow the game down the way he does.
And there'd be an end result. There's not an end result with him. Well, you can say what you want about Wilson. There's end result. Every week there's an end result. He scores and assists every week. Kudus really has got a few assists, but what's he scored? But all the players we've given up the last 2-3 years, we've got nobody to score or assist goals. We just have replaced them with nobody. Shabby's not good enough. We've got nothing on the left wing.
You don't think Shabby might prove himself to be a player under a manager who kind of utilizes his strengths?
I think if he had the likes of Harry Kane and Son to pass to, then you and I could play in that position. But he's got nobody to pass the ball to. Yeah. Who's going to have any confidence in that team? It seems to me the management doesn't know what they're doing. Pass the ball to Porro and let him kick it in the centre. That's the tactics, and the fans. The second, also the lack of being able to play a 2-foot pass. I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's like that. Every single one of them wants him to be fired. That's the only thing I can think of.
I agree with that.
I can't believe that they can't pass the ball 3 yards. They just can't pass the ball 3 yards. It's an incredible thing. And like you said, what am I? And I can see it. You can see it. Yeah. I'm not even a podcaster. What does that make me? I'm just a fan who watches football my whole life.
We're all just fans, mate. That's fans.
All we are.
Yeah.
And we can. I mean, if you've got 1,000 people here, 900 of them agree with what I'm saying, with what you're saying. What you can bring on anybody you want. I don't know who you can bring on that won't agree with what we're saying, other than the manager himself. And I'd like to hear Ali Gold actually really push some questions and ask him, what does he actually think he's doing? Why is he taking off the best player on the pitch and leaving on Muani, who can't do anything? So he's taken off the centre forward and he's playing him in the left wing position. I just don't understand what he's doing. Tell must be wondering why he ever signed for us.
Yeah, I agree. Is there anything that Vinod Venkatesham and this board could do in the short term that could actually turn this around? I mean, is there anyone that if they sack Frank, they could bring in now that you think could kind of galvanise this club and fan base?
There was only really one person I was thinking of to go the end of the season, and he's now gone to Manchester United.
Yeah, that's what
I would have thought. Michael Carrick would have been the perfect player, even though he did nothing for Middlesbrough. He's a decent coach, and I think he would have taken the job. Finding an ex-Spurs player to not have fans yell at and that would take us just for the end of the season, they're all has-beens or past it or not good enough. But the only one I can see, which I would agree with you, is Ben Davis. He seems like the only one that's got a sensible head on his shoulder, and I'd sooner see him on crutches managing us than Frank, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And that's scraping the bottom of the barrel. What, a player that's just a player because we're worried that the fans are going to yell at anybody else or they can't find anybody else. It's honestly, it's pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah, Craig Silver in the comments here has said what a lot of people have been saying, which I'm fighting against, which is give me Harry Redknapp till the end of the season. I just want to feel.
Can't. It's just impossible.
Tony agrees, but he's an old man now.
What is he? 75? I mean, it's like, crikey, you might as well give it to me. And I haven't won the jungle.
You did, and you didn't even win in the jungle. They don't even show the jungle in California, Gary.
Yeah, I watch it.
You watch it on your special box.
Yeah, I stream it. I watch the jungle. I do like it, but I'm not having that. I can't see how anybody eating camel cock is going to manage Tottenham Hotspur. But then maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's what's missing.
I keep saying. Well, maybe that is what's. Maybe that they need to bring that into the.
That's what's missing. Camel cock.
The top class privately chefed training ground, but
maybe that'll do it. If we win, the audience, all the fans have to eat camel cock. Will we for a Tottenham win?
Fantastic. Listen, Gary, thanks so much for coming on. I've got a guest who I pre-agreed to come on now, but I really appreciate it, mate. Have a good one. Speak to you later. Bye-bye. We have Sean from Spurs Talk Show. What a man. He's come on in. Good lad. I haven't spoken to you for a while, Sean. Are you as depressed as me? Are you being made to make mad decisions like this and do a live stream for the rest of your life?
Well, honestly, I just want, before I get into any of that stuff, I just want to hear, have you thought this one through?
Well, I've thought it through enough that I've made holding screens for when I need to go to the toilet.
Well, what about like, I don't know, when you need to like close your eyes and get your 8 hours? What?
I'm going to see how it goes, but I think there's basically I've read that YouTube you can go live forever on YouTube, but after 12 hours they don't put it back up. So I think I'll probably stop the stream after 12 hours at the minimum. And whether then I try to get a few hours sleep and then start it again in the morning. My biggest issue is I have therapy on Thursday at 4 p.m. that I need to go to, and then and I've got
a new thing because of Tottenham, or is that ongoing? Is it?
I'm paying a very sharp amount of money for my Tottenham therapy, and then on Friday night I've got a stand-up gig. Now, am I going to have to take my phone and do live stream during my stand-up gig? And just talk about Tottenham for 20 minutes.
Just take the highlight reel of Tottenham's performance and play that at your comedy gig. They'll get a lot of laughs there, mate.
All of the performances, Sean, I will say, mate, I know I contacted you before, but I asked the audience to send in names of people they'd love to come on, and your name featured prolifically. So thank you for joining us. Yeah, really
shout out to the chat. Big up to the chat.
Yeah, and then also a number of your guys from the Tottenham 5 as well. So if you could spread the word, I'd love to speak to as many as they are keen to come on.
Yeah, of course, mate. No problem. No worries at all.
So how have you been? More importantly, though, how have you been dealing with since I last spoke to you, the Thomas Frank Frankization, if that's the right word, of this mad football club of ours?
How do I feel about it?
Where are you at? I guess.
Yeah, I genuinely think that it doesn't really. I don't think it matters where you were. I think it matters where you're at, and I think that there's a hell of a lot of people that are afraid to, I don't know, like sort of be honest with where they're at because they are fearful of the backlash of being like flip flopped or I told you so or point scoring. There's a hell of a lot of that goes on in the fan base. For me personally, like I learned a long time ago when it came to Daniel Levy, that it doesn't matter how strong you feel about your opinion. If you're going to sort of die on the hill on certain situations, certain topics, it doesn't really get you anywhere. And especially doing that for people that don't even know you exist. So when it comes to I learned that a while ago. And then when Ange went, I was like, none of the managers that we were linked with really inspired me. I think they were all side grades, all of them, like Iriola, Marco Silva, all of these guys pose exactly the same problems that I think that Thomas Frank is dealing with. And that on a personal level, not necessarily about managing Tottenham, but or the squad or any of that stuff, but just I think that the vast majority of managers that have to step up, that do well at certain levels of management, when they get to the next level, they really struggle with the Goldfish Bowl experience of higher scrutiny. Like Thomas Frank, Iriola, everyone noticed Iriola and Bournemouth sitting second in the league, third in the league after 7-8 games. No one noticed until the winless streak got to about 7. Oh, wait, what happened to Bournemouth? Oh, they're sat in 12th. Oh, they're 14th. Wow, Iriola's fallen off. But at these sort of level football teams, same with Thomas Frank at Bournemouth, Marco Silva at Fulham, it's the same thing every time. They can win 3 games and people go, oh, that's well done. They're doing bits. And they can not win the next 3. They can lose 3, draw 2, whatever. And people don't notice because that's what you come to expect from a mid-table team. At Tottenham Hotspur, if you lose 2 or 3 games on the bounce, the scrutiny is there, the pressure's there. You've got 60,000 people that are dissatisfied, and you have a busier press room that are looking for stories that sell the back pages or get the clicks, and so they'll spin it into more negative connotations or tones than and the context isn't always delivered. And I just think that's a common theme, right? So I think Thomas Frank was always going to struggle. I wasn't au fait with Thomas Frank. Like I was like, oh, he hasn't done anything, right? He's not done anything of any note, right? He's done well developing, but then people said he's a coach, and I was like, well, why do you say that? And people say, oh, because look what he did with Tony, look what he did with Mbumo, look what he did with Wissa and yada yada yada. And I was like, yeah, but is it not also possible that he's a beneficiary of a wonderful talent ID model, and that those players were always destined to be great players? They just found them earlier than everyone else. Yeah. And if you can't, there's no other sample size at Brentford to be able to compare him to, but there was always a brilliant sister company, if you like, in Brighton, that had exactly the same thing. And there were managers that went there for a couple of years, had wonderful reputations, resumes looked glowing, got the next shot and absolutely crumbled. And Graham Potter's a brilliant example. People qualified him by saying, well, look what he did for Caicedo, look what he did for McAllister, look what he did for Cucurella, look, yada, yada, yada. Goes to Chelsea, completely crumbles. Goes to West Ham, completely crumbles. So, to me, him coming in, I wasn't like, oh, no, not him. And I certainly wasn't like, yeah, get him in. I was like, side grade. No, just a different type of manager, but same problems are going to exist. And I think that Tottenham are going to, if they do get rid of him, mate, and they bring in somebody else like an Iriola, like a Marco Silva, someone that's coming from an also-ran team, they will immediately struggle with the scrutiny of being a manager of Tottenham Hotspur.
Have you been surprised at how bad the football is, though?
I haven't been surprised.
I asked because I have.
Well, I haven't been surprised with the fact that he sets up the way he sets up. It frustrates the life out of me, but that was always going to be the way that he went. Yeah, I wasn't surprised that Tottenham Hotspur once again pivoted from one version of football to the other, and then absolutely zero kind of recognition that sometimes continuity is the way to feather out the inconsistency. What I have been surprised about is some of the ID, the profiling of players that we've been looking at. And I also, I have been surprised by the fact that there seems to be, I don't know, it feels like the team spirit of the team has never been weaker. Every single player wants to do it all themselves in an effort to try to play better football, or in an effort to try to take the ball when we have it and do things with it. All I see now is a bunch of individuals that are trying to take the world on by themselves. Yeah. I mean, against West Ham was just the worst version of it, but I've seen lots of versions of it. Every single one of the players, when they get the ball, they just drive, they run with it themselves, and they forget how to pass at the crucial moment. And then when it eventually falls in the second ball to someone else, they just, again, do the same thing. Kudus is selfish. I'm not even sure if it's selfish. I think it's just lack of trust in other people. And I think that there's zero evidence that they have spent any necessary amount of time on the training ground trying to figure out chemistry and relationships. And I think what you're seeing from that is the consequences of that poor setup. So that's what I'm surprised of. I'm surprised that there's no chemistry. Surprised that there's no, when the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. And so in the end, the wrist takes it on and just runs with it himself. And I think that's problematic for me, and that comes down to Thomas Frank's poor coaching.
Yeah. I think it comes down to confused management, confused thinking, that they're not quite understanding, like, A, what he's telling them, B, why he's telling them it, and then, like you said, you're talking about it in terms of Kudus. I think kind of basically not trusting the people around him to do a better job than he could do. But I would say
not just him though, mate. Odegaard, Matisse Tell, Kolo Muani.
I was actually going to say Romero is the best example I can think of it, because that last goal, the winner for West Ham at the weekend, came because he just went and stood up front. And the reason he went and stood up front is because he'd scored a goal from standing up front for the equaliser. And then he pretended, in my opinion, Romero pretended to be a bit injured. So he kind of came back just in time for the corner, but he wasn't really that fussed about it. And for me, it's like they've already started making the decisions for themselves on the pitch. So if you're a bigwig in the hierarchy, you like, and the fans are all booing your manager every time and chanting for him to leave, then why are they not making the decision? It's bananas. I mean, the only reason it's surely because they don't have someone to come in.
No, I've got a different angle on it myself. I think that they have articulated some degree of a plan, right? They've said in the pre-match program that this is the game plan, right? We're going to raise the wage structure. We're going to identify better players. Saying the bloody obvious. But everyone's been asking for something. But also, don't forget that part of that plan started 6 months ago, and I quote, an exhaustive process of filtering 30 or 40 candidates down on a box-ticking criteria. And the number one candidate that we landed on was Thomas Frank. We think he's going to be, all that stuff, right? First and foremost, I want to know what that criteria looked like. How is it that they looked at 30 or 40 managers and that Thomas Frank ticked more of the boxes than others? That to me is weird. But whatever, we've got the plan. So here's the conundrum that I think Vinay's in, and I think it's a bit of a tricky one for him. But in a nutshell, he watched the protests on Saturday, and there was 150 people, whatever, there that were there to boo the ownership. So he sees that from his office and goes, that's not bad. People don't hate us.
Yeah.
Goes into the stadium, sees 17,000 people singing "You're Getting Sacked" in the morning. Okay, so the fans right now, at least the match-going fans, are not that angry with the ownership. They've been bait and switched a little bit by this new majority owners nonsense that it's all lipstick on a pig, whatever. But people have bought into that. Obvious option, right? If I don't sack the manager, especially as one of the criteria on that plan is to build bridges with the fan base, we're not listening to the fans, right? So listen to the fans, sack the manager. Cool. Win-win. Not really. The reason why is because if you sack the manager, then in 6 months you have admitted that your plan has already gone tits up. And so what's worse for him? Is it better or worse for him to listen to the fans who, let's be honest, don't know what they want? They're not consistent. They change their mind every time the wind changes direction. And therefore you have no backbone. You don't believe in your own plan. You just want an easy ride from the fan base. Fine. You give the fans what they want. Let them have cake. Cool. That might work. But then also it means that you failed. I'll be asking questions around what that plan looked like and why is it you're willing to abdicate your throne on that situation immediately. Or you stick to the plan, which at least shows that you are willing to kind of ride through the noise and do what you're supposed to do, which is be a leader of a multi-billion-pound operation. But in so doing, you're going to piss off the fans who right now aren't pointing the finger upstairs. They're pointing the finger on the pitch and in the dugout. But very quickly, they will point the finger to Vinay and saying, why is it that you're not sacking the guy? He's so abject. So he's in a difficult situation. And I don't know what one I'd rather have, because if I want an owner that just listens to the fans, we might as well just make this a decentralized football club and let everything be fan run. Right, put out a vote. What should be the starting 11 today? What should be the tactics? What should be the next signing? What should, all that stuff. You might as well just decentralize the whole organization and save yourself 10 million quid a year on manager fees. If you want a guy who actually has a plan and implements it, then you have to let him do his job. And that to me means like steer clear of what the fans want. It's a very difficult one. And Vinay's been a number 2 his entire life, Barnaby. So time to be a number 1. Strap on the big boy pants, mate, and make some tough decisions. Let's see how he goes with it. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Sean. But I think from my point of view, you can't take away fan sentiment when running a football club. I know it is a multi-billionaire conglomerate in essence, and you do have to make decisions that don't, you know, you'd have to make decisions without solely thinking of the fans. But if the fans are your bread and butter, you do kind of have to listen to them. So Sava from Football Heritage TV, mate, thank you for joining our audience. I went out to our audience as I'm doing this live stream until Thomas Frank gets sacked. And I said, who from the Spurs content community do you want to speak to? And Sean and your names were prolifically answered. So Sava, I really appreciate you coming on, mate. Where are you in the Thomas Frank choo-choo train sack business?
I must have had about 9 WhatsApps going, Barnaby's calling you out. And I'm like, I'm sure he isn't. I don't know him.
Calling you out.
No, I know. And then I jumped in and see what it is. Look, thanks for having me. Look, where am I? I'm of the opinion of he's going to go. I don't think your live stream will be that long. It will be like a 24-hour charity stream. I believe he will be gone tomorrow. Where am I with the whole sacking him thing? Yep. Absolutely comfortable with him getting the sack. Unlike other people, though, I'm not sure what it does unless the board actually changed something. I was someone who didn't think that the transfer window was good. Sean debated this a lot. I didn't think it was a good transfer window. I said I thought it was gross negligence. When I wanted Frank in, I wanted a plan. I thought they were going to bring him in, really give him a number of players, get rid of Deadwood, bring in players, really have a change up. And for me, I found it really frustrating, Barnaby, that I felt that we replaced an injured Kulu with Kudus, we replaced an injured Madison with Simmons, and an injured Solanke with a panic of Mawani. So I felt like the only proactive transfer we actually made, it felt was like Paulinho. And look, and I don't care, as I said, like, I think you're right. I think he's going to go. I just don't know if that much changes. That's my thing. Sean will attest to this. This is what I've said for ages now. I'm more than comfortable to see managers go. I'm old and ugly enough now that I've seen how many managers in my supporting history. But I am going to be really intrigued to see. I think a lot of fans seem to think that he's going to go, and suddenly the Tells, the Odebers, the Greys, the Bergvals, the Sars, the Solankes, the Richies are suddenly going to be able to play better football. I don't think so. If I'm wrong, who cares? It's football opinion. I'm wrong. If I'm right, nothing changes. So, mate,
Do you remember when Matt Doherty came into the team, though?
I do.
Right. Do you
remember? Do you remember his announcement video?
Yes,
I do.
Yeah.
A memorable one.
Yeah.
So like Kulusevski. So everyone looks at Matt Doherty going, "What are we doing? Like, what's going on? He's so bad." Yada yada yada. Right. This is the 15th attempt at trying to replace Kyle Walker or whatever. And then Kulusevski comes into the team. And in that first 6 months, that right-hand side was responsible, in my opinion, more so than any other department of that team under Conte, for getting us from where we were to finishing ahead of Arsenal.
Yeah.
And I just think that sometimes little changes that can make massive differences. And I hear what Sava's saying. Like, are the footballers capable of playing like Xavi Hernandez level tiki-taka stuff? Obviously, that would be a massive stretch. But I do think that these players are professional footballers that they when they were coming through the ranks, when they were going up, they would have had to have, played a certain way. They had to be at a certain degree of competence to be able to become Premier League level players. Like, they're not all absolutely abject at doing everything apart from, defensive, supervision.
True.
So I just feel like if there was to be fresh ideas, if there was to be more respect, if there was less downing of tools, I do think that these players are playing, at least in some departments of the team, are playing 25% lower than their balance, because
and I think a lot of it's confidence.
Manager.
I think a lot of it's about confidence. Their confidence has absolutely been sucked out of them. But no, sorry to interrupt, but carry on, Sean. Honestly,
Sorry, I go off on a ramble. You know me, mate. But just my general take is that I'm with Sava in as much as, like, are the players good enough to be revolutionary in the way that a new manager might come in and expect us to play suddenly a different degree, a different whole shape of football? I agree that there's massive improvements needed to be able to fundamentally play a possession-based, just beautiful to watch level of successful football. But I do think that a change of manager and 1 or 2 ingredient changes, plus all of the intangibles that we don't know are for sure in existence, but I'm pretty sure they are, like a downing of tools, like the confidence, the mentality side, all of those things, a little bit of a nurturing of certain relationships and chemistry between the team, which at the moment, as I said in a previous answer, I don't see. All I see right now is individuals trying to take on the world, and they fail miserably at it. I think if all of those things can be nudged in a different direction, I think you could see meaningful change. But I'm still with Sava in as much as, like if you want to play fundamentally different football, you need a lot different caliber of players, or at least style of players. But I think there's more in the locker than we see.
I think that a key point of what you said there, though, is yes, there was a relationship that developed between a very average Matt Doherty and a decent Kulusevski. But that team, when people go back to that time, it still had Son and Kane.
Yeah.
And for me, the biggest issue will be, and as I said, guys, I think because I'm not like Frank out, I'm saying go. I'm saying he will be gone tomorrow. But I'm more intrigued than anything to see if any of this is right, because I'm actually looking at the last, what is it? It's like the last 89, 90 games now in the Premier League under different managers. This squad has lost 50% of its games. And for as much as I did not rate Ange, and for as much as I wanted to give Frank a chance, I fail to believe that they're both so bad that these players are just rattling off loss after loss after loss after loss. I fail to believe that they are so bad that they can't control a football, that they can't defend, they can't attack. But I'll ask this. I truly believe when Maddison's fit, when Kulu's fit, I think when Solanke, if he's fully fit, I don't mean like a 10% fit Solanke we're going to see tonight. When Van der Ven's fit, I think when Gallagher and Paulinho, if they get to play together all at the same time, I think we see a different Spurs. Now, it doesn't matter whether that's under Frank or not. My worry, and Sean knows, obviously I don't think we've streamed together before, Barnaby, but forgive me if we have. I don't think we have. No. I still think that this is the worst front 3, 4, 5 I've ever seen in the Premier League era. I truly think it's atrocious. So I'm really intrigued to see. No problem with a new manager coming in. Let's see who it is. Let's see if it's an interim. If it's an interim, what are the fans that absolutely detest Frank? What are they saying? All right, you've got 16 league games. What are they saying that this new interim manager has to get out of these players? And what if, I always ask this as devil's advocate, yes, you can go that way. What if the new manager comes in and it goes that way at that stage? So here's the thing, right? If we put
don't do this.
If we put egos on the table, because a lot of it is point scoring, everyone wants to be right. If a new manager comes in towards the end of this season, I see Spurs win 10, 11 games out of 16 or 8 games out of 16 and we're flying. I turn around and go, God, fair enough. Look, these players were better than we were seeing. Frank was shit, right? Equally, if we go that way and we can't buy a win for love nor money and get proper in a relegation battle, then other people are going to have to turn around and go,
Sure. But
players,
what happened?
Maybe they are as bad as people thought, you know?
At the moment, where do you see the next win coming from?
I don't, whoever the manager is, that's the problem. This for me is, if a new manager lines up, look, I think we might beat Burnley because we're actually decent away. And I think that you might get Paulinho and Gallagher, I would like to see as a 2 in the middle. You might get a win there, although they're a really good battling team. But I don't know. I don't look at this, Sean, and go, right, drop Pep Guardiola in as manager and suddenly Spurs rattle off wins. I truly think this is, it's only my opinion, Sean. It's only my opinion. I know so many people get really upset with it, right? But I just think the whole Barnaby, I'll tell you what I said, right? Sean knows I've said this. Frank to go, but it can't just be Frank. It can't just be Frank that goes. Most of the squad's going to have to be sorted out. Vinay, the Lang, for me, there's much bigger systemic changes that need to be made. Doesn't mean Frank doesn't need to go, but there's still a lot of big changes that need to go as well.
Barnaby, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Can I just say one thing, because I'll forget otherwise, just quickly, because I wanted to ask Sava this because of what Sava said. Because what Sava said about the front five. No, I really appreciate you guys coming on. What you said about the front five is, I just think when I look at, and I said this earlier, but you won't have heard, but when I look at the squads of, for instance, Bournemouth and Brighton, do I think that their squads are significantly better than Spurs? Do I think that their attacking players are significantly better than Spurs? I don't. But I think with Thomas Frank playing the style he plays, where those front five are expected to try and drag the ball down from the fucking top of the Alps when they're all under 5'6",
Sure.
I'm like, actually, I kind of think there's a possibility that if we brought a manager in who was willing to try and play to the benefits of those players, then they would look a lot better. However, what I will say, playing devil's advocate to you, is, do I know that for sure? Because also a lot of them were here under Ange, and he was solely playing to get it on the floor to the byline to cut it back. And yeah, we scored more goals, but also we weren't much better in the league. I mean, arguably. So
I don't. So do you know what? I 50% agree with you and 50% don't. And I'll tell you what I mean by that is when I look at Brighton, Bournemouth, I mean, first of all, I do think that our forward line is worse than theirs. Yes,
okay.
I'm embarrassed to say that now. But in general, let's just assume they're the same, right? Just for your point. I think the difference is that those clubs are really well run with an ethos, a strategy, managers that have been at the helm for a long time now. They've brought in players to play a set style, and they've built that. What I would say is at Tottenham, at no point in the last 6, 7, 10, 15, have we actually built for a particular person. You know, we had the year when Poch came in and he got given a few players, but like Alderweireld, Son, Ali, and Wanyama. Mm-hmm. After that, we just didn't give him anything. Like after that, he wasn't given anything to build, develop, grow, and take that team further. And it's, for me, I think it's a very difficult thing when we're looking and going, is our squad better than theirs? Oh God, I don't know what happened there. Is our squad better than theirs? Sure, but in life, it doesn't always work like that. Sometimes, is it a settled squad? Has it been with the same manager for a long time? Have they been bought for that particular purpose? Now, the only thing I wanted to see, which I acknowledge now, when people are calling me a Frank section, I'm acknowledging he's going. I'm acknowledging that he needs to go for his sake and ours. All I wanted to see, Barnaby, was him come in, be given 2 or 3 windows to bring in 8, 9, 10, 12 of his own players, get rid of 12 that aren't his, and then be able to say, well, hang on, no, you've had a number of players now. You've not built anything. You've not implemented anything. Yeah, you can go.
Well, why are you acknowledging that he's going? Because as of right now, the board have still backed him. It's the fans that are demanding that he goes. Right? But the board, listen, I've got to be honest. I asked this question last night, Sav, on the Spurs 5. And this is the question I wanted to ask Barnaby. I'll ask both of you. Like, I don't know how I feel about this because I was never on board. I was never not on board it with Thomas Frank. I genuinely don't think we're going to get relegated. I don't. I hear your point, Savra, about like maybe we get dragged into one. And even if you change, it doesn't mean that we avoid one because it's a whole new timeline of reality. God knows what's going to happen. You can't predict the future. But on the premise that we don't, in all likelihood, have to face the fact that West Ham would have to outbeat us 4 wins versus whatever we deliver between now and the end of the season, then what is the point of sacking him between now and the summer, apart from to appease the Spurs fans? And I go back to this point.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like I would have more respect for Vinay as an owner, as a CEO that isn't going to go anywhere in all likelihood for the next few years. If the owners stay, he will likely stay because they've made him their guy. I would probably have more respect for him if he actually went.
If he stuck to his plan.
Yeah, we got a plan,
Sean,
and I'm going to
agree
stick to it. I feel like I will have zero respect for him if he sacks Thomas Frank purely because the fans have said sack him.
Sean, I agree with you. The reason why I'm saying he's going to go is threefold. One, I've never seen it this toxic. Like let's be fair. We're older lads now, right? I think me using the word lads is quite kind for us. I know I look 21, but I'm not, right? I've never seen it this toxic. I've seen half the fan base don't like Ange, half do. Half the fan base don't like Jose, half do. I've never seen it like this, right? I've never heard the vitriol in the stadium that I heard in the stadium on Saturday and in the concourse. I saw people walking out at half time, right? Like kicking walls. Like, I kid you not. Honestly, I'm in the South Stand. People coming out, this kid, 21, 22, man, kicked a wall, then held his foot because he hurt his foot. And I'm like, oh, people are angry. So the fans have never seen...
They're angry because Levy's gone. And there's no the big bad man isn't there to blame anymore. If Daniel Levy was still in charge, Thomas Frank would have half the fan base going, it's not Frank's fault.
And Sean, we've talked about this, and I completely agree with you on this. I think that Frank is getting way more than he would because people, but I think he needs to go because, one, I've never seen it as toxic. And I'll be honest, if this man somehow wins back the fan base and the club, he's a miracle worker. I can't see it happening. Two, he looks beaten. He looks absolutely defeated. And he looks like, you know, when they do before and after adverts for like when someone fat lose, it's the opposite.
Oh no, it's Barack Obama after 8 years as US president when he came in fresh face.
And he's all grey.
Tight week, like
right. And
8 years later.
Also, I think that I also think that he's now got himself into a bit of a tizwas, as my mum used to say. I feel like he's got himself to the point where I think he knew what he wanted to do. And then I think rather than stick to, like, do you remember when he played Bentancur Paulinho, right?
Yeah.
Fans moaned, but we were actually getting results and not conceding goals.
Yeah.
When he was doing that, I thought to myself, fair play. I think he's got so confused now. He's struggling under the pressure.
He's lost his instinct.
Yeah. And he's come away. I think he's tried to keep the fans happy, which shows signs of weakness. All of those things together, Barnaby, I think he needs to go. And that's fine. I've got no problem with that. I just, whenever I ask this question, who's coming in? When are they coming in? And what is expected of that guy if nothing changes at the top?
He's not going yet.
No, that's not what I said, Sean. Sean, I'm not. If he goes, he goes. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
I think Barnaby's going to be on this show until June the 31st.
We'll see.
Well, it brings me
I
back.
will lose more respect for you, Barnaby, if you dare take a break between now and June.
It brings me back to my answer to, I think, your question, which is why Vinay Venkatesham may sack him as Sava thinks he will. Which is, I think Vinay Venkatesham has been in charge of football clubs long enough now to know that actually, despite his desperation, that this will be another Mikel Arteta situation where he sticks with him through thick and thin and through the fans wanting him out. I don't think Vinay, as well as any of us, have seen anything near enough from Thomas Frank to show that Vinay will be confident that he will get enough points this season for us not to finish 17th. I agree with you in that I don't think we'll get relegated, but my first guest today, Sonny, from Sonny Talk Spurs, he took me through all the fixes we have left, asking me what results we'd get. And I worked out in my head, and I promise this wasn't for rage bait, I thought we'd get 11 points. And 3 of them were on the last day at home to Everton, and I'm not even sure about that.
What's that, 38 points then?
That would be 38 points, and that's on the basis that Thomas Frank was still the manager.
Yeah, so we'd stay up then.
Yeah, so we'd stay up. So it kind of agrees with what you're saying in that that you think, you know, they might as well go through it. But I think Vinay, I mean, can you listen? Put it this way: you saw you saw the video. You saw the video of the guy going up to Vivian Lewis, right? So that's another thing. They'll be like, well, what can we do to stop that from happening? Oh well, you know, I made a TikTok about it. You see, you know, brave guy. Was he drunk?
No, I think he's just angry. He spends a lot of money. He spends 25 grand a year and has been a season ticket holder for 30 years. Really nice. He's a lovely guy, by the way. Lovely guy. Very generous. He invites Tottenham fans to sit with him when he's got spare seats and that. He's got beautiful seats. And just a passionate guy. Obviously, I think for most people, if Viv Lewis walked past, I wouldn't have spotted her. I don't know what she looks like. He obviously, you know, cares enough to even know what she looks like. And he obviously, I think on reflection, I think he thinks that, you know, having a glass of wine in his hand or whatever made it look worse, but he didn't swear at her. And he just asked, you know, he just said, look, Viv, if you're not, you know, you don't care, like you guys, you're not invested enough, like in a mindset way. you know, the squad's terrible, the manager's terrible. Sell up, just sell up to let someone else take over. And no, I think a lot of people. Here's my defense for him. For those people saying, you know, you can't ever approach a woman like that. Fair enough. But if the argument is then that if it was Daniel Levy that walked through the concourse, it would have been fine. Then
was he approaching her because it was a woman or because it was the owner of Tottenham?
It's the owner of Tottenham Hotspur. He didn't swear at her. He didn't shout at her. He was just having a conversation. She wasn't interested. She had her security around her. So like there was no real. If there was a threat to anyone, it was probably to him on that basis. And I personally think that, look, if we're going down that path where you can't imagine if a female manager becomes a manager of a Premier League team. What do we do then? If the female manager suddenly starts underperforming, the fans can't boo her because she's a woman. I mean, this is ridiculous.
He was well within his rights to do that. I don't think he did anything wrong.
I haven't, sorry to interrupt, but I haven't seen a lot of that pushback about that. And I think
on Twitter, there was loads of people saying it's a disgrace. Right. It's a disgrace.
I think the fact that he pays 25 grand a year allows him within that moment to try and have a conversation with her.
Yeah, I think he said, well, I'm not putting words in his mouth and I'm not going to speak for him, but I think if the opportunity had come again, if it was momentary, right? Like instinct momentary, you do what you do. And then obviously if it's caught on camera, the consequences are the consequences of the feedback. But obviously I think maybe if there's what do they say in life? There's 1,000 ways you can say the same thing and you'll get 1,000 different answers or responses. So obviously maybe if he'd said it in a different way, asked a question rather than forcing an opinion, maybe he would have had a conversation. But equally, she just wasn't. You know, maybe she would have just walked off and ignored him either way. So, you know, but he's frustrated. We're all frustrated. Yeah. Imagine if Daniel Levy walked down Tottenham High Road after a game. Like, what would happen to him? Yeah, would people come up to him and hit him? Would people come up to him and scream and shout at him? Would people be nice to him? You don't know, right? But you know, that's the consequences of running a football club, I think.
Doesn't this all come back to, though? Like, I know, like, we're never allowed to have more than one conversation. And I keep saying to people, Frank will go. When Frank has gone, where do people then turn their energy to? Because, you know, there is so many big problems at this football club. At what point are there's so much point scoring. Like, I literally can't turn up on a show without people pretending I'm saying something I'm not. I can't have said this any clearer. He's going to get sacked. I'm comfortable with him being sacked, right? Fine. Draw a line. Frank's gone. Now what? Do we truly believe, and I don't believe either of you two believe this either because you're sensible guys, that a new manager changes everything? It might change bits, but fundamentally, surely we all acknowledge there are massive issues at this football club that needs to be addressed, even if Pep Guardiola is announced as manager. Massive issues have got to be addressed.
I think one of our problems we have, though, is that it's happened before. Because it happened with Pochettino, I think a lot of us, and maybe I'll add myself in this, there's a little part of me that thinks if they can just get that decision right, then it could happen. Because I think if we were having this conversation the day before Pochettino was appointed, especially considering they were going for Van Gaal and missed out on him, then we'd all be like, you know, Daniel Levy, blah, 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 whatever. And because we felt it, we've seen it before, admittedly under a very specific set of circumstances where Pochettino was able to walk in to a spine with Lloris, Vertonghen, Dembele, Eriksen, and Kane all at the club, which he wouldn't have if he comes back in the summer, by the way. I think because we've seen it before, we've like, maybe it can happen, but it does, even me saying it out loud feels naive to think like that.
How do you get a new world suit? Like, I think that's what Tottenham need is, like, yes, it was impossible to replace Harry Kane, impossible to replace Prime Son, right? Obviously, Son was declining, but whatever the new manager is, there needs to be someone at the football club and on the pitch, at least one, if not two, and ideally over the next 2 years, 3, 4, whatever. You know, I think Tottenham need £100 million player, because even if you buy a £50 million
three of them,
player,
Sean,
of course, yeah. But I'll start with
do £100 million players join Tottenham though? Well, I don't think there's any £100 million player out there right now that looks and says, "I want to join Tottenham."
100%
going in the right direction. I like what they do. I don't think they do.
And this is the problem, right? But because also if Tottenham fans, and even if Vinay is delusional enough to think that just raising the wage structure, if they believe that the reason why Tottenham haven't been able to attract great players is because we haven't been willing to pay 250 grand a week, Like, bear in mind that like Mark Gahey's getting paid £320,000 a week at Manchester City. Did he join for the money? Maybe. Did he also join because of the draw and the propensity of winning higher frequency of trophies? More than likely. If Tottenham are willing to pay 250, 300 grand a week for a couple of players, the other teams that will be fighting for that guy will also be able to pay that salary, and they will have other things that can compel them. So it's not going to be easy. But what I would say is if Tottenham can get someone through the door that is £100 million player, and they should probably go and identify like 8 or 9 of them, because in all likelihood the first 4 or 5 will go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right. But what I don't want is Tottenham to pay £90 million for a player that hasn't earned it. And this is what I'm terrified of, that Tottenham are going to go and do something stupid like buy Samu Agahawa from Porto for something like £90 million. And then in a year and a half's time, we'll be talking about Samu like we talked about Solanke, like we talked about Richarlison, and like we talked about Ndombele. Spent the money, but spent it stupidly, because we're suddenly pricing in perfection for unproven talent. I don't know where you find a £100 million player, but Tottenham, the next manager, needs someone to build a team around, whether that's a midfielder like Adam Wharton, whether that's a winger like a Rodrigo or whoever, like a Rafinha type level player. But you need somebody that can be that Harry Kane-esque level, like profile somewhere in the team.
Do I disagree? I agree. I agree. I just don't think there is a £100 million player out there that's going to join Tottenham Hotspur. The moment we're going to go in for any player of any note, other clubs are going to be circling them. So like when you look at someone like Adam Wharton, for example, I'm not saying he's a £100 million player, but I'm saying Palace can ask what they want. I truly believe that if Spurs go up for Adam Wharton, so will Arsenal or Liverpool or Chelsea or City or United. And then I'm like looking and saying, well, what have we got to bring them to Spurs? We talk about wages. Those clubs have also all got the ability to pay big, massive wages.
Yeah.
And my worry is, even if they're not £100 million players, guys, even if they're £70 million players, £60 million players, right? What player of that ilk is going to go to Tottenham Hotspur right now? Because we're not built anything. And that's why I know, Sean, I know people are taking the piss immediately as soon as I say this. This is why I've said for years what we need to do is more of an Aston Villa type route. Go sensible by senior pros, sensible, that have been there, seen it and done it.
Like Conor Gallagher.
Yeah, Conor Gallagher's one, but like when you look at Villa did it with, again, these are not names.
Tillemans and lots of them,
When you list the names, people go, oh, he's rubbish. But when you look at Matty Cash, just a solid right, I know we don't like him, solid right back. Digne, solid left back, right? You look at Konsa, right? Pau Torres, none of these are amazing. None of these are £100 million players. Kamara, Onana, Tielemans, McGinn. But they're strong, they're solid. They've built a team of men and a spine.
And experienced as well. We've got too much inexperience, not enough experience.
Can I just add one thing to that, though? Because this is something I say quite regularly. I use Unai Emery's appointment as an example of how things can change quickly if you make the right appointment. And I think there's a chance, that if Thomas Frank was managing that Aston Villa squad, that they may not be doing that much better than we are now, because I think they would be lacking confidence. They'd be being asked to play a style that doesn't suit them. They're more physical, so it might work a little bit better. But I think that's where it's like you can make the right appointment. Yeah. But the devil's advocate of that is, though, do I think the Tottenham fans would have accepted Unai Emery as our manager, even if you take away the Arsenal thing? Maybe they might not have seen him as sexy enough.
I think he's the caliber of manager that Tottenham need right now.
Than Unai Emery. Last year, when I was saying I think Villa are a really good team, I was told Unai Emery's not. It's amazing. It's amazing how it changes, right?
The revisionism,
It changes.
But Tottenham need
and I hold my hands up for that as well at times. So
Barnaby, there's a very specific kind of criteria of manager that I think Tottenham need to go to next.
Yeah,
and it has to be like, if you go for that win now, like £20 million a year guy, of course everyone would love to see. They're not going to come, right? But if there's that tier below, which isn't the tier of people that have done well at smaller teams, that aren't used to the pressure cooker of the glass, the goldfish bowl, like I explained earlier.
Yeah.
But like an Unai Emery is a person in that kind of middle, that kind of Goldilocks zone of not too big that Tottenham can't attract, but has been there, done it, seen it, worn the t-shirt, also has success, also carries the respect of the players. And Unai Emery is a good example. I would imagine Glasner is a good example. I'm not sure if Glasner's for me personally, but I could put him in. I could certainly see why he'd be in that bucket. Maybe a Xabi Alonso would also be someone in that bucket because of what he did at Leverkusen. I don't know if he would come, but there's like maybe, I don't know, 10 or 15 managers out there. Italiano, Gasparini. There's players in Italy. There's managers in Italy, managers in Spain. De Zerbi possibly as well. Maybe I think that would work. But there's like that ilk. I think if you go fishing in the pond of people that are the managers that have only ever done it at a certain level, I think you're going to end up with the same sort of problems, unless they are a unicorn. Pochettino managed to sort of get through that period, but let's not forget that Pochettino was 5 minutes away from getting fired after the Aston Villa game. It wasn't for Harry Kane that scored that winner.
This also got to be, it's got to be mirrored though, right, Sean? Again, I get that it's all manager, but whichever manager comes in, if you're bringing in a Xabi Alonso, if you're bringing in someone of
sure,
that,
of course, you have to back them.
Unai Emery as an example, you still got to look at the squad and say, right, somebody's going to have to build around a manager.
Right, but players would be more likely to sign for a team managed by Unai Emery than they would managed by a team by Marco Silva.
I agree and I disagree, because we managed to get Kudus, we managed to get Paulinho, you've managed to get Conor Gallagher, you've managed to get Xavi Simons. You know, you've managed, these players have come. But the point is, it doesn't matter whether the manager is this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. The Spurs squad, as we have got weaker and weaker and weaker over the years, the Brightons, the Bournemouths, the Fulhams are creeping up. And soon they're going to be at the point where there's no distinguishing features. And what I mean by that is Kane and Son played in some terrible Spurs squads, but we would always finish above all those other squads because Kane and Son got nearly a word. Kane and Son got 50 to 60 GA between them a year. Right now, what is it that's different between us and Palace, us and Bournemouth, us and Brighton? What is the actual difference between our clubs now? I don't think there is. We year on year, it's been getting like that. And we all asked the question, didn't we, for years, what happens when Kane and Son goes? Well, this year, we're seeing that there's no star. There's no one that can pick the ball up and you think, you know what? He's going to change it. It doesn't matter how bad we're playing. This guy's going to change this game for us. This guy's going to beat 3 men and whip one in the top. We don't have that anymore. No. So if you don't have that, then you've got to build a strong spine, senior pros, but we've not gone down that route either. And I just don't know what we are. Frank or no Frank, for years now, I don't know what Tottenham Hotspur are as a football club.
But the fan base wouldn't be happy as a whole, would they? I don't think, if the club came out and said, we're basically going to try and copy the Brighton model of going to, South America, small countries in South America, picking up their best talent, giving them a real chance when they're maybe not ready and allowing them to grow over 2 seasons like Moise Caicedo. I don't think the fan base, because of because of the stadium, the training ground and the history and the heritage, they wouldn't allow that. But it's almost like, at least that would be, I'm not saying I want that, but I'm saying at least that would be a clear plan, because I agree with you, Savrin, that we're almost caught in this weird middle ground where we have this entitlement and these expectations, but we can't attract the kinds of players that we need to attract to allow us to fulfill those expectations.
Right. The fan expectation versus the reality of what we can sign doesn't match up anymore. And this is the thing. Loads of people say it, right? When Poch had that really good 11 and we didn't kick on, since then we've never kicked on. We've not been able to buy top level players. We produced Kane. We bought Son when he was at a level where he could be pushed on, but we are incapable of buying Kane's Sons. We can't. Man City can go and dig themselves out of holes because they can go. We can go and get that guy. Liverpool can go and drag themselves out of a hole. We're going to get that guy. And for me, I've said this for so many years. I don't know what we are, Barnaby. I don't know anymore why fans talk like we should be rivaling Man Cities and Arsenal's and Chelsea's and Liverpool's, because we don't have the players for it.
But Arsenal did kind of have to come from where we are now, to be fair.
Yeah, but they did. But when you look at what Arsenal have done over those last 5-6 years to get there, they've got the pulling power to buy a Declan Rice, to buy a Thomas Partey, right? To go to buy those players. We've not done that when we've had the chance and we've been on top. And I don't know if you guys agree with me. I feel like Spurs have Spurs always try and strengthen from a position of weakness rather than when we're doing well. So
Being
when we
reactive,
had
yeah.
Harry Redknapp's team that was really good, we didn't strengthen. When we had Poch's team that was really good, we didn't strengthen. Then when we slip down, we all go, oh my God, right, what are we going to do? We need to buy a few. And for me, that's why I think we are slowly but surely slipping into this mid-table football team. 17th last year. Nothing saying we won't be 15th, 16th, 17th this year. And as much as we can blame managers, and I got to hold my hands up on this, and maybe I gave Ange too much stick, but as much as we can say Ange and Frank are great, at what point do we look at this squad and say, maybe this is their level now, maybe bottom half? I don't know.
Sean, what do you think? What's the worst that can possibly happen at this point?
Yeah, worst case scenario is that we lose to Burnley, and then those two teams. I don't think Wolves are a threat, but Burnley and West Ham go on some sort of meteoric run, which I don't think
West Ham could. I think West Ham could go on a good run, but I don't think Burnley will.
Yeah, I don't see it, but at the same time, I genuinely do think that Tottenham might stay up, but I honestly also don't know where our next win is coming from. I don't believe we're going to beat Burnley on the weekend, and I think we might end up with our lowest points tally ever, but I still think we'll have enough to stay up. On that basis, I do think that there has to be a change. I echo Sava's sentiment around like there's no guarantee that someone else coming in is going to make a meaningful lift. Listen, I also I do empathise with the situation that both Ange Postecoglou and Thomas Frank have had to go through, which is just an unbelievably cursed medical situation. It is obscene how bad it has been. It's crazy that we can literally put out 11 first team players today and the entire bench is filled with goalkeepers or children. Like, that is beyond ridiculous, and it's been that way for a long time. I don't know what the solution is there. Like, is there? I don't think we talk about it enough because none of us are close enough to the situation. None of us are medically trained, but like that does beg like an inquiry.
A lot of questions.
It's like, what's going on? Is it the fact that the pitch has the NFL pitch underneath it? I don't know, because the NFL players complain about the pitch that they play on. But some of them say it's like a speedy pitch because it's got like very little whatever AstroTurf, the grass. But like, is that what's the problem here? Is it that they do things on AstroTurf in the train? I don't know. But listen, it doesn't matter, because let's be honest, right? When Sava says like it's the worst forward line he's ever seen. But if you were to put back in the full first team squad and you had a fully fit Solanke with Richarlison on the bench, if you had Maddison, Decky, Mawani, Kudus, like all of a sudden, Chabi, all of a sudden it doesn't look like that. We're comparing like the dregs of our squad versus the first team squad of the previous 25 years of Tottenham Hotspur. Like, so I think that, it doesn't matter. Even if a new manager comes in and you do go and buy 4 or 5 fantastic players in the summer, if recent history is going to be continued, then they're all going to be injured next season anyway. So like, I don't know, like that to me is probably the biggest problem that needs to be solved, which is just to get back to a regress to the mean of typical Premier League injury crises, because ours is obscene, and I don't think people spend enough time giving any kind of leeway to the managers around that.
I need to go in 2 minutes, Barney. I know you've got someone waiting as well. But what I will say is, look, first and foremost, listen, I'll be honest. I thought a lot of the injuries were down to Ange.
I did
but
too.
I will have to hold my hands up and go, well, hang on, I've got to completely take that back, because this year it's exactly the same, if not worse. It's just ridiculous. Like, I was sitting with my uncle watching the Villa game at the weekend. That was the Saturday game, wasn't it? Villa-Everton. He said, isn't it funny when you look at Villa, like, they always seem to have their full squad. Like I know Kamara's out, but they seem to be picking from the same group of players every week, and we never do. What I will say, just before I go, Barnaby, and first of all, thank you very much for having me on.
No, thanks for coming on, mate.
Some good conversation. When I say the squad's one of the worst I've ever seen, I don't mean in terms of the whole collective. I just think I mean in terms of because there's no superstar anymore. Because this is, we've always had, from when I was growing up, I've always had a Clive Allen, a Waddle, a Hoddle, a Gazza, a Lineker, a Sheringham, a Klinsmann, a Bale, Berbatov, name whoever you want, Kane's son. I think what is happening though, Barnaby, and I know, like, obviously your streaming until Frank is sacked. What I don't want
30th of June, 2026.
Yeah. It's brilliant. We're going to hold him to it, right? What I don't want this to do, and I think that is being taken away, Barnaby, is I feel like this whole mess right now in this situation we're in is taking away from the fact that yet again we are in a transfer window where we are not addressing the issues we've got. No matter who the manager is, we are not addressing our issues. And I'll leave you with this. Whilst we're not doing anything, Fiorentina, right? You know why I'm mentioning them, have signed 3 players. And the breaking news from Fabrizio Romano is Fiorentina have just made a bid for another centre-back. So our outgoing director of football has got a busy incomings at his new club, while this club, our club, his current club, are sitting here going, have we got 11 players to put out?
Yes,
Let that sink in. But thank you very much, guys. Thank you,
guys. Just before you go, mate, let the audience know. I'm sure most of them follow your channels anyway, but let them know where to find you guys. Yeah,
I'm at Football Heritage TV. I'm sure I've got loads of haters that have followed me around the internet that are in your chat right now. Apologies for that. I'm sure they all know, but thank you very much. And I'll be watching from afar. So enjoy the game tonight. Is that the right?
Yeah. What's your prediction?
I think my heart says a draw.
Yeah,
that's bad, isn't it? My head says 3-1 Dortmund. And what I will say is this: if Tottenham beat Dortmund tonight, that's going to be our best win for years, purely for the fact of what
out of adversity comes opportunity. At some point in that game, one of our 11 is going to get injured, and on steps a midfielder who's 17 years old,
Luca Williams-Barnett,
maybe Thompson, someone like that.
Thompson, and he does amazing dribble, puts one top bins, and all of a sudden everything's bright again because our new Harry
Thomas
Kane.
Frank will never pick him again. You know it.
True.
See you later.
But that's the conversation for next week. That's the conversation for next week.
Listen, Sean,
I know you got someone waiting, buddy. I'm going to jump as well, my man. Listen, thanks so much for having me, mate.
See you later. Bye-bye, mate. Bye.
See you, mate. Take care, boss.
All right, guys, that was a really brilliant chat. Thanks for those of you who've come on to see those guys as well. Really appreciate it. Do give the channel a subscribe. Getting closer to 20,000 subscribers now for more daily Tottenham chat. Now, I've got a couple of more guests in the studio. I'm going to bring them in a second. But first, I just have to, and this is going to happen every so often on this stream, I have to actually go and walk my dog. Believe it or not walk her, just let her out to go to the toilet. So I'll be about 3 minutes. And then we'll be back. All right, lads. Thank you so much for sticking with me. I really appreciate it. Guess who's back? I'm back. By the way, taking my dog to the toilet was not a euphemism, believe it or not. Okay, so I've got a couple of guests in the stage. This is Dan. Is it not Dan? How are you, mate? Thank you for waiting.
Dustin, I'm from Singapore.
Oh, Dustin. Apologies, Dustin.
No worries.
Can you get a bit close to your computer because I can't hear you that well? That would be
Right,
brilliant.
give me a second.
And Dustin,
right,
at the
much
same
better?
time, I'm going to bring in Joseph as well. Joseph, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for having me. I've known Dustin with Harry, involved in the Harry Scarf channel. So great to see a familiar face. Also great to be on the channel, Barnaby. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And
yeah.
I've noticed that Dustin has also brought into the studio what looks like an incredibly scarily long PowerPoint presentation. Dustin, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk to us about that?
It's kind of a presentation that I've done on the channel, which is analyzing kind of both sides of the story with Frank in and Frank out. And I don't want to go through the whole thing here. It's literally a half-hour long video that I did. But I think that there are a number of points there which kind of break down kind of why we're so divided between the fan base.
Mhm.
And I think part of it is also that we are polarized into, like, you know, are you a Ange sexual, are you a Frank sexual, and then people talk past the labels, and then you don't actually get to the meat of the problem, which is there are a number of things which are not manager related, and they're kind of above their pay grade, and we have to solve those first. Because, as you know, you said earlier, right, you can put Pep here or whoever you think the best manager in the world is, and would they necessarily be doing that much better considering our injury list, our squad balance problems, the fact that we haven't even filled out our quotas for homegrown, club trained, and all of those problems?
And it might be me worth asking before we go into any of that, Dustin, where are you on the Thomas Frank scale?
So I really was unconvinced about him from the Fulham game. I think this is something like mid-November, but you know, I wanted to give it a chance, and I was just looking for something in his patterns of play, which was like, do you have a pattern of play that isn't relying on Kudus beating three men, or passing it back to Porro for a deep cross, or a Spence carry, or a long throw, or a set piece? And you know, I just haven't seen enough progression there. We have seen snatches of people attacking down the center, but you know, it feels more like players taking things into their own hands and going off script. I mean, the fact that we have 4 bicycle kicks by DMs and centre backs, you know, tells us everything about how this isn't really a sustainable part of the plan. If it's part of the plan, I really want to know what he has on that magnetic chalkboard.
Yeah, I think that is an understatement. And Joseph, how about you then?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been checked out of this Thomas Frank football probably since that Arsenal game, you know, that Arsenal and Chelsea games. You know, just seeing how impotent we were going forwards was just a nail in the coffin. You know, as much as we've had, you know, this isn't a great Tottenham side. We all know that. I think we can all agree that the ownership aren't the best right now, and we're not happy with other things above the management level. But I think more than one thing can be right. And I think the manager has been completely the wrong hire for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. I think we can all see it now. Maybe at first we were kind of hopeful that a bit of pragmatism after Ange would come in and maybe kind of balance the ship a little bit. But the fact is, I just don't think he fits into the Tottenham ethos. You know, this to dare is to do. I don't think Frank symbolises that at all. So, yeah, I mean, I'm ready for him to leave. I've been wanting him out for a while, and I think, you know, when we saw those games away at Arsenal and at home at Chelsea, and seeing how little we're creating, at that point I was just like, this isn't Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. This isn't what we're known for. You know, there's been times where we've gone to play those games, and those teams have been far better than us, but we've always given it a go. It's always been a tightish game. It's never been just so one-sided. And the fact that we have been dominated in those games like we were, for me, was enough. And obviously since then, you know, it's only got worse. You know, we're looking at, I don't think anyone was expecting us to lose that West Ham game. You know, even me, where I'm quite a pessimistic Spurs fan. I'm usually expecting the worst, but even considering how bad West Ham have been, I never thought we were going to lose that game. But we deserve to lose that game. And I think it's really, I'm so surprised that Frank is still in a job. I thought he was going to be sacked yesterday. Again, maybe I'm hoping that there's things going on behind the scenes. They're looking to maybe find somebody else to come in. But part of me is worried that might not be the case, because we just don't really know what their plan is.
And how do you guys feel about what I think a lot of fans are in agreement has it's just been kind of a mad flip-flopping between managers in terms of their personalities, in terms of then their styles on the pitch, and you know, when Alan Sugar first brought in what was then called a director of football, what now called kind of sporting directors, he was one of the first in the Premier League to do it. And the whole idea behind that we brought from abroad was that you don't then flip-flop in terms of managerial styles and appointments, and you're buying players who show a kind of through route so they can play for each different next, gaffer, manager, whatever. And yet seemingly Tottenham under Daniel Levy and now Vinay, although I guess Thomas Frank was still appointed by Daniel Levy and Vinay, they continue to flip-flop between the two. And why at a club that is, that makes so much money and has so much revenue and has so many suits, frankly, in the background, why are they making decisions like that? And actually, this is a really good time to bring in another guest, Matt Beadle, who's just got his camera back round the right way, because Matt actually works at a German football club, a professional football club, and works as a kind of, am I right to call you a sporting director, Matt? What's your actual...
Absolutely right. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Barnaby. Hello, everybody else.
Well, it's really excellent timing because I'm literally just asking the question, why have Tottenham seemingly, despite having had sporting directors for over 25 years, flip-flop between managers who like to play a possession-based passing game to then a manager who wants to play a pragmatic defensive long ball game, and we've been doing it for seemingly the last 6 years. So let me just ask Dustin and Joseph first their opinions on that, and then maybe Matt, you can come in with some experience.
I'll go quickly then, because obviously I know Dustin might have a bit more information. For me, it doesn't make any sense. I think obviously after Pochettino, we kind of went into this win now mode where Levy just really wanted to get over the line and get a trophy, and that's why we saw Mourinho and Conte come in. Even though the style of football maybe didn't match, again, that ethos of Tottenham. And then with Ange, it kind of antiphasized that. We finally got kind of a really forward-thinking manager that probably did match what we would expect as Tottenham fans. Maybe a bit too much to one way, where you're kind of ignoring the defensive structure, any kind of pragmatism. And I think what they've tried to do with Frank is almost balance it and go, okay, we had such a really super attacking manager. Now we're going to find a really, a super defensive manager, a manager who is known for being pragmatic, a manager in a way who assesses his team off of the balance of what we're coming up against rather than actually what we're best at. And that's been one of the things that frustrates me the most with Frank is that he feels like he's so scared of our opposition every game that he stops trying to utilize what we actually have. Obviously, I know going on to the playing squad, it's a whole nother conversation about how good it is and things like that. But even then, we could see we can play some good attacking football. We saw it last season under Ange, and we've seen it in moments, little sparks here and there. But it's something that we've ignored overall. He's been so focused on defensive pragmatism and trying to nullify our opponents that he's completely forgotten about the players that we've got on the pitch. A lot of these players are international footballers playing for either top teams previously or playing for their national sides. These are all great players. So it's a shame that we're not trying to go with our strengths and trying to just nullify our opponents. And that's why I think, realistically, Pochettino is kind of a good spot in the middle in a sense of he knows the club ethos of today is to do. We need to go out there and try and win every single game we play. But he also knows the shortcomings, and he knows that we do have to try and, balance that with a defensive structure. So, it's a shame. I just think they've got it wrong each time. And maybe it's because the ownership aren't footballing people. Maybe they don't truly understand what a Tottenham fan wants from his club. Or from their club.
But can I say, Joseph, it shouldn't, and you mentioned this, but it shouldn't be in any doubt for these suits, whether they're football people or not, because we literally have written on our stadium, "To dare is to do." They've literally written it on the stadium in massive metal letters. So on that basis, it should be easy. Now, Dustin, before I come to you, Matt, I'm going to bring out your PowerPoint here, Dustin. Look at this. Amazing. So take us through what we're talking about based on this slide. Thank you, mate.
I think this is kind of related to what Joseph was talking about, which is like, we should be seeking to be the protagonist in the game. Because if you don't seek to be the protagonist within the game, then what happens is that you end up against teams where they try to sit in and then you can't unlock them. So the thing about Frank is I feel that he relies heavily, and you can see in his interviews, he talks about winning duels a lot. And I think the reason he does this is that he wants to disrupt a team before they have successfully attacked you, and then they're still in transition. And he wants to win the ball when the team is not settled in defense. He doesn't want to solve the problem of breaking a team down when they have 2 banks of 4. But if you're going to be at a bigger club, most games are going to be like that. So if it's a problem that he doesn't want to try to solve, he's not the right fit. Because at Brighton, or rather at Brentford, he would be used to the idea that, teams would be attacking them. They would sometimes be able to press them and disrupt them off the ball and then be able to attack them from there. That's why he emphasizes duels so much. But at Spurs, there will be a whole bunch of teams, maybe half of your games or maybe 60% of your games, you're going to be having to play horseshoe football or trying to unlock the team. And it's about being able to do that and being able to centrally progress the ball. Now, the other big part about the way that I've noticed the way he plays is it's almost like he plays central midfield as lava, right? Where we have 11 through balls the entire season. That was, I think, at the point of the West Ham game. We had 11 through balls the entire season. 9 players have more through balls than our entire team.
Yeah.
And the central ball progression issue is that he relies so much on crosses from the flanks that he doesn't try to progress the ball down the center. Even our very first signing is basically a profile we already have, a carrier down the middle, but we need passes to get the ball to Xavi when he's in the 8th position, because the alternative is he has to drop into the 6th position, and then he's got a much further distance to progress the ball through. So a big part of our chance creation problems, and we had multiple games where we have no shots on target, multiple games with less than 1 xG. These problems don't go away without a coach that has a different attacking philosophy, one that doesn't rely so much on winning the ball in the opponent's half or spamming crosses from Porro, who's been overplayed to the point that his performances have fallen off a cliff. He's the one player that doesn't get injured, but he gets overplayed, and then he completely goes to shit after that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm just going to drop off that now. Matt, first of all, before you come in, do you want to tell the audience about your job and your kind of football experience a little bit?
Yeah, gladly. Hi, everybody. Oh, my phone's ringing. That's probably bad.
Good timing, Matt. Well done. In the meantime, while Matt drops off, Dustin, I'll go into what you were saying, which what surprises me about how Thomas Frank came in and kind of tried to play this kind of getting it out wide, getting crosses in the box football is that we clearly, especially with Solanke injured, don't have the players in which we're going to benefit from that. So, yes, we watch the horseshoe football, we watch the sideways and backwards, we watch her trying to get out wide and then drop it back to Porro for the first time cross, which only worked against West Ham because Romero had been like, I better stand up front because we're not going to score any other way. So why, if we're all able to see this, is Thomas Frank not able to be like, well, because of the injuries, we don't have the players to play this style of football. I'm going to have to do something different, which, by the way, was one of the reasons we chose him in the first place, because he was supposed to be, so able to horses for courses, choose different styles and different formations for different teams we're playing against.
I think he functions on a very, very different working assumption of how teams are going to play against him. And I think that he spent 7 years at Brentford. So he was kind of used to teams attacking him in a specific way. But I think the big shift is I think the injuries are something that no one has really been able to deal with, just because our injury list is incredibly the past 3 seasons. I don't know what's going on in our medical department. The level of injuries has been far beyond what any other club has experienced. And I think that part of it you can say is scheduling, because we've seen Newcastle, we've seen City, we've seen other squads encounter those problems as well. But I think that the level of injuries and our very thin squad has far exacerbated that, to the point that because we don't sign to bench our first teamers, we just sign squad players. And when you sign a whole bunch of squad players, you just end up with an entire squad that is squad level, and you're not really improving the overall level of your squad. So I think the injuries have definitely contributed to that as well.
But everybody has to deal with injuries. Matt, you're back. Don't let your phone ring again. Tell us about the role you do in German football, and then maybe kind of explain to us how, within a professional capacity at a football club, is there a point where you're like, oh, we're getting way more injuries than everybody else, so we have to sack our medical department, or do you have to just be like, oh, it's luck, you roll with the punches?
Let's try again, shall we? Thank you very much for the invitation. Thanks, boys. Nice to meet you. So for all those listening out there, my name is Matt Beadle. I'm the technical director of German third division club SC Verl. We're currently top of the third division even, which is very exciting. We went top at the weekend for the first time, in fact, in the club's 102-year history. So it's very exciting times here. We've literally never been in the second division. So who knows? That could be very interesting. But yeah, my job is to assist the director of football in putting the squad together for next year, making sure that the culture and the philosophy of the club and what we call the DNA is lived and really followed through on. And I think that as I joined the stream a few minutes ago, that was what struck me most, is that you boys were talking about what strikes me as a lacking, quite frankly, in DNA. Right? I'm comparing apples with pears to a certain extent, because we're a small German third division club. Tottenham are a huge Premier League club, but my understanding of football philosophy, of football structure and strategy, should be, and certainly the colleagues that I work with and the people that we meet, conferences and those kind of things, the common presumption is, or assumption is that the club has to have some kind of identity. Yeah, and that the people who come to the club, whether those are members of staff, whether those are players, whether those are coaching background staff, whoever that is, they need to fit into the club identity, not the other way around. In other words, the club identity shouldn't be changed and can't, quite frankly, be changed to fit whatever. So, by way of an example, you just mentioned the medical staff. I use the playing staff as an example. We scout and purchase and bring players into our club that fit our club DNA. In other words, they can play not only in the team philosophy that we want, but per position. We have profiled per position, and we need our players on that position. For example, one of your boys just mentioned the number 8 position. We have what we consider important KPIs for a number 8. And if players that we're scouting don't fit that, then we don't bring them in. And that's the same for the number 9 position. That's not the same for the false 9 position if we play with a different formation on that day or whatever, right? But the same applies for coaches. We've been in the third division in German football now. This is our 6th year in the third division, and we're on our 5th coach. But the previous 4 coaches have gone up to the German second division, right? Because they were so successful here and the football that they played was so attractive, they've been headhunted by bigger clubs, and we just simply couldn't afford to keep them. That's the way it should go. We haven't yet sacked a coach in 6 years. And I'm sorry, I happen to be, I'm not a fan of Tottenham, but I know a lot about Tottenham. But you've kind of developed what's the word I'm looking for? You've developed a culture of sacking coaches. In other words, blaming the coach. It should never be the coach's fault if the strategic decision was made to bring the coach in based on the club's identity, not the other way around. So I'm sorry, just from the outside, how you can have a Pochettino and Conte within a couple of years of each other should never be allowed, because they are philosophically completely different coaches. All 6 of them, as by way of an example, all 5 of our coaches in the last 5 years have shared the same fundamental philosophy. One likes to play a little bit more through the middle, and one likes to use the wing backs a little bit more or whatever, but it doesn't matter. They have to play possession-based and pressing football. And if they don't, then they can go to another club. And I'm afraid, I think that's one of the mistakes that Tottenham have made over the years. It hasn't worked. Oh, let's chuck all this out the window, kick him out, pay him for another couple of years, get somebody else in. And you're making the wrong decision. The decision should have been made X years ago when the club made a decision. This is how we will always play, right? And we will bring in players and coaches that fit that philosophy. And I'm sorry if Frank goes today or in the next hours or whatever. My assumption is that they'll bring in another coach who has to work with the same squad, and he'll have his different philosophy. He'll have his different ways of playing, and it's destined for disaster again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so what it comes back to for me then, if we're going to try and put a year dot on it, is when Maurizio Pochettino got us to the, nearly won us a couple of leagues, and then got us to the final of the Champions League, and suddenly Daniel Levy at the time, who of course we love to throw muck at anyway, so we can blame him, he thought to himself, oh, I like this. And so as a result, Jose Mourinho was, fluttering his eyelashes at any club who was looking to sack their manager. And Daniel Levy thought, well, Maurizio Pochettino wants a what he described as a difficult rebuild. We hadn't paid for any new players in 2 years because we were spending money on the stadium. And Daniel Levy was like, I don't need new players. We've got great players. What I need is a win now manager. And he went and got Jose. And when that didn't work, he went and got Conte with Nuno in between. And therefore, that kind of 3-4 year period has set the club back massively because we're still chasing our tails in trying to find what is the right link between, basically the suits, the sporting directors and the manager. And the weird fucked up thing is, considering it, lots of people will always say, never go back to your ex. It feels a bit to me like maybe the only chance we have for a full cultural reset is to go, all right, we're going to take Pochettino in the summer after he takes the USA to the World Cup quarterfinals. And he can bring in, he can suggest they bring in the sporting director, Paul Mitchell, who he worked with before. And then the club can kind of almost like take a big breath and be like, okay, the one thing we had that was good for us over a 5-year period, we're now back there again, and give him the chance to maybe take us forward. But Joseph, is that a really dangerous thing for us to do?
Possibly. I mean, we're never going to know until it happens, how that will go. Obviously, it doesn't always work when you have that reunion of a manager coming back. It might not always be as good as the first time. And especially when, I think if you really consider it, maybe the playing squad isn't actually as good as what it was when Pochettino first came in. But I really agree with what Matt said in terms of just alignment. Alignment is integral in football. You need everybody to be aligned, and you need everyone to be, to buy into that identity. And it feels like we haven't had that for such a long time, from the board level to the sporting directors to the management to the playing staff. It's never been aligned. And you think about Barcelona, like Barcelona will always and have always played a 4-3-3, and they always will. And any manager that comes in will have to buy into that ethos and play that style of football.
That started with Johan Cruyff, didn't it? He brought that in, I think, originally.
Yeah, and then but that it hasn't changed since, and there's a reason it hasn't changed since, because it's been successful. You look at maybe Juventus. I'm a big fan of Juventus. My partner got me into watching Juventus. So they were always known for playing 3 at the back. Barzagli, Bonucci, Chiellini. And now they're changing, and they've changed naturally in certain areas, and it's got worse. They haven't stuck with their alignment with what they were used to playing, what their fans were expecting. And Tottenham have gone from this. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to add. I think it was a brilliant point about Barcelona and Juventus. I'm going to have to drop off the call if that's okay, just shortly after this. But I wanted to add to that point that those are 2 examples of clubs. Barcelona have managed to continue it. As you rightly say, Juventus got cold feet and sort of dipped in and dipped out or whatever after 15 years of success with that. You've got to be brave, and I think you've got to be, you've got to back yourself and stick to that philosophy even through bad times. And I would agree with you, Barney, that the year 0, the moment where it started to go wrong was when I think Levy got illusions of grandeur. He was in the Champions League final. I'm sure he enjoyed the prawn sandwiches and glad handing and all that came with it. And then, like you rightly said, let's go and get proven coaches who are going to continue to win, and not thinking what got us here in the first place. What was that development? That was over several years. That was the Kane and Ali cohort, and that was the possession-based football, counter-attack, exciting, high-press football that Pochettino was playing. Even if Pochettino hadn't been the guy, Levy should have gone and found Pochettino light, 4 years younger, 12 years younger, and continued with that and rebuilt the team around that image. That was the mistake, if you ask me, because then you're trying to get round pegs into square holes, aren't you?
Yeah, brilliant, Matt. Thank you for jumping on. By the way, this stream will be.
I can jump back on later.
Yeah,
but,
I was going to say, because this stream's going to last for the next year because they're not going to sack him. So just jump on whenever you can.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
See you later, mate. Yes, Joseph, carry on. Sorry, because Matt interrupted.
Yeah, no, it's just that, again, it's an ethos. Tottenham, again, this whole to dare is to do thing. I keep on going back to it, and I have on other podcasts as well, because it is truly our identity. It is what us as Tottenham fans, I think we expect every time we go to Tottenham to be entertained. I think that is a minimum. We expect to be entertained by good football, by good footballers. Obviously, again, the playing staff and the squad has deteriorated, and we have seen a drop off in class in terms of, you know, what we had with Kane and Son, and now when we're looking at it, Colomwani and players maybe don't live up to what we expect. But still, even the ethos and the attacking play should be similar. We should be playing the same style of football, maybe not with the same quality above it, but we don't have that style right now. We have Thomas Frank, who is, again, he's scared by every single opponent we have. You know, we're playing against West Ham, you know, the last game, West Ham. I mean, this is one of the worst West Ham sides we've seen in years. West Ham fans will say that. It is awful. A lot of those players are championship level quality. Nuno has been struggling to get much out of them. You know, they've had a couple of managers in the last couple of years and kept on sacking them. They're an absolute mess, and they could very well get relegated. Maybe not, you know, we'll see what happens. But Tottenham should be going into that game and going, we can go and this is our game to win. This is our game to control. We can go and win this 3-4, 5-0 because we are Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. And unfortunately, with Thomas Frank at the helm, I don't think we're ever going to look at games like that. I don't think we ever look at games like that. After every game, he always goes, "Oh, it's a tough opponent." Yeah, but we're Tottenham Hotspur. You know, we should have the aims of beating any single team we play. Of course, you're not going to win every game. You know, that's just football. It's a competitive sport.
He said that at the beginning. Do you remember?
Yeah, but you've got to go into it.
We will lose games.
But you've got to go into it wanting to win every game, and I'm not convinced he wants that. Well, maybe he wants it, but I'm not convinced he puts the squad or puts the team in the right position to go and do that. And that's the biggest problem for me. So, you know, we can talk about all the issues. We can talk about the playing squad. We can talk about the ownership. But right now, the only thing that can truly change in a matter of moments is the manager. And that's the thing that I think needs to change drastically.
No, I agree with you. And I think you've really talked about something that really comes up in my mind a lot as well, which in my head, what I think happens, and obviously I'm never going to be in the Tottenham changing room, but what I think happens just before the referee knocks on the door for them to go out before a game is I think he goes to them, keep it tight, keep it narrow, don't concede anything, you know, stay in it. And, you know, all those points may be valid, but don't
pass down the center.
Yeah, don't pass down the center. Yeah, don't take any risks. But they may be valid, but don't put it into the brains of the footballers just before they go out. Say to them, especially when you're at home against a team who's in essence going to defend against you, you say, get at them, high press, you know, press them high and attack, you know, I mean, this is very basic, but just go for it. Really kind of breed some confidence into the players rather than think of the negativity. And that's something where, you know, and I don't think it should be Ange or Thomas Frank, but at least what Ange did do, the majority, certainly in the first 10 games anyway, was really make those players go out onto the pitch feeling like they're $1 million. And I feel like Thomas Frank, and I don't think he's a bad guy, despite the fact I'm doing this stream, I think he basically does the opposite, which is let the air out of their tires just before they go on the pitch.
I mean, the one thing I would say, sorry, Dustin, one last thing, but where you're saying about letting loose, the only time I think I've seen Tottenham this season truly let loose was the second half against Aston Villa in the Cup, or at least for 20
when they were 2-0 down.
Minutes. Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. So it only happened in a cup game where we have nothing to lose because we're 2-0 down.
Against Liverpool with 10 men. We also let loose against Liverpool with 10 men. So it's like basically when there's some chaos and when players go, we can't keep to this plan because it's clearly not working. And that's why I feel like they've gone off script. And, you know, it's
but that's the thing I was going to say, Dustin, is what was it at half time? Was it Frank going, "Oh, we've got nothing to lose, guys. Let's go and do everything we can to get back in the game"? Or was it just the players going, "You know what? Fuck this. We've had the crowd booing us for months. They're unhappy. We're not doing well enough. Let's just go for it. We're going to play. We're just going to go for it the second half." And that's personally what I feel like it was. You know, I'm sure, you know, after the game, Frank goes, "This is how we want to play." Why have we not seen any of that football all season long? Why haven't we seen that since? Why did we not see that against West Ham? Like, it's just, it's so hard to understand what's going through his mind, because he seems to say after every game, "Oh, we want to play this way. We want to play this way." And then before a game, he goes, "Oh, we're going to play this way." But then on the pitch, it is completely different. It's like, it's so confusing.
Yeah, go on, Dustin. Sorry, mate.
No, I think the point I was going to make as well was that, like, we were talking about how we were vacillating between different managers. And I think the big part of the flux that we have is that whenever we switch between a manager of a very different style, basically we have a season and a half worth of, like, you know, bombing out players because they want to give players a chance, right? So let's try every player out, and it's a season and a half before They start selling players they don't need or start buying players that they actually need. But when you change for a manager with such a stark difference in style, you've got basically Conte with, Perisic and 3 at the back, and then you sign for that manager, and then you bomb him out, and now you've got a completely different manager that needs a whole different squad. So if we look at models of clubs that have stability across managers, you see Brighton, they can sell Bissouma and then they've got Caicedo, even better, and now they've got Balaba. They can have Potter and then switch to De Zerbi and now Herzelega. These are clubs where they have a structure in place where regardless what happens with the manager, what happens with the playing staff, they have a director of football there, they set the long-term strategy, they get the squad, they get a manager that can use that squad. So the manager is basically more of a coach than the traditional gaffer where he controls everything. And that means that you have a lot less of the flux that we are in whenever we switch a manager. And if you look at clubs that have been successful, it's generally been either in the history we've had the gaffer system where Wenger, Ferguson, all that, and then they had dynasties where they had decades at a club, and it's okay for them to have that level of control because they've earned the goodwill. But if you look at any of the modern clubs that have been successful, it's been clubs that have brought in this structure. And Chelsea won the Champions League with Roberto Di Matteo because it didn't matter that they lost him, because it was a combination of player power, but also the club structures were in place such that it didn't matter who the manager was for them.
Isn't that just about money, though? I feel like Chelsea, funnily enough, Matt is a Chelsea fan. I was going to ask him about this, but Chelsea are more like an aberration, aren't they? They're the outlier because they spent so much money during that period that it actually didn't matter who the manager was. Because, Di Matteo, perfect example, but also your man, I can't remember his name, but he took them to a big final as well. The other manager, who also managed West Ham.
Not too sure.
No, earlier.
Graham Potter.
No, the Israeli guy I'm thinking of.
Oh, the Israeli guy.
Avram Grant.
Avram Grant. Is he Israeli? Apologies if I got that wrong. But so it didn't really matter. But they're the outlier rather than anything else. And actually, and I think Chelsea are worth bringing up because when Clearlake took over, the first thing they did was bring in basically the entire Brighton suit staff, the 2 technical directors and all the backroom guys. Now, is there an argument to say Tottenham basically need to strip out, and it's a good opportunity to do it because Paratici is about to leave, strip out all of those middle managers, technical directors, directors of football, and start again? And actually, is that kind of what they're doing with that guy who's just come in from the City group, Dustin?
Hard to tell because I haven't really researched that guy and what he does. But I think that one of the things that we can look at for clubs is that the ownership kind of is the biggest determining factor for how that club does and the range of how well they perform. So if we see when City started winning, it was basically when they got new owners. When did Chelsea start winning? When they had new owners.
Yeah.
When have Chelsea kind of stopped winning? Because they've had a change of ownership and then the structures in there have changed as well. So I think that generally speaking, the owner has the largest influence over a club's range of positions. And then the manager fits within that range. So if you have a Klopp or a Pep, you can see that they get a lot more out of their players. But the thing that equates most league position is basically wages. And since we are 6th and 7th in wages, right, we're never going to get out of the range until we increase the wage structure, which Vinay has talked about. But it's not just about magically increasing the wage structure and you'll suddenly do better, but it's also about doing it in a way where you increase the wages of current players that you want to stay, because if you just see new players come in getting paid more than them, then they kick off and start leaving. So you got to first renew contracts of the players that you want to keep, your Van der Vens, your Romeros, get them up to the new wage structure, and then start recruiting players that not just at that wage, but because they deserve that wage. And then that's when you can really start competing.
Yeah. I just brought Eugene into the group. Thank you so much for joining, mate. How are you doing? Where are you? Tell us all about your Tottenham supporting life.
Guys, my history is long, right? I'm 40 over years of supporting Spurs in Asia, right? It's 12. It's going to be 1 a.m. here in Malaysia, right? And whenever they have these games, right, I usually stay up and watch. And to tell you the truth right nowadays, it's getting boring. So maybe I just go and sleep. But today is going to be an interesting. The game's today, right?
Yeah. So you're going to stay up. The game will kick off in about 3 hours' time.
I I don't think so.
Just go to bed, Dustin. You go to bed too. I don't think it's worth staying up to watch it.
Dustin, where are you based then?
I'm based in Singapore. We're neighbors, basically.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
Oh,
Eugene, what I will say is that your microphone's cutting out a lot. So can you try and get closer to it? Because otherwise I might have to kick you
Can
out.
you hear me better?
Yeah, it's
Better
just
now?
it's cutting out a fair bit. But where do you just tell us though where you sit on the Thomas Frank situation?
To tell the truth, I don't care about the managers anymore. When DV came out and said we got our Tottenham back, when we won out, we didn't lose in the first 10 game under Ange, right? And I lost it because I said I don't want this Tottenham, because this Tottenham doesn't do anything. Haven't won the league in 60 over years. I want a new Tottenham. But of course, along the way, we won the trophy. It brought some hope. 17 years, guys, right? The emotion was all there, right? And imagine watching it at 4 a.m. in Malaysia, right? All the way until 6 a.m. until the game ends. Imagine the time, the effort. And I was with a lot of Tottenham fans in the place that we did the viewing. So it was a wonderful feeling, right? So my story, Frank, is like this. It goes all the way back to Ange, because the thing is that at the moment now, I see a trend in our fan base. It's like our club is listening to our fan base. They wanted Jose out, they got rid of him. They wanted Poch out, they got rid of him. All the managers has come in, right? Whenever there's something out, right, they follow it. I don't know whether this season they'll break that trend, right? And to tell the truth, I don't care, because like a lot of us know, right, the problem has been here for a long time. We've seen this going over and over and over again. The problem starts from the top, recruitment, medical team. Guys, last season Ange had how many? 11, 12 injured. This season we haven't even gone to the later part of the season yet. We've already got 16.
Yeah.
So I guess our medical team needs a lot to be looked into, or I don't know what's wrong, right? Maybe like the pitch is not correct, but we don't train on that pitch. You get what I'm saying?
No, we don't.
Pitch. Yeah, so
let me ask Dustin and Joseph their opinions on that stuff, because we had someone on earlier who was, suggesting, is it possible that it's the AstroTurf under the home pitch that is affecting them? Is it because I have to hold my hands up. Last year, I gave Ange Postecoglou absolute pelters for the amount of injuries that we had. I was like, he's obviously burning them too hard on the training ground. He's got his philosophy, which is never stop, and that's meaning they never get a breather and match days. All of that stuff. And now that we have 16, I can't blame Ange Postecoglou anymore. Can it just be coincidence, or what are your opinions on it?
So I think that it wasn't unreasonable to postulate that it could have been Ange's style, just because we know what his distance run was, right? They clocked the distance run. We were literally, I think we were running 5 kilometers or 4 kilometers more than most other teams. So I wouldn't say it was unfair, but now we've seen that it's just a problem that has continued regardless. One of the things that we may have to look at is this all has happened since we had the new training ground and everything. There was a time that Newcastle used to have tons of injuries to all of their fast players, so like Michael Owen, and all of that. And it was because their training pitch had a gradient. There's a slant on the training pitch, so all their speedy players had a lot more higher incidences of injuries. So don't know, but at this point it's worth figuring out whether we have some kind of systemic problem that's causing these injuries, because it's 3 seasons of this already.
Yeah. Joseph, what about you?
Testing.
It's tough. I guess nobody can truly know what's causing this injury crisis for Tottenham, because like you said, it's definitely 2 years, possibly 3 years, kind of happening, and it's hard. Again, I was on the side of you, Barnaby. I was always saying that it was Ange and his his tactics and how much he was making the players run and work, and I thought that was the issue. But again, now we're seeing it under Frank, and it just doesn't. To me, it's got to come back to the medical staff. They're the ones that can sign off on these players, and especially when you're seeing these players get re-injured, that's where I'm starting to like go, why is this player being brought back so quickly or so suddenly if they clearly aren't fit and ready to play? Obviously, I understand in this situation where we're so light on players, they're going to have to force players to play. But there's been times where players have been brought back too early, whether that be from a signing off from the medical staff or maybe it's been the manager. You know, we saw it with Romero and Van de Ven against Chelsea under Ange. You know, they were brought back too soon. They both got re-injured and they're both out for even longer. So, but, you know, it's very confusing. You know, the Solanke one this season has been baffling to me. You know, a small kind of niggly ankle injury.
Yeah.
And then he's then injured for, you know, months and months. Then they're saying he should have had an operation. Now he's having the operation. Now, you know, this shouldn't be happening. This isn't how big clubs behave. You know, you need, if a player needs to be out for longer, you let them out. You let them be out for longer. What's happening with Kulusevski completely confuses me. Now, I don't know what's happened with his injury. I don't think anyone really knows what's happened. It's going to be coming up to a year soon that he's been out. And is he ever going to come back? Is he ever going to play again? You know, it comes to the point now where you see a player go off injured and you think that might be their last game for Tottenham. You know, we saw it especially with Ben Davis on the weekend. I'm not convinced we're ever going to see Ben Davis in a Tottenham shirt again.
No.
Now, whether that, you know, some people probably think that might be a blessing in disguise, but other people might go, you know what, he was a serviceable player and he would have been serviceable for the rest of the season. But now we don't know if he's even going to be playing for Tottenham ever again. So for me, there needs to be an inquest into the medical staff, into them assessing players and them recovering players and how they're getting back onto the football pitch. And when they're getting back onto the football pitch, because again, it's these re-injuries that are causing me more annoyance. When we're seeing players come back, play a couple of games, and then disappear again for months, that's a problem. You know, every player can get injured; it can be unfortunate, and especially with what football, you know, the scheduling issues with football is now, where we're playing 3 games a week, which is more than probably these players have ever had to. And the fact that we don't have a big squad of reliable players and we are having to rely on certain players in key moments in many games, it's definitely a combination of different factors.
Yeah, I mean, the Ben Davis one seemed kind of like a bit of an impact / twist.
Yeah, of course. But it's just the recovery. You know, do we expect him to recover from it and ever play for Tottenham again? We just never know.
I actually said in my video this morning, I think what the right thing for Tottenham would be to do at this point is to sign Ben Davies up for another year, maybe as a player coach, so that he can have his recuperation at Tottenham. Because at the moment, you know, assuming it's a pretty bad break, you would think it's unlikely that he'll be able to do his rehabilitation while his contract, all before his contract ends. Let me just read this super chat from Nicky Mann, who says, "This is hilarious. Fair play, Barnaby. Good luck with this board. You might be here for a while." That brings me on to my main question to you guys. If you were betting people, when would you imagine that Thomas Frank will stop being Tottenham manager?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, you sound great. Why don't you go first, mate?
All right, thanks. To tell the truth, right? We all know, right? If tonight we get hammered, right, really badly,
with
all the news that's coming out with the injuries and all that, he only has 11 players and all that. Mickey's suspended, so our defense is going to be Dragozin and Danso.
No, Romero's playing, won't it? So it'll be Romero and Danso.
Romero and Danso. All right. So if he gets if we get the smacking tonight, I think he'll be gone quite soon. But if not, we might pull out a surprise. I mean, even if it's a draw, put out a good performance, then maybe they will still believe that he'll still be here. So
let me ask Dustin this, Dustin. If we lose tonight, and going on what Eugene was saying, why would they sack him tomorrow morning as opposed to sacking him yesterday morning when nothing will have changed? He's not going to, I mean, I guess theoretically, if he lost 5-0 tonight, they would say, oh, that's one step too far. But really, there's already been like 3 to 4 to 12 steps too far, haven't there?
I think the biggest thing that we have to reckon with is why was Vinay brought in? I think that he's been brought in and probably his calling card is the whole I had patience with Arteta and look at them now. So I think for me, the biggest issue we may have is that he's built so much of his reputation, indeed, jockeying his way into the position based on, I have patience with managers, and it can become like his albatross to wear, which is like, I will be patient no matter what. And given what we saw at the West Ham game, and given the depth of the unhappiness the fans have, if there was a time where most people that had not turned on Frank yet turned after that West Ham game. So if there was time that the public sentiment played a part in the decision making, the decision would have been made. The fact that they decided to stick with him, and also because he had that statement in the program and they've hired Johnny Heitinger, I feel like they have kind of tried to dig in and go, we've decided that patience is going to be the mantra that we are holding on to. And I suspect that they might well dig in and go, we're just going to keep patience with him until something happens. And we might end up as, the United fan that said he won't cut his hair until they win 5 in a row. You might be streaming for a while.
For 2 years. Joseph, I just wanted to ask you, just because Dustin brought it up, what did you think of that Johnny Heitinger appointment? Didn't that as a, I've had a lot of guests on already. We've all discussed, I think, how we agree there's no kind of joined up thinking. But you would think that they would be trying to put in some joined up thinking. But that strikes me as that there's no way that Vinay Venkatesham wins from that appointment, is there? And I can't see how.
It is a really confusing one. Obviously, people will speculate that he may become the interim coach if Frank was sacked.
Yeah,
it is just a confusing hire. But again, it worries me a little bit, this whole Vinay of wanting to be patient with Frank. I understand it worked with Arteta, but it doesn't mean it's just necessarily going to work again, just because it's worked one time. It's a really difficult time in Tottenham. You just don't know what's going to happen. I didn't think there was a chance Frank could survive after that West Ham game. I genuinely didn't think there was. They've kept him on, and it doesn't really. It's hard for me to understand it. I mean, with Arteta previously, obviously, a lot of Arsenal fans wanted him gone earlier on in the season, but they were never as bad as this. And obviously, he ended up turning it around. And you saw flashes of their play. You could see it in Saka, and you could see it in certain players where they were getting better. We haven't seen any of that under Frank for Spurs. So for me, we are very close to being dragged into a relegation fight. I think people will be. I think it's stupid to think that Tottenham are too big to go down when we're playing the football that we are. Of course, I think there are 3 worse teams than us, but you never know what can happen. And the way that we're playing right now is relegation form, no matter how you look at it. And the thing is, we've now got. I think if he drops points against Burnley, there is no way he can stay in the job. 0 chance. I thought, but then again, I thought there was 0 chance he could stay in charge after this West Ham game. So it is really worrying. You just don't know what they're going to do.
You're going to give him until Burnley.
But this is the thing. I thought he should have been sacked straight after that West Ham game. I thought it was despicable that we lost that. And again, I don't see how this game can really matter. Dortmund in the Champions League. I don't. They've been very good this season. They've only lost a couple of games all season, and we are going in with 11 fit first team players and kids on the bench that haven't even come onto the pitch really ever. We've seen Luke Williams-Barnett make a little cameo once, and pretty much no one else. So I don't see how this game can really affect whether they say we sack him or not. But the Burnley game, I think if you drop points in that game, I don't see how he can survive. I honestly don't, because at that point you're genuinely thinking, okay, we're now what?
That's a 6-pointer already.
That's what I mean, though, Dustin. That it genuinely could become that. That's what's so worrying being a Spurs fan. I'm sure all of us were looking at last year. Obviously, we won the Europa League, it was great, and we were 17th. And it was, at points there was kind of like talk of, are we going to go into a relegation battle? Obviously not, because of how poor the 3 teams below us were. But this year, I know Wolves have probably down. It looks like they're down and out. Burnley, I wouldn't expect them to recover, but West Ham easily can recover the position they're in. Yeah. And again, the way that Tottenham are playing and the fixtures we have coming up soon as well look really difficult. We've got Manchester City, Manchester United, Arsenal, Newcastle, I think Liverpool a couple games later. Like, they're all games that we're probably expected to lose even when we are playing well.
Yeah.
So it's a really, I just don't know how they can keep him on for too much
No,
longer.
but even if we bring in an interim now, right? What kind of results do we expect?
Well, no, you have a point there, Eugene. But the one thing I would say is, did anybody expect Manchester United to do that to Manchester City on the weekend? Because I'll tell you what, I had no idea they had that in them. Michael Carrigan for 3 days, and he got that team playing much better football than we'd seen for about 16, 18 months. Yeah, well, maybe it was, and we'll see what happens with that. But even then, Tottenham need that. Tottenham needs some kind of spark. Right now, Tottenham Hotspur Football Club is dull and it's damaged, and there's nothing in it right now that's giving anybody any hope. Nothing. There's not one thing for me as a Spurs fan where I'm looking at and holding on to and going, oh, at least we've got this for the future. At least we've got this for the future. Right now, there's none of that. Maybe an interim coach coming in, somebody who has a bit of feel-good factor, maybe with Spurs fans, maybe an ex-player. I don't know. If it's on an interim basis, I'd be okay with it. But just something to pick up this club and unite the fan base, and just give us something to hold on to, because it's so dire right now. It's awful to be a Spurs fan.
Can I just because? Yeah, go on.
No,
I think one of the big problems is kind of like the players kind of losing it with him as well, where you have seen like transfer rumors start emerging where you previously didn't see that. And I think that a big part of it is that you've got a combination of potentially losing the dressing room, potentially losing like our Romero.
He's lost the dressing room, guys.
Yeah,
he's lost the dressing room.
He's lost it.
No, I was doing sorry guys, it's not to plug my channel thing. I was with the Singapore Spurs guys last week. I'm not sure Dustin knows any of them.
Yeah, right? we played. Singapore Spurs played Malaysia Spurs last week. I normally would have played, but I'm injured.
Right.
It would be good to meet up with you, right? I met BC there. You know what BC said? He watches the training exercises and all that, right? And he says, right, these guys are not reproducing it on the pitch. When you hear things like that, right, he's lost the dressing room. Guys, these guys, right, I think about 80% or 85 to 90% of them, right, was all built up by Ange, right? The mentality of winning that trophy, right? It actually built up some kind of camaraderie when they had Ange there. When you bring a new manager, right, it's like a lot of them has lost some heart there. You remember what VDV said, right? He didn't mind Ange. You can say that. He was starting to build something, but like what you're talking about, Vinay. Vinay is here. I don't think he understands what Spurs fans actually feel now. At Arsenal, at least they had the 2004 Invincibles and all that, and what they had to go through. They've won the league before, the Premier League. We've not won the Premier League before at all, guys. You can see that. So our expectations, our emotions, right, is what we want. Are we the type of fans that we want to win the trophy? Are we the type of fans who want to see good football? Are we the type of fans who wants it all? But a lot of fans who wants it all, right? You know, you will never see that.
But that's because I think a lot of them want it all because they're being charged the amount of money to which they should expect it all. That's the reality.
Yeah,
and I'm not one of those people, because I did have a season ticket in the South Stand, but I don't anymore. So I'm obviously just watching at home and making content. But what I want is to feel something. And at the moment, watching this Tottenham side, the absolute drudgery means I don't feel anything. And as a result, what happens against West Ham happens regularly, which is I laughed. I've said it already today, but I laughed when they scored that second goal because it was so inevitable. And I'm fed up of the apathy, and I want to feel something. Joseph or Dustin, you go in now.
Well, that's one thing I'd say, Barnaby. Like, I'm quite a young Spurs fan. You know, born in 2001. So I haven't seen, you know, previous years of where it was really bad. Obviously, you know, I barely remember the Carling Cup 2008, Jonathan Woodgate or anything like that, because I was only 7 years old. But I'd say right now is the most disconnected I've felt as a Tottenham fan. You know, I used to go with my dad all the time. We've kind of stopped going, one, because of the price. It is astronomical. It's obviously not just a ticket for the game. It's also getting there, food, drinks, everything, you know, everything encapsulated. It's just so much money. Yeah. And I'm only, an hour away, you know, it's only a drive in the car. So it's not hard for me to go. But then also the part of me this year is I don't want to go. I don't want to go and watch Tottenham play right now. And I love Tottenham. I've always been a fan of Tottenham Hotspur, and I always will be. But right now, it is still an entertainment. Like, that is what it's supposed to be. It takes us away from our daily lives. It gives us an escape, and it allows us to kind of, you know, feel something, have a sense of community as well. It's such an integral part of everyone's lives. And it's just so sad to see the state Tottenham are in right now. We don't feel any connection to the players, any connection to the club as a whole. And again, like even years past where we didn't play the best football, even then we still had players to hold on to. We had Son, we had Kane, we saw some magical football from some of these world-class players. We don't have that now either. We don't have anyone that excites us and gets us off our seat. We've got nobody that we can hold on to and think this player is going to drag Tottenham forward. There's no hope. And that's such a shame because it's just a place that I've never been in as a Spurs fan. You know, maybe I've been quite lucky and quite privileged to see a good Tottenham side for quite a while. But again, even in the years where we haven't been great, there were still moments where you could watch it and go, that was great. That was great to watch. We saw Bale when Spurs were kind of starting to go into the ascendancy. There were still moments where we weren't great, but we saw Gareth Bale be unbelievable. But right now, it's just, there's nothing. There's nothing I've looked at for at least this season, especially where I can hold on to and go, this is the future of Tottenham Hotspur. This is what's positive about Tottenham Hotspur. Because right now there is nothing. And it's a really sorry state for Tottenham to be in.
Yeah. Dustin, what about you, mate?
I can think of one scenario where this makes sense. It's a completely black room. The lights come on and it's a red glow, and you see the silhouette of Vinay, and you hear North London forever, and then the words come out, Agent Vinay, job done.
Oh, don't make me go and say Guna out and all that, right?
Agent Vinay. Agent Vinay. A couple of you have mentioned, or we've talked a little bit about, why would Thomas Frank be sacked tonight or tomorrow if he wasn't sacked yesterday? Let me just read out some of the reports over the last kind of 24, 36 hours from the reputable journalists on where supposedly the Spurs board are. Tom Barkley and Martin Lipton saying club chiefs are now weighing up whether to axe him before the Dortmund game. This was just after the West Ham game. They went on to say senior figures are understood to be keen to take the temperature of Frank's squad to assess if there is still internal support for the manager. That's something I said on my video this morning, which is absolutely wild to me, that these suits think they have to take soundings from the squad as to what they think of their manager, when all, as far as I'm concerned, you have to do is watch them play on the pitch. You can see how they feel about the manager from the absolute drossery that they are serving
Even the training videos, you can even see it from the effort in the training videos.
Yeah, do you know what? I haven't been keeping an eye on them, but I can absolutely believe that. They went on to say there's a growing sense that Frank cannot restore any authority and that the best move for all parties could be to bring his reign to an end swiftly, and club officials are weighing up a change. Also, on Twitter in the last hour, it's come out that Matisse Tell is desperate to leave Spurs and only Thomas Frank leaving would make him want to change his mind. Matt Law...
Please stay. Frank, please stay. Please stay so Matisse Tell can leave. Once he leaves, right? Then you leave.
I can't.
Then you leave.
I'm so disappointed with how they've treated Matthijs Tell. As much as I understand, he hasn't had the smoothest, year at Tottenham. There's definitely a player in there.
There's definitely a player in there. I was literally just thinking that. It's obvious to anyone who's watched football that there's a player there. It's far more obvious that there's a player there than there is that there's a manager for Tottenham Hotspur 100%. In Thomas Frank.
The manager can't find the player there.
But the thing is, though, the last couple of weeks, Matthijs Tell's been our best performer. In each game, I've been really impressed with Tell. He gets the ball, he works hard, he drives with the ball, he's got involved in goals. He's been very good. From that Bournemouth game, I think he's been our best performer in the most recent weeks. Yeah. And the fact that he was taken out of the Champions League squad for Solanke, I can understand if the rules are that he has to be the one to come out for Solanke to come in. Okay, it makes some sense, but he has been one of our better performers the last month, and now he's kind of being hung out to dry again and pushed out of a squad where he should be one of the first names on a team sheet right now. Again, I think Tottenham should be aiming higher. We need to do some business in the transfer window. We need to sign some forward players. But the fact is, right now, I think Tell is one of the better players you have that you can rely on in that forward line. Kolo Muani has been an absolute disaster. He just doesn't look like he's bothered. He doesn't even look like he's interested in being here at Tottenham. which is such a shame because I thought there was a player in him, but I don't know.
Wait,
Maybe
just playing devil's advocate, mate, but would you be interested if you're being asked to try and bring down balls from, the fucking sky because the manager has no interest in playing the ball on the pitch? He's clearly, for me, you saw it in his first 3 or 4 games, he's clearly got a great touch. He wants to play in tight spaces. He wants to play in triangles, similar to Xavi Simons, actually, but instead they're being asked to bring the ball down from the fucking Alps. It winds me up. And of course, as a result, he's lost interest. I agree. And that's not professional. That's not good. But he's lost interest because they're not playing in any way to his skill set. And he knows that actually if Solanke was fit, he wouldn't be playing at all anyway. And if he is, it's being chucked out on the left wing where he's also not a winger.
Yeah,
all things being equal, even if we take away the style of play and everything, being treated the way he has, he left Bayern to get minutes, right? And all he's been done is he's been deliberately left out of Champions League and Europa League squads basically twice already. He's been he's been brought back in or taken back out for a half-fit striker that has just come back from months off. And there's only 2 games left. What's wrong with you just giving him those 2 games rather than going, you're such a low priority for us that we're going to snub you all over again?
No, that's Frank panicking. Frank is panicking. Yes, he's making rash decisions now. Guys, we've seen him make so many stupid decisions when the game is, being played, making all those dumb substitutions to nullify our attack and all that. So I don't know what he's really doing, right? Yeah. But to tell the truth, I don't think he had a choice because I think with homegrown quota or whatever in the Champions League, right? He didn't have a choice to choose Tel because we already sold Brennan. So there's no backup in the attacking field side.
Yeah, I also can I just say, because I also read, I'm not sure if it's definitely true. Let us know in the comments, but I read that it might be that if the player that you have taken out as being injured has since become fit and played a game for your team, you have to then put them back. I think that might be a possibility.
Yeah,
just before we go on, 1 second, before we go on, I've got to say this super chat, sorry, from Luca 14 says 4-hour shift, good work, Barnaby. A little towards any takeouts that you'll be needing. I appreciate that. Joseph, carry on. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I think the thing that's also frustrating me about this whole Frank saga is it has completely taken away from the most important month of Tottenham's season in the transfer window.
Yeah, true.
Very true. We have literally signed Conor Gallagher, which again, I don't mind the idea of. I think he's a good player, but he wouldn't maybe necessarily be the first player that I think Spurs was screaming out and needing. There's definitely holes in our team that we needed to address and we haven't. And the fact is, Brennan Johnson's gone, and all we've really done is spend what we got from the Johnson sale. So we've got this 100 million war chest, which we were all told a couple of months ago was going to be put towards players. And now we have 10 days left of the window. We haven't seen any links from what Tottenham are doing from reliable journalists. No one knows what Tottenham are doing. And the fact is, this whole thing with Thomas Frank is now overshadowing any kind of business Spurs need to do. And the fact is, what we'll probably end up seeing is Frank probably lasting until the end of January, then being sacked, and then them going, well, we didn't want to go spend money on a manager that we didn't truly believe in. When it's again, like we've said previously, signing should be separate from management. It should all align. Any kind of signing that comes in should be basically done by the club going, this player will fit our system, will fit the style of football we want to play, rather than it being a manager's signing. So it's just an absolute mess, and Tottenham needs
what player wants to come? What player wants to come when they see all of this happening as well, right?
Yeah, of course, but let's be honest. I think the one thing I understand that, and definitely some players might turn their nose up at Tottenham if they have other options, but money will talk. Tottenham being in the Premier League and being able to pay the amount of money they can will definitely convince players to come here. I mean, Sousa has been linked to other teams. Obviously, it looks like he's going to be signing for Spurs now, the Brazilian fullback. He was linked to Bayern Munich. He was linked to other clubs. Right now, you're not looking at Tottenham. He's probably not sitting there looking at Tottenham going, this would be a great place to play. I mean, he was in the crowd for the West Ham game, and I'm sure he wasn't happy after watching that. But the point is, the money he's probably getting is far more than he was going to get anywhere else. So Tottenham can convince players to come here, no matter who they are. Obviously, some players may turn their nose up, but we can make signings that will improve the squad in the last 10 days. But they need to do it, and this whole Frank thing is completely making people just focus on one thing rather than really looking at this squad and going, this needs improving as well. And we were promised that was going to happen. We were somewhat promised that was going to happen with the money being invested into the club.
Yeah, Joseph, to tell the truth, right? This window, right? it's actually time to get some quality players in. You know why? Because it's the World Cup. There are a lot of quality players out there, right, who needs time. Yes, we should have done our homework along the way and pick them out straight away. To tell the truth, right, I gave Enoch 7 days into the window to make their first move. They didn't, so I guess we're back to square one again, right? So all I can say is that talking about alignment, we ain't going to be aligned for this season. You know why? Because Frank was brought in by Levy. Levy gets sacked, right? There are a lot of divides in the upper hierarchy now. If I'm not mistaken, there is some kind of maybe could be a civil war going on, right? Frank said he had lunch with who? Vinay, Lange, and Boucher, right? Why wasn't Vivian there?
I think it was a training ground lunch, wasn't it? I think realistically, the owners, as in Viv and Charlie, I think they'll probably try and stay out of things as much as possible. But let me just to go back on something, Eugene. You mentioned earlier, and we didn't really go into it. You mentioned earlier, or alluded to the fact that you don't rate Matisse Tell. You just don't think he's good enough. What's your thinking on that?
Guys, it's not to say I don't rate him, right? A lot of players that Spurs buy at 19, 20 years old, how am I going to rate them, right? Am I going to go into that? We are waiting for potential to show up again. Why? Guys, we haven't won the league in 60 over years. If you're going to wait for potential some more, why are we doing here, right? I'm 58. I'm going to be 58 this year, right? I've been supporting Spurs for 40 years, right? I've seen them, not apart from this past 6 years being a part of the YouTube community and all that, I've been a bit more closer, right? And the truth, winning the trophy, that emotion brought back a lot of highs. Now, why is our fan base going to meltdowns all the time, right? It's because we're on our lows. We're dropping down. You get what I'm saying? We're slipping down. So all I can say at the moment, right, before I make a move, Barnaby, thanks for having me on, because it's going to be nearly 1:30 here in Malaysia. Dustin, big up to you, man. You're going to stay on with Barnaby, right? Because he might stay on for another 2 weeks.
Eugene, tell the audience, do you make Spurs content yourself? If so, tell the audience where they can find you.
Okay, to tell the truth, right, guys, I think Spurs Vision TV is the only Malaysian Spurs YouTube channel that's out there now. I do about watch-alongs most of the time. I used to do a lot of panel shows and all that, but work comes in. Nowadays, I do watch-alongs, and I do it from the Mamak store. Dustin will understand what the Mamak store is, right? And
think of it as a late night kebab, but Southeast Asian style.
Sounds good.
It's not late night. It's 24 hours, right? So late night, late morning, lunch, anytime. But no, guys, I've been doing this for about 6 years now. I've known a lot of you, but first time seeing Barnaby, heard of you before, but I'm not sure you've heard of me because I'm a very small channel from Malaysia, right? Dustin will know BC, and I'm not sure he knows him. I'm sure you know BC, right?
Yeah, he's the coach. He's the coach for the Singapore Spurs supporters team.
Got it.
Yeah. Spurs Vision TV, right? If you're not subscribed, please go and subscribe. Watch some of my watch-alongs and all that. Recently, we did that match. I had it live all the time throughout my channel until the West Ham even. You'll see some Malaysian Spurs fans there with Singaporean Spurs fans there. And to tell the truth, I wasn't Frank in or Frank out until that stupid Arsenal Cup, right? So all I'm going to say now is that get the Guna out of my club, right? Guys, thanks for meeting. Nice meeting you guys, right? Joseph,
man, thanks a lot. Right? Cheers, Eugene.
Hopefully we keep in touch, right? Maybe see how it goes. Okay.
Yeah,
guys.
Just jump on in 3 weeks when I'm still on, mate. Jump on in 3 weeks when I'm still on. So let's talk a little bit, if you're willing to stay on a bit longer, guys, more directly about tonight's Dortmund game, I guess. Is there any way in the world in which suddenly we're all surprised and they put in a performance and we turn over a team who've only lost one game all season in their league?
I mean, you never know.
It'll be so Spursy for us to beat them and then lose to Burnley.
Yeah, I agree, Dustin. Go on, Joseph. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, you never know. You never know with Tottenham. Like exactly what Dustin said, it will be so Spursy for that to happen. But again, we could expect it. I mean, we've seen the amount of Spursy moments we've had this season is crazy. The cup with Thomas Frank, then the actual game against Bournemouth, where the last minute Semenyo scores on his final touch for Bournemouth after rejecting Tottenham and going to Manchester City. Even as a hat trick. Even this West Ham game, just the last moment where I think everybody had that little moment of dread where it's like, it's cool now, they're going to score this. They're 100% going to score it. And then obviously that's what happened. So, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, again, I think still going into it, I think we are all expecting a loss. You know, this Tottenham team hasn't performed well against mediocre sides, let alone a solid Dortmund team that is firing on all cylinders. So definitely an expectation of a loss, but you never know. You never know what Tottenham are going to pull out. I think the one thing I think everyone's holding hope in is that some of these youngsters get some moments on the pitch and we get to see some hope for the future, like we did maybe against, was it Elfsborg in the Europa League?
We had Ajayi and all them coming on to score.
Yeah, exactly. Like that again, in a moment where Tottenham really were down, that was such a lighting moment. I think probably people's favourite moment of the last season, partly other than the final. So I hope we get some kind of taste of that. You know, maybe see Tynan Thompson, Luke Williams, Barnett, Olasesi, see some of these players. If they're really that high rated, Frank should be willing to use them, even in a capacity of bringing them off the bench when players like Solanke will have to come off. I mean, Solanke is not ready to play 90 minutes. There is no reason that he should be playing 90 minutes. And the same with possibly Bergvall. You know, he's kind of had a couple of injury issues. Maybe Gray possibly had a couple of injury issues. So these players need to possibly come out, and we need to put some trust in these youngsters. And the thing is, Tottenham fans will not boo these young players. If they go out there and lose, Tottenham fans will not boo them. We will accept that they aren't possibly ready for this level, and we will get behind them and cheer them on. And
did it possibly stifle their development for the future, though?
Maybe, but again, like I said, I don't see fans inside that stadium. If they see youngsters on that pitch trying and maybe just not being good enough in that moment, the fans will get behind them. Tottenham fans always believe in the young players, and we saw it again in that Europa League game. And we will see it in the future. Tottenham fans have always believed in Mikey Moore, even in moments when he came in last season. I don't think he always played great. There were some games, remember Crystal Palace away, he really struggled. But Tottenham fans would always clap him off the pitch. They would always believe in him and truly think, you know, he can be a star for us and we will get behind that player. So I believe the Tottenham fans will do that if those young players are given the opportunity to. And that might give a little bit of a good feeling for Frank. But unfortunately, he hasn't used these young players yet this season. I'm surprised he hasn't been willing to try them.
Yeah. Dustin, what do you think?
I think there's no better opportunity to use the young players now because, you know, the injury crisis is as much of an excuse as you could use. And, you know, we'll just find out whether he actually puts faith in them. I would love to see Luka Williams-Barnett, like, you know, and think of what it would mean for a youngster, because being a youngster at Spurs hasn't been the easiest time we've had. You know, they've been struggling to get minutes. They've been good sending them out on loan. So just to give them, like, you know, to hear that music that they've been listening to their lives as fans, and to let them step out onto that pitch to a Champions League game, it means so much for retention of the youngsters as well. Just to know that they have a path to the first team. Because I think one of the biggest problems that we have now is the money coming into the game means that getting into the first 11 is an even larger gap than it's ever been. And we'll have more and more youngsters that realistically will go out on loan, come back, raise their value and sell them on and never make it into the first team. So minutes like this is kind of like where we can still have a connection to our grassroots, have a connection to youngsters coming through the academy, and honestly attract them to continue to play for us.
Well, we're seeing that a lot at the moment, aren't we, Dustin? Like Jamie Donnelly is just left on loan, but there's an option to buy in that. So there is a possibility that he could leave the club permanently. And that's a shame, you know, especially when we had that first pre-season with Ange. It felt like Jamie Donnelly could actually be a part of the first team going forward. Like we saw him in pre-season and he actually played well in the different positions he was playing in. The same, you know, we've got kind of high hopes for Will Lancashire. There's obviously even younger players like Oliver Iro. I think he just got a couple goals for Mansfield.
He scored a beauty, didn't he? He scored an absolute beauty.
Yeah. In his first senior game. And then there's Mason Malia that is just coming in that people have high hopes for. There's a lot of these Spurs youngsters but we've had that over the years and we've never seen them truly kind of fulfill their potential with Tottenham, especially. There's plenty of players that have had that potential and gone off to do well, including one that's played for Chelsea and Arsenal now in Noni Madueke, which is such a shame because he'd be a perfect player for us, I think. So yeah, Tottenham they do need to give this kind of pathway for these young players because it's clear. I mean, a couple of years ago, we won the Premier League, didn't we? The under-21s Premier League. And so if these players obviously have this potential, well, let's see them get involved in the first team, because right now there's no reason why they shouldn't be, considering how poor the first team is playing.
That strikes me as another part where we really have a lot of room to improve in terms of like from a structure perspective, right? The fact that we don't have clear pathways to the first team, the fact that so many of our loans have been cancelled halfway because we're loaning them out to clubs that don't use them. It just strikes me as, you know, what Barnaby was talking about earlier about like not having completely joined up thinking in terms of like what our assets are. And the reality is, for a lot of clubs, and I'm under no illusion that we see this in the same way, the club sees youngsters as, we take youngsters in, we increase their value, and we can sell them on, and then we can use that money to sign players. And realistically, as fans, that is going to happen, but there should still be a realistic path to the first team, because there are youngsters that will come in with that goal. And if it doesn't look realistic, and if the last youngster you can think of that came into the team is like, you know, Harry Winks or Oliver Skip, right? It basically doesn't give youngsters a hope at looking at this as a path to the first team.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I do think it's almost pie in the sky that we think there's any chance that tonight Thomas Frank is going to start Luca Williams-Barnett. I mean, I personally think actually, you know, it might be his only chance to keep his job. If he did that, he would get such a rousing reception from the crowd, almost not only just because they get to see one of our own, but also being like, oh, Thomas Frank's willing to try and change something and tinker. He realizes he's in trouble or whatever. But it strikes me, he's so logical. And I hope I'm not being like jingoistic or whatever the right word is here because he's Danish, but he's so logical that he'll just be like, no, the data says that is not the best decision, and therefore, you know, he won't do it. When actually it's probably his best chance of getting some fans on side when they're so far from being on side. Are you guys happy to stay on for another few minutes or so? Because if so, I'm going to ask you a question about the transfer window, and then I'm going to go to the toilet whilst you speak to each other and answer it. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, of course.
Top man. So I just wanted to, you know, we've talked a little bit about it, but what would potentially the last 11 days what's the best that can happen in the next 11 days of this transfer window? Is there any way? Because I've got some ITKs on my Twitter that I see that I kind of think probably think they're telling the truth. And some of them are like, oh, you're going to be surprised at the end of this window. You know, is there any way that actually I will be pleasantly surprised? And what does that look like? Dustin, why don't we start with you?
I think it depends on what kind of players we're looking at. What strikes me as being the largest problem is, are we going to actually solve our central ball progression issue? And I haven't really seen like strong links there. I mean, we have links to Ekliush, but he's more of a right winger. So I don't really see any links so far that have put us in touching distance of anyone that solves what I think is the biggest issue. But as far as signings for other positions, I don't know, Joseph, what have you seen that's excited you?
I think this is the problem, Dustin. Like, you know, we see links to players, and the thing is, we can be interested in a number of players. I mean, we're going to get them. You know, we showed interest, or we put Semenyo at the top of our list, and very quickly that was kind of shut off, going, he's not going to come to Tottenham, because why would he? You know, I don't blame him for picking Manchester City or Liverpool, whoever. Obviously ended up with Manchester City, but you know, we're seeing this with players. We saw it last in the summer with players like Gibbs White, obviously ended up staying at Forest. We saw it with Eze going to Arsenal. We saw it with Nico Paz staying at Como and obviously hoping to go back to Real Madrid. But players don't see Tottenham as a very, you know, as a destination they want to go to. So the players that we've been linked with, you know, you hear the likes of Adam Wharton. I don't see how that has any chance of happening in January. The state that Crystal Palace are in after they've obviously gone and sold, you know, Michael Eze previously, and then Eze's gone. Now Mateta looks like he could leave. You know, there was even links today from David Ornstein to Aston Villa, but also Juventus have been interested in him. Obviously, Oliver Glasner is now kind of announced he's going to be leaving, and that's kind of a big, you know, issue for them. So I don't see in any way they would allow us to try and get Adam Wharton in this January window. I just don't think they can warrant selling him. I think the fan base would really start to turn if they saw all of these players leave. And then, you know, there's likes of, you know, so obviously being a Juventus fan as well, I love Kenan Yildiz. He is an unbelievable footballer. He is the one shining light in Juventus right now. He has taken them so far this season, and he has been unbelievable. And Tottenham fans seem to think that we could get him. I don't see how in any chance we have a chance of getting him, because he has about a year left on his deal, and he could possibly go to any other club in Europe. I think he has a chance to play right at the top, or he could go to any of the other Premier League teams. I think there's a chance that Arsenal would want him, Liverpool
Woolwich
would want him.
Yeah. Woolwich want him.
And why would at that point he pick Tottenham? If I'm him, I'd even stay. If Tottenham was the only option right now in January to move, I would stay at Juventus and see out the rest of my contract, and then sign with one of those teams at the end of it. So it's just, it's what are we going to be given? I think Tottenham will make some signings. They know they need to, but what are they going to be? Are they going to be players that we actually believe are going to improve the level of this squad? Are they going to be players that we're impressed by? Or is it going to be, the second options that we've done, or the opportunistic signings that Tottenham always seem to do, rather than going out and buying the players that will truly change your team? And that's where we differentiate from the top teams. You see Arsenal go out there and go, or Liverpool or Manchester City, they go out that we want this player because he will make us better. How much money do you want? Okay, we'll pay it. Tottenham have always been, oh, you're looking to offset Conor Gallagher. You're trying to get rid of Conor Gallagher. Okay, we'll give you this money. It seems like an opportunity for us to make. But realistically, there probably would have been a profile of player that actually fits what Tottenham need more than Conor Gallagher. It's not me saying that I'm unhappy with that signing, but it's more just he's very similar to some players that we already have in the squad.
He retains value so well. He's English. He's got homegrown slot. It's all of those,
Again, it's the opportunistic. Right? It's opportunistic.
Yeah.
It makes logical sense, but again, football is more than that. You need, again, sometimes right now, like you said, we need a progressive passer. Conor Gallagher isn't that, and he's come into the club, and yes, he might be a good signing overall long term, but he isn't the exact profile that we needed. Yet we've gone and spent 40 million on him. So you just never know with Tottenham. And the problem is right now, you don't trust the people in charge to make the right decisions. I do not believe in Johan Langer at all. I think I don't know why he's at the club. I don't know why we got him. He seems like an overglorified scout, to be honest, than anything else.
Well, he's the data guy, isn't he? That's the thing. And I think the biggest problem we have with Johan Langer is that he is Thomas Frank's mate. And they're both from Denmark, so that might be another reason he's still in. I'm going to bring Mia into the chat. Mia is, according to her thumbnail, Tottenham's lone wolf, but we're keeping her off cam because she's got kids around tonight. Mia, how are you? Can you hear me? Are you there?
I am here, and I'm absolutely fine, apart from supporting Tottenham, I guess.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. It's okay. At least you haven't decided to do a live stream that may last 3.5 months. But Mia, where are you at with Thomas Frank at the moment? And we'll dive back into the kind of transfer window in a second. But when I get new guests on, I want to ask where they're kind of at with the Thomas Frankivization of this club right now.
Well, I just feel like that there's a certain point you get to where a line's been crossed. And I think that we're at that point. I think it's so toxic that you need to remove that toxicity, even if he isn't the whole problem. I feel like that just putting him in like games like tonight is just basically asking for trouble. You're just putting him into a lion's den to start with, and also saying that the game isn't important enough for us to try and change things. It's almost like it's well, guys, we'll just give Thomas Frank this one game and he's going to lose it probably anyway, but don't worry about it. We're not a serious club if that's our thought. We had a really quick turnover, and I get that. But I feel like we could have done something. Just a new voice and a new face, I think, could have put these players up a little bit more. Even if they gave another 25%, I feel like it would be a lot better than what we're seeing currently, which I don't believe is football. My eyes are telling me, I've watched football for long enough to know this is not football, what we are watching. I don't know what the heck it is. I don't see no identity in what we are trying to do. And I think that's the main problem with Thomas Frank. I don't think anybody over these months have actually seen an identity of what Spurs are trying to be. It feels like, what are we as a team? Does anybody know? I've asked people this question, and it feels like no one's really got the answer to what we actually are as a team. And I think that's really problematic. He should have at least improved it enough by now that we can see what he's trying to do.
No, I completely agree. And the wildness of it is that Thomas Frank keeps coming out and saying stuff like, oh, if you look to the last 7 games, you'll understand it's getting better. And like, no, mate, it's not. Before we carry on, Mia, Joseph has to drop off. Joseph, before you go, firstly, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Are you making Spurs content, or where can people see you or follow you?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Barnaby. Been great being on the channel for the first time. But if you want to follow me, it's on X, Joseph THFC. I do some podcasts with Harry Scarf on the Scarfy Spurs Talk channel, as well as starting a new channel with Gary Ward and Callum Stubbs, Project Spurs, which is doing really well in its infancy. So please do go and follow any of those. But again, thank you for having me. Again, good luck with this live stream. Again, I think you might be here for a while, but yeah, good luck with it. And again, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Top man, Joseph. And I am looking for people to come on, so do give it a share and let people in your new channel know. And happily, I'll speak to them as I go along. I'll be obviously watching along with the game as we go along tonight as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Take care, everyone.
Cheers, mate. Mia, before I go on about it, why don't you tell us a little bit about what led you to support Spurs in the first place? You sound like you might be a North London local or an Essex local, maybe.
No, I'm actually South East London local.
Oh,
so I come from near to where the scumbags are from, unfortunately. Near to Woolwich.
So I went to university in Greenwich, so I know it well, and I live in Honor Oak Park now, so I'm a Southeast London boy these days. I was actually born in Dulwich as well, so I
was born in Dulwich, funny enough.
Probably at the same hospital, I'm sure. And I should, I guess, officially support Crystal Palace, but the reason I support Spurs is because my stepdad was a huge Man United fan, and he hated Arsenal so much that he bought me a Lecoq Sportif 1986 Spurs away shirt. So
love that. Well, for me, it was my nan. My dad actually didn't like football. And so my nan was the one who got me and my brother, and now our children are Tottenham, and a couple of my cousins, they're Tottenham as well. My uncle's Tottenham. So it was my nan actually who got us, bless her. She passed away quite a while ago now, so I don't know what she'll be thinking from wherever she is watching us. But yeah, so it was my nan actually who made me have this suffering, and now I'm passing the suffering on to my children.
Well, my partner is pregnant, and
congratulations.
Thank you. She's from Brazil, and her family support Palmeiras, and Palmeiras have won the Copa Libertadores in the last few years. And her dad, I was just in Brazil, and her dad was like, "So, who's your child going to support?" And I'm like, "Well, I think for character building reasons, Tottenham, and then for victory reasons, Palmeiras." And we'll have a lucky child who can have both sides. Dustin, did I ask you at the beginning how you came to support Spurs?
I think I supported Spurs kind of in the, Klinsmann elementary school. I think we had our Romanian era, and that's when I started watching them.
Dumitrescu and Popescu from Romania. They were halcyon days where after the 1994 World Cup, Alan Sugar got these players in, and it seemed like it was all going to be so fantastic. And then we employed a very Ange-esque manager in Ozzy Ardiles with his front five. So Mia, you were talking about how you just don't see there's an identity in the club. What do you think if you were going to put if you were going to become the Vinay Venkatesham of this live stream, what do you think is going to happen to Thomas Frank over the next 24, 48 hours?
Do you know what? I actually think that Vinay's got a bit of an ego, and I think he wants to be proven that he was right to get Frank. And so I think that he's going to keep him out of stubbornness and wanting to be proven right, because he feels he got it right with Arteta. And so now he wants to do the same thing with Frank. That's what my belief is, unfortunately. Not because I want that to happen, but I think that is what's going to happen.
And Dustin, what happens tonight in the game when inevitably Tottenham play well and try hard for 10 minutes, don't score, or maybe score but don't score two, and then the opposition realise, hold on, the atmosphere here is it's turning. I can sense that these players aren't confident, and we can sense that the crowd aren't behind them, and then they inevitably beat us. Do you think it'll just be the same as we've experienced in the last kind of 2 months, which is the booing of the manager as he goes out onto the pitch, the kind of cheering of the fans, booing bad substitutions? And the reason I'm asking is because I don't disagree actually with what Mia's saying. I think Vinay really is sticking to this, I kept it with Arteta thing. But how many times can a CEO, watch their owner of the club being abused in the hospitality area, watch the manager that he's picked being abused on the pitch? There has to be a cutoff point, surely.
I think that cutoff point is when the fans are marching him off the end of the Dare Broadwalk. I feel like
where the big cockerel is at the end of the stadium.
I feel that they would probably vandalize the gate to say "To dare is to boo." We're reaching a very toxic point where I'm not entirely sure how tenable it continues to remain. If your owners are really getting, I wouldn't say accosted, that's too strong, but if the owners are really getting talking tos in the box about how they are running the club, it will reach a breaking point, because nothing pisses billionaires more than the rabble getting in their faces. So I think that's when things might turn, but we will still continue to go through a few more games of this, because I think that there's just too much wrapped up in Vinay's, I was patient with Arteta, and that's what you need.
Yeah, as Mia said, Beto in the comments has said this: how can we really call yourself a Spurs? How can you call yourself a Spurs fan and want us to lose? Unreal. Now, I don't know if you're answering there, Beto, somebody else in the chat, but I'm going to just say for myself, I do not want us to lose tonight. That is not what I'm saying. I think we will lose tonight. I don't want us to lose. By the way, I'm just keeping an eye on it, because Man City have just kicked off at Bodo Glimt on that Astro pitch, and Bodo already, it's only been 2 minutes, but they're ripping them apart, as they kind of did a little bit, just really knocking it about nicely. So I'll keep an eye on that. But no, I don't want us to lose. When the game starts, and if you stay on for my watch along, you'll see I'll be absolutely behind us if the team show me anything that makes me feel something to get behind them. And it's usually in that first 10 minutes, there's a little bit of like, oh, maybe, and then it drops off. But no, I desperately want us to win. And Mia, I assume you're in the same boat. Like you don't think Thomas Frank is the right manager, but you would never want us to lose.
Never. I predicted us to win for the West Ham game, even if I don't predict a win, because I'm not confident. I say a draw. I would not really ever predict us losing, because I never want us to lose.
I sometimes do predict us to lose, actually. Sorry.
Well, that's fair. But
Yeah.
I just feel like, for me, I'm somebody who wants to be proven wrong by Frank. Like, I would have loved to be wrong about Frank, because for me, it's not about me being right. It's about what's best for Tottenham. And what's best for Tottenham is for us to be doing well, in my eyes. We might all have a different path to lead us to that point, but we all want Tottenham to do well. And so I never, ever want us to lose. I'm just now apathetic about it when we do lose. I don't get annoyed as much as I used to. I used to scream and shout and swear at the telly, and now I don't really. I'm just like, oh, okay, cool. So that's the point it's come to.
Yeah,
I'm dead inside.
I think you and I are in exactly the same place. I said earlier in the stream, like, I just want to feel something. Let me ask you both a question. Obviously, there's been a lot of chat about, is it just down to the manager or the last two managers that a lot of these players haven't been great? Or do we actually have a good squad that's being badly managed? Let me start with you, Dustin. Out of this current first team or first team squad, who are the players that under the right manager, let's just say the right manager, whoever, we don't know who that is, but under the right manager, who are those players that you think actually could become super excellent Premier League level players?
I think if we assume that the players that are injured will come back as they were,
sure,
and it's very hard with our medical department. It's very hard to make that assumption right now. But I would say Romero, Van de Ven are clearly two of the best players we have. Bergvall clearly as well. Potentially Kulusevski, and I don't know about Udogi now, because he's been injured so often that I'm not sure I can actually see a consistent run from him to I'm struggling to remember when he's last played well, just because he's been injured for so long. I think Porro, when he's not manically overplayed, is actually a good player. But when Porro is overplayed, the thing is that he's never been injured, so he's never gotten the break to actually. His dip in standards really comes from the minutes that he's playing. If you look at our stats, actually, he makes most of the key passes, and if
got the assist at the weekend that everyone's seemingly forgetting.
Yeah, if you have to put in 30 crosses a game, you're gonna put in you're gonna put in like 18 that aren't very good. So I think that he's what makes Porro look really bad is that so much of the pressure of Frank's style goes through him as the main creative outlet, that, you know, how do you expect him to defend well if he's expected to be the main person crossing in, and he's just very, very overloaded. So I think as much as Porro has been pilloried, I think that he can play better than he has been.
Okay, so we're going with Van der Ven, Romero, Bergvall, you're sure about, potentially Porro, potentially, who else did you say? You said Kulusevski, didn't you?
Yeah, Kulusevski.
And did you say potentially one other? I can't remember.
Let me think.
No, maybe that was it. Okay, so
if I think of any other, I'll pipe up.
And then I'll ask the same question to Mia. Who do you think is actually, you know, if the right manager comes in, is going to do what? And this is something that people forget as well, which I think is important for kind of playing devil's advocate, is that before Pochettino was brought in, people were giving pelters to, and I will include Jan Vertonghen, Moussa Dembele, Christian Eriksen. Nobody was sure about Harry Kane, to say the least, at that point. And some others. So I think with the right manager, it can potentially change quickly. But who are the ones, do you think, Mia, that could potentially become really, really excellent Premier League players under the right manager?
I don't think I disagree with anything that's been said so far, but I'd probably actually add, I think Xavi. I think Xavi can be good. And I think Tel, because I think Tel's got in something about him as well. And I think that Xavi was shunned out for a while and Tel's been done the same. I think like he's been done a bit dirty. So I think that they could both be good, and I think up to standard, which I think just shows that when people say our team is completely decimated, it's completely bad, I don't agree with that. I think that we're not playing them to the best of their abilities. And Joe, what's crazy, I said about Kudus, I said, if we sell Brennan Johnson, we best replace him because we're playing Kudus a lot and he's going to get injured. And guess what happened 7 days later? He got injured. Now, I don't want to call myself a witch or someone who can predict the future, but I think it was pretty damn obvious because he didn't rotate any of those players. Like he rotated other players and then kept in someone like Kudus, and we knew he was a good player. He's good for us, and so yeah, fair enough. But he was playing him a lot, and he got injured. So I think that Kudus could come back and be a good player as well if under the right manager, played the right way. You know, I think that a lot of these players aren't being played in the right way, and that's, I think, the biggest problem, in my opinion.
Completely agree. Sligo Spurs, thank you for your super chat without even asking a question. Much appreciated. Dustin, I
was going to add Maddison to that. I forgot. He's
been
injured so long, I've forgotten he existed.
Well, let me ask, how big is Maddison's injury? How much has that affected Tottenham this season, do you think?
Basically, he would be the player that if we didn't have him already, he's the kind of player we should be looking to sign. Basically, someone that takes the ball. What the profile we're really missing a lot is someone that can receive the ball on the turn.
Yeah.
Take the turn, pass it, play a 1-2, and he can do all of it. Like if we had a player that could do only one of it, that would be enough, right? But he can actually do it all. He can take it on the turn, pass it, play a 1-2, run into space. He's got the intelligence, he's got the speed, he's got the ability, he's got the guile.
Yeah.
But you know, his hamstrings are made of taffy. So I think that if we had
it's his knee, isn't it? It's an ACL he's done this time.
Yeah,
Maddison, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I think if we had a fit Maddison, it would be so different for us. But I'm not actually sure if Frank would actually play Maddison in the center, or whether it's even in his disposition to play down the center that much. I mean, it's very hard to tell whether we're not playing down the center because we don't have the players, or if we had the players, he would still be asking him to play it down the flank.
I think there's a thing that, and I've talked about this in some of my watch-alongs, there's a thing that has been happening for Manchester United for years, since Ferguson, where the teams that they play, that they put out on the park, they jog around a lot, not really passing and moving at all. And one thing I was thinking when you talked about Maddison there that he does is he doesn't admire his pass. He passes and he moves for the next one and goes. And Tottenham's players at the moment are not doing that. They are just literally standing in their kind of horseshoe shape positions, often a 4-2-4, isn't it? Where he's got 4 lining up on the front and 4 at the back, and then just playing the long ball. Or Man City have nearly chipped the keeper a bit and going. And there's no passing and movement. And I can't think of a single successful team down the years, really, that hasn't passed and moved off the ball and given options for the players on the ball. And I don't know why Tottenham don't do it. That, Mia, might be a reason it might be because they're just like 10% less motivated because they don't believe in this manager. I don't know.
Well, one of the things that I notice a lot was because I do tactical breakdowns of games sometimes, where I go through the game, I point out key moments, points where we weren't in the right position, why we conceded goals and stuff. And to do that, I play the game at 4 times speed, just so that I don't have to go through the game at full speed. One thing that I noticed a lot, especially when I did it for the Liverpool game, was how static we are, how we're not running into spaces, we're not making runs in behind. But also, I noticed Liverpool's passing in comparison to ours. Liverpool's passes are always going at the right speed, in pace, either into space or to the man. And it's at the right speed where they can either do a one-touch pass or they can turn and receive and immediately make a pass. Whereas our passes tend to bobble, don't go to the right man, go at the wrong strength, go into space that makes us have to double back. So there's a severe lack of precision in the way that we're passing. And that, I think, is the biggest difference I've seen between this season and last season. Because last season, there were times that we would be playing through the press, breaking lines and doing it at speed. So I think that the biggest difference I've seen is the way that we pass at speed through the center or through the middle of the park this season.
Yeah, Mia, have you ever seen a Spurs team? Because I can't think of one that has. I mean, we all know the stat that Spurs have attempted. I think it's less through balls this season than 9 single players amongst all the other clubs.
It was 7. I think at the halfway mark of the season, we had 7 through balls the entire season.
Just
half season.
Mia, have you ever seen a Spurs team that has been so devoid of attempts at trying to play strikers through? Because one thing I will remember is under Ange, I think we actually tended to miss quite a few one-on-ones. I know Richarlison had quite a fair few that I remember him missing. And for me, I feel like growing up as a Spurs fan, through balls to the likes of back in my day, Lineker, or Harry Kane obviously scored a lot from them as well. Every other team seems to get one-on-ones, but not Tottenham under Thomas Frank. I don't really know how he can defend it.
I don't think that you can, and probably like me, I actually during the 90s we had some times where we were just frankly completely pants, but we never not tried and didn't try to do those through balls because we had some really good players in rubbish teams. Like we had a Klinsmann, but overall the whole thing wasn't great. But we had these players. Ginola, I love Ginola. The thing is that with me, I do like Maddison, but I don't rate him maybe as highly as some others because there is games that he has gone a bit missing, and sometimes he does get his twinkle toes on, and he is good. And I get what you're saying. He does move. He does have a lot of movement in what he does, but I do think that sometimes I don't know, like he's not always, I think, 100%. Like I do think that sometimes he does drop off a little bit in his performances, but I do think this season, I think the whole squad is I think they're just apathetic as well because I don't think they train to do these quick movements and passes. I think if you watched Ange's training last season, you saw a lot of that one touch pass quickly, and Ange was screaming at them at some point saying, "Don't pass back." Yeah. So he was telling them to go forward. So I think this season we haven't had any practice in actually passing quickly forward and putting these through balls in, and I think that's why. I think that is why, because I don't think he actually practiced. I don't know what the heck they practice on that training pitch, if I'm completely honest, because whatever we see on that pitch, that is not what I think they should be practicing. They should be practicing much harder when it comes to a lot of things. I'll tell you who's getting on my nerves completely is Spence with his lazy passes. How many times he's just put out a lazy leg and kick that ball either out of touch or it doesn't get the right person. He just ends up giving it to somebody else. Mate, he's doing my absolute head in with it. The other day when I watched him, I was counting how many of those passes he was actually doing, and I couldn't be even asked to count all of them because I was like, this is just ridiculous.
He doesn't want to. He desperately, for me, he desperately doesn't want to play on the left, and I don't really know why Thomas Frank keeps playing him on the left, especially now it seems like Udogie's actually fit. But even before the West Ham game, and I did say this earlier, he played Ben Davis on the left. So why didn't he then give Jed Spence, the right back slot so that Pedro Porro could have a rest, and Spence then won't be in a absolute marred when he came on. He had to come on because Ben Davies got injured, and you could tell that Jed Spence was like, I don't fancy this, no interest in this whatsoever. He strikes me, Jed Spence, as a kind of person where if you kind of, if you don't put him in the team, he's going to be like, well, I'm not coming off the bench for you. I don't really give a fuck. And that's what it seemed to be. I don't know. What do you think about that, Dustin? What do you think of Jed Spence as a whole, I guess?
I think the reason that he doesn't replace Porro is that if you take Porro out, then who's going to do the crosses, right? And if he completely relies on crosses as his main source of like creativity, then he can't replace the only person on the team that can cross. I think the other part is that he used to put Jed Spence on the left a lot because one of the other main sources of ball progression was Spence carrying out from the back. And while I would prefer a left-footed on the left, he did carry out from the back fairly well in the games that he's played.
But Dustin, only when you're playing an opposition who allow him to do it, which tends to be in Europe more than in the Premier League. Because in the Premier League, they all literally are told before they go on the pitch, just show him onto his right foot, and then he can't go down the left-hand side. Because that's where Udogie really has, in the few games he's been able to play, supplied us with some balance down the left, which has made us a lot more balanced.
Yeah, I agree. But I think that the reason that Spence gets a lot more minutes is so that he's never going to take out Porro, because without Porro we really have no key passes in the team.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Mia, obviously we're now only, what are we, less than 2 hours from kickoff tonight. How's it going to go?
I don't see it going well, because I feel like we should just get the players to pick out of the hat what position they're going to play, because we might as well play Kinski in midfield at this point. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we haven't got enough players, so I don't know what he's going to put out as a team. And they're doing well, Dortmund, and I just can't see that we are going to get anything out of this game. And I don't want to feel like that about my team. I want to go in and think, yes, we can actually have a game, give them a good game. But I don't think even we're going to do that. I don't even think we're going to give them a good game. I think we're going to have spells of maybe 10 minutes when we're losing 3-0 where we actually try. And then we'll be like, oh, actually, we're going to lose. And then that's it. Like, that's how the games go.
Yeah. Michael Shawcross in the comments has said less than 2 hours from disaster. Is it going to be disaster tonight, Dustin, or are we going to Spursy it up and actually win?
I am leaning towards disaster, primarily just because I think that player morale is at an all-time low. I think someone was making an observation about how Xavi Simons was on the press conference and press conference duties, right? And the journalists were basically trying to bait him into saying something about Frank, and he was trying to be professional about it and being very diplomatic with all his answers. But honestly, this is not an ideal position for a player to be put in. And if the players are already going off script, already, talking about they tell a few lies and things like that, it's clear that there isn't harmony in the dressing room. And I think the biggest risk we have now in terms of keeping with Frank is losing our best players. So we have Romero, Van der Ven, Richarlison, who previously said no to Saudi, and like Dragusin and a whole bunch of other players where their agents are clearly stoking rumors in the market. Then there's an argument for stability in keeping with a manager so that you don't throw the entire club in flux.
Yeah.
But if you're going to lose 4 or 5 of your best players because they don't want to play under this system anymore, then there's no stability argument to be made. It's even more destabilizing to be losing arguably the best 2 players in our team, Van der Ven and Romero. And if they're both looking to leave, then and they're captains as well, right? So there's no good arguments for keeping a manager if even the captains don't want to play under him anymore.
Yeah, completely agree. And Dustin, you've talked about how you do tactical analysis, and you're obviously very into that stuff. What will Thomas Frank, who's clearly very much a data guy, with Justin Cochrane, what will they be finding from this data that allows him to come out in his press conferences and regularly say, oh, we're nearly there, we're getting better, when none of us actually see that with the eye test?
I don't know what data he's looking at, because I'm not and I'm not a professional analyst, but I look at data. So if you put my slides up, I've got some data for you. But basically, you know how
I will
we've
put
been
your slides
conceding-
up. There we go.
Yeah, it's just how we've been conceding from long shots, because he believes, high XG shots are inside the box. So pack the box and don't allow high XG shots. We don't care about long shots as much because they lower XG.
Yeah.
What has that resulted in? We've conceded 9 goals from long shots. So we conceded 2 against Forest.
So why hasn't he changed that then? That seems pretty obvious. He's a data guy. He's showing that his way of doing it is he's not trying to tell himself, oh well, we would have conceded 18 long shots if I hadn't worked it out, or 18 shots if we hadn't worked it out like this.
The other thing about it is that when he was at Brentford, people were convinced that Raya was just bad at long shots, because Raya was, people used to say Raya concedes long shots, he's just not good at it, but he's fine at Arsenal now. So it's more that under a Frank system, he tells his players that long shots are low XG, we don't worry about them, but pack the box so that we don't give away high XG shots. And then players go, all right, I don't have to worry about that long shot because my coach doesn't think it's a problem. They don't put pressure on the long shots, and then Raya concedes more long shots. But now that he's left, he doesn't concede long shots. And now magically Vicario is conceding more long shots than he has before. So now we can blame it on Vicario, and there are people that don't like Vicario, but he hasn't magically become worse at conceding long shots when the coach that famously doesn't care about them is now conceding 10.
No, completely agree. And just to say, Bodo Glimt have just gone 1-0 up against Manchester City over there in the Arctic Circle. I said at the beginning of the game that Bodo were ripping them apart. To be fair, Man City had started coming back into it, had a couple of chances, but Bodo doing what Bodo do at their small little ground. We remember it well. Although we played well there under Ange in that semi-final earlier this season, we got taken apart and were very lucky to get out of there with a draw, if memory serves. Rick C is saying poor keeping from Donnarumma. I actually disagree. It's very difficult to make a decision. I mean, basically he jumped over the ball, but it's not his fault in my opinion, but I could be wrong. Anyway, Mia, let me bring you into this data thing. I get the sense that you, like me, Mia, are more of a old school eye test person. What do you think of Thomas Frank's attachment to data along with Johan Lang? Is it just the modern way and we've got to stick to it, or is this madness, as Dustin's shown us in the kind of long shot thing? Is it something we need to get rid of ASAP?
I think that you can use data as a backup to what you see. I think that it's fine to say, well, okay, this is what my eyes are telling me. Let's see what the data says. Does it back that up? Because sometimes your eyes can maybe be a little bit deceiving if you've got a preconception about, say, a player, for instance.
Yeah.
But I would say that he needs to lay off whatever he's on to say that we're improving using data. I don't know what the hell he's even looking at to say that. Like, I don't know what he's looking at, because what I see with my eyes, and then when I look at the data, none of that makes sense, because we are not improving in any way or shape or form. And Joe, who I feel sorry for, Papa Matasar, because he's somebody who actually takes shots from outside the box and actually scored a few, and then he got dropped and dismissed and was out of the team. So maybe it was because he was doing long shots, and Frank went, no, that's not what we do around here. We don't do those, because it's ridiculous. Long shots can bounce off anybody, and if someone else is in the box, they can tap it in. Like, they're always worth a go to have a long shot, for instance. Like, you never know where the ball's going to go, where is it going to travel, is it going to deflect? So I just, that data just shows that I think he's so stuck in his ways, and I think he's not thinking bigger picture. He's under a lot of pressure at Tottenham. Where he was before, he wasn't under the same kind of pressure, and the way that they played was acceptable. Where I always said from the get-go with Frank, that is never going to be acceptable, especially at home. That is never going to be acceptable, playing that way. And unfortunately, I was right, because he hasn't really changed anything.
Mia, frankly, I think you should be employed by the club, because everything you're saying makes perfect sense. Manchester City are now 2-0 down to Bodo Glimt. I'm on a bit of a delay, so I'm finding out what's happening in the comments before I actually get to see it. But beautiful goal at the back stick, again by Ho. And it's 25 minutes gone. Bodo 2, Man City 0 in what's looking like it's going to be the biggest game in Bodo Glimt's history. It also sounds to me, Dustin, like what Mia was saying, kind of goes with your slide here. Data or the eye test alone don't work. Talk us through this.
Yeah, so I think basically when people talk about, oh, you shouldn't use data, just trust your eyes, I think you kind of use both. And the reason you do that is that there are elements of your eye test that are subject to biases, and then you can use data to double check against it to make sure that the data tells you when stuff is matching up to your eye test, and there are times that it doesn't match up, and there are limitations to data as well. So the truth is you use both to compensate for weaknesses in using only one. So like, for example, confirmation bias is when we seek out facts to support our own beliefs. So if I have data, let's say I really don't like a particular player, I can seek out all the data I want and cherry pick the things that prove that this player is crap, and then just use it to make my point, right? The other is recency bias, where if you ask a lot of newer Spurs fans like what the best team best Spurs team they've had is, you have a lot of like the newer players in there. Just just recency bias.
Yeah.
Then for halo effect, you would have stuff like, reputation, fame, or other stuff that's affecting your perception. So when we look at managers, we might go, Mourinho is a serial winner, and this is halo effect, allowing our selection of manager, or allowing our club to select our manager. And then we've got stuff like, Lloris is a World Cup winning captain, but that's not necessarily got anything to do with, you can be a World Cup winning captain in a good team, doesn't mean that you're the best player in that position.
True.
So moving on to like what the limitations of data is like. So data has some limitations, and this is where kind of like the XG models lack context, right? Because they're kind of weighting it based on where the shot was taken.
Yeah.
But they don't take context into like, is the keeper good? Where's the defender? What's the defender's skill level? Is the shooter shooting on his weak foot? Is it like Musa Sissoko, where Van Dijk looks at him and goes, I'm gonna let you shoot, right? So those things aren't accounted for in XG models. So this is where you can use XG, but you need to be aware of what its limitations are, so you don't overweight on data that it doesn't have, or use it to make a point that it is unable to make because it doesn't capture that data properly.
Got it. Well, listen, thank you so much, Dustin, for bringing your PowerPoint presentation. What did you use this for first? Was it just for a video you made for your channel?
Yeah, it was a video I made for my channel. It's basically kind of like technical overviews, and this one was a much larger presentation overall for the overall Frank in out debate. So I cover kind of like what are the Frank in reasons, and then I go through them one by one, and then I make an assessment on like which of those should we take into account, for example, which is like, then I say not enough time to make a decision. At that point that I made this, you could make that point.
Sure.
Seeing some progress in defensive solidity, injuries. I didn't buy the excuse of not wanting to start another cycle, because you still need to choose the right manager to stick with.
Yeah.
And then players being at fault. I don't buy the players being at fault thing, because essentially we have a full squad and a half of internationals. If you are spending international weekends and your training ground is empty, and you're worried about your internationals picking up injuries, then your squad's fine, right? If your squad is mostly internationals, generally speaking, you're okay. And then the bigger point was that the problems are above Frank's pay grade, and the club hierarchy are to blame. So this is
okay. Got it.
That one that we had earlier.
Yeah, got it. Okay, and Mia, do you have any strong thoughts on if Thomas Frank does get sacked, who you want in next?
Do you know what? I think that probably for now, an interim would be better, because I think that in the summer we're going to have a lot more options. And I know a lot of people want Poch back, but not me. That's my personal opinion.
Why?
But why? Because I don't believe in going back to your ex. I think that Poch is somebody we all put on a pedestal because we had fantastic times under him, no doubt about it, but forget some of the bad things, like the fact that he said cups build egos. Now me, they don't build me no egos, they get me a parade, and I like those parades, thank you very much. So I think that he didn't do what he could have and maybe got us a cup. He was too busy thinking about getting obviously a Premier League that we maybe almost once won, but the other time, let's be honest, we was never top. So I never really see it as really truly challenging if you've never been at the top of that tree. But I think that everybody is expecting it to be the same and forgetting actually at the beginning he didn't have all these great players. It took him time to get these players to a level that what they were at. And I think that people are going to be expecting a lot and the same sort of thing. And that's never how it works out with an ex, because it always goes back to the same old arguments. And then you remember why you broke up with them.
Yeah, fair enough. And it looks like Dustin has some data on this.
Yeah, I think we kind of have an idea of like what our, if you look at our previous managers, right, which managers did we agree with on like kind of all of these vectors, right? So for play style, I think it's pretty clear we prefer an attacking style of play. In terms of like connection with the fans, like, you know, did they get us? I think that's kind of like where we're at with it. And in terms of personalities, you know, what will the players like run through? When you talk about a player running through a brick wall for the coach, which coaches can inspire that? For youth development, I think this part may be a bit controversial. And the reason Poch and Ange are kind of they didn't do youth development very well was that they relied on youth when their first team players got injured. So they did it out of necessity. But when their first team players were back from injury, they didn't really put faith in those players anymore. And I think that Poch was actually quite harmful for a lot of youth team players because he would insist on not letting them leave the club on loan, but he wouldn't give them minutes anyway. And then their careers kind of stagnated. We had Carl Walker-Peters, we had a bunch of players. In fact, I think Madueke as well, where we basically lost the players because they just didn't get the minutes, and then they left the club because they didn't see a path to the first team.
Got it. Okay, listen, guys. I'll just say this before I let you both go. Tim sent in, I married my ex and we now have 2 children. # always go back. Everyone deserves a second chance. So there's one for Poch.
I think that's probably, though, the exception to more than the rule. So I would say that many people can have the opposite story and say they went to their ex, back to their ex. And like I say, old patterns form because you're so used to each other, you know each other so well, and it's easy to go back into that bad pattern, depending obviously why you broke up. But yeah, I think we broke up with Poch maybe not under the greatest circumstances, and people obviously fantasize about having that feeling back again, which I just don't know if that would ever happen really.
I guess my argument against that would be, or just playing devil's advocate would be, you know, Poch said back then we need a painful rebuild. I think Spurs have basically done a very painful rebuild. Whether or not it's the right rebuild or not is arguable for sure. But he would have more money to spend, and maybe Poch is a better judge of player than we've given him credit for. But who knows? Who knows? But listen, firstly, you, Dustin, let the audience know where they can find your stuff and follow you and things.
Sure. You can find me on X at Luminoir, LUMINOIR. And then you can find me on Chris Cowland's channel for this video that I do, talking Tottenham tactics, and that's kind of where most of these slides are from, which is a half-hour long video where I go through the pros and cons for Frank in and out, and I try to be as neutral as possible and back up as much of it as I can with data.
Fantastic. Make sure you give Dustin a follow there, and great that you're on Chris's channel. Chris is a great guy. Brilliant, Dustin. Thanks so much for coming on, mate. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate. And Mia, is there anywhere you'd like people to come and find your stuff and follow you?
Yeah, I've got my channel. It's literally only at like 127 at the moment, so it's a tiny channel. It's the Tottenham's Lone Wolf, and I do my videos on there about transfers, games, just my thoughts in general about what goes on at Tottenham. I always try and be I'd like to think I'm quite a fairly balanced person in what I say. I'm not really extreme one way or the other. But yeah, I like to have good conversations with people because I believe that actually listening to people you disagree with is more important than always listening to the people you do agree with, because I think that gives you something to learn about that other person and why they think what they think, instead of just having an echo chamber. So I'm always up for debates with people if they disagree with me. Like, I'm never somebody who shies away from that. I think it's important actually to do that and have good discussions, but obviously not be rude about it, just decent discussions with people.
Yeah, I completely agree, Mia. That's so great. And guys, make sure you do go and follow Tottenham's Lone Wolf and get those subscribers up for Mia. Speak to you again. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, so I've got a few people in the studio. If you're in there, can you put your camera on so that I can see that you're real and not a bot? That would be appreciated. And then I will look to get you guys involved in a second. It's still, after 35 minutes, Bodo Glimt 2, Manchester City 0. By my reckoning, we're about 10 minutes away from the Tottenham team news dropping. They usually drop it about an hour and a quarter to an hour and a half before the Champions League game. So I will obviously keep you abreast of that. Let's add Rocco in because he's been waiting for a long time. Rocco with the Brazil shirt. Good to see. How are you, Rocco? Where are you?
Northern Ireland, mate.
Oh,
Got a
perfect.
British accent though.
Well, my current partner is Brazilian and my ex was Northern Irish, so what a perfect mix. Rocco, thank you so much for coming on. So, where are you? How are you feeling on the Thomas Frank situation, and I guess the situation of Spurs as a whole at the moment?
It's just a mess, isn't it? It's the easiest way to put it. We just need transfers. We need board switch up. We need Frank out is probably the most important part. We kind of just need someone to come in as a leader because I feel like we don't really have that at the moment.
Talk me through a leader, because I think some people would say, "Oh, well, Conor Gallagher's got good leadership credentials." Does that count?
Sorry, I think you misunderstood. It's my fault. I mean, like in the boardroom.
Oh, I see. Got it.
Because I feel like Vinay is not that man, and I hate. Do not get me wrong, Levy, terrible, terrible, and ran this club into the ground for years. But he was a leader and was sort of able to conduct everything through him. And I feel like we need someone semi like that. Not to what Levy was, but how he led the club, how he was able to just choose what happened, choose our transfers, or not specifically our transfers, but how much money we put into it, especially with the stadium and stuff. I think he deserves the credit for the stadium.
Yeah.
But I don't think he deserves the credit for anything that happened on the pitch or anything with the transfers, because obviously that was horrific. But when it comes to profits and stuff, obviously he deserves the credit for that. But we need someone similar to that just to be able to lead us forward and not make terrible mistakes like he did and like Vinay is doing. It's just we need someone like that. I feel like that's probably a big change.
Okay, and I'm bringing in. I mean, is it Sai from Brummy Spurs? Sai, thank you so much for holding on, mate. Really appreciate it. Where are you? Are you in the Midlands? And how are you feeling about the Thomas Frank situation?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Barnaby. Yeah, I live in the Midlands, part of Dudley Spurs Official Supporters Club, and also representing Scarthy Spurs Talk. I'm a regular on Harry Scarth's podcast. So yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think I'd said all along, losing to Villa and then losing to West Ham, if that had happened, I thought my thoughts were that back then he had to go. I just can't see any other alternative. I think he's lost the dressing room to a certain extent. And I just think his issue is he was managing us with a Brentford mentality.
Yeah.
When we were going into games, we were answering questions of the opposition instead of asking the questions of the opposition. And to me, with no disrespect to Brentford, I think that was the mentality he had at Brentford, to be fair.
Yeah, so if there's any way for you to get closer to your microphone, that would be great. You're just a little bit quiet, that's all. I'm also going to bring in, I don't know your name. What's your name, sir?
Nkululeko. Have fun trying to pronounce that.
Nkululeko? How was that?
Good enough, bro.
Wow, I think the laughter gave it away. Where are you at? Where are you based? Sorry, mate.
I'm from South Africa, one of the few Tottenham fans in my city.
Do you remember Mabazela?
Who's that?
So
Mabazela, yeah.
Mabazela was a player we bought from the Kaiser Chiefs, probably in, I'd say, Si, am I right, like early noughties?
Yeah.
Yeah, early noughties.
That's probably because Spurs came to the Vodacom Cup Challenge in 2011.
No,
and
it was
they played
earlier
against
than that.
Kaiser Chiefs and Pirates.
It
did
was
come
earlier than
before in 2006 or 2007, but I only got to see Spurs when it was 2011. That's when I became a fan of Spurs. I came to watch a their match, and I saw Jermaine Defoe, and we even had Modric back then, and I fell in love with the team. And I didn't know anything about the English Premier League. Well, I knew there were teams, Manchester United, Liverpool, that kind of thing, but I didn't watch. So I watched this team amaze me that day and thinking, well, I think I have a English Premier League team now. Little did I know the history of the Tottenham. And I was in for a lot of heartache for 15 years, mate. 15 years, and it's been horrible.
15 years of heartache.
It's been great at times, but it's been horrible.
No, fantastic. Well, let me just finish off about Mabizela, because as Sai rightly said, we basically got him from there. He was a centre back, and he was supposed to be like a ball playing centre back. And I think he only basically played one game, which was away at, well, I was going to say Filbert Street. It was actually the early days of the King Power Stadium. I don't know what it was called back then. But he was delivered the ball on the edge of the box, rolled back to him, and he spanked it with his laces into the top right-hand corner. One of the great Tottenham outside the box goals. And then, Si, am I right to say we basically never saw him again?
Yeah, I've got his stats in front of me here. 7 appearances, 1 goal. But that goal, Barnaby, that was a good goal, wasn't it? It was a bit of a screamer.
Go and check it out on YouTube. It was an absolute banger.
Yeah, it is on YouTube, yeah. I think that's his only thing he gave back to the Spurs, really, with his performances.
Yeah. So you're definitely dropping in and out of volume, so I don't know if there's a way for you to sort that. Okay, so all the way over in South Africa there, let me know how you feel about Thomas Frank. Are you with me? Are you thinking that it's got to be sometime soon? Because I'll be honest with you guys, I'm doing this live stream until he gets sacked, but I'm thinking surely it's going to be tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, mate. I'm probably one of the few Spurs fans that is happy that we fired Ange and hired Frank, and he got exposed basically in our team. Because if you think about it, how badly we were playing under Ange, I mean, there was a lot of bad games. So if we had kept Ange just because he won the Europa League, he would have probably played the first 10, 15 games and would have fired him, and now we would have hired Frank. And then he's going to get exposed as well. And you know what? We could be going for a relegation battle. So in hindsight, you know what? I'm glad they hired Frank. He's gotten exposed, and I hope they fire him. And, you know, we can move on to the next manager.
Okay, you're just dropping out a little bit, mate. Rocco, I'm going to come back to you. Where do we go next? Assuming that Thomas Frank's not going to be in a job for very long?
Anywhere but Frank, anyone but a pragmatic manager, because it's clear that's not worked over the years. I just to pick up on that point, I thought Ange should have been sacked. I agree with. I'm not going to try and pronounce your name because I feel like that'll be disrespectful, mate.
Nukuleko. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful. I think we should have sacked him. I agree with you, but I don't think Frank was the right choice at all. And I think today is clear. If we hadn't sacked Ange, we'd be in the same position as we are now, and we should have went for someone else. But hopefully he doesn't have a job in about 4 hours after we get probably beaten 5-0 by Dortmund. I don't want it to happen, but being realistic. I mean, we've got two very obvious options. Assistant manager, or what United are doing at the moment, just having an interim in till the end of the season. And then obviously that manager market opens up so much. But again, I think that's what almost every other team is going to be doing. And I think there's a better option. There's two very good options that are currently on the market. Well, one of them would have to buy out the club. I think Ralph Rangnick would be a fantastic choice. He's worked in the Red Bull sort of area for a long time, and he's a great at finding players. He's a great tactician, and he plays attacking football. I think he'd be a great choice.
But he did the interim job at Man United, didn't he? And he went in and he said this needs open heart surgery, and it really pissed everybody off.
I mean, that's what we need.
He was right, though. He was right.
Yeah, he's right. And I like an honest manager like that. And I think the second choice we've got is obviously everyone's been calling for Xavi Hernandez. And just if you like, just look at the team that he had when he first went to Barcelona to save them. He had this Dutch striker up front, and not De Jong, their midfielder. There was another one also called De Jong, was their striker. Their midfield was horrible. The defense was horrific, and they were not going anywhere, and they were broke. And considering where we are at the moment, probably a better position than Barcelona. I think he's a fantastic manager to lead the way for a rebuild. To bring
we're in a better position than Barcelona because we don't have the money troubles. You mean?
Yeah. When he first came in, not not right now. Barcelona, obviously, a way better team than we are right now. But when he came in, we're in a better position because we have money that we can spend, and we've got decent players, which they didn't have when he came in. And I think if we gave him that, he could turn us around. And the last option, wait till the summer, is Poch. And I think that's probably what I want the most, because he said he's got unfinished business with us, and he's shown it before. He rebuilt, I don't care what anyone says, he rebuilt Chelsea. He turned them to what they are today with his transfers and with his tactics. Even though it didn't look good for the first year, 2 years, it started to look good when he was sacked. And he wasn't sacked because of his performances. It was more because he had a disagreement with the American. I can't remember his name.
Is it Todd Bowley?
Yeah. It was more because of that than anything. And I think, and he rebuilt that team. And I feel like we're in a similar position where he can rebuild us. And I think if we want to look for a manager, we need to look for a manager who has a history of rebuilding teams. And all three of those managers
I have a question for you, brother.
Yeah, go for it.
So you're talking about Poch. I don't think we should go back to Poch as a manager. It didn't work out. But I think Poch, with all the things that you've listed about him, would actually make a very good director of football for Tottenham. I think if you went for Poch, he should be our director of football, and then we can still go and source out other managers. But the style and the direction of the football, and even the players that we get, will all be consistent moving forward.
I like that. I never even thought about that. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I feel like Rangnick could also serve a similar role in that way if we had him as a director of football. I like that, actually. I never thought about it that way, mate.
Ralph Rangnick is he's the manager of Austria, and they're going into the World Cup, so he's not going to be any more available now than Poch, unfortunately. But also for me, I think what happened at United would slightly put me off. But ironically, I guess, just before he went to United, I think he was being linked with Spurs as an interim manager then as well. And that didn't really happen. Si, what about you? What do you think? I saw you nodding when Rocco brought up Poch. Is that the right decision, you think, for Spurs now?
Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. I honestly think with the stars all aligned, I can see this happening. I really can. For me, ENIC 2.0, they need to get the fans on side, or at least the majority of the fans, because let's be honest, I think the majority of the fans at the moment of us are fed up of ENIC totally. And the best way to get the majority of the fans on side is by bringing probably our best manager we've had for the last 10 years, potentially.
Last 30 years, I think, mate. Easy.
Yes. And
40.
So, I would have thought, bringing him back, I'll get the majority of fans back on board with ENIC. And, it's a no-brainer for me, to be honest. But, if we couldn't get him, I'd be happy with Xabi Alonso, but I think he'd end up going to Liverpool potentially. Or, there is Xavi Hernandez as well. So, but I just think everything is lined up for Poch to become our manager after the World Cup.
Is this not an opportunity? Let's say, let's say hypothetically, it's not going to be Pochettino, and it's not going to be any of those managers who are doing international football now, so that we're waiting for in the World Cup. Is this not an opportunity to go to a manager that we really want? And let's say, you mentioned Xabi Alonso, who did an incredible job at a club that I think is basically very similar to Spurs in the Bundesliga in Bayer Leverkusen. Go to him. You can have full creative control. We'll pay you an absolute wodge of cash because we know we're willing to pay managers huge amounts of money. And you can bring in whoever you want because we're willing to
break the wage structure.
Break the wage structure, exactly. And also on the basis of being an opportunity, also, I don't think he is a shoo-in now for the Liverpool job like maybe he was before he went to Real Madrid, because they'll have seen he went to Real Madrid and he didn't really get on brilliantly with the big egos. Is this not an opportunity to, and it doesn't have to be Xabi Alonso, but to go to someone and say, you know, we think you're the future and we're going to, you know, take the opportunity in the same way that I talk about this January being an opportunity to go to some players and say, look, we're going to break our wage structure. We really want you to be the future of the club. And we're willing to bid more than we ever were before. Am I being naive to think this January is an opportunity, or is it actually just we're absolutely in the mud and there's no point getting excited about anything?
I mean, I think regarding players in January, I think, you know, breaking the wage structure will help us and you know, grab some of the players that were previously out of our wage structure. But realistically, with everything that's going on in our club at the moment, are players actually going to want to come to us in this January transfer window?
Yeah.
With especially if Thomas Frank's still in charge and they've seen, you know, you've seen the clips on YouTube of how the ground was at the end of the West Ham game. I don't think some players are going to want to come to that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Regarding the manager, yeah, I think it is an opportunity to go to a manager like a Xabi Alonso and offer him a contract, preparing to pay him really good money. I mean, we're one of the best payers of managers in the Premier League, as far as I'm aware, and I've heard before. So yeah, but then once again, it's for whoever. For me, it's not just that. It's the way ENIC, I think, would be thinking is that they need to get a majority of fans on board, and the majority of fans have just cried out for Poch. So it's an easy win for ENIC to appoint him.
Yeah.
And also, he's got, you know, we owe him, really. So we'd let him build the team. We'd give him a bit more time than we would, say, a Xavi Hernandez or someone who hasn't got links to Spurs. If they were failing straight away, we'd be on their back. Whereas with Poch,
yeah, I agree.
Give him the time to rebuild the squad and stuff, I think.
I agree. Listen, guys, I'm going to have to drop you all off in a second as I'm going to take a little bit of a break. But before I do, I want predictions for tonight's game. Rocco, where are you going with it?
The 3-1 defeat to Dortmund.
3-1 Dortmund. Sai?
2-0 Dortmund.
And Nkulu all the way in South Africa?
5-1 to Dortmund.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I have to say, if we get smashed, I think my stream might end tonight. Don't you think?
One other thing
before you end your stream, brother, just one last thing I wanted to ask the three of you. Since I don't get to meet a lot of, you know, Tottenham fans, you were talking about players just now. And to me, it seems like the dressing room at Tottenham is full of rotten apples. To the point where, you know, I've never seen players come out and attack the fans the way some of these players have attacked. I'm talking about Vicario, Porro, and all of those guys. I honestly don't care how good you are. The fans are the ones that pay your wages, basically. Can you imagine being at a job and saying, listen, boss, I don't like this because I don't feel like there's enough water in my cup and all of this. You know what? These guys are so full of it. And I think if we're going to move forward, we need to get rid of all the egos at Tottenham and actually start from scratch, because they're just going to poison well when any player that comes in.
And Cooley, can I just play devil's advocate, though? Is there also a chance that these players so don't like their boss and so don't believe in what they're telling them that actually they're going a little bit rogue and just being like, we're going to blame everybody because this is all a bit of a joke from the inside anyway?
You still never blame the fans.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Never blame the fans. Even the owners of this club will never come out and blame the fans. And I feel like more than one player has come out and blamed us fans for at least the fans that are in the stadium for booing or being negative. They're playing negative football. What the hell do they expect?
Yeah.
And I just wondered if you guys felt the same.
No, I fully agree with you in that they shouldn't be blaming the fans. I feel like if you saw Romero's interview after the West Ham game, he started by being like, we just want to say thank you to our amazing fans for always sticking with us, which sounds like a bit of a, trying to drag it back from all the times that they've, gone into the fans and had a go at them. But yeah, for some reason, and maybe I'm wrong, Kulu, I don't see it as an ego-led. I feel like it's not a team full of massive egos. But I could be wrong. I don't know, Rocco. What do you think?
I feel like there's a couple obvious. I think Porro is a big one. But I would normally agree with you, but for the fact because we've obviously seen Spence, we've seen Vicario, we've seen Porro, we do know have big egos. However, the only reason I would disagree with you is because we saw Van de Ven that one time speak out. He didn't go and shake Frank's hand, and he was involved with some of the shouting at the Spurs fans. I think that's due to Frank. That's due to his frustration with Frank, and I don't think that's due to bad apples. And I think that can also be conflated with the other players who were there, the other players who were doing similar stuff. I think it's more down to their just genuine frustration from going from such attacking football and winning a trophy to being out of everything, playing negative football, and knowing that if they played themselves, they would do better than what they're being managed.
Si?
Yeah, I partly agree with that. I agree with you. I don't think it's a dressing room full of egos, in my opinion. But I mean, you look at someone like Van de Ven. He doesn't look someone who's got a short fuse or anything like that. So, I mean, we're all, as paying fans, we're all entitled to our opinions of the team. But you just wonder in that one game where he went over to that fan, what that fan might have said to him in the first place for him to lose his temper like that. So, yeah, I mean, we're entitled to our opinion, and when we're not happy, boo them and everything. But as I said, for some of the players to turn like they have, you think by one bad egg in the in the crowd has obviously said something to make them go out, lose their temper and go over and challenge them.
It's happened a few times, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's true. But I do think as well that it's the frustration of, of the way where the club is going. And there's rumours today that Van de Ven is not prepared to sign a new contract.
Yeah, I'm not
when
surprised.
Thomas Frank is in charge. So, and you also mentioned after the West Ham game, sorry, Barnaby, where you said about Romero's post-match interview. He said it was a disgusting result. We were awful.
Yeah.
Whereas Thomas Franks was totally opposite, wasn't it? He said, we did well. And so there's definitely a divide there. And I think the frustration is showing more and more through the players to not just the fans, probably to opposition players, a referee, interviewers, everything, to be honest, at the moment.
It might be more, instead of ego, it might be more, what's the word, temper. Just because we know there's players there that have this temper and it's just building up. That could be more the temper than anything, and that's why they're flaring up the fans rather than their ego of them being booed. It's just knowing that they can't do anything about it, really.
Yeah, I think you could be right. Listen, guys, thank you so much for jumping on. I really appreciate it. Do any of you want to tell the audience about where they can come and follow you, Rocco?
I'm not anywhere. I'm just around a fan, mate.
All right, and Sai, why don't you talk about your Spurs fan club?
Yeah, you can follow me on X at Bromley Spurs. I'm a regular on several podcasts, and also co-chair of Dudley Spurs. We had Steve Perryman Legends Evening in November, and we've got one lined up for later this year, practically sealed in the bag. Just got to cross the T's and dot the I's, but a certain Argentinian and
Ah.
not the one who becoming to manage us. So
Got it.
should
Ricky
be good
Villa.
as well.
Ozzy Ardiles, maybe. And Sai, if you ever need someone to host any of those Legends nights, you know where to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Barnaby.
And Cooley, what about you, mate? Do you want to tell anyone where to follow you?
I just saw you guys on YouTube. I thought maybe I can come on and say my piece. Maybe I'll feel a little bit better about the game.
Top man, mate. Well, jump on afterwards as well, and we can all cry together. Listen, try and enjoy the game. I think the team news will be out soon, so I'm going to have a 5-minute break, and then I'll be back with all of that.
To be
Cheers, guys.
fair, I hope, Barnaby, I hope you don't have to go on too long. I hope eventually he's going to be gone.
Take a break, mate. Take a break.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. Cheers, guys. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah, and you. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. So I'm expecting the team news to come in pretty soon. Before we do so, just going to have a word from my sponsor and then a little quick break. And then what I'll probably do is I'll watch the second half of this City game, and then it'll be just before the Spurs game. We'll do a watch along on here for that as well. Get yourself to okjersey.com, where you can buy the best football shirts around, including this one I'm wearing now, and of course the absolutely magnificent black Spurs away shirt. And as if that wasn't enough, if you go onto their website and like the look of one of the shirts there, choose your size, pick the Champions League badge for the sleeve as well if you're that way inclined, then go to checkout and type the code BARN into the coupon section. That's BARN as in short for Barnaby. And when you do, you'll get a whopping 8% off your purchase. Now, I'm no mathematician, but 8% means if you've spent, say, and let's face it, I'm being optimistic here, 100 quid, then you get £8 off, not to be sniffed at. Get yourself to okjersey.com to pick one up, or if you're too lazy to type in the website, just scan the QR code that's on the left of me throughout this video. Enjoy. All right, lads. Sorry, I'm back, by the way. There we go. Let's try and get me full screen. There we go. I'm back. It's still Bodo 2, Manchester City 0. And I'll follow this game and then speak to you guys as we wait for... Oh, let me get my phone. Are we still waiting for the Tottenham team news? It must come an hour before then, which should be in about 1 minute time. X-Rats says, there's a few shitty fans who like to rile up drama over every game. Frank had no attacking options, injuries to deal with. Still, you have the nerve to call him a coward in his attacking football. I don't know who called him a coward. I just don't think he's the right guy. John Mapp says, I'm unsubbing, such a pathetic title for a stream. Lemmings galore. Matt says, almost there, 2 hours left and you can get to bed. And there we go. Apparently I need to turn my microphone up. Anyone else having problems with my microphone? Seems to have been fine all day so far. Any problems? Let me know. It's Sandra who says he needs to turn his microphone up. Let me know a bit more about that. BK says, do you want Champions League advancement or top half of the table because we're not getting both? Meanwhile, Bodo have just scored a 3rd goal against Manchester City. Unbelievable. Jens Petter Halger. And I told you at the beginning that Bodo were ripping City apart. I mean, this looks pretty good that we managed to get a draw there, doesn't it? Earlier this season. And here is the Tottenham side to face Dortmund tonight. So they do it numerically, so it's quite hard. But here we go. Vicario, Spence, Udogi starts. Danso, Romero. Then Gray, Bergvall, Xavi Simons, Odebear, and Solanke. So pretty much the team we would expect, I guess, except Kolo Muani doesn't start. I mean, the bench is just a list of children. The bench is this. Kinski, Austin, Kolo Muani, Scarlett, Olusesi, Thompson, Hardy, Byfield, Williams, Barnett, Akamrich, and Rousewell. Wow. Wow. What a list of players. But yes, admittedly, it is very hilarious that Manchester City are losing 3-0 in Bodo in the Champions League. Thomas Frank will probably come out in his post-match press conference and say, we got a draw there. So I'm just making a note of the team for my... Oh, no, wait, hold on. He's playing Porro, Spence, and Udogi. That's weird. Oh, my God, is he playing... What the fuck is he doing? So Danso, Romero. What formation is he playing here? Because he's playing Porro, Spence, and Udogi. Is it a 3 at the back? With Spence as a 3rd centre half? I'm going to have to look around. Let me know what you think that is. Dafashar says right wing. Spence right wing. Let's have a look and see what some of the Tottenham tacticos are saying. When would Spence ever be a right wing? Oh, Man City have just scored. Let's have a look. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. They get in down the right-hand channel and across for... Oh, beats Haaland. Oh, and then a shot was going wide and it hits a Bodo player. They can't clear it. They're on the edge of the box. Nice bit of skill on the edge. And then a shot from outside the box in the far left-hand corner. Cyril McCoy is saying more likely Porro right wing. Yeah, let me try and get to grips with what this team is going to be. Very confusing. 57 minutes till kickoff. We don't... What? Playing like him? Spence is a right... Spence or Porro is a right-sided forward? In a 4-2-3-1? That would be absolutely bananas. We should... Sandra says, I think Spurs should play a flat back 10. Sandra, is my microphone okay? And yeah, Dafashar says, I heard a rumour about Spence at right wing earlier today. But Spence is pretty average going forward. That would be so odd. Anyway, so it's Gray and Bergvall in central midfield. And then you've got to guess it's going to be Odebear on the left, Spence on the right, Simons behind Solanke, who gets his first start. Is he fit enough for his first start? I guess we'll find out. And then, yeah, like I said, this bench is absolutely wild. Let me read out this Tottenham Hotspur Champions League bench to you once again. Kinski. And by the way, just so you know, I'm making notes because when I do the watch along, I make notes throughout so that I can do it in a post-match preview. So Kinski, Austin, 2 goalkeepers, Randon Kolumuani, Dane Scarlett, who must feel unlucky not to be starting tonight, frankly. Olusesi, Thompson, Hardy, Byfield, Williams Barnett, the great hope, a Camrich, as Bodo should score again. Oh, Man City have had a man sent off, by the way. Terrible night for them. A Camrich and Rousewell. What a starting situation. And Hansi says Rodri got a red. Phil Spur says Spence definitely playing out wide. Well, why would you play Jed Spence as a right-sided forward and Porro as a right back when Spence isn't very good going forward and Porro is not very good at the back? I'll tell you why. Because your name's Thomas Frank, as Bodo Glimt hit the bar. Unbelievable. And they're so good in their own stadium, Bodo Glimt. And Defasha says, yeah, it seemed odd to me too. Sandra says, Eric Cantona used to sort the hecklers out. Okay, I think Sandra's maybe talking to somebody different because I'm asking a question and she's not really listening. But I'm just checking that my microphone's okay, guys. We have been going now for 6 hours and 6 minutes, easily the longest live stream I've ever done. Let me know in the comments, do you think there's any chance at all that Thomas Frank might get sacked tonight and allow me to get some well-needed rest? That would be dreamy. But really appreciate all your support, guys. We've had basically over 150 people watching concurrently for the entire day, and sometimes up to 600 people. And I really, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your support. Okay, Kish from Lily White Lab says, cowardly way to go out, saying because he thinks he is playing Spence in the front three. Actually, let me write to Kish. Let me see if I've got his WhatsApp, because maybe I can get him on. Sorry, I'm just writing to Lily White Lab. Okay, I've asked Lily White Lab if he fancies coming on. Kevin Barnes says early night Barnaby. That would be good. Surreal McCoy says, can you try and get Stelios from Spurs Corner? I've actually just messaged him because he did message me back. And I've said to him, it'd be great to get you on. He hasn't got back to me as yet. So yeah, it would be good to speak to Stelios. I used to speak to Stelios a lot when I did the watch alongs for We Are Tottenham TV. So that would be good. Hansi G says, give Ange the job as interim manager. And Matt Zarmo says, fingers crossed he does get sacked tonight, Barnaby. I feel bad because I don't think Thomas Frank is a bad person by any means. I just think he is the wrong manager for Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. That is how I feel about it. Hansi G says offside would have been 4. Should I pay a bit more attention to this City game? I'm not that bothered about it, but it is good that they're getting absolutely tanked. Let's see what people are saying on Twitter about Tottenham's team selection. Not a lot at the moment. Just a lot of people taking the piss out of Brooklyn Beckham, frankly. And the Beckham family, which I guess is not a huge surprise. Lee Dixon 2 says, if we lose 5-0, he'll probably get sacked. Yeah. Do you think we'll lose 5-0 tonight? Some people have been saying all day that because it's Tottenham, there's a chance that they'll actually win this game when you really wouldn't expect it. Yeah, Tottenham do quite regularly, or have quite regularly down the years, won games when everyone's just been totally expecting them to lose. So I guess it could happen. Matt Zarmo says Porro right wing would actually make sense. Yeah, it would make more sense if it was Porro than Spence, wouldn't it? But maybe Thomas Frank, in kind of leaking out Jed Spence is going to play right wing, as playing a bit of jiggery pokery because he was upset, wasn't he, that there was a leak before, as Man City have a shot that's easily saved. BK says, until Enoch and Vinay clarify how we rebuild this club for long-term success, just stick with Thomas Frank. No manager is going to sort out overnight the injury crisis we've been in for 18 months. Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it's the chicken and the egg or the egg, really, because back under Poch, when we were at our absolute best, we barely had any injuries, did we? You could almost put your house on what the team was going to be each week. So is it chicken or egg that the injuries come before the badness, or does the badness come before the injuries? Hansi G says Ange's interim to win 3 more games. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen, lads. What are we at? About 49 minutes until the kickoff to the Spurs game. I think they will have actually started have they started? TNT said it was going to be 7 p.m. Oh, yeah, here we go. Spurs Dortmund from 7 p.m. Oh, great. An interview with Thomas Frank. Terrific. He's talking about some negativity in the stadium. Yeah, mate. He says it would be nice if it's not like that. Yeah, TNT Sports have it as Spence playing in the 3 behind Solanke, which is utter madness. But who knows? Maybe Thomas Frank knows something we don't. It seems unlikely, but you never know. Thomas Frank looks like a broken man. We talked about it a bit earlier, but he looks utterly bereft of enjoyment or confidence or anything. Poor bastard. Poor bastard, honestly. But he's just not in the right job, is he? He's just not in the right job. That's the reality of it. Billy the Yid says, how about not playing a defender at right wing? Yeah, especially when you could play thank you for that advice, Stafashar. Especially when you could play like Luca Williams Barnett there, couldn't you? Yeah. I guess that's not going to make people happy. Tadarius Judeer, Dortmund have lost 1 game in the last 20 odd, 0 chance of a win tonight for us. Yeah, it does look that way. But you wouldn't, this is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club we're talking about, so who knows? Interestingly, Darfashire 9738. I would say it's less likely I'm going to get a copyright strike on just some talking, to be honest. If there was music, maybe. TNT have Gareth Bale and Owen Hargreaves. And it looks like basically the whole of the top tier is going to be pretty empty tonight. Let's hear what Gareth Bale has to say. She's asking, is it onto the players' fault? I think Gareth Bale's been to Turkey, had a proper hair job. He's got short hair now, full head of it. Little greying beard. Nice. Golfer now, of course, professional golfer. Hansy saying Tell got dumped by Frank. Tell is... I don't know if it was actually Frank's decision. I'm not sure. Philly Spurs 1882 says go Bodo. Have they scored another one? Gareth Bale just saying stuff as per. And Tadarius Tudir says Tell can't play as he was covered for Solanke, who was back. Frank only allowed to choose Tell or Solanke, not both, so he chooses a barely fit Solanke, of course. And Red One says academy lads should have gotten the chance to start. Yeah, I think everybody's agreeing with that. Soul Boy Spurs, how are you bearing up, Barnaby? I'll be honest, I'm a little tired. Staring into these bright lights all day is a little bit tiring, but there you go. You know, I'm committed. I'm committed to the cause that this is not the correct manager for our club at the moment. That is the cause that I'm currently committed to. Let's see what people are saying on Twitter. Sky Sports just desperately trying to find stories. I actually think basically everyone, even online, is pretty apathetic now, like to Spurs. It's a pretty desperate state of affairs, isn't it? Some people are pretty pissed off that Jed Spence is starting ahead of a academy kid, but other than that, everyone's just either not online or not really even caring. And of course, everybody just posting memes about Victoria and Brooklyn Beckham. So there we go. Not surprising, I guess. All right, I'm going to watch the rest of this Bodo Man City game. I'm on a bit of a delay to you guys, so I'll keep out of the comments a little bit. But I do love the way that Bodo play on their home pitch. They're literally playing against a team of multi-millionaires, a squad probably well over $1 billion spent on it, and they're probably all on about $5,000 a week at the most. And they're battering Man City and just playing them off the park as well. They're passing and moving. It's like it is actually watching Bodo Glimt at home is the absolute antithesis of watching Spurs. Bodo, every single player from the goal, other than the goalkeeper, they pass and then they move and offer another run. Pass and move, pass and move. And City on this really quick Astro pitch, they can't deal with it. And actually, to be honest, one of the reasons why, maybe one of the few reasons why, you know, I'm not that massively surprised and thinking this is one of the biggest shocks in world football is that Tottenham have been to Bodo and been outplayed and managed to get a win and a draw. But Man City, this will go down, I think, in other places as one of the biggest shocks in the history of football, I would have thought. Bodo Glimt beating Man City 3-1. Absolutely massive. And they're just taking off Ho. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but he's the striker, hair-banded striker who scored the first 2 goals. Good lad. What a night for him. Hansi has written Bodo still 3-1 up 50 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm watching it now. And Tadarius Tudir says, Bodo have been doing well at home for a season and a half, to be frank. No idea how we got the win there last season. I think maybe Bodo choked a little bit because it was the Europa League semi-final. That's the only excuse. But they were much better when we played them this season. Red One says, I'm tired being with you for the full stream. I'm sorry. Jaco says, but we had the easiest run ever. Yeah, but everybody had the potential easiest run ever. We're the only ones who won it. So here comes a corner for Bodo. To the back post, cleared. Comes to the edge. And now City have a chance to break. Haaland. Shirky lays it in. They've got men forward. They're in the box. And it was Marmoush breaking forward. And he tries the cross and it's blocked for a corner. It's a good opportunity to see Marmoush because I think he's probably going to end up getting a loan deal at the end of this transfer window. AST says Dortmund aren't the team of a few years ago. There's hope, but with our current run of form, you can't trust we'll do enough. And Sligo. So I hope we don't have to play Bodo again. This time they turn us over so hard. Yeah, completely. City get to the byline. Cross the back post cleared. Tell you what, Bodo won't want to concede one in the next 10 minutes because that would make it a bit of a grandstand finish. Yeah, they did concede late against us, didn't they? MJ, yeah, this is a good point. Didn't Bodo beat Mourinho's Roma 6-1? I didn't know anything about them before that. I remember them being a massive shock. Yeah, definitely. Callum says, I would have liked to have seen Luca Williams-Barnett start today. I think everybody agrees with you on that. BK says Dortmund are unbeaten in the last 5. Russell says, Barnaby, you machine. Let's hope the clubs show you mercy. Yeah, exactly. I'm the Terminator of YouTube live streaming today. And this is why, because I agree with this, AST says most disconnected from the club I've ever felt at the moment, completely. Richard asked, would you be happy with a 2-0 win or a 3-0 loss and Frank gets fired? I want us to win, mate. I want us to win. I want to feel something. I always want Tottenham to win, trust me. Simon says, they're playing in a way that would have made me proud 15 years ago. Over and above themselves as a collective, we don't have players right now that are tuned in like that. We're egotistical. I guess you're talking about Bodo, Simon? I think it's a bit of a difficult one because I'm going to say I think with the right manager, our players could play like Bodo Glimt play, but I'm not sure that the Bodo manager would be that manager because I think there are big enough egos in the Tottenham squad where they'd be like, but what have you ever done kind of thing? Oh, you got a team in the Arctic Circle playing decent football. That's not enough. We're big names. We want to only believe in someone who's won trophies. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they're not playing for Thomas Frank, to be honest. Beto says, I don't mean any disrespect if it may come across as such. I'm fully behind Frank. Brother Frank is the right man for the job. Whereas Russell Coit thinks that Dortmund are going to win 5-0 tonight. Chris says, what are you talking about, Barnaby? We didn't fluke a win over in Bodo. No, we didn't fluke a win over in Bodo. I don't think I ever said we fluked a win. I think we fluked a draw this season against Bodo, didn't we, in the Champions League? But last year in the semi-final, we played well over in Bodo. Kevin Barnes says, how many Spurs fans will be saying keep Frank if we win tonight? I would guess, I mean, I think it's a bit of a rhetorical question, but I actually think maybe the amount percentage-wise of Spurs fans who want Thomas Frank to stay right now, I don't know, let me know what you think in the comments, but I think it's probably, 10% at the most? That's what I would guess, 10%. Tadeusz Udir says, Luca Williams-Barnett will get minutes tonight. Solanke will undoubtedly come off at some point, hopefully not for an injury. Confusing when you say LWB because that looks like left wing back. Moldy says, voice sounding a bit more husky than this morning, Barnaby. Hang in there. Yeah. Let's hope I've got something to cheer loudly about during the game and then I'll lose my voice completely. AST asks, who would you take over Xavi and Alonso? Talking hypothetically, of course. I like Xabi Alonso. I would, because I think he did a great job at a similar sized club and he'd actually have way more money to spend at Spurs. But who knows, basically. Captain Mannering says, Frank in, Langer out. Russell Coit says, I wish we got the Bodo coach. He has the biggest balls of all coaches and plays a great style. Yeah, he does. He really gets them playing and believing in themselves. Jacob says, imagine Grayberg or Simons going down to an injury today. To be fair, it surely will happen. Oh, it'll happen. It'll definitely happen. MJ says, Poch played Winks, Mourinho played Tanganga, Nuno and Conte played Skip. Frank has ignored all our academy guys. And Adam Zadig says, who are the big names in the Tottenham team? What have any of those players actually won? I'm sure the players are the problem and not Frank. Prove me wrong with facts. I can't prove you wrong with facts, mate. A lot of football is just very subjective and it's just opinions and vibes and feelings. So I can't give you facts. I can only base it on how I feel. But thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Red One says, 30%. You think 30% are Thomas Frank in? Seems a bit high to me. MJ says, Ange played Mikey Moore. I meant to say Frank hasn't really given any academy players a chance. Yeah, maybe. The thing with Bodo as well that I like about them is they all seem to be able to, and I don't think it's just because it's this Astro pitch, but they all seem to be able to have the bravery and the pace to kind of get around the opposition. This will surely be Pep Guardiola's worst ever result as a manager. Surely. Maybe if any of you saw Richard Keys, he said he thinks Guardiola's going to leave Man City this week. I mean, with a result like this, maybe he's right. Probably not. Probably not. Seafowl says, Seafowl says, not saying this would be the answer long term, but do you think we should use a back three for the rest of the season? No, probably not. It's not. I don't think it's about formation for me. It's about the manager trying to make the players believe that they're talented enough to play 5-yard passes to each other. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, Bodo coming forward again on the left-hand side. They just slow it up. Russell Coit says Frank might be the first coach to be booed before kickoff. And BK says, I don't want to set up another manager to fail while the club is in a shambles. We changed too much too soon over a short period of time and it's showing. That might be true. That might well be true. But again, that doesn't mean I think Thomas Frank is the manager, the right manager. As Bodo pressing Man City all the way back onto their byline. Incredible stuff. Marmouche tries to turn, gets a throw in. Kevin Barnes says, we are all shouting Frank out. Surely we should be shouting Langer out as well. Carbo 201 says, I had mentioned Frank will be a flop with no trophies and 12th place season finish. Now it seems 12th would be a miracle. Andrew won a cup and gave us EPL, or gave up the Premier League for that, but fan base so naive thinking 22 losses was bad. Thank you for your comment. I don't think it's about should it be Ange or should it be Frank. I think they're both not the right manager for Spurs at this point in time. That's how I feel. Captain Mannering says, I'm only Frank in because I don't want Langer or Vin either Woolies supporter picking our next manager. Fair enough. MJ says, imagine Frank taking over Bodo. He'd empty an 8,000 capacity stadium within months. Cruel. Very cruel, but I know what you're saying. I do know what you're saying. And they're just talking on co-coms, on commentary, how the Bodo manager doesn't say, he says to his team, it's not about results, it's about how we play. And that is why they have the bravery to play in the way that they do. This is going to be an absolutely huge result in world football, I have to say. Bodo 3, Man City 1, 6.5 minutes left. Bill Beebe says, good afternoon, Barney. Are you doing watch along? Yeah, I'm going to do the watch along on here because I think it would be mad to kind of come off here when I'm doing a live stream until Frank gets sacked and then jump onto a different platform and come back. So I'm going to do it here, Bill. Stick around. Simon Stevens says, it seems like we only play well in stints and only when the players ignore Frank. That's my biggest issue with him. Why I think he has to go now. Players need inspiration, but it's not coming from him. Yeah, I don't disagree, Simon. As a cross comes in for Man City again. Shot blocked. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think Frank's looked so tired recently and really not that up for it that maybe he's just waiting for his marching orders. Maybe he's waiting for his compensation. Bill Beebe says, I think it's a good lineup. Would you like the look of Jed Spence at right wing, or do you think it'll be Porro on the right wing? Sean Hull says, Langer out, Frank out. Josh McGuinness says, it's such a mess of a situation, unfortunately. I desperately want to see how it looks with our actual first teamers. But right now, it's almost unbearable to watch. Yep, the style is unbearable to watch. Although what I would say, and we'll get to see this tonight, Dominic Solanke is the one number 9 we have in our squad who I think... Oh, no, the ref didn't give it. But now they're in, but was he offside? He was. Dominic Solanke is the one striker we've got who actually can hold the ball up. So we should be a bit better holding it up tonight. Let's see what happens. Ryan Ellis says, we look pretty good with a 3-5-2 against PSG, arguably the most inspiring game under Frank. Wonder why this hasn't been experimented with more with that system. But imagine with the... imagine just how outplayed we'd get down the sides. I don't know. And Captain Mannering says, so if we win tonight, we go above City. BK says, is Gallagher not able to participate in the Champions League? No, I guess not. He's not in our squad, is he? We had to announce our squad before it. Roy Park says, Barnaby, you don't know anyone with about 5 billion euros burning a hole in their pocket. Well, I think there was a lot of interest in Spurs when Daniel Levy left, but but the Lewis family aren't interested. And Sligo says, last fighting cock poll said Frank was like 12% in. Please correct me if I'm remembering this wrong. No, I think that sounds about right to me. Jacob, I'm a Dane and I want Frank out, not because I don't think he's a good manager, but because he doesn't suit our club. I do also blame the players. They seem to ignore everything he says. Imagine the training. Yeah, agreed. And there was a rumour I read, was City getting down the right-hand side of the byline. Oh, and Shirky with a big dink and then a header straight at the keeper. Beautiful dink from Shirky in the box. Yeah, he doesn't suit our club. I agree with you, Jacob. Or Jacob, sorry. Callum P says, Super Jan was in action last time we played Dortmund. I wonder how many years it'll be until we get back to that level. Super Jan had an amazing game that day, didn't he? Playing left wing back, one of the few times he played left wing back. And absolutely bossed it and scored a great goal. As Man City win the ball in midfield somewhat controversially. Play one through. The Bodo fans are whistling, but the big striker won the ball back. Brilliant stuff. Tadarius Judea says Spence is listed as left wing. If Jed Spence plays left wing, and I'm sure he won't, but if Jed Spence played left wing, I might give up right there and then, because that would be the most bananas. That to me would be basically like Thomas Frank going, sack me right now. That would be bananas. Dev says, good luck, Barnaby. It could be a long night / morning for you, yeah, or month or year. I think realistically, lads and ladesses, don't get upset, but I think realistically, I probably will have to get some sleep. But also the good news is that YouTube streams apparently don't save if they're any longer than 12 hours. So what I'll probably do is come back with part 2 in the morning, but I will be staying on for the game and afterwards. Treating myself with a little lolly. I deserve it because my voice is starting to go. Russell says Frank's failures include dropping Sarr when he was at his best early in the season after one bad game, leaves Paulinho out for weeks, drops Tell when he's shown promise, and hasn't improved a single player. Yeah. I think that's pretty true. Sean says we pinched a draw in Bodo this season after totally dominating in the Europa League last season. Yep. It's 2 minutes, 1 minute and 1.5 minutes left of added time for City, and they need 2 goals. LV Cash says, it drives me insane. Frank just stands there in the press, bad result after bad result, sounding so completely calm and unbothered. Yeah, it's because he's so logical, I guess. Actually, LV Cash goes on to say, he looks and sounds so harmless, so inoffensive, just completely innocuous. We need a manager with some actual fire, with some edge to survive here, and he simply doesn't have it. I agree with that, but also then people would say, wouldn't they, we had a go at Big Ange for staring at the ground and having a go at women, reporters, and having maybe a bit too much fire at times. So I think it's about finding the middle ground. Bill Beebe going positive says, I think we'll win tonight. No pressure of the Premier League. So there's going to be 4 minutes added time at the end of this City Bodo game. And Bodo get a goal kick, and the fans and the players love it. And Kusanov for Man City, who I have to say I think is one of the weirdest looking footballers. He doesn't look like a footballer at all. He looks upset though. Tigaro says, question, do you find Frank inspiring or motivating? I don't. He's so beige. He does come across as quite beige. Look at this. Fair enough. 4 minutes of added time. Bodo could just be whacking it long. Oh, as I say that. They were playing it around in their own box, but then they did whack it long. But the striker won it, flicked it onto the wide forward. They've got men coming forward here. They can put him in. They're in down the left. Chance Bodo to make it 4. Tries to dink it over Donnarumma, who stands up, makes a good save. Wow. They play fantastic football, Bodo. Maybe Spurs should just go and get this manager. Anyway, Man City coming forward down the right now. It's on the edge of the box. Lay it to the midfielder who's going backwards. 2 and a 3/4 minutes left. City tried to drink one over the top. Comes straight through to the keeper, who on his own goal line just controls it on his chest. Lovely stuff. And some Bodo players rightly going down with cramp. I'm sure they're knackered. A new record attendance for a Bodo Glimt game in this. And they're basically playing in a leisure centre and they're beating Man City 3-1. Incredible. I think Bodo just kicked the ball out because one of their players had cramp, and Man City didn't give the ball back to them, which is very poor. So Man City coming forward down the right-hand side now. Oh, good defending. Now Bodo have a chance on the break again. Less than 2 minutes left. Oh, and a terrible tackle, professional foul. Bodo have absolutely played City off the park here. Incredible. Hansi G agrees, saying Bodo outstanding. Red one says, how long before your lady gives birth? Congrats, by the way. 4th of July. It's my Independence Day. Or maybe the opposite, my Independence Day. Is going to be the due date. Is the due date, sorry. Thank you for your message. Simon Stephen says, Elon Musk could afford us. Probably wouldn't change much other than a fan bikini cam at the stadium and free Starlink Wi-Fi for the fans so we can watch Netflix instead of the dross on the pitch. Yeah. I wouldn't want Elon Musk, to be honest. Oh, and Jack Grealish has suffered a suspected stress fracture to the foot. Concerns injury will see the Everton attacker miss months. That could be the end of his Everton loan. Interessant. Phil Spur asks, are you buckled in for tonight's Frank masterclass? Oh, yeah. I'm dead excited. Stick with me, guys. Stick with me. Rams asks, what if we go for Maresca? I don't think we will. I don't think we'll go for another ex-Chelsea boss. I really don't. And Kula, good to see you again, mate. Says, I'm going to need some coffee for this slaughter. Yeah, absolutely. Jacob says, for me, the decision to swap Tel for Solanke feels like the final nail in the coffin, and what could be for the rest of the dressing room gone. Bodo have beaten Man City 3-1, possibly one of the biggest shocks in world football, maybe ever. That's what people will be painting it as. More importantly, though, this is how the group in the Champions League looks. Tottenham are 11th, Dortmund 10th, both on 11 points. Liverpool 9th, Atletico Madrid 8th. Man City, who are up in 4th, are indeed on 13 points. So if Spurs could beat Dortmund, they would go above Man City in the Champions League group. That'd be incredible. What a night for Bodo Glimt. Donnarumma's trying to have a go at the ref. I thought they just got played off the park. Jakob, thanks for your comment. I've got a feeling that he didn't have a choice, Thomas Frank. I think if the person that you've swapped out is fit again and has played for you, you have to swap them back in, but I could be wrong. And Russell makes a great point. Bodo is the definition of to dare is to do. I agree. But answer me this in the comments, guys. If we went to get the Bodo Glimt manager because he plays this style of football, do you think the players would accept that? I'm not sure they would, because they're idiots. Patrick asks, can you explain the team tonight? More importantly, can you explain the bench? Well, I can explain what I know the team is, which is Vicario, Porro, Udogi back on the left, which is good news, Romero and Danso, Gray and Bergvall, and then somewhere, Jed Spence is going to be playing. And then Odebear and Simons behind Dominic Solanke, who has his first start of the season. But whether it'll be Porro playing right back or right wing or right forward or left forward, hard to know. We'll see at the beginning, I guess. Wow, and Sean says, I didn't know this, but says Bodo seasons finished a month ago. They were runners up. So they're not even match fit. Incredible. Commentator saying City lost to us. Fishing town 200 miles north of the Arctic Circle. Callum, unpopular opinion, but I don't think getting Poch back is a good idea. I believe the Premier League has moved on even in a short period. That is possible. I've been thinking that. It is possible. I like the idea of getting Poch back, but is it possible that maybe the Prem has moved on too much for him? I think it is possible. And Bill says, Frank is the only manager I've seen with that stupid tactics board on the side of the pitch when subs go on. Darren says, get Grealish in. He's injured, unfortunately. Henry says, any bets on Dortmund to win today, Barnaby? I know you don't usually put one on. No, I haven't. Hoping to get a mortgage at some point in the future, so I'm not putting bets on. And Home Movie, thanks for your comments. Barnaby, do you expect Frank to be sacked tonight? This live streaming until he's sacked could turn into a marathon YouTube event. I don't think he'll be sacked tonight, no. But I think maybe tomorrow, but then equally, why would they sack him tomorrow if they didn't sack him after West Ham? I said before the West Ham game, I said, I think it's really dangerous allowing Thomas Frank to be in charge of Spurs for this West Ham game because he could well lose. Whereas I thought if they brought in a new manager or an interim, they probably wouldn't lose. There'd be a bounce. But now I think it's even more dangerous to potentially let him take the Burnley game. So what I'm kind of hoping has been going on is that they've spent the last couple of days sounding out potential managers. And as a result, have kind of let Frank take today and then they sack him in the morning. And then we find out who comes in next. So that's kind of what I'm hoping has been happening. So somehow we've been live streaming for 6 hours, 40 minutes. Thank you for your support. We're 19 minutes away from kickoff in the Champions League. Tottenham Hotspur against Borussia Dortmund. Max Harris says, free Barnaby. What would be really helpful, guys, is if you have any Spurs fans that you know, if you could point them towards this live stream, get them to press subscribe on my channel. I'm trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. Let me tell you this, guys. Over the past 18 months or so, since the form has been really bad, the numbers on Tottenham content for basically all Tottenham content creators have been massively down. And so I'm really crawling towards 20,000 subs, where it looked probably like 18 months ago. Like I genuinely would have got to 20,000 subs probably 10 months ago. But it's been an absolute crawl. So, still sticking at it. This is what I want to do. This is the decision I made. But if you're not subscribing, you like daily Tottenham transfer news and daily Tottenham news and live streams until the manager gets sacked, do please press that subscribe button. It should be in the bottom right-hand corner. I'd really appreciate it. Ryan Ellis says, a new manager bounce could get us top 5, top 6. That's how open the league is this year. It's insane at the board of accepting a bottom half finish. I mean, that would have to be some new manager bounce, I think, at this point. But yeah, I know what you mean. And Norbert says about my feelings on hopefully they're speaking to people. He says, our board planning ahead? You must be joking. Well, they say that's what they're trying to do, isn't it? They say that they're making all of these decisions, bringing in all of these bigwigs because they're trying to get a better working operation throughout the club. Who knows? Tigaro says, Frank also ruining the YouTube algorithm. Yeah. Kevin Barnes says, great job, Barnaby. Thanks, mate. And Tadare is too dear. Says, keep going, mate. The subs will come. Yeah, I know. It's all good. It's all good. I love this little community that we've made. It's really cool. Captain Cupcake says, Jed Spence going to turn into prime Bale tonight on the left wing. Yeah. Let's have a look at what the Spurs fan base are saying on Twitter. Alistair Gold says, Thomas Frank has gone with 3 fullbacks 2 teenagers in the middle of the park and another 16s on the bench. Will be interesting to see if it's a back three for Spurs or Spencer's one of the wingers. And he also says Dominic Solanke's first start since the final game of last season, and Destiny Udogi's first in 7 weeks. Hold on, Thomas Frank is doing an interview. So he says good memories from the Champions League this season.
Looking at your team tonight, you have picked 3 fullbacks. How does that work formation-wise?
Yeah, that means that Jet will play a winger, so we do it that way and have that the pace from him.
He's just admitted that Jed Spence is playing as a winger.
Well, what are you hoping for from him?
It's good to have Dom in the team. His experience.
Am I mad to think that Jed Spence would be better playing at right back and Porro further forward? Porro's worse defensively and Spence is worse attacking wise, I'm sure. Maybe I'm the idiot.
Not really. They, it's they're fit. Of course, there's a difference between playing 5 games on a bounce and feel that match fitness and haven't done it. But always football is sometimes mental. So are you strong? You just push through it and
From a Dortmund point of view, they score goals, but they also do ship goals in this competition on the road. What's their strength, their weakness? What do you identify?
It's a very good team. Has done very well.
He's of course bigging up Borussia Dortmund. Very good team, done very well.
Those 3 we need to close down, but on the flip side, there's good opportunities the other way, and that we need to do our best with.
Kevin Barnes asks, is Frank begging for the sack? Don't know. Commentator talking about how toxic the atmosphere at the weekend was at the weekend. Spurs in Stoke says Jed Spence playing winger tonight. Is Frank delusional? And Jelbing says, no, you're right, Barnaby. Porro should be the winger, not Spence. Another Frank masterclass. Bananas. Tadarius Tudir says, you're not wrong, but this is Frank, another numpty tactic to add to his plethora of numpty tactics. They're just showing some clips from West Ham. Vicario throws it out to Romero. Sits on it, looking for some movement from midfield. Nobody giving him any. Gives it to Basuma, gets it back, Romero. Still no movement from midfield. Simons eventually goes for it, doesn't get it. Owen Hargreaves talking about how Spurs are really struggling to play under the pressure. Gareth Bale showing how they're not taking risky options. But is it the pressure? Probably. But is it also Frank telling them never to take a risky option? I think it's probably a bit of both. BK says, congrats, Barnaby. My wife is due July 29th. Oh, well done, mate. Davishire says, is that a strawberry and cream lollipop, Barnes? That's what I'm imagining. Yeah, it's a classic old school Chupa Chup. Whenever I go to the pharmacy, I treat myself to one. Here you go. And my partner's a bit ill, so I went to get her some meds earlier. Picked up a little treat for my live stream, sorting my sore throat right out. G. Canty says, what do you expect, lads? He doesn't have the players. Porro's not a winger. Every cross hits the first man. Yeah, but Jed Spence isn't a winger either, is he? Porro's a better crosser than Jed Spence, I would say. And that V2 Spurs says, Barney, this is fucking insane. Bro hates Frank this much. 6-hour stream is next level rant. Oh, my word. Cheers, mate. Appreciate it. If you're not a subscriber, do press that subscribe button. I appreciate it. Still going strong, lads. Only nearly 7 hours. That's all. Only nearly 7 hours. No problems. No problems. This is just what we do. This is it's what I do, as Obama would say. Norbert says, to be honest, I don't think there's a good way to set up tonight. Frank doesn't have a chance. Just to let you know in advance, guys, I will be doing the watch along on here, but because I'm on a bit of a delay, I will. I'll probably stay mostly out of the chat during the first half. Then at half time, I will. I will come back in and read some of your comments and take you through it, and then post-match reaction afterwards. Di asks, will you name your child Barnabinho? We are struggling with ideas for names, to be honest, because my partner's Portuguese and she wants it to be a name that her parents can pronounce. And because I was given a ridiculous name like Barnaby, I'm quite keen for it to be a name that's not going to get the child bullied at school. So I'm pretty, I'm actually far too, well, my girlfriend I know thinks I'm far too strong on not, she comes up with all these name ideas. And I'm like, no. So it's got to be perfect. But I think when we know, we'll know. We've got a few ideas. Mark Godley says risking Solanke is suicide. Probably his own suicide. And they're showing the south stand. And I know it's, it's still 10 minutes till kickoff, but it's pretty sparsely populated. Yo-Yo says definitely go with Barnabinho. Right. I'll take a picture of that and send it to my partner. Okay, I've sent it to my partner. Johnny in the room says Barnabinho is cute. It's just long though, isn't it? And also, if we do end up living in England, you can't have a kid called Barnabinho in England. It's ridiculous. Di says congratulations. I appreciate that. And Patrick Thomas says or Barbie. No, we can't go with Barbie. Although I don't think I've got a feeling my girlfriend quite likes Barbie as a name, but no, it's a no from me. B2 Spurs says, I need to ask if we lined up with a 4-4-2 or even 3 at the back, would you have had more confidence in a win than with the awful 4-2-3-1, which is a definite loss? I have no confidence that whatever formation Thomas Frank lines up with, that we will win in any way. Ryan Achilles, yes, I apologize, says a lollipop on microphone is not the most enjoyable audio. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I was waiting until I got called out on it. You're absolutely right. Poor production value from me. I'm putting it away. I apologize. I'm just going to go and shut my door for Guess who's back? There you go. I've got rid of my lollipop. I apologise. Poor form from me. But unbelievably, after 6 hours 54 minutes, we're only 6 minutes from kickoff. Exciting stuff. It's actually been a really enjoyable day of live streaming. I've never done such a long live stream. And yeah, I'm feeling a bit delirious, to be honest. Ketch THFC has just come into the chat, to the studio. Ketch, I'm actually not going to do any more interviews before the game, but if you want to jump on afterwards during the post-match review, I'll be speaking to people then. So if it's all right with you to jump on after, is that all good? And we'll speak then, but I'm not going to talk to anyone just before the game kicks off. So thanks a lot. But that goes to all of you guys. If you fancy talking to me after the game, jump into the link there, which is in the description box and on the pinned comment. People having a little bit of a scrap over who's going to be playing on the wing for Spurs. Thomas Frank said in his pre-match interview that's going to be Jed Spence. Some people are saying he'll be playing on the left wing with Odebear, I guess, on the right. That would be utter madness to me. But you just don't know with Thomas Frank, do you? Leon Davis says, get Porro on the wing. Reckon he'd be a better right winger alternating with Kudus. You would have a choice between really good dribbling and hold-up play and really good crosses and long shots. Yeah, that's another thing, is Porro has a great long shot. Machina Joe says, Frank needs more time. Look at Arteta now. But Arteta, the problem with this argument is Arteta was showing much better football than Thomas Frank has. And frankly, by this point, he'd already won a trophy because he was 6 months in. And Frank has just had us basically knocked out of all of those cups, apart from obviously the Champions League. And V2 Spurs says, can't wait to watch Thomas Frank chewing his gum at 90 miles an hour when we're 4-0 down at half-time. Yeah. So here they are. They're out in the tunnel. They're just talking about how Spurs are actually doing quite well in the Champions League. It's true. Oh, and Machina Joe says I'm trolling. Thank God. Thank God. Simon Stevens says, go to a 10-0-1 Gary Megson Classic. Keep him out until we can get a better manager for the second leg. It's not a second leg sitch, is it? Unless you're probably talking about something else. Anyway, guys, I'm going to jump out of the chat because I'm on a bit of a delay. They're still in the tunnel where I am. But stick with me, guys, because I'll be back in straight after the game. Di says, strap yourself in, boys. This is going to be a wild game. I think it might end up being a 0-0 draw, an absolute dross fest, to be honest. And even the commentators saying Thomas Frank is still here somehow. Also still here is the guy who I'm pretty sure was Daniel Levy's like son-in-law, the guy who does the security for Spurs. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I'd be lying if I said to you that the players look absolutely pumped as they walk out of the ground. Just showing the subs bench full of kids that I've literally never seen before in my life. So Spurs have some flags, sorry, back of shot as the Champions League anthem plays. Is that Bellingham's brother playing? Maybe it is. The champions. Boop, 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 boop. The fans kind of being like, ugh. So we do the mutual applauding No, not applauding. Handshakes. Adeyemi looks like he's playing. I'll just have a quick look at the Dortmund side. Poor old Paul Coit having to try and get excited about the team. Yeah, Joe Bellingham playing at centre mid, and Adeyemi and Brandt behind Girassi. Schlotterbeck's supposed to be a really good player. And also Daniel Svensson on the left has been good for them, apparently. God, poor old Paul Coit at the stadium is really trying hard to get these fans excited, and they don't sound it. Let's just put it that way. They do not sound excited. Schlotterbeck is in fact the Dortmund captain. What a time this is for Dortmund to play Spurs. Well, I said this earlier. Dortmund, I saw a... Oh, that's weird. It keeps taking off my... Maybe I have to hide that. I did see a Dortmund English account earlier that said that basically they have a kind of almost Dr. Dortmund version of our Dr. Tottenham. And they're like, everyone expects Dortmund to win, so they probably won't. This banner with the... Why is it? Hold on. Okay, I've sorted it. There we go. Commentator saying how there's tension in the stadium. I mean, understatement. Romero getting them in a huddle. I have to say, I mean, I could be wrong, but they look like they could not give a fuck, these Spurs players. Anyway, shooting from right to left first half. Just taking a look on where Jed Spence are going to start. So Siemens is going to take the kickoff. We've got Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall in central midfield. Wow. And of course, we will kick off straight back to Vicario, who will whack it long to absolutely nobody. I guess we've got Solanke up front. Maybe he can hold it up. And here comes Vicario. The game is on, lads. Easy first win for Dortmund. And Dortmund already getting on the ball. Destiny Doggy gets his first early touch. And Romero goes straight back to the keeper. The fans trying to get behind Tottenham now as Vicario opens the ball out to Kevin Danso. He will give it... Oh, he tries to go straight down into the channel towards Solanke. It's not the worst ball. Solanke shoulders there, but the Dortmund centre-half goes down. And as a result, a free kick is given to Dortmund. And as usual, Thomas Frank doing all this on the sidelines, which the players never, ever listen to. And he's chewing his gum with his mouth open. Another thing that just looks a bit shit when you're a terrible... Well, look, he's not a terrible manager. He's just a terrible manager for Spurs. I saw a report that maybe Crystal Palace might try and replace Glasner with him. That would fit, I think. I think he'd do well at Palace. Why are Dortmund taking so long over this free kick? What's the ref waiting for here? Don't know. Anyway. I was talking to Nkulu earlier from South Africa. Dortmund's kit, with Vodafone being the sponsor, looks very much like Kaiser Chiefs' kit. And look, Adeyemi just driving straight down the middle of the park. And actually, Pedro Porro put in a really important tackle there. And then tries to beat two men. And as a result, Spurs are in a bit of trouble. But Bellingham puts his foot on it. Very similar gait to his brother. And Dortmund have the ball and the halfway line and start knocking it about. Oh, the doggy a bit late. Yeah, Spencer, they're in down the right here, Dortmund. Doggy gets in the way and then turns away from Adeyemi. Well, gives it to Spence, who is playing basically left forward, Spence, but it's one of the most defensive left-hand sides ever. Siemens dives into a tackle. Spurs There we go. Jed Spence now. No one in front of him. And he does well to win a throw in there, Jed Spence. 2 minutes gone. Nothing's happened in this game. Why is Jed Spence playing left-sided forward? Anyway, it is good to see Doggy back on the pitch. Niko Kovac is the Dortmund manager. He's done a really good job since going in there. I think Kovac, if I'm right, was the Bayern Munich manager at one point. Porro now straight away, as ever, going down the channel. And actually, Odebear is chasing that. But Schlotterbeck comes across, does really well. Clears it down the line. Porro picks it up again. Tries a big diag to nobody. But actually, Spence does. It goes over the defender. Spence picks it up. Has to turn onto his right foot, of course, going backwards. Gives it to Doggy. To Archie Gray. Could this be a game for Gray and Bergvall similar to Skip and Saar in at the San Siro? Xavi Simons turns his man on the left. He's got no one with him and so loses the ball. Adeyemi brings it out. We're showing some lovely pace down the right, Adeyemi. Archie Gray gets an important tackle in. That's a Dortmund throw-in. The Dortmund fans making a lot of noise. Got Alec McCoy on co-coms. Oh, Bergvall gives away a free kick there. He doesn't think it was. And this, it's on the right-hand side, gives an opportunity for Dortmund to get the ball into the box. Danto trying to bring the defensive line up to about 20 yards. Free kick's going to be taken now. Here it comes. It should go straight into Vicario's hands, and does. And he runs out madly, throws it to Jed Spence on the right-hand side, and he's got a man ahead of him on the right. Simons is massively offside. Plays it, beautiful ball down the line, and now Simons is in the middle. Chance for Xavi. Oh, good defending just in front of him. And that's a corner to Spurs. Well played. So, chance for Spurs. Porro's going to take the outswing corner from the right-hand side. Fans trying to get behind them. That was decent football down the right from Spurs. Solanke was really involved, so was Xavi. There just wasn't quite enough on the cross in the end. Sorry, to get to Xavi. It was Solanke and Spence. And Porro's just put snow on this, and it comes to Romero at the back stick. He was completely free. Anyway, Spence passes it out to Porro. How did Romero have so much time there? Bergvall gets his first touch of the game. Goes to Porro, who will try and get a cross in, I would have thought. Yeah, and he does. It's one at the front post by Girassi, and now Dortmund on the transition. Oh, lovely stuff. And a big, important tackle from Xavi Simons, who then beats his man. And he's got to give it easy here to Porro. And does. Puts it in front of him nicely. Spurs trying to play their way into this game. Bergvall takes it on the half turn. Gives it back to Gray on the halfway line. Udogi. Romero stayed up here. Udogi to Spence. He can't lose it here because Romero's not in position. He's on the left here, Jed Spence. Turns away and then drives down the left. Good stuff from Jed. Now what? Beats his man. He's in the box now, Jed. Brilliant stuff. Holds it up. Gets it to the edge of the box to Romero. Still there. Nearly had a shot there, Romero. Lays it out to Bergvall, who then gets it out wide right to Porro. First time to Simons. Oh, lovely. Porro's at the byline. Brilliant ball from Simons. Oh, really good football from Spurs. I did say we'd play well first 10 minutes, though. And here comes the big Kev Danso long throw, of course. We haven't seen this for a while. Dortmund fans all abusing him. Or the set-piece coach is up talking to Frank. Here it comes, and it is long. Comes all the way to the 6-yard box. Romero tries to flick it on, but he's beaten. Porro gets it out wide to Danso, now in a winger position. Tries to get the cross in, flicked on by Bergvall. Straight to the keeper. Dortmund just knocking it about across their back line. Oh, and pressure puts on by Solanke, so he goes back to the keeper who has to clear it. Good work by Dom. Romero pushed over by Guirassy there and wins Spurs a free kick. He's a big boy, Guirassy. We were linked with him for a while. And when Ali McCoy is suggesting it's a free kick to the centre-back, you know it probably is. He's a big old boy, Guirassy, though. Bergvall takes the free kick quickly to Danso. Dortmund come to press straight away. And, of course, therefore, we go straight back to the keeper. He puts his foot on it, looking for an option. Goes to Danso. They know to press Danso. Gives it to Porro. He tries to beat his man. That's a throw to Spurs. Throws it back to Danso. And now Dortmund putting the pressure on Vicario. He puts his foot on it. Not sure about this. He's on his left foot. Swipes it clear. Spence gets up, but it doesn't keep it on, unfortunately. Nice try from Spence on the halfway line. That's a Dortmund throw. Thomas Frank, as ever, doing his lots of gesticulating. Lots of aimless hand waving from Frank and his set-piece coach in the technical area. Dortmund do well in a tight space there and get it out to the left-hand side. And then they try and play one over the top of Porro, but he sees it and does well and plays it down the line. Odebear beats his man. Actually, it will have been Odebear last time who got the cross in. And Odebear tries to beat another man. Don't foul him, and he does foul him. And the Dortmund defender really faked being fouled there, and it worked. The liner really fell for it. Dortmund fans making a hell of a racket, but we've got to 10 minutes. Spurs have been all right, but it is usually the first 10 minutes where Spurs are all right. And the Dortmund keeper clears this free kick. Danto's underneath it, but he's been outstrengthed by Guirassy there. Porro gets an important touch in. Bergvall comes to help out, does well. And wins a throw-in. Well done, Lucas, on the right-hand side. Porro will take this throw-in. Goes back to Danso. And again, the trigger for Dortmund is whenever Danso gets on the ball. They all start their press. So Vicario gives it to him straight away, and here comes the big press. So he has to dink it down the line. Good luck with that one, Odebear. And he wins a handball. Well done, Wilson Odebear. Seb Stafford-Bloor, who's a journalist who works in Germany, really excellent football journalist. He talked about how Dortmund struggle to make chances as well, and he thought it could be a 0-0 draw tonight. And it is a bit of a stale game at the moment. Romero gives it into Siemens, deals with it well, lays it off to Doggy, gets on his front foot and attempts the ball to Spence. I didn't mind that because he tried it. Comes to Gray, to Bergvall, back to Romero. Decent few balls here into Doggy. Could have maybe taken that on the half turn, gives it back to Siemens. Driving forward, wins a free kick. This will be a chance. It's a free kick from Adeyemi. This will be a chance for Spurs to put it in the box, about 10 yards inside their half. He gives it to Spence, actually. And now he hasn't gone for a return. So Spence is on his own, just driving, and wins a corner. Does he? Yeah, really well done, Jed Spence. Oh, Jed Spence does seem to be up for this at left forward tonight. Porro will be whipping in this corner. Kind of wouldn't surprise me if Tottenham went 1-0 up in this game and then found a way to lose. Anyway, 12 minutes, just nearly 13 minutes gone. Porro, one arm raised, about to bend in the in-swinger. Don't put it on the keeper. Oh, it's cleared at the front post. Comes to Odebear, bit of an air kick, but he gets the ball back. He's at the byline now, crosses it across. Spurs have scored! Christian Romero. I don't know why I was doing that, because I thought it was Solanke at first, but well played, Odebear. Whacked across the box. Just as I said, it wouldn't surprise me. And it's his first goal in the Champions League, Romero, for 5 years. Cross from Odebear after an air kick. Now, Tottenham need to get a second goal. If we actually want to win this game, we need to get a second goal. So, Odebear had an air kick and then came and got the ball again, whacks it across the box, and Romero puts it in nicely from the edge of the 6-yard box. There. Sometimes when you get into a crossing position, sometimes you've just got to whack it. Honestly. And that's what he does, Odebear. Pleased for him. Oh, they're checking the goal for something. Of course they are. I didn't see anything for that to be disallowed. No, the game's gone on. Spurs only score from centre halves, of course, but Spurs down the left with Udogie doing well here. Oh, and Odebear's Udogie, sorry, he's gone down. But we miss Udogie so much when he's not playing for Spurs. He just got his arm caught underneath his body there, Udogie. It's a great finish from Romero because the ball actually comes a bit behind him, but he just reaches out. Good finish. I'm pleased for him. Listen, you might be surprised considering I've been streaming for 7 hours and 17 minutes that I won't stop streaming until Frank gets the sack. But I want us to win this game more than anyone. This is great stuff. Anyway, Spurs have a free kick in a dangerous area for the foul on Udogie. It's on the left-hand side. They're going to get a cross in. Could they make it 2-0? They give it to Simons. He'll get a chance to put a cross in. Now he finally gets to the back post. Romero's free at the back post, but Danso was behind him and they didn't communicate well. Anyway, Dortmund are able to clear. Bergvall can get ahead on this. Flicks it to Romero. He's in a good position. He tries to whack it across the box as well. And now he chases. He's pressing everywhere here, Romero. He's pumped. And finally, Dortmund clear it. Oh, and actually do well to get it to Grassi. Then a big tackle from Bergvall. And then a better tackle from Simons, who tries to dink a ball through to Udogie. Cleared well by Schlotterbeck. Brilliant attempted through ball from Xavi. Tottenham 1, Dortmund 0, 16 minutes gone. Christian Romero with the goal. And Spurs win a throw high up, and Dortmund didn't like that. And there's another ball. Oh, what is the ref doing? The ref has overturned the assistant referee's decision. That was a bit weird. Oh, so they've noticed that Spurs are playing more, when out of possession, more of a 3 centre halves with Udogie as the left centre half and Spence playing as the left wing back. Interesting. But then Spence is now pressing really high up the pitch. Xavi also better on the press than we usually are, and he blocks a pass out there. Comes back to the keeper, and actually Solanke clips in front of the keeper, Gives it back to Spence with a heavy touch, unfortunately. Oh, there's nearly a handball in the box there. Here comes Adeyemi. Good pass. And then Brandt tries to play it as well, but Danso gets in. Good stuff from Spurs here. Jed Spence finds Destiny Udogie. Gives it to Romero. Goes back to Vicario. Gives it to Danso. Horrible pass behind him. He finds Porro. Decent touch from Porro. Dinks it over for Odobert. That has worked well twice now for Spurs. Odobert's in down the right now. Can he front up his man? Go down. Goes down the line beautifully, Odobert. Beats his man. Can he cut it back? Give it to Xavi. Oh, and it's a shot block. Brilliant stuff, Odobert. Potential penalty check here for Spurs. Oh, that can't be given as a pen. Why is VAR taking a long time on a potential penalty for Spurs? But there's no way this is going to be given as a pen. It's his arms by his side. Why is this taking so long? Never looks like a penalty, but I have to say Spurs haven't had a lot of rubber the green recently, so I wouldn't mind it. They're saying it's different legislation in the Champions League. He does block it. He's on the line. Yeah, Ali McCoy saying it would be very harsh. I think it would as well, to be honest. But the penalty check is taking like 2 minutes. And it's been cleared. I think that's the right decision. Anyway, Spurs now have a corner. Porro. They go short with it this time. And now it comes to Spence. Terrible cross to the back post, but Romero did attack it anyway, and the keeper did really well. Good goalkeeping. And now he goes long and flat, the keeper, over the top. And they're in. Adeyemi's in because it was just him against Simons. And actually, Simons did well in the end just to get enough there, and Spence helped him out. But that shouldn't be as easy as that one big long kick. Adeyemi is quick, by the way. Oh, Vicario. He tried to put his foot on the ball, missed the ball, and they nearly let them in. In the end, he just has to... he tried to do a Cruyff turn. In the end, he just has to whack it out of play for a throw. Anyway, Dortmund now on the ball. 20 minutes gone. Tottenham 1, Dortmund 0. Schlotter back with a lovely diag. Oh, but he can't be kept in on the right, and so Spurs have a throw. Tottenham kind of out of possession, almost playing with 2 left backs here. But they're just showing this one long ball from the goalkeeper, and it was Simons against Adeyemi. I assume it's Adeyemi. Yeah. And in the end, Simons did enough to kind of get his body in the way so that Adeyemi couldn't get a shot off. Oh, Spurs have lost it high again. But then Bergvall plays a good ball through to Solanke, who does well to hold it up. That's what we've missed. Solanke hold up play, and then he brings in Porro on the right. God, we've missed him so much. Porro lays it out wide. Odobert to Bergvall. Inside. Lovely 1-2 with Simons. Bergvall up against bodies, but finds Udogie. Gives it out to Jed Spence. Jed Spence trying to front up his man. Good lad. Oh, and he's beaten him. He's at the byline, Jed Spence. Cuts it back. Another chance. Chance. Oh, he got in the way. Solanke got in Porro's way. Big chance. Jed Spence is doing bits down the left-hand side. Frank does know more than me. And we've already seen Solanke there should have just let Porro had a shot. In the end, he kind of got in his way. But I've already seen more hold-up play from Dominic Solanke in this game than we've seen from any Spurs striker all season, and that is bringing more players into play. But we're going to need to get about 2 or 3 goals up before Solanke comes off at some point in this game. Romero plays it to Gray, to Udogie. He plays a ball between the lines for Solanke. He couldn't hold that one up, though. Schlotterbeck got in ahead of him. So Dortmund start again. They're about 20 yards inside Spurs' half on the right-hand side. Oh, lovely ball between the lines from Dortmund. Coming at the right now. Porro gets in a good position. And then the Dortmund player went through on Odebear accidentally. And he gets a booking. Oh, it's very high. That should be a red card. That should be a red card. That's unbelievably high. In the Premier League, I think this would be a red card. Potential red card check. This could be huge for Spurs. It's a red card check. He basically follows through over the ball and gets his studs just below, just on the Achilles. Yeah, he's going to the board. This could be a red card for Spurs. This could be massive. Wow. Spurs' luck starting to change. Spurs' luck starting to change. 7 hours and 26 minutes into my live stream. Yeah, it's just below the knee. It's interestingly, in the Champions League, they play it at full speed for them, whereas in the Premier League they always start with the. It would be totally Tottenham if they were the first team in history. I think he's going to get red carded here. Yeah. Dortmund are down to 10 men. Wow. Thomas Frank's having his night of luck. Imagine if we'd had a change of manager after West Ham. They'd all think, oh, it's because the players are playing better. I love it. I love it. Come on, you Spurs. We're going to go above Man City in the Champions League table. Fantastic. Come on, you Spurs. 26th minute. He's just trying to keep the ball and he loses the ball. It's Svensson. Oh, he's the player that actually I heard has been really good for them. And what he just realizes in the split second is that Odebear is going to nick the ball ahead of him. And so he panics a bit, straightens his leg, and that's a red card. Now, what I will say is, I think this kind of adds a bit of pressure to Spurs, who weren't expecting to win or weren't expected to win this game. And so this might change the dynamic of it a little bit, because they've started well, Spurs, really well, actually. Oh, and Julian Brandt can't get the ball down there, but a good opportunity. Anyway, here's Porro. Bringing it forward on the right. He's got Odebear outside him, but for some reason he turns away. And Spurs now just going to try and pop it about a little bit, which I don't mind. Bergvall to Gray. Christian Romero. Gray is just a bit close to him. Plays it into Xavi Simons, who's coming to help out Bergvall and Gray. Plays a nice ball over the top to Jed Spence with a little bit of check side on it. Spence gives it back to Doggy. The Dortmund fans still making a hell of a racket, to be fair to them, as Archie Gray lays it out wide left to Jed Spence. And again, he drives at his fullback. Why not? And again, tries to beat him down the line and gets to the byline, but Adeyemi is helping him this time, so he drops it back to Simons. He might have a chance to cross here. Good cross to the back post, big chance. Oh! And it was Pedro Porro coming in, and it's just goes off for a goal kick. Brilliant cross from Simons. It would be so Tottenham Hotspur to win this game tonight and then lose to Burnley away at the weekend. How Tottenham Hotspur would that be? This is fantastic stuff. This was a brilliant cross from Simons, and it just bends away from Porro at the back. Lovely stuff. And the Dortmund keeper goes long. Garassi tries to get under it, but Danto wins the first one. Held up nicely on the chest from Solanke. Allows Tottenham to keep the ball and goes back to Danso. Lovely stuff. Danso with an early ball out to Udogi. He's got Simons with it, finds it. Simons goes first time back to Udogi. Gives it back to Simons, who's wanting to get on the ball now as the maestro, as the playmaker. And he tries the big diag with some fade on it out to Pedro Porro. Good stuff. Odebe's actually in the box here, so Porro can get a cross in. Oh, and it's a beautiful cross. And really, Solanke should have been on the end of it. Fantastic football from Spurs. Yeah, the commentator's just making a comment about how Xavi's really involved. It was a lovely diag from him. Romero wins a big header up against Garassi, and Archie Gray picks up the second ball. Oh, what a touch there from Xavi Simons to find Spence. Obviously, Simons knows all about the pace playing against a German team, so I think he appreciates the slightly less speed involved in this Champions League game compared to the Premier League. Dortmund forced to go back to their keeper. He plays it quickly out wide. Dortmund fans still bouncing around, loving this. Garassi, Romero tries to get in on him. Dortmund just playing it to the left now. A good ball down the line to Brandt. Dortmund popping it about nicely. And then they've got two out wide left here, Dortmund. Dortmund popping it about nicely here. And then they try and play one through the lines, down the line. Danto picks it up, gives it to Boval, gets it back, goes back to Vic, who should go early to Udogi and does. Udogi drops it into Christian Romero. Half an hour gone. Tottenham 1, Dortmund 0. Dortmund down to 10 men. Tottenham were already 1-0 up at that point. Christian Romero with the goal. Romero gives it into Udogi. Xavi Simons on the left-hand side. Drops it back to Destiny. Romero gives it into Boval on the half-turn. Opens it out to Porro. He comes backwards to Danso. Obviously, going backwards and sideways, you don't mind as much when you're 1-0 up against 10 men, do you? Because it's just moving around an opposition who you can try and tire out. Good ball between the lines from Romero into Solanke. Holds it up. Gives it back to Bergvall. Lovely hold-up stuff from Dom. And then Bergvall tries a ball out wide to Simons. And then a bit of a dodgy pass back to the keeper. And Solanke's putting pressure on him, so he has to whack it long. Danto will be under this. Gets a good header on it. Flick round the corner from Porro into Odobert. Porro gets it back. Spurs actually playing like a professional football team here. It's wild. Archie Gray tries to put his foot on the ball, misses it. Goes to Danso. Gives it back to Gray. Surrounded by Dortmund players. Plays it in between the lines nicely to Odobert. Gives it to Simons, who lays it out wide to Porro. Beautiful stuff down the middle from Spurs. Porro eventually gets it down. He's got Bergvall with him. Gives it to him. Bergvall to Gray. Back to Porro now. He might try and get another cross in here. No, he goes back to Gray. Spurs just moving Dortmund around here. Smart football, to be honest. And Danto goes with a good pass to Doggy. He's got Spence outside him. Spence gives it back to Doggy down towards the byline. Udogie was fouled there, but I'm not sure it'll be given. And it's not. That's a goal kick. But good few minutes from Spurs. "33 minutes gone. This would be if we can win this game." Oh, and the keeper being brave against Dom Solanke there just gets it round him. If we could win this game, it'd be absolutely huge for our chance of getting in the top 8. We've got Eintracht Frankfurt away in the last game, which wouldn't be easy, but let's face it, we're better away than we are at home. Anyway, Dortmund now bringing it through. They try a ball between the lines. Spurs deal with it. Spence now does well, gives it to Gray, gives it to Bergvall, who goes to Danso, and now Porro's free, and Porro finds it. Could have given Porro a better ball there in front of him, but anyway, Porro now does have it and is driving down the right. And he's really going. Good lung-busting run from Porro. Gives it to Odebear, who has Bergvall with him. Spurs, for once, benefiting from a situation where they're outnumbering people in the middle. And now Odebear is at the byline. Can he keep it on? He does, but he loses it, unfortunately, to Brandt. But he can only clear it to Danso, whose first touch is decent, actually. And he goes out wide to Porro. Udogie wants the ball desperately on the left. When Udogie's fit, he's such a player for us, honestly. Really love his balance. He's calling for, he's desperate to get it out wide here on the left from Romero, and eventually does now get it. Xavi makes a run across. Spence now, chance to drive again down the left, but instead goes back to Destiny Udogie, halfway inside the Dortmund half. And they're now defending in a kind of 4-3-2. Well, 5-3-2, actually. No, 5-3-1, sorry. Or it's more like a 5-2-2. Anyway, Danso brings it forward and gets it out wide to Porro. This will be opportunity all the time now. Porro gets a cross in. Solanke flicks it, and it comes to Spence at the back post. And he tries the cross. It's behind everyone, really. And then Danso beats Garassi in the air and Dortmund clear. But Tottenham getting in some good areas here. This is actually like watching Tottenham play when they're half decent. Well, Romero has a chance to find Porro on the right, and he didn't. Eventually he does now. And now Romero's making a run into the box as well. A bit late, though. Porro cuts it back. Cleared by Dortmund. And now a chance for Danso to get a long throw. And 35 minutes gone. Spurs all over Borussia Dortmund. I am 7 hours, 40 minutes into a live stream where I will only stop, apart from maybe some sleep, when Thomas Frank gets sacked. Archie Gray gets a cross in. Romero's still up there. Comes to Spence. Volleyed over the bar from Jed Spence. Getting people texting me saying, hope your chair is comfortable and stuff. Anyway, Udogie wins an important header. And Romero picks up the ball. Gives it out wide. Porro goes back to Danso. Danso's on the ball now. Spurs have 60% possession. I mean, you'd expect all this, wouldn't you? 5 total attempts to 0. 3 corners to 0. Thomas Frank still waving about aimlessly. Archie Gray now. Back to Simons. Simons trying to be the quarterback, the ringmaster. And Archie Gray and Lucas Bergvall kind of happy for him to be. Danso finds Odebear, and then Porro making a run for him down the line. Little 1-2, lovely, and Odebear's in down the right. Beautiful football from Spurs. We're in the box. Cross, goal, 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 goal. Dominic Solanke, 2-0 Tottenham. Brilliant football down the right. Brilliant football down the right from Spurs. Unbelievable. Fantastic from Odebear and Porro. In the end, he kind of accidentally scores it, but it doesn't matter. It's 2-0 to Spurs. So, it's a 1-2. Odobert to Borrow, gets to Odobert, takes to the byline, crosses it in. Solanke's onside, and it was deflected by Schlotterbeck just in front of him, I think it was. Oh no, it's Anton. And so it actually comes and it's a double hit off his leg behind him that goes in off the far post. And talk about Spurs getting all their luck in one game, and I'm here for it. And Thomas Frank gives it the big... 2-0 Spurs. What a time. What a time. It turns out I'm the reason why we're winning 2-0 because I've done this live stream. Fantastic stuff. This is the most Tottenham thing ever. 36th minute. This is brilliant stuff. Oh, and Porro's just nicked the ball down the right again. Here he comes. There's no one in the box yet. He has to wait. Oh, cuts it back to Solanke on. Spence nearly flies in. Dortmund fans, fair play to them, still like waving their scarves around, loving this. And Lucas Bergvall wins the ball back. Brilliant. And Porro's got Danso outside him on the right. Weird. How's your crossing, Kev Danso? It's actually pretty good. Solanke. Oh, and then Simons volleys it over the bar with his left foot. He snatched at it massively. He's only 13 yards out on his left foot. And there's a man just in front of him. It is a lucky finish. Spurs getting all their luck in one game. It hits his back foot, hits his front foot, and then hits his back foot again and goes in when he's, 3 yards out. Tottenham Hotspur. Never change, Tottenham Hotspur. Never, ever change. Look how happy I am. I'm feeling something. I said on the live stream to my guests earlier, all I want to do is feel something. Well, I'm feeling something. And don't forget, people will say about the red card, but do not forget, Spurs were 1-0 up when that red card came in. Once again, Romero's just dived out of everywhere, but Porro clears it. This is madness. My best mate just texted, Champions of Europe, it's happening again. Yeah, let's win the Champions League. Why not? Anyway, Dortmund coming down the right now, but it's intercepted by Udogi, and he's going to get his skates on, or finds a beautiful ball out to Odobert. He's got to keep going, Odobert. He's tackled, unfortunately. To be fair, the Dortmund player did well, but then Bergvall nips in. Is he going to drive down the right? He's on his own, Bergvall. Tries a little trick. He won a throw-in, but it wasn't given. And actually, Dortmund are now making a change. And the keeper goes long, but nothing there. Girassi is basically can't be fucked anymore. And so it comes all the way through to Vic, who gives it to Romero. This is the most Tottenham thing ever. Mind you, what would also be one of the most Tottenham things ever is to find a way to lose a game or not win a game from 2-0 down. 2-0 up, sorry. As Spence tries a ball down the line to Solanke. Dortmund deal with it. Oh, terrible ball. Comes to Odobert. He finds Porro. Odobert makes him a nice run. It is a bit relentless from Spurs. It's bizarre. Just like the pressure seems totally off them. And Simons wins it high. Solanke gives him a horrible ball back, but Simons does well. He's got a man on him there. Simons didn't really realise. Spence helps him out. Just give it easy, Xavi. He does eventually to Archie Gray. He could try the dink over the top there. Porro's made the run. Oh, Porro pulls it down nicely. Odobert. Oh, great shot. Saved easily. Porro's obviously been listening to his haters this week. Odobert tried to bend it into the far corner with his left foot. Got a bit too much on it. It's pretty easily saved. Tottenham 2, Dortmund 0. Half-time. Nearly half-time, sorry, 3 minutes to half-time. But Spurs have the ball back again. Basically, it's taken Tottenham to be playing against 10 men for us to get time on the ball this season. But I'm here for it. Danso, who's not put foot wrong so far this game, gives it to Romero. He plays a beautiful ball through the lines to Xavi, who tries to find Solanke, but doesn't manage to. And Dortmund try and bring it out, but it's one off Schlotterbeck, I think it was, by Xavi, who is fouled in a really dangerous area. So it was Anton, not Schlotterbeck. This is fun, isn't it? I should do these kind of live streams all the time because Tottenham are now good. Dortmund have only had one touch in Spurs' box in 43 minutes as Porro comes to take the free kick. So it's about 27, 28 yards out on the left-hand side. And Porro is being gesticulated at by Kevin Danso to bend it to the far post towards him and Romero. Bergvall's also in there. Udogie at the back as well. So it's on the left-hand side. It's a real chance for him to whip a in-swinging ball in. One hand up again from Porro. Here it comes. No, he tries the high chip to Romero at the back stick. Poor from Romero. I think it was a real chance for Porro to put some pace and whip on that, but can't have everything, I guess. Got to give it to Dortmund's fans. They're still incredibly loud. So, Joe, I see you're in the studio, mate. I'm just I'm on a bit of a delay, so I'm on 44 minutes. So get your stream sorted and your view, and then I'll come to you as soon as we hit half time. As we get Jed Spence down the left-hand side in his different coloured boots. He lays it back to Archie Gray, just pops it to Xavi Simons. They're popping it about nicely here. Simons finds Archie Gray. How much added time are we going to get here, I wonder? Romero tries a dink over the top towards Spence. Oh, he nearly got in, but it would have been a handball anyway. That's a nice looking view you got there, Joe. I like that. Like I said, I will come to you as soon as this first half ends. Although now all I've got is a view of your ear, Joe. Yes, I can see your ear very nicely, Joe. Anyway, 3 minutes added time. We've got 3 minutes added at the end of this first half. I didn't know that. Archie Gray's granddad Frank for Forest won a European Cup medal. So we're going to win another European Cup medal. Joe, do you have any headphones, Joe? I'm guessing not. Do you have any headphones? That might be your best chance. Or I'll tell you what, Xavi Simons, I think, has just been elbowed off the ball. No, it's Pedro Porro, sorry, has been elbowed off the ball by Job Bellingham. He just wears Job on his back. Yeah. And Ali McCoy is saying how Pedro Porro is tackling his passes. So at halftime, I'm going to try and speak to my friend Joe Dudderidge, who's a regular on the channel, who is actually at the Tottenham Stadium. So it'll be a good, hopefully, chance to try and hear what the atmosphere is like there. If Spurs were able to get a third goal in the second half, maybe we could bring on Luca Williams-Barnett, and then the fans would absolutely adore that, wouldn't they? So we got 1.5 minutes left of this half. Destiny Udogie plays it to Archie Gray. Plays it out wide right to Danso. Dortmund don't really know whether to stick or twist here, and they're not doing much as a result. Spurs just knocking it around nicely. And that second goal, I think, is going to be all important. I love the balance that Udogie has given us in this game. You've got to give it to Thomas Frank. He tried something funky with the formation, but it's really working. As Bergvall takes it on the half turn, opens it out to Odebear, who's got Porro outside him. But Odebear finds Bergvall instead, who comes to Romero. He's looking to play a ball between the lines, but instead goes easy to Destiny Udogie. We've got 1 minute left of this added time. Jed Spence on the left now. Udogie into Archie Gray. Back to Udogie. Spurs just popping it about. Simons inside to Spence. Back to Udogie and moving Dortmund around so that we tire them out in the second half. Romero to Danso. Takes a nice little touch there. Now Archie Gray just popping it about beautifully. Spurs looking like a genuine Champions League team here. Good ball in between the lines from Romero. Tries to find Siemens, but he can't get a good touch on it. 30 seconds left in this half. Dortmund down to 10 men. Spurs fans, despite being 2-0 up, look a little bit like confused. What are we supposed to do here? We're 2-0 up in a game where we thought we were going to get dicked. And we're winning. I think the halftime whistle is going to go any moment now. Yeah, I'm sure it will after this throw is taken. That's halftime. Tottenham 2. Borussia Dortmund 0. And here is my man, Joe Doug. Well, we have our man at the stadium, but unfortunately we can't hear him yet. Joe, can you hear me? Yeah, it's not really connecting, Joe. But it's lovely to see you. Good first half. I've had to remove him because we can't hear anything he's saying. But Tottenham 2, Borussia Dortmund 0 in the Champions League. What on earth is going on? Let's see if we can try and get Joe in again. Oh, no, it's just cutting out at the wrong time.
I think the line might
Joe,
be
can you hear?
bad. If you can't hear me,
Yeah,
I'm here at the stadium. Sorry, mate. Yeah, what a performance so far. Obviously, that kid didn't deserve to get sent off. But we're in the South Stand tonight, and it's a really enjoyable watch so far. I just wish we could play like this every week.
I completely agree. I don't know if you can hear me, but a great summary of it. It's enjoyable to feel something again. I can feel something. But let's try and talk later,
God,
Joe.
I haven't felt something since the last time I saw you, I think, Barney.
Exactly. But
I mean,
all I can see is can you hear me?
Finally, something to cheer. I just hope we see it through, you know. But yeah, Tottenham looked really good against 10 men. I'll tell you that.
I literally said the same thing. It's like we finally found a way to overpower someone in midfield.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think the referee must be bleeding blue and white because that was never ever a red card. Like,
Straight red, mate.
What level doesn't matter what level you play. That guy basically stopped by the time he tapped the guy's calf. That was never
Straight
a red,
red.
but we'll take it and hopefully we
Straight
can
red.
pass them 5-0, send them back to Germany. Do you know what I mean? Like, save Thomas Frank's job, maybe not, but you know, what a way to go out.
Yeah, straight red. All right, Joe, I'm going to let you go because I can't really hear you, but let's try and talk later. I'll still be on later.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm struggling I should have put my headphones.
Top man, see you later. I'm just going to remove Joe because all he keeps saying is, I don't know if you can hear me. Sunny Talk Spurs says Dr. Dortmund, and also earlier said, Barn, you're going to be doing this until 2030. Yeah, for those of you who are only just joining, live streaming until Thomas Frank gets sacked, and he suddenly found a way for Spurs to get all the luck in the world and actually play well. Luca 14 says, this is not the Premier League where all the officials hate us. Captain Cupcake says, I'll take that all day long. Me too. And Nukan says, never a red card. Very, very good. Listen, really enjoying it, this game. Like I said, it's just lovely to hear, to feel something. Let's just go through what happened in that first half. 5th minute, great stuff down the right from Spence to Solanke. And he got a cross in that led to Xavi, that led to a corner, nearly a chance at the front post. 7th minute, really great stuff from Spurs. Xavi to Porro to the byline. The cross was cleared. 12th minute, Jed Spence for the first time, or maybe not even the first time in the 12th minute, drove forward, took on his man and won a corner, and that led to a goal. Romero from the Odobert cross from the corner. He had an air kick, Odobert, and then he got in a decent position, just decided to whack it across the box. Brilliant finish from Christian Romero. 16th minute, great attempted through ball from Xavi Simons, who's all over this game at the moment, loving the kind of slower game in the Champions League. Nearly found Udogi. 18th minute, brilliant stuff again out wide from Porro and Odobert down the right. Cross to Xavi was deflected wide. 20th minute, a good piece of defending from Xavi Simons, got his body in the way when the goalkeeper collected the ball, just one long punt down the pitch. And somehow Xavi Simons was left up against the pacey Adeyemi. And Simons did enough to just get his body in the way a bit, and Jed Spence helped him out. That could have easily led to a goal. 21st minute, some awful football from Guillermo Vicario. Nearly led to a chance, but he eventually cleared it out for a throw-in. 22nd minute, Spence brilliant down the left, cut it back. Spurs got in each other's way a little bit. Followed from some great hold-up play from Dominic Solanke, who, my God, have we missed him. It's ridiculous. His hold-up play has been as good as we've seen from any Spurs striker this season. 24th minute was the red card for Dortmund. Foul on Bergvall, serious foul play. It was a straight leg in the Premier League. Some people saying, Ali McCoist and the commentator saying it wouldn't have been a red card in the Premier League. I kind of disagree. Who was it? Dallo got away with one at the weekend. I think most of them get given. And then 27th minute, great cross from Siemens, nearly found Porro at the back stick. 28th minute, more great football from Spurs. Amazing cross from Porro. Solanke made the wrong run, and that came from a lovely faded diagonal from Xavi. 35th minute, I made a note to say Spurs playing well. Spence volleyed over the bar, and then the goal. 36th minute, Dominic Solanke. Lovely stuff again down the right from Odegaard and Porro. And a triple tap in from Dominic Solanke from about 3 yards out. Then a huge chance for Xavi Simons in the 38th minute. Snatched at it, volleyed it over the bar. And then Odegaard had a left-footed shot saved in the 41st minute as he tried to bend it into the far corner. Big Tigger P says Frank should try playing Van der Ven as a right winger. And IN says you're going to be live for another week, it seems. We've got Matt Beadle coming into the studio. Good man. Matt, have you watched any of that game?
I must confess that I haven't. No, I've been watching you watch it, which is, some would say, even more interesting.
Well, all it's taken is for Tottenham to get an early goal and then a red card against them, and suddenly we look like an actual football team. It's amazing. But Dortmund, I think Tottenham have had all their luck in one season come in one game. It arguably probably wasn't a red card. Dominic Solanke's goal, it hit his back leg, hit his front leg, then hit his back leg and went in, and he didn't know anything about it. And
sounds like a Tottenham goal to me.
It sounds like a Tottenham goal. And Dortmund they look absolutely devoid of ideas, to be fair. And this, if we carry this on, this will put us above Man City in the Champions League table. Meanwhile, 16th in the league or 15th in the league, and we all want our manager out. What a time to be alive!
Is that a Tottenham thing? I mean, if you think of the success you've had in cup competitions over the years, I mean, last year's the best example. Absolutely miserable in the league.
Yeah.
And go and win a cup. I mean, is there something in that? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it's what your instinct is to say it's the Champions League, so there are teams who would just batter us. But then we did play PSG in the Super Cup and were 2-0 up with 15 minutes to go. Although PSG hadn't trained for a month, so that is something. But so I think it would be too much for us. But look, if you avoid the punishment round of the playoff in the Champions League, then it gives you, a two-legged shot at anyone, I guess. But my bet is we've got, listen, the other thing to say, and you live in Germany, we've got Eintracht Frankfurt away in our last game. That won't be easy, I don't think.
No, definitely not. I was speaking to the director of sport at Eintracht Frankfurt 10 days ago, in fact. And he reminded me in the call, he went, oh yeah, we got a difficult run of games coming up. We've got Tottenham. And I was like, oh yeah, they're playing Spurs. I thought, I wonder if Barney wants a ticket, actually. I might be able to tap him up for a ticket. Do you fancy flying over to Frankfurt watching a game?
I mean, I kind of do, but also I make these videos, so I probably can't, unfortunately.
You got to make some money while Tottenham are playing.
But for those people, we've got a slightly smaller audience than we did earlier. Matt came on earlier because Matt is the technical director at a German third division football club called SC Verl, who are top of the league, Verl, whatever, and top of the league at the moment, doing well. And you came on and spoke a little bit about being a technical director earlier. Would you, do you think in your future life or another life, you might fancy being a Premier League technical director?
Oh, stop it! That would be crazy, wouldn't it? It'd be absolutely silly. It's a fascinating job, no doubt about it, and I haven't done it my whole life. I've worked in other realms of business for many years, and I sort of was tangentially involved in football. I coached youth teams at academies, and the last 4 or 5 years I've been coaching the under-21s at this club that I coach, where the first team play in the third division. And then the position became available, and at the time I was in kind of a role that we called head of performance. So I was kind of responsible for bringing the talents through from the youth setup or the under-21s group, try and bring the top talents through and look after them and help position them ready to get into the pro squad. And then when the managing director of sport or the director of football left and went to Paderborn, who are a big, here certainly in Germany, big second division club, the position became available and the club offered it to me. So it was a bit of a bolt from the blue, and I wasn't really expecting it, but it's fascinating. And I mean, the subject, for those who weren't watching earlier, you and I were talking about, club identities and stuff like that. That's a thing that it's really important to us, because we're small, we don't have a great deal of money, we have a small stadium, it's a tiny town, there's only 25,000 people live in the town, so the catchment area is tiny, there's no train station in the town, so literally getting people there is tough. So, a few years ago, our then director of football said, why should anyone want to come to this place? Why should anyone want to turn the TV on and watch us? And he said, you know what? We're done parking the bus. We're done just scraping the living. We're done just trying to hang on in leagues. We're going to create what we call the sport club DNA. And every player that comes has to be able to play. We scout according to probably 70% of our scouting is data scouting. So we only go for players who have huge numbers of touches of the ball, who have very low, high XG rates, very high successful pass rates. These kinds of stats are what we look at, because we need players who can deal with the ball. And then we bring them in here. We normally scout in the 4th division, because those are the players, frankly, that we can afford. And we throw them into the 3rd division for the first time. But these are players who we know can deal with the ball. And it doesn't matter which coach is here. We play the same way. We dominate the game. We have 60, 70% ball possession in every game. And we try and win games that way. And why am I telling you this? Because that identity, although we're tiny, although we've got no money, although we've got zero resources, everyone in Germany associates SFL with a particular way of playing football. And I don't want to come in here and just pile on Tottenham. But Tottenham, I think, have made the last 15 years the same mistake that a lot of big clubs in Britain have made. And that's that I don't know who you are. I don't, if I only had one sentence to describe Tottenham as I don't know what colour you wear or where your stadium is or anything like that. But if I was asked to describe, what do you associate, what brand of football do you associate with Tottenham? Because in our day, in the 80s and 90s, the Waddle, Hoddle teams, you were or our dealers before that, you associated Tottenham with beautiful, elegant, maybe not winning all the time, but just entertaining football. And then the Klinsmann era, the Venables era, I think you could probably say the same thing again. And I'm sorry, I can't find those associations with Tottenham anymore. I'm not quite sure who you are.
No, and that's the biggest issue that a lot of the fans have, and I think they'd agree with everything you're saying. I do want to ask you this, and it's relevant to that, is I think Tottenham are in a particularly difficult spot, though, in terms of, let's say, if you're SC Vale or if you're Brighton, it's very easy, but it's easy, I think, to suggest or to say, okay, this is going to be our DNA and we're going to run with it, win, lose or draw early on in the process of changing our DNA. So Brighton obviously did it over a number of years. You come from Brighton originally, so you know all about that. And you know how you've done it in Germany. Where Spurs are at now, I think, because of the last 20 years of growth, because really until Martin Jol came in about 2003, 2004, Tottenham had been rancid for 20 years since Terry Venables. And then Martin Jol and a succession of managers through Harry Redknapp.
Christian Gross was good though, wasn't he? Let's talk about that.
He was certainly good on the public transport. But through those managers, we grew and we grew and we grew. And then Levy built up the infrastructure to a point where, you get through that bit where you build the stadium and the training ground and you can't buy any players. And you get to the point where we talked about earlier, where he thought, okay, now we're ready to have the win now manager. But the thing was, he wasn't able to back the win now manager with the money that Jose needed at Chelsea and Conte needed at Chelsea to spend to do it how they need to do it. And where Tottenham, I think, still are now is that I don't think the fans would accept, even though I think maybe they should accept, but I don't think the fans would accept if the CEO came out and said, we are going to plant the Tottenham DNA through everything, but what that's going to take is us buying young, exciting players from smaller leagues to grow with the club. There'll be some successes, there'll be some failures, like Brighton do it. They get players from the smaller countries in South America, right? Tottenham wouldn't accept Moise Caicedo when he joined Brighton. Tottenham want Moise Caicedo when he leaves Brighton, but Tottenham can't get that player because that player goes for £100 million to Chelsea or Man City or Arsenal now that they've built themselves back up, or Manchester United because they pay the wages, or Liverpool. So that's where Tottenham are right in the middle, and I think are a little bit fucked.
What are you laughing at?
I mean, what? No, I just mean, what's the answer? What's the answer for a team like that who are right in the middle of that problem? Because of all of those clubs above them, the only answer really can be if Tottenham's owners or get new owners can suddenly spend the money to outbid Chelsea, Liverpool, Man City, Man United.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I disagree. I think where you went wrong, I agree with everything you just said. I don't agree with it, but I think the mistake that Tottenham are making is that, right, we've built up this thing, this DNA, whatever it is, this culture. We've got this great training ground. We've done this thing. We've built the project, and now let's go for what did you call it? Win today,
the win now managers. Yeah.
The win now
that
manager.
was the mistake for sure.
For me, that's the mistake. That's the mistake, and why the Brightons and why the Brentfords and why the SFLs have been successful. I just put SFL in the same category as Brentford. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But Brighton is such a good example. Okay, they had a multi-millionaire, which really helped. Okay,
yeah. Tony
and he
Bloom.
built them a big whacking stadium and whatever. And but let's leave that to one side. But certainly they didn't rush it. They took their time. They built the infrastructure. I mean, I've got a number of friends who work there, and certainly a load more. As you said, I come from that region, and I mean, just an incredibly brilliantly run club. But they're maybe because they don't have the history that Tottenham has. Maybe that's the reason, and they don't.
Or the expectation as a result.
Comes that exactly with that history comes the expectation levels or the lack of patience.
Yeah.
But they take their time, and if they win 3 games and lose 2 games, but it's played according to the Brighton or the Brentford DNA, there's something in that. Now, what I find strange is that that Tottenham don't say, A, what is our DNA? Because I'm not quite sure what it is anymore.
Yeah.
And B, why your last 7 coaches have been completely disparate. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly, I would love to be in the room when the sporting directors made those decisions.
Yeah.
Well, we just had Johnny keep the ball. Now let's go for Bobby high press.
Yeah, or Bobby whack it long, as we got now.
Yeah, but we've just got a squad that was doing this. I don't see the disconnect there.
All right. Well, Matt, I'm going to have to let you go because the second half has started, but thanks for jumping on again. I really appreciate it. Try and go and watch Tottenham Borussia Dortmund. We might fuck it up from here.
I'm definitely not going to put that game on. I'm going to put them out. Who else is playing tonight?
I don't know, but actually Dortmund about to make a chance. I've got to go. Bye. Okay, we're back in the game. Dortmund coming forward on the left-hand side. But it's 47 minutes gone. It's still Tottenham 2, Dortmund 0. But Dortmund haven't really been in Spurs' box yet, and now they're trying to pack some players into it. And obviously, it's time for Dr. Tottenham to see you now, Dortmund. Anyway, Spurs get a foot on it, and Xavi Simons tries to get the ball down, but fails, and Dortmund can start again. I'm on 46 minute 50 in case of people who want to pause their screen for when it matches my delay. Spurs sitting very far back, Thomas Frank style here, but Bergvall picks it up, does well, and wins a good foul on the edge of the box. Well done, Lucas Bergvall. And thank you, of course, to the wonderful Matt Beadle for coming on at halftime and talking about what it's like being a technical director at a German third division club. In fact, Matt came over to London just before Christmas to do a bit of a scouting trip, and I was going to go with him, but did I get ill, or maybe I think my partner was too ill in the end. I couldn't go on the night. I can't remember why. Oh no, we got the timings wrong. That's right. But so Matt looking for young players in England as well. Must be pretty cool to be a sporting director, I would have thought. Porro tries to beat his man inside and is easily physically thrown off the ball. And now Dortmund coming towards the Spurs box. Oh, and there's a free kick on the edge of the box if Dortmund want it, and they do. It's right on the edge. Deary me, Tottenham Hotspur 2-0 up and doing everything, and now they've let Dortmund come out in the second half and absolutely boss this first few minutes. It's Bergvall who's given away the free kick. It's Bellingham who's won it. So they're going to have a shot on goal here, Dortmund. And Vicario being as loud as ever. Trying to sort out his wall. Interesting. Dortmund have put in they're putting a wall ahead of Spurs' wall, which would suggest that he's gonna try and hit it goalkeeper's side. It's Emre Can, ex-Liverpool, He's lining it up with the 26. Here we go. Oh, just wide, or at least it looked like it was just wide. It looked like a good strike. No, it's miles wide in the end. Vic wasn't worried about it, but he got it up and over the wall. But about 4 or 5 yards wide in the end. As we head into heavily into our into our 9th hour of this live stream today. Tottenham 2-0 up against Dortmund. Udogie now plays it down the line towards Solanke. Couldn't hold it up. And Dortmund coming at us again here with Adeyemi. He hasn't got anyone outside him though. Beats a couple of players. And then he dives on the floor and the ref does well there. Odeberg gives it to Pedro Porro. Tries a big long ball over the top, but goes straight through to their keeper. 50 minutes. Spurs really trying to hit Dortmund, sorry, quite tired, on the transition. Porro gets a foot in. Odeberg uses his body well, and then the Dortmund defender uses his body well as well. And then Odeberg tries to beat a man and manages it actually, and then Archie Gray gets involved and is pulled back, but the referee doesn't give him anything. Dortmund clear. Udogie does well, gives it to Kev Danso, who gives it to Romero. We're just on the halfway line here. Romero lets Udogie take it off him. Spurs just trying to get back on the ball in the second half because they haven't really been after an excellent first half performance. Good ball from Romero between the lines to Bergvall, whose first touch was heavy, but it does okay. Gives it to Odeberg. Comes back inside to Archie Gray. He gives a horrible ball to Pedro Porro. Unfortunately, it goes off. That's more like the Tottenham we've been used to this season. I guess here's a question for you guys to debate in the comments. How would you feel if we win this game comfortably, as we look to be at the moment, and then they still sack Thomas Frank in the morning? How would you feel about that? The last hurrah. And then Thomas Frank, when he goes to interview for other jobs, he can say, well, when I left, I was 6th in the Champions League group. Dortmund play it up to Adeyemi. Bergvall gets his foot on it, though. Chan presses Udogie all the way back to Big Vic. Puts his foot on it. Just waits for Romero. Because we're 2-0 up, the Spurs fans don't mind that Vicari is just taking his time. Vicari finally finds Romero. Goes wide left to Udogie. Gives it to Spence. Tries a little 1-2. Lovely stuff from Siemens. Now we're 3-on-1 down the left-hand side. Got 5 forward here. Gives it a bit early for Jed Spence, who cuts it back to Solanke. Comes into the box. Dortmund are able to clear. That's a shame. That was better from Spurs. That was good stuff. Spurs have been good down the sides today. The balance of Udogie has really helped. Porro's been good as well on the right with Odeberg. The referee's having an argument with Emre Can here. Don't know why. Spurs just not really being pressed all over the park, and as a result, the players and the fans really enjoying it. Be pretty fascinating to see how the fans, if we do win this game, react to Thomas Frank when he goes to applaud them. Porro finds Bergvall. Oh, and he beat his man on the inside there, and he's fouled by Chan. Did well there, Lucas. He's playing his way into this game. So it's a free kick about 10 yards inside the Dortmund half. Porro goes across to Romero, who I'm sure will find Udogie and does. Udogie gives it into Spence, who tried to take it down the line, tackled. Comes back to Udogie, gives it to Gray, gives it back to Udogie. Good stuff from Spurs. Udogie turns again, gives it to Gray. Oh, lovely turn from Udogie. And now Spence is in down the left-hand side. Lays it back into Xavi. Oh, chance for a shot from Xavi, just over the bar. Don't mind that, though. Good to get us in good positions. Good football from Spurs. I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but one thing I will say is it's a bit worrying that Tottenham's only performance where they've played as well as this season really has been against 10 men most of the time. Anyway, the keeper now for Dortmund goes long down the middle. Danso's and Romero go for the same ball, which is a bit of a worry. Then Romero, and then Danso gives away a free kick off the ball there, and they try and put the player through, but Porro saw it early. Gives it back to Vic, who lays it to Udogie. Goes to Jed Spence. Under some pressure there, Spence goes to Udogie, who clears it down the line. Solanke underneath it. Oh, does brilliantly, Dom Solanke. Oh, and then is just bustled off the ball. It's a good battle, that, Solanke versus their centre-halves. Dortmund popping the ball about again. Porro does well. Then gives it to Odebear and gets a little 1-2. Gives it back to Odebear. Good stuff. Odebear's a bit on his own here. He tries to beat his man down the outside, but Schlotterbeck saw it coming. Goes out for Spurs. So he's a good defender, Schlotterbeck. Oh, and Bergvall's down on his haunches. Here comes our inevitable injury. What is it? A twist of the ankle? Knee on knee, they think. Looks like an impact injury. The Spurs fans getting into this, which is good to see. Let's have a quick look to see what people were saying on Twitter at halftime. Kish, Lily White Lab says, Frank's setup is so suited to playing 10 men. Exploit the flanks over and over again. Most 10 men will stay compact and now accepting wide play and crosses. Seb Martin jokingly says, Frank in, lads. Mark Goldbridge didn't think it was a red card. How is that a red card for Dortmund? Literally miscontrols the ball and his foot hits the Spurs player by accident. And Bardi asked, was that team huddle at the halftime whistle a message? And Lily White Lab agrees with me. Udogie is so good. I wish he could stay fit. Exactly. His ability to drive us forward on that left flank, direct wrap passes, powerful carries. Just has that impetus you want from your fullback, something Rose and Walker brought every week. Completely agree. Anyway, Spurs play inside to Xavi Simons. It goes back to Vicario, just inside his box. Puts his foot on it. Wants to give it to Xavi and does. Xavi takes it nicely, puts his foot on it, gives it out to Romero. Good stuff. He wanted him to give it to Doggy and Xavi get the return, but that didn't happen. So it comes back to Vicario, who plays the easy pass to Danso. Or Danso trying to turn like a tugboat there, but Porro plays it down line to Odebear, who holds it well, goes back to Danso, who goes back to Vic, who'll have to clear it. Schlotterbeck wins that easily. Oh, and then a Dortmund player is down on the halfway line. Oh, it is Schlotterbeck, actually. I think he's trying to get Spurs man sent off here somehow because he's starting to roll about manically. He's trying to get Dominic Solanke sent off here. He's trying to get a Spurs player sent off here. Yeah, it's a sore one, but Solanke's not even looking in the right direction. Bergvall's still on the pitch. 59 minutes gone. He doesn't look happy, Bergvall. Yeah, he doesn't look happy, Lucas Bergvall. Janai Byfield is warming up for Spurs. Frank is going to be forced, I think. And then bizarrely, he's now booked. The refs come over to the bench and booked someone. I wonder if that was someone on the Dortmund bench. So this could be interesting because Bergvall looks really uncomfortable. He's limping. Anyway, Dortmund take the free kick now. Porro gets up well. That's a Dortmund throw-in. About 25 yards out on the left-hand side. Thank you for those of you watching at the moment, supporting me during my marathon live stream. Dortmund are going to chuck in a long throw from the left here. Ryerson will take it. And the Dortmund manager's having a go at some of the ball boys. Here comes the long throw. It's not great. Slips out of his hand. Porro clears it at the near post. And Xavi Simon's putting a bit of a press on as it goes backwards towards the keeper. And the keeper gets it back in his box. Half an hour to go of this. Tottenham 2-0 up against Borussia Dortmund as Emre Can tries a ball over the top. Danso's underneath it. Gets his head on it. Drops to Adeyemi, who drives down the right-hand side. Spence is nutmegged. But Udogie does better. And that's a throw-in to Dortmund. And Bergvall is down now. And Janai Byfield is going to come and play in central midfield for Spurs. Wow. He's 17 years old. Good ball in from Dortmund, cleared from Romero. Good clearance as well for throw-in. But now a chance for a cross from Dortmund. Chance for a shot outside the box. Slashed wide. Such a shame for Bergvall. He's picking up these little injuries far too much. 17 years old, Janai Byfield. What a debut to have. But the fans will love this. Well, they won't love that Bergvall's going off injured, but they'll love that one of our own is getting a chance. He's been a Spurs player since he was 8. Been on the Tottenham bench 7 times. Can he get himself a win bonus? I wonder how much Spurs players will trust him with the ball under pressure. Yeah, Byfield's actually coming to play right back and Porro's going into central midfield. So that kind of gives you your answer, doesn't it? Spurs give away a free kick. This second half's been a lot more bitty. They're bringing on Fabio Silva, who obviously used to play for Wolves. So, bit of a dangerous free kick for Dortmund here. Chance for them to bend it into the box. If Tottenham don't win this game from here, then Frank, the booing will be mega, won't it? And the rain has started to fall at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as well. So he's going to bend it in right-footed from the left-hand side. Spurs keeping their defensive line about 19 yards out. He goes to the back post with a dink up. Spurs player goes down in the box. And Udogie it was, and he gets the free kick. So that shows you how much he trusts Janai Byfield. He's playing him at right back. Mind you, he might be a right back. I don't know much about the kid, to be honest. But Pedro Porro playing in central midfield. So Adeyemi comes off. He's been one of Dortmund's most exciting players, I'd say, today. And Chukwuemeka, so 2 ex-Premier League players coming on. The Dortmund fans still supporting their team. Fair play to them. Absolute fair play to them. Anyway, Destiny Udogie gives it to Solanke. Udogie gives it into Spence. They try the ball around the corner. That was good stuff from Spurs. Solanke gets the ball back. Tries the ball. And Solanke in a good position now. Gives it into Xavi Simons. He gives it to first touch for Byfield. He pings it into Odobert, and Odobert couldn't deal with it. Now Byfield's a bit out of position, so he's going to have to work back. Good turn from Fabio Silva in central midfield there. But Romero does well in central midfield to make Dortmund go backwards. I like the ping of this pass there, Byfield into Odobert. I think Odobert really wasn't expecting that. Dortmund now come forward. What do you guys make of Joe Bellingham? Porro wins the ball back in central midfield there. Gives it to Archie Gray. Gives it to Xavi Simons. Drives forward. Tries to find Solanke, but not a great pass. Because he wanted the little 1-2 there. I don't mind that from Xavi. He's trying to do the right things. 25 minutes to go. Tottenham 2-0 up. Big diag to the left over the top of Byfield. He does well. Heads it into Odobert, who gives it back to Byfield. Good stuff. Puts his foot on it, Byfield. Goes back to Danso, whose touch is fucking heavy, but gets his body in between really nicely there, Danso, and wins a free kick for Spurs. Clever defending. Clever defending. Don't forget, guys, those of you watching after the game, you can call in. The link is in the description box and in the pinned comment. You can call in and talk to me after the game. Danso's just going to hit this free kick long, I think. Oh, Spurs lose it in central midfield. Little 1-2. An important touch there from Udogie. And another foul for Spurs. But actually now we've won it. And Udogie's driving through the middle. Gives it to Siemens. Not the best pass, but Siemens, brilliant body swerve. And he's got Spence ahead of him. Can he put Spence in? Spence in the box. Just not a good pass from Siemens again, unfortunately. He gets an important tackle in there and gives it the old one of them to the crowd. And the crowd love that, to be fair. And they're trying to get Siemens sent off here. Been a much bittier second half. I guess that's not a surprise. Tottenham's youngest ever Champions League player, Janai Byfield. Good lad. 17 years old. Spurs win it back. Odobert, lovely little touch to Porro. Oh, and then Porro got it the wrong side of his body, unfortunately. It was actually Fabio Silva working hard to defend there. Good work from the kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore, is he? And then he uses his body well to win a free kick from Wilson Odobert. And you got to think all of these players for Spurs are probably going to have to stay on the park for 90 minutes unless I guess he'll bring in Kolo Muani for Solanke. I think Solanke's been excellent and really showed us what we've been missing. Dortmund have gotten the ball a lot more in the second half, but Spurs have kind of just been happy to let them have it really more than anything else. Yeah, Solanke is about to come off. Not a surprise. Randall's going to come on, and we'll lose something there because he's been decent holding the ball up. Ball comes over the top of Romero. He wins the first one. Janai Byfield does well. Gets his body in the way, but Dortmund keep it. Comes to Emre Can. Comes to the right-hand side. Could be a shot on here for Dortmund on the right. No, they get it out wide. They're getting bodies in the box. Here comes a left foot cross. They've got bodies in the box here, Dortmund. And it was Silva coming in. He's not the biggest. He kind of ploughed through the back. Vicario gets it out wide to Spence early, but he has to come back to Udogie. Udogie goes back to Vicario. He's going to have to give it to Danso. And he's got Byfield outside him. He won't want to give it to Byfield. He doesn't. He gives it to Porro, who tries to play it around the corner, but Odobert wasn't there. And Tottenham, under the intense rain now falling at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, are not playing that great anymore. And it will give Dortmund some confidence. If they could get one, I'll tell you this, in the current climate against Spurs, they could easily get two. Very easily. They're just popping it about at the moment. But there will be chances for Spurs on the transition as well, you'd have thought. Porro does well in midfield, gives it to Archie Gray. He's been a bit quiet the last few minutes and actually loses the ball there. Gives it to Silva, but Porro gets a touch in. And then poor touch from Xavi Simons, poor control. That's pretty rare for a professional footballer. Dortmund get it back. I guess the rain is starting to affect them all here. Destiny Doggy does well. He's just a good player, Destiny Doggy. He's just a good player. And now Kolo Muani coming on. And I think Thomas Frank saying into his ear, try and give a shit. Solanke goes off with a bizarre goal, but it's a goal nonetheless. This was his celebration when he scored, Dom Solanke. Fair play to him. Most importantly, he's fit. 20 minutes to go. Let's try and get Kolo Muani his third Champions League goal of the season somehow. Minutes to go. But Dortmund are the team with all the possession this second half. Not a huge surprise, I guess. Although Spurs should be able to pop it around 10 men a bit better, to be honest. Oh, good cross here. Leave it. Oh, Romero didn't need to deal with that, but he did. Now Porro's lost it on the edge of the box. Bonkers. Kolo Muani tries to get involved. Spurs are doing Spurs things now, starting to make bad decisions, starting to show their lack of confidence. Yeah, and the commentator just saying one thing Spurs don't want is Dortmund to get a goal, but Dortmund are the only team really trying to pop the ball about, make things happen here. Spurs playing utter Frank ball. This is so Thomas Frank. And it's a good ball in between the lines from Dortmund. Romero comes and gives away a foul. This is Thomas Frank all over here. 19 minutes to go. We're trying to call on the opposition, just like we did against PSG at the start of the season, just like we have done numerous times this season, just like Brentford fans said Thomas Frank would always do, trying to call on the opposition. Except this time we've got a kid playing right back. And they're trying to double up on him at right back as well here for this free kick. And here he is. They dink it over his head. He does well, Byfield, in the air. Now a big ball. And Vikai's got to come and claim this. And he does. And he does throw it out early. And Udoghi's getting on his bike. Good lad. Keep going, Destiny. Gets it caught under his feet a little bit, unfortunately, but plays it between the lines to Simons. Lovely 1-2. That's what Simons is all about. Lovely ball from Udoghi to Porro, who gets it out wide right. And here comes Wilson Odobel on the right, coming towards the box. Take him on down the line. He does. Now get your... Oh, he lays it off chance for Udoghi. It's on his wrong side, though. Into Simons. Chance, Xavi. Brilliant stuff. Oh, saved at the near post. Brilliant from Xavi. That's what he's all about. It's a good save at the near post in the end because he's only about 6 yards out. But that's what Xavi's all about. Chance for Pedro Porro to get a cross in here. I think Romero, is he calling forward Byfield there? Don't know. Byfield is in the box. This would be incredible if he scored. Yeah. Here comes the outswinger. It's a deep one again. Romero gets on it. Oh, it's tipped wide, is it? By the keeper. Free header, Romero. Maybe should have headed it across the box. Does it hit the post? They're getting so much space in the back post, Spurs, from these corners. I think it may have clipped the outside of the post. No, Dortmund trying to play again. And Simons presses, so they have to go long into midfield. But Romero brings that down on his chest and gives it back to Danso, who straight away turns and goes back to Vicario, who first time goes out wide left. Good stuff from Vic to Destiny Udoghi, who's a willing option all the time. Poor touch down the line from Spence, but Simons does brilliantly to win it back and keeps it. He's shown some really excellent body swerves today, Xavi. Archie Gray finds Romero, plays it nicely in between the lines to Porro, drops it back to Archie Gray. Destiny Udoghi. It's 15 minutes left now, 16 if anything. Romero into Porro, into Gray, back to Porro. And we're just moving Dortmund around a little bit now. Danso in between the lines nicely to Gray. Didn't make the right decision there, Gray. And then the referee blocks Simons as he's trying to collect the ball. Disappointing. Comes to Dortmund. Odebear still working hard. Good stuff from Porro. Stops the through ball there behind Byfield. And the referee is apologising to Spurs. Oh, he's having a go at Archie Gray. Can't tell. Dortmund are going to make a substitution. Let's see what people on Twitter are saying. Lily White Lab says, Janite right back. We should have seen this earlier in the season. He can play across the back four with ease, so comfortable both sides. Squad solution has been there for months. I'll be interested to see if we ever see him again under Thomas Frank. And Ben Bowman said at halftime, forgot what it was like to be entertained here. It's been fun. Odebear and Porro have ripped them apart. Xavi's playing really well and great to see Dom scoring. Bergel in his best position begs the question again why we don't start with this intensity at home in the league. And Lily White Lab, Kish says, Byfield is the best player in Spurs' academy. I strongly believe that. Makes sense why he's the one relied upon here. He can play across the whole back four. With our injuries all season, we've had a ready-made squad solution there, and he should have had more minutes by now in the circumstances. Ridiculously complete defender for his age, probably the best in the country. And Nathan from the Extra Inch says, I'm quite high on Byfield long-term. Centre-back, a lovely ball player, probably several years off being at the physical level. But I think of being picked to play with Porro moving into midfield instead of just playing midfield at Olasasi probably speaks to the expectation of him at the club. Okay, good intel there from Lily White Lab. And good to hear Ben Bowman's having a good time at the stadium as Dortmund go long again. Romero's under this. Gets a good first header in. Xavi comes to try and help out again. And Udogi is able to drive forward here. Gives it nice inside to Kolumwani. Flicks it on nicely. Spence, can Kolumwani driving now. Can he find it? Come on, Randall. Oh, he's on his left side. Takes him on again. No, you're never getting a penalty for that, Randall. He made the wrong decision there. We get a throw in, though. He just tried one too many on the outside there, Kolo Muani, and it's Anton who deals with him. Danso being pushed over in centre midfield there, but he deals with it well. He's still on the ball, gives it to Byfield. Goes back to Danso. Did well to draw the man Byfield there. Danso takes the easy option, goes back to Vic. Vic, oh God, he's so fucking obvious what he's going to do, Vic. Jesus Christ. Danso chips it into midfield. Kolo Muani, oh, he tried to drop it into Simons. That would have been lovely. Anyway, it was Odebear actually. Anyway, Siemens driving forward again. Tries the through ball into Kolumwani. Oh, and the keeper doesn't come. What an idiot. And Kolumwani misses the one-on-one. Is that the first through ball of all season? No idea why he didn't come. Oh, and Randall's in again. Gives it to Jed Spence with a chance. Trying to open himself up. Oh, tackled. Oh, how many times on today's 8-hour, 40-minute live stream have we discussed how Spurs don't play through balls, and then Xavi Simons did, and it was actually too heavy. And why the keeper didn't come out, I do not know. But Kolumwani got to the ball just ahead of him on the edge of the box, tried to slot it through his legs, but the keeper got a leg on it, unfortunately. The Spurs fans getting into this. Porro starting to pick the ball up from in between. Oh, and he tries the ball over the top, Porro, but this time Kolumwani was offside, but actually Jed Spence chasing this, and he will pick it up. Good stuff from Jed. And the Dortmund Schlotterback gets a foot on it, so it's another throw into Spurs. Dortmund, in coming forward now and playing a high line a little bit, are leaving open space. It was a great run from Kolumwani. Don't know what the keeper's doing. He didn't look like he knew what he was like. It wasn't a brilliant finish from Kolumwani. Byfield finds Odebear, goes inside to Porro. Goes inside again to Xavi. Edge of the box now. Tries the dink to the far post. That's where Kolumwani might have been, but wasn't. Spurs coming back into this game now in terms of their second half form. Dortmund get it down the left-hand side now. Chukwuemeka takes on Danso on the left-hand side. He's a live wire, Chukwuemeka. But Danso pushes him backwards. Oh, and then a poor ball. And Colin Wani pulled out of a bit of a 50-50 there. Chan plays a good ball to Silva. And then Porro runs away from the ball. And then Romero, but no, Spurs managed to get tackles in. It's Udogie who does it in the end. Simons brings it forward, needs help. And finds it from Odobert down the right. Now, can he use his pace here, Odobert? Spencer's in the box, but nobody else. When it comes to Jed in the end, he loses it. Fabio Silva again working hard. But Spence wins it back off him. Good stuff. There's literally no one in the box for Odobert. He's on his own on the right-hand side. Anyone? Nobody. Gives it to Xavi, who tries the shot. Absolutely shanks it. Spurs looking a bit tired. And they had chances to get forward there. Spencer's played well. Udogie's played better, I think. Simons will probably get man of the match because the commentator really bigging him up. Big win there from Janai Byfield in midfield. Gets a huge round of applause from the fans. They love that. 15 total attempts, Spurs. 5 on target. Decent. Ball over the top of Byfield. Porro comes to help him out. And a bit of a... Oh, the ball was fired at him. That was unlucky. Danso does really well. Danso gives it to Byfield, but it's blocked. Kev's had a good game. Byfield throws it down the line into Kolumwani and can't hold it up. Dortmund take the throw into Bellingham. It's been pretty anonymous, Bellingham, I'd say, tonight. Dortmund try the big diag. Comes out wide of Udogie. He's showing him narrow. Comes back. Dortmund popping it about again. Now it comes to the left-hand side. Byfield gets a good foot in there. Fans love it. Comes to Odobert. Goes back to Janai Byfield. Pops it into Porro. And then Danso clears it to nobody. And then Dortmund try a ball over the top of Byfield, but it goes off the park. Tottenham, if they win, go 5th in the Champions League table tonight. Unbelievable. Romero gives it to Vic, who gives it to Danso, and he will go long, I would have thought, and does. One in midfield, but then Odobert gets the second ball, does well, gets his body in the way, but Odobert doesn't. Kolumwani doesn't really help him. It's a very bitty in central midfield now. And then a Byfield slides in, gives away a free kick on Fabio Silva. So a chance for Dortmund to get the ball in the box. He went through Silva. Andy McCoy doesn't think it's a foul, but he came through the legs of the player. I don't think you can really do that. So this will be a free kick bent in. Vicario, as ever, screaming at his defenders. Here it comes. Good delivery. Well dealt with at the front from Archie Gray. Oh, Jed Spence nearly won the ball back there as it breaks, comes out wide right. Bellingham tries the ball down into the byline. Romero deals with it, gives it into Doggy, gives it back to Romero, who misses the ball, trying to put his foot on it. It goes out for a corner. And obviously we know what happened against West Ham for the corner. Don't see that very often. Christian Romero missing his touch in his own 6-yard box or anywhere. So Tottenham are going to have to stay strong from this. I think maybe thankfully it's going to be an outswinger because we know this is exactly the side that happened to Vicario. It's a good delivery though. Oh, and they had a free header at the near post, but it's gone all the way to Fabio Silva. I'll have another chance to get this in the box. Emre Can plays it to the right to Chukwuemeka. And wide right again. They're going to try and get another cross in here. Dortmund have got bodies in the box. It's a good ball again. Good clearance from Big Kev Danso. Spurs just hanging on here a little bit. And then the ball comes through to Romero. To Vicario, sorry. Romero gives it into Gray. Gives it back to Romero. To Udogi. Plays it down the line to Simons, who turns, gives it to Spence. Simons was fouled there, and it's finally given. And Romero's coming. Oh, Archie Gray's actually holding someone's neck there. Don't see that very much, and Gray's been booked. So is Ryerson. Good to see Archie Gray get involved there. And Romero's going in it. Suggesting that Ryerson left his foot in there. Oh, yeah. It's not good from Ryerson. Fair play to Archie Gray. Grabs hold of his shirt like that. Four minutes left. Good to see Archie Gray do that. Good lad. Spurs play it long down the left and win a throw-in. 4 minutes of normal time left. Spence throws it to Simons, who turns, runs towards the box. Good lad. Good lad, Xavi. Oh, he tried to take them all on. I don't mind that at all. Oh, good stuff from Dortmund, but a good tackle from Destiny. Oh, he's given a foul. Doggy's had a great game. First game back, playing 90 minutes. I think that's why he didn't come on for Ben Davis then at the weekend. Because he said, I need you for 90 minutes in this game. Showing a replay of this corner where Dortmund had a free header at the near post. He just didn't get a good header on it. Danso clears. He's been good, Kev Danso, today. There probably will be a fair bit of added time because of Bergvall's injury. How many times has Bergvall got these little injuries this year? Oh, good ball from Dortmund. Good block from Kevin Danso. Comes to Fabio Silva. Chukwuemeka now. Oh, Siemens doesn't get the right touch. They're in. They're in. But brilliant from Destiny Udogi. Comes and deals with it on his own. And then beats two men. Oh, and then tries to play it down the line. Dortmund. Poor cross. Spurs get away with it. So it's a goal kick to Spurs. Romero will give it to Vic. And he goes long to nobody. Spence is putting some pressure on. Keeper's out of his box. And keeper kicks it into midfield. Porro challenges, but is beaten in the air, not unexpectedly. Here's Chukwuemeka. Brings it out wide right for Dortmund. Oh, Archie Gray does well to win it off his nemesis. And then clears it down the line to nobody. I wouldn't say Spurs have been great second half, but I guess they're just doing the job. But I don't know why we couldn't just pop the ball about against 10 men, to be honest. But anyway, whatever. As Joe Dudridge said at half-time, like, it was great to feel something that first half. I wouldn't say I've really felt much the second half, but there you go. It's not great weather. Chukwuemeka plays a good ball. Jed Spence gets involved in central midfield, gets a touch on it well, and gives it back to Danso, and Spurs just clear it to nobody again. Anyway, they're wide right now with Ryerson. Udogie is on him. He's trying to win a free kick here, Ryerson. He does turn Udogie, but Romero comes in. He's going to end up getting booked, is he? This referee's a knobhead. So this is a dangerous area for a free kick. We're into the last, we're at 90 minutes. Let's see how much added time he gets, but a good opportunity again. There's 5 minutes added. So an opportunity again for Dortmund to get a ball into the box. Ryerson will take it again. This will be a horrible last 4 minutes if they score here. Here comes the ball. Free header, tipped over the bar from Vic. Poor defending from Spurs, but well done, Vic. It's another corner. This is going to be an in-swinger. Here it comes. Cleared at the near post. Not very far, but Xavi. Oh, Xavi does well. And this is a chance for Spurs. Porro's in on the right. And he gives it to Porro. He's one-on-one here, Pedro Porro. One-on-one. Here he comes. Oh, no. Takes a terrible touch. Cuts inside. Oh, dear. And Romero tried to get involved as well. And now Dortmund are coming forward on the left with Fabio Silva. Took a heavy touch, Porro. And Ali McCoy's rightly said, how much time does he want? He just took a bad touch, Pedro Porro, at the end there. Dortmund get a cross in. Cleared by Danso. Comes to the edge of the box. Kolo Muani kind of ambling around at the moment. Comes Chukwuemeka. They get it out wide left. Cuts it in. Porro clears. Just 3 minutes now. And they're just showing it. So Xavi Simons did brilliantly in centre midfield. Waits for the right pass. Gives it. Porro's miles on side. And Romero is actually free in the middle. But it's not... Oh, do you know what? If he could have crossed it to Romero with an easy pass, he didn't even know he was there. He's just looking up at the keeper and it hits his foot. That's what happened to Porro. Anyway, Dortmund again looking to play it around Spurs. Oh, for the first time tonight, my computer is buffered. Okay, we're at 3 minutes 11 of 5. It looks like Tottenham have managed to deal with this tonight. Nobody was expecting a win, but we did talk about during the live stream all day today, it would be very Spurs if they found a way to win this game. And it looks very much like we have done, and I'm delighted for it. I'm absolutely delighted that we're going to win this game. They're just showing Van der Ven on the bench. Or in the tunnel, sorry. And there's Conor Gallagher on the bench. As Dortmund try and play a ball over Byfield. He heads it back nicely to the keeper. Good lad. It's 1 minute left now. And the Spurs fans chanting when the Spurs go marching in. Vic rolls it out to Kev Danso. Goes back to Vic. Vic lays it out to Big Kev. Porro's made a little run for him. But Kev tries to dink it over the top towards Simons, who's made a lovely run for him into the channel. Can we Make one more chance. And Simons goes down the line now to Odebear. Back to Simons. Yeah, the commentator. Oh dear. And then Simons slipped over. Anyway, Spurs keep the ball. 18 seconds left. Spurs have won this game. Very impressive. Byfield has done okay since he's come on. Goes back to Danso. And Spurs, for pretty much the first time this half, just popping it about nicely. Of course, Vicario just whacks it long to nobody. And that is the end of the game. Tottenham Hotspur win a game at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, although our record in Europe at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is really fantastic. But I'm here for it. Listen, I think that's a terrific result. Let's have a quick look at where that puts us in the Champions League table, league stage. We should, well, we're definitely through via the playoffs, at least, but live score not really updating very well here. Let me have a look on my phone to see where we are in the Champions League table. Tottenham up to 4th as it stands, ahead of Paris Saint-Germain, ahead of Sporting. So it goes Arsenal 1, Real Madrid 2, Bayern Munich, who play tomorrow night, 3, Tottenham Hotspur 4, Paris Saint-Germain 5. They're still playing Paris, and they're losing at Sporting Lisbon. So that's why Tottenham have gone ahead of Paris. Man City down in 7th then, and Atalanta 8th. Tottenham on 14 points. Now the teams below the top 8 who can go ahead of us then. Liverpool play tomorrow night and Atletico play tomorrow night. So the furthest we could go down is 6th. Thomas Frank giving a big hug to Destiny Udogie there, and I would say rightly so. He was absolutely fantastic. Ketch.
Yeah.
How are you, mate? Yes. How are you and where are you?
I'm from Switzerland.
Top man.
I'm joining your stream. Thank you for having me, first and foremost.
Thank you for joining. What did you make of that performance, mate?
Man, the first 10 minutes or 20 minutes like that, I have tears in my eyes. I couldn't believe what I've watched. So brilliant performance in the beginning of the game. The second half is quite a topic to have a discuss about, but I think the first 30 minutes were like I didn't recognize this Tottenham team. It was completely different than everything we played in the Premier League before.
Do you think it would have? How do you think the game would have differed had they not go down to 10 men? Do you think we still would have won the game? Sure.
I think we completely dominated them in the first half. It was really obvious. By the way, a name, Chet Spence.
Yeah,
he's got a new role in the team. I think he's Gareth Bale number 2.0, probably, because now listen, there were I think only Xavi Simons and Bergwall, they were not at the top. I think I expected more from them, but for the rest of the team and also Vicario, I think he also had some moments I thought this could be very different for us, but overall we dominated them in the first half. I just thought in the second half, if we are going back to the Frank tactics like we used in the Premier League, it could be something difficult, because when we received the first goal from Dortmund, there will be a roller coaster downside. But happily enough, we didn't receive one. So, yeah, happy to take the 2 points. And I think, I think Chet Spence probably saved Frank the job for now. And you would have to continue your stream until Saturday, where we probably lose 4-0 or something like that against Burnley. Yeah.
We won't lose 4-0 to Burnley, but I think for me, I don't know if you feel the same, but I think if the board at Spurs have decided to sack Thomas Frank, then I don't think tonight makes a difference. What do you think?
I don't know. That's the question. Did the player played for Frank, or did they knew like, listen, this is a different competition. There's still something we can reach, and we have to get something with that. And I think I felt that in the first half it was like unbelievable performance. I really felt that how can I say the attack and the anger of the players and the willing to play good football. I really felt that. And I don't think that is something that has come to Thomas Frank or something like that. It maybe makes like a little display that the players decided this in the dressing room, like, come on, boys,
Yeah.
let's show our fans that we can play football and play beautiful football. And me, I don't know if I can judge this, but me, in my opinion, I don't think this has something to do with Thomas Frank. So I think he will be sacked anyway. But if it will be today or tomorrow or Saturday after losing to Burnley, I'm already saying that we are losing to Burnley, but I hope we don't. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's already said that he's leaving.
I said this before the West Ham game. I said I felt it would be very dangerous to leave Thomas Frank in charge for West Ham because they might lose. I now, despite the fact we've won tonight, I still feel the same about Burnley. And one thing I would say about tonight, you're talking a lot about Jed Spence. Yes, I think he played really well. I think Destiny Udogie giving us the balance to then allow Jed Spence to play and drive at their fullbacks was really important as well. But Xavi Simons, who was good tonight, I just think that the main difference was tonight, the pace of the game wasn't as high as it is in the Premier League. And that's why he got a bit more time on the ball. And obviously he's used to playing against German opposition. So against Burnley on probably a quite cold day on Saturday afternoon where he'll have big players trying to kick him all the time, I'm not sure Simons will be able to play as well. I mean, you live in Switzerland, so you see a fair bit of European football, I'm sure. I think they will find Burnley a much harder game than Dortmund tonight. Don't you agree?
I think it will be harder. It will be more intensive, like with the pressing and the play like that. I think in Germany it is quite a different thing, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it was this like slower game, if I can say it like that, made a difference. But I still think, beside of that, I don't know where he come from, but the first half, I have to say it again and again and again, it was just beautiful. So
no, listen, Ketch, I'm really pleased that you're feeling so positive about it. I have to be a little bit. I thought the first half was okay, but I don't think it was brilliant, but it was okay. But yes, I did feel something. I felt something again. It was enjoyable to watch Spurs. So got to appreciate that, mate. Thanks so much for jumping on the stream. Really appreciate it, and have a great rest of your night.
You too. Thank you.
Top man. Okay, let's remind ourselves of what happened in that second half. Then it was definitely a lot more bitty than the first half, which, as Ketch said, it was especially good the first half compared to what we've been used to. 47th minute, Bergvall gave away a free kick on the edge of the box that they hit wide. It did go over the wall, but wide. 52nd minute, good from Spurs down the left. We had a 5-on-3, but we played the wrong pass. 53rd minute, shot from Xavi over the bar. Came from good stuff from Spurs down the left again. No surprise there. I thought, as Ketch was saying, that Spence and Udogie were excellent down the left-hand side. 59th minute was the kind of end for Lucas Bergvall. He looked uncomfortable, and then he came off in the 61st minute. Janai Byfield getting his debut for Spurs. Playing at right back, they pushed Pedro Porro into central midfield. He's 17 years old. Good kid. He did well. 66th minute, good stuff from Simons, but poor ball as he tried to set Spence in down the left. Solanke came off in the 69th minute for Randall Colomwani. Solanke had a really good game, showed better hold-up play than we've seen from any Spurs striker this season. 72nd minute, brilliant stuff from Xavi in the box, shot saved at the near post. 73rd minute, free header for Romero, clipped the outside of the post from a back post header from a corner. 76th minute, good driving run from Randall Colomwani, but he went the wrong way, trying to take on his last defender on the left-hand side, and his run was cut off. 77th minute, our best chance of the second half, really. Xavi with a through ball. Keeper should have come and got it. But in the end, Colomwani got onto the end of the ball just ahead of the keeper at the edge of the box tries to slot it through his legs, but the keeper makes the save. 80th minute, Simons with a shank shot wide. 87th minute, Udogie, great covering, saving us a little bit. And then a poor ball out, but he really saved us. 5 minutes of added time. They had a free header from a corner that Vicario tipped over, really his only save from the game. And then Porro had a one-on-one, but took a heavy touch while he was lifting his head up to try and see what the keeper was doing. And as a result, nothing came from it. One thing I will say is I haven't made any notes of any real, other than that header tipped over. No real huge chances for Dortmund second half, but they did have control of the game, I thought, in the second half. Max Harris says Muani was awful. I will just say, guys, over 200 of you in here concurrently at the moment. Really appreciate it. If you'd like to talk to me, all you have to do is copy and paste the link that is in the description box below and on the pinned comment. Copy and paste that into your browser. Come and join me on StreamYard and we can talk here after the show. Lady Webb says Muani was awful. He gives up on the ball and spent sprints from way back to save it from going out. That's the difference between players playing for the shirt and not. Yeah, I think to say the least, Randall Kolo Muani doesn't fancy it under Thomas Frank at the moment. Your Analytics says this team can't finish. That's true. Jazzy Glenlaw says, I really think Dortmund thought they were in for an easy night. I mean, would you be surprised if Dortmund thought they were in for an easy night? I've been doing a live stream for 9 hours and I thought they were in for an easy night. So not a surprise. Yo-Yo says, anyways, good results. Come on, you Spurs. Lady Webb says, Xavi, my man of the match. The kid is magic. I think tonight, and it's the second time I think he's been man of the match during the Champions League this season. And I think it once again just shows there's definitely a player in there. We know there's a player in there. Maybe the pace of the Premier League right now it's still a bit soon for him to get used to it. Remember, it took Luka Modric even 6 months or more to get used to the Premier League's pace. So, let's stick with Xavi Simons. He's going to have some poor games. He's going to get kicked around. But when he's up to speed, as he is against German opposition, as he is in Europe, you can see there's a proper player there. And he was brave. He wanted to get on the ball all the time. He took it off his centre halves. He was the maestro quarterback we needed. And he put in a good performance. Sean Hurl says this is a new manager bounce performance, but without removing the manager, the stupid bastards. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Max Harris says, I think you're going to be waiting a while now, Barnaby. And Shravan, sorry, it's hard to see. I've been streaming for 9 hours. Shravan says Tottenham 4th in Europe. It's true, isn't it? Unbelievable. And that gives us a chance now to get straight through without without potentially the punishment round. I've just received this comment from someone, Carrie. My harebrained notion is that the bad vibes at Tottenham are having a galvanizing effect on the players. They want out, so they give their all on the biggest stage, hoping to entice buyers. Possibly. My best mate has texted saying it's happening again, Champions of Europe. It's happening again. Yeah, a surprising result, but a good result. And Spurs 4th in the Champions League table. Lady Webb asks, oh God, Barnes, when do you need to stream until? I don't need to stream until any time, but I have been saying all day. I will probably try and get some sleep. But I'll probably be back tomorrow because I do think that tomorrow morning there's a chance that Spurs will still sack their manager. Like I said, I think it's a really risky notion letting Thomas Frank continue as manager of Spurs into another Premier League game. Goat, I can't tell if he's being facetious or not, but says we could win the Champions League. I mean, we're still in it, so you never know. We're still in it. Ryan Ellis says maybe we just qualify for European football by winning it every year now. Screw the league, lol. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, look, what can I say? Won against Dortmund at home. We weren't expecting it. Let's see what people are saying on Twitter. Lee Wilmot asked, why have we retreated back into this defensive shape? That was at the beginning of the second half. This is the way Thomas Frank does it. It's completely bananas, isn't it? It's completely bananas. Bardi from the Extra Inch says, if only our very worst managers win things, maybe we keep Frank. And Alistair Gold wrote earlier, Christian Romero asked Thomas Frank over for a chat during a break in play while Lucas Bergwall got treatment for a knock. Looks like Byfield is coming on, and he did. He did well, I thought. And Harry Scarf, who was on earlier, said an hour ago, this first 40 minutes are exactly why I backed Thomas Frank for so many games. This is just how his Brentford side used to play in the game, in big games, taking the game to their opponents and being exciting going forward. But I kind of agree with what Lily White Lab said earlier, which is that it's kind of Thomas Frank's style is really set up to play against 10 men. And that is why we did so well in the first half, frankly, because we were against 10 men most of the time. We did well in the first 10, 20 minutes for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't trust us, frankly, to go to Burnley at the weekend, but we'll see. Ben Bowman says, was very much against the decision to take Tell out, mainly because I didn't think Solanke, based on what we've seen in the last couple of games, looked fit or sharp enough to have an impact as a starter. But my God, we've missed him, haven't we? Yes, we absolutely have. We definitely have. We've missed his hold-up play more than anything else. And here's a link from earlier I didn't see. Tottenham are big admirers of Porto manager Francesco Farioli, a leading option if they sack Thomas Frank. 2 other Premier League clubs are admirers of Farioli. People love that football that Farioli plays. And Poseidon said, Andrew wanted to bring Farioli as his assistant coach, by the way. Imagine what could have been. So that'll be interesting. Henry Winter said, Spurs excellent down both flanks, opening Dortmund up. Spence lively on the left, Odegaard unstoppable on the right with 2 assists already. That was at half-time. Just seeing that Arnie Slot made a weird response. And Lily White Lab said, no idea who struggles with Spence 1 versus 1, but this Kuto guy is a mess. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Do guys, if anyone wants to speak to me, do give me a call. Just use the link in the description box below or in the pinned comment to give me a call in, and we'll speak. Rudra Patel says this live stream is not ending until after the Burnley game. If we win that, it'll be longer. And Kevin says, we did not recede into a defensive shape. Dortmund were always going to have to go in an attacking period. We're on top for 80%. This anti-Frank bias is so annoying. Kevin, send me another comment then. Tell me what you've seen from this season before tonight that makes you feel like Thomas Frank is the right man. I'm very happy to hear subjective opinions. I want to hear subjective opinions. I haven't seen enough from Thomas Frank to make me think that the players are playing for him and that they like him. I think they get confused by him, if anything. And I think we really benefited a lot from playing against 10 men for the majority of tonight. We got all of our luck in one game as well. Think about that second goal finish as well. But let me know in the comments what you think the reasons are that Thomas Frank is the right man. Because I'm very, very happy to hear those reasons. Yo-Yo says, cheers, Barnaby. Been fun hanging out with you. Have a good night, mate. Appreciate that. Josie asks, is Spence on the wing the way to go? No, I think more for me is that I think Destiny Udogie provided some amazing balance down the left-hand side tonight. Really amazing balance. And that allowed Jed Spence to play well. MJ says, we're a Champions League club, but are we a Champions League club? 4th in the Champions League, 14th in the Premier League. Madness, yeah. And it kind of it makes Thomas Frank look a bit silly, I think, for coming out a few weeks ago and saying, oh, we're not a proper Champions League club because we only got in because we won the Europa League. Well, I don't know. TJ says 9 youngsters on the bench and he only played 1. Well, that's pretty classic. Clive says, I'd be terminating Kolo Muani's loan immediately. I'd rather play one of the kids. Yeah. Dane Scarlett could have been brought on today. He would have worked a bit harder than Kolo Muani, wouldn't he, I think? Lady Webb agrees, says, yes, Udogie was fantastic as well. And Kev Williams, he did. We all said it quite a lot earlier in the live stream that it would be typically Spurs to get a win tonight. It's happened so many times. We've lost important games. I remember so many times where just before, just after big games against Manchester City, we've lost games against stupid teams. And of course, what's happened? We've then gone and beaten or just beaten Manchester City. It happens all the time with Spurs. We are an absolutely bizarre team and squad. And Pedro Porro was given the Champions League man of the match. How do you guys feel about that? I saw someone in the comments say that they thought Pedro Porro played badly again. So who knows? Goat says, to be honest, Gallagher, Bissouma, Xavi is our best midfield. Yeah, maybe. Thumbs up from Josie. And Mix says, Frank doesn't know how to set up a team to win. If the last 4 or 5 months have shown us anything, just defends and shows the side has no DNA under his management. Well, we've been talking to a lot of people today, and it's fair to say that a lack of Tottenham DNA has been a big kind of talking point in today's live stream. V2 Spurs says, Barnaby, what's your honest take on the fixtures in February? The first 3 games are winnable. If we lose one, it would be an anomaly. It's only the North London derby that we have absolutely no chance in. Well, my instinct is if we go into those games under Thomas Frank, then I think we'll lose the majority of them. Lady Webb says, would have given it to Xavi, but Porro was great too. Yeah. And Naresh says, still want to sack Frank. Barnaby, you just show your sports ignorance. And then unfortunately you cut off your message there. Is it ignorance? It's just my opinion. I don't think my opinion is necessarily any better than yours. And you wanting to keep Thomas Frank, that's absolutely fine too. But bear in mind, I have been live streaming for 9 hours and 15 minutes saying that I think Thomas Frank should be ousted from the club. And I'm not just going to change that because we won 2-0 against 10 men and had a decent first 10 minutes. I think what Thomas Frank will say is, we've deserved a lot of luck this season and we got some tonight. We deserved it. And I'd agree with that. But also in the second half, pretty average, I thought. I thought we could have easily just popped the ball around second half, moved Dortmund around, but they made a change. And they played better second half. But anyway, here's Pedro Porro interview. Said that he thinks the team played well tonight. He said when you play with intensity on the pitch, it allows you to play as well as we did in the first half. So most importantly, the 3 points.
In terms of players, the manager's been under pressure from the fans. Where did this performance come from?
He's now asked, where did this performance come from?
It's very good for us. I think that you have pressure in football every day, every game. But I think it's normal, no? Because
He's saying it's normal to have to deal with pressure every game, every day.
I think for me, it's the best performance today is win. No, I think
he's really not saying anything because I like Pedro Porro a lot. He doesn't speak great English and he's trying to come out with kind of, media trained stock answers, but they're not making very much sense. TJ says we can hear him. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, mate. Goat says we actually played through balls today, Barnaby. I'd say, yeah, we did, didn't we? Maybe definitely one. That's for sure. Oliver says, I would agree with you, Barnaby. One game doesn't really change things, as happy as I am with tonight's result. Let me know in the comments, guys. Do you think there's any chance that Thomas Frank still loses his job in the morning, that we get the old corner flag picture? Jazzles doesn't. Jazzle says, Frank won't be sacked before at least the weekend. Surely you're not going to stream until then. In all seriousness, who is a viable replacement for Frank right now? Do we go interim? Well, it was interesting. I just saw that link to Farioli from Porto because I wondered whether Frank had been kept in the job for this game because they were looking into other possibilities. I still think there is a chance of that. But who knows? Who knows? MJ says, it only takes one game for some people to change their minds. I'm genuinely pleased for Frank because it could have been a nightmare for him tonight, but I still believe he needs to go. Lady Webb says, I think Frank gets the weekend. And Mellington Mel says, those cut-through passes from Xavi, he's got the vision. Yeah, he's definitely got vision. Also, a lot of lovely body swerves tonight from Xavi Simons. That's what really impressed me. Knew where to kind of bend his body around to put off his opposition. Sligo says, PSG struggle tonight, City struggle tonight. We can dream, can't we? Yeah, I mean, the way that Man City were played off the park by Bodo Glimt tonight, frankly, Bodo Glimt could win it, but only if they played all of their games at home, realistically. And Spurs could probably only win it if they played all their games away. Although Tottenham's results at home have been excellent in Europe recently. V2 Spurs says, no, Barnaby, Frank won't be going until the end of the season. It's pretty obvious. Results are poor, yes, but he is definitely staying the season. Oh, okay, sorry. No, Barnaby, Frank won't be going until the end of the season. He's definitely staying the season. If he gets sacked, a permanent manager won't be brought in. Okay, we'll see. Josie says, after seeing the press conference yesterday and what Frank said, I would be amazed if he's sacked tomorrow. The board would have out and out lied to him in that meeting if they do. Boards have to lie to managers all the time. They have to. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Andrew Cook, thank you for your comments. Says, remember when Ange beat City 4-0? That was about our last pretty good game. This feels the same, like a sending off game. And Pokey says, Frank has to go. Our fans are so fickle. Dortmund didn't turn up. I think that is an understatement. They didn't turn up. They're expecting to roll us over. We played well the first 15 minutes. Vitally got a goal. And then I think the sending off really, really helped us. John Cooper says, be fair, Frank thought he was taking over a squad with Madison, Solanke, and within a few months, Kulusevski in it, then lost all of them. That is true. That is true. But yeah, I don't know. Lily White Lab has tweeted this. I think from the first watch, we set up pretty typically today in terms of style. The main differences for me were aggression and intensity, two decent ball players in midfield, Dortmund giving up bags of space in the wide areas, game state after going up a goal early, Solanke making things stick. Yeah, the biggest one for me, Solanke making things stick, has really, really helped us tonight. And I have been saying for a long time, the one player that we've really missed the most because of Thomas Frank's adoration of putting the ball in the channels and playing long balls up to the striker, the player we've missed the most is Dominic Solanke, and he was great tonight. And Remy Nova answering, I think ironically, saying, yeah, boards don't give votes of confidence and then sack managers. Like I said, it happens all the time. Go ask, do you think Kulusevski would change our season? Not particularly at this point. Maybe alongside Solanke and Maddison, maybe. And Moby Plessy says, inconsistency is not progressive football. Yeah, listen, it's a big win. It's a good win. It's going to make things interesting, that's for sure. I have been, guys, live streaming for 9 hours and 20 minutes now. I'm going to try and get some sleep, but I will be back with you guys in the morning because I still think there's going to be a chance that Tottenham will sack their manager tomorrow morning, maybe 9 a.m., 10 a.m. So I'll be back with you in the morning live streaming until Tottenham get the right decision and sack Thomas Frank. But thank you so much for all your support tonight. Really appreciate it. Come on, you Spurs.